Chapter 602. At least 3,000 blood soldiers were instantly killed by Lu Mushua's single strike, annihilated. Even the blood on the ground was thoroughly purified by this holy light, revealing a clean surface. The Blood Legion Centurion, relying on his considerable health, barely withstood this wave of attacks. But fear also appeared in his eyes. Looking up at the holy figure in the sky, his voice trembled. A heroic level 4-winged angel. How could such a creature exist here? The angel also had a suppressive effect on the Blood Legion. With the Dark Slayer and Ode to Light set effects, it provided a full 90% damage bonus. What's more, this angel's strength far surpassed theirs. Instantly killing these blood soldiers was effortless. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua, successfully killed 3,595 Blood Legion members this time, earning experience points, 0. Combat merits earned, 21442. Combatants earned experience points, 11863500. However, the appearance of the angel wasn't the most despairing thing for the Blood Legion. At this moment, another figure appeared in the sky. This figure also exuded a terrifying aura, brimming with powerful magical energy, like a god descending from heaven. The remaining Blood Legion troops and the survivors all raised their heads and stared at each other. It was Chao Xing, wielding the astrological staff. The survivors might be unfamiliar with Lu Mushua in her 4-winged angel form, as she rarely appeared in public. But Chao Xing's outfit was truly impressive. Suddenly, a complex mix of surprise, joy, and disbelief crossed the survivors' eyes. One of them exclaimed, "Holy crap! That outfit looks just like Boss Chao Xing. It's really him. Boss Chao Xing actually came to save us. I was wondering how powerful he was. Ha ha ha. Now we're saved." At this moment of escape from a desperate situation, everyone was overjoyed. One after another excitedly shouted, "Boss Chao Xing is awesome. Kill these disgusting creatures. Boss Chao Xing is here. Let's see how you can still act so arrogant. I'm going to shoot your balls with an arrow. Then I go clear out these guys' intestines." Chao Xing's arrival gave them absolute confidence, and their previous fear vanished as they faced the Blood Legion. The remaining Blood Legion stared solemnly overhead. Without waiting for the Centurion to speak, Chao Xing quickly said, "Mu Shui, clear them out quickly." "Okay," a ethereal voice rang out. The next moment, a mage and an angel charged down, unleashing a frenzied slaughter on the Blood Legion. Both were level 100 heroes, possessing an extremely wide attack range. A single strike could cover an area of hundreds of meters. What's more, Chao Xing was a mage. Waves of ice walls rose one after another, accompanied by a multitude of ice cones, ice balls, and other weapons, exploding through the army. The Blood Legion, momentarily formidable, was utterly routed by Chao Xing and Lu Mushua, leaving them powerless to fight back. In less than 30 seconds, only a few of the 5,000-man Blood Legion remained. This terrifying killing efficiency was simply astonishing. In the crowd, the Blood Legion Centurion's health, over 3 million, steadily dwindled. Chao Xing hadn't specifically spared him, simply unleashing a few random skills to reduce his health to under 100,000. A single attack could take him out. The Centurion, too, felt the imminent threat of death. Looking at the dwindling Blood Legion troops around him, he stared intently at the figures of Chao Xing and Lu Mushua. He roared in anger. How could such formidable warriors exist in the snowstorm? I've fallen at your hands this time. But your arrogance won't last long. The earth will soon be stained red with blood. The Legion commander will surely. Before he could finish, a chilling ice ball slammed into him. Bang! The Centurion's health was reduced to 0, and he instantly exploded into a pool of pus and blood, vanishing on the spot. Chao Xing said calmly, "Why are you wasting so much time talking to a dying fellow?" With that, the 5,000-man Blood Legion was completely wiped out. The battle had lasted less than a minute. Below, the survivors of the Ice Tiger Legion, barely recovering from their shock, realized the battle was over. There was no sign of the enemy anywhere. For a moment, a look of bewilderment crossed their eyes. Chao Xing didn't spend much time chatting with the survivors. His gaze shifted to a man in his early 30s in the crowd. "Wu Xinghu, my territory's soldiers have already begun their movement. The Blood Legion in the snowstorm will soon be wiped out. If you want to earn more merit, you can head to my Legion headquarters. There are already many survivors gathered there. The more the better." After these words, the survivors, still dazed, looked bewildered. They had only heard Chao Xing say, "We must wipe out the entire Blood Army on the snowy plains." For a moment, everyone thought they had misheard, including their leader, Wu Xinghu. He raised his head and tentatively asked Chao, "Boss Chao Xing, Are you saying you want to wipe out the entire Blood Army on the snowy plains? Chaoxing nodded slightly. Yes. After receiving his personal confirmation, a complex expression crossed everyone's faces. After all, they had nearly been annihilated by a 5,000-man Blood Army. And now, this man casually stated, we must wipe out the entire snowy plains. It sounded as if he was saying this was his territory, and no one else was allowed to tamper with it. How overbearing, too arrogant, but Chaoxing did have the right to say such things. After all, his strength was there. Wu Xinghu said solemnly, I understand, Master Chaoxing. I lead my men to the Spark Legion headquarters immediately. Also, thank you for your rescue. The other survivors also thanked him, their voices filled with awe and gratitude. Chaoxing waved his hand, unconcerned. He flapped his wings and soared into the air, carrying the four-winged angel Lu Muxue. Then, the two figures transformed into a stream of light and quickly vanished. After they left, Wu Xinghu's expression straightened and he said solemnly, everyone, prepare for battle. We're heading to the Spark Legion headquarters now. The other survivors, even after Chaoxing's departure, still wore bewildered expressions. Captain, what does Boss Chaoxing mean? Why does he want us all to go to the Spark Legion headquarters? Wu Xinghu glanced at him and said calmly, didn't you hear what Boss Chaoxing said? He wants to clear the entire snowfield of enemies first. Obviously, he plans to eliminate the threats surrounding his territory first, then gather his forces for a head-on confrontation with the Blood Legion. What? Hearing this, the other survivors had the same reaction as Wu Xinghu. At first, they were in disbelief, then filled with excitement. The thought of what was about to happen suddenly stirred a surge of passion in their hearts. As expected of Boss Chaoxing, he's so arrogant. Yeah, damned arrogant. He's actually going to confront the Blood Legion head-on. He's truly a ruthless idiot. But, I like it. Haha, I like it too. This kind of large-scale war must be thrilling. Everyone chatted, their eyes gleaming with excitement and eagerness. At this moment, a survivor suddenly suggested, everyone, should we post this message on the chat channel and gather more people to join? Another person nodded in agreement, I think so. Boss Chaoxing also said the more people, the better. Okay, let's do it. Let's spread the word immediately, and gather more survivors. Quickly, the Ice Tiger Legion spread the news. The other survivors in the chat channel reacted similarly upon hearing the news. After the initial shock, they were filled with excitement. Shit! Boss Chaoxing wants to confront the Blood Legion head-on. Count me in on this big event. I bring all the fighters over right away. I'm going too. I bring my whole family with me. Damn the Blood Legion. Brothers, my territory is surrounded by the Blood Legion. Anyone with the strength to spare come and rescue me. Hold on, brothers. Boss Chaoxing said he's clearing the entire snowfield of the Blood Legion. Hold on a little longer, and reinforcements will be arriving soon. Hurry, hurry! All brothers of the Bronze Tree Legion, assemble and head for the Spark Legion's base. Instantly, across the snowstorm plain, every survivor who hadn't been targeted by the Blood Legion sprang into action. One unit after another emerged from their respective territories and converged on the same location. At the same time, Chaoxing's 25 legions had completely transformed into firefighting squads. Mighty figures, flapping their wings, flew across the snowstorm plain. Seeing traces of blood, they transformed into sharp arrows and rushed forward swiftly. With their fighting power, 100 men could easily defeat a 10,000-man Blood Legion. As long as the enemy wasn't too numerous, it was basically a crushing defeat. As a large number of warriors began to engage the Blood Legion, these blood-colored armored, invincible monsters suffered an unprecedented setback. Not only were Chaoxing's soldiers superior in strength and level, but their combat awareness was also terrifying, and they completely ignored the enemy. They were like ruthless killing machines, their every attack aimed at swiftly dispatching the enemy. Seeing the Blood Legion, they pounced like hungry wolves, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Since Chaoxing had ordered a swift and decisive battle, these warriors were now giving their all. Puff! Puff! Blades gleaming with cold light slashed across. A large number of Blood Legion soldiers were instantly chopped apart, vanishing in a pool of blood. You must know that only legendary-level commanders possess the ability to resurrect. These Blood Legion soldiers were dead, and that was it. As the battle progressed, a large number of Blood Legion troops were eliminated. Furthermore, these Blood Legion warriors discovered something even more terrifying. In the past, their blades had inflicted horrific curse effects on the enemy, such as suppuration, bleeding, and skin ulcers. But now, their attacks on the Ascalon warriors had no effect at all. At most, they left a few bloody marks, and even those dissipated quickly. In other words, these soldiers had become completely immune to their curses. Thus, while their combat power and recovery abilities completely overwhelmed the enemy, to the Ascalon warriors, the Blood Legion was nothing more than a bunch of uglier monsters. Many blood soldiers roared with terror in their eyes. Damn it! Where did these monsters come from? Why are they immune to our curse? No! These creatures' combat power is too terrifying. They're far more powerful than ordinary 7th level warriors. Each soldier's strength is almost comparable to that of a centurion. We can't stop these monsters. Summon the centurions to deal with them. Centurions correspond to masters, thousands to heroes, and 10,000s to legends. At this stage, legendary level warriors were unable to intervene. Only hero-level centurions could stand against Chao Xing's terrifying warriors. The blood transmission pillar in the snowstorm had already transported 5 million blood troops. Among them, there were at least 100 hero-level centurions, and more were being continuously transferred. So they still had plenty of reinforcements. Several captains from the Blood Corps quickly produced a strange device. Then suddenly launched it into the sky. Swoosh! Like a red flare rising 1,000 meters into the sky, it was the Blood Corps' distress signal. Once the distress signal was sent, it meant they had encountered an unstoppable enemy. At this moment, the snowstorm consisted of 7 or 8 medium-sized and large cities, as well as over 20 large human settlements. The Blood Corps centurions were primarily attacking these areas. And just then, they saw the red flares rising in the sky and looked up. A centurion, his body covered in black blood scabs and emitting a bloody scent, whispered, "So many flares? It seems our troops are in trouble." Indeed, it must be those hidden masters, or the king's army, who have taken action. "What do you mean? Should we support them?" a centurion asked. Next to him, another centurion replied, "Of course we should. You continue to attack these cities, and I take some troops there." With these words, the heroic centurions, one after another, led the bloody legion of 10,000 people, rapidly advancing towards the area where the flares were being launched. However, they hadn't gone far before they encountered Chao Xing's heroes. Tram, tram, tram! A series of dull footsteps echoed. The centurion, sensing a strong threat, quickly raised his right hand, and all the Blood Legion troops instantly halted. Then, under their gaze, a massive frost wolf, covered in white fur, slowly emerged from the snow. Its steps were steady and powerful, each one carrying a chilling sense of oppression. The slightly bared fangs further revealed the wolf's ferocity. The level 86 Winter, simply standing there, exuded an aura of ultimate power. And on the back of this powerful frost wolf sat a knight clad in a full set of epic battle armor, his aura even more terrifying. One man and one wolf, alone facing a blood army of 10,000 men led by a centurion of the Blood Legion, yet their momentum was no less impressive. I didn't expect such a powerful knight to exist in this place. The Blood Legion centurion, sensing Assam's terror, continued, "Join our Blood Legion and become a member of the Great Blood Legion. I will consult with the 10,000-man commander and grant you even greater power and status. I can even grant you a blood army of 1,000,000. Upon hearing the other party's offer, Assam's eyes remained expressionless. Without further ado, he raised his weapon. Swish! A sound like flowing water echoed as Assam activated the second special effect of the Sword of the Lady of the Lake, Rage of the Lake. Over 200 elite 7th level water elementals appeared, forming a mighty water elemental army. It's worth noting that Assam's Sword of the Lady of the Lake has returned to peak condition after absorbing all the souls. These water elementals are not only astonishing in number, but also incredibly powerful. Observing Assam's stance, the Blood Legion centurion knew that the knight before him would never be recruited. For such an enemy, only the most powerful force can be used. Slay them on the spot. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Kill! With the centurion's command, tens of thousands of blood soldiers surged forward from all directions. However, Assam didn't dodge, but met the attack head-on. Riding the 9th rank Frost Wolf Winter, he charged into the blood soldiers like a bolt of white lightning, carrying boundless might. The moment they came into contact with this powerful knight, the blood soldiers felt as if they were facing a battlefield god. The Lake Lady's sword swung continuously, each strike covering a distance of hundreds of meters, inflicting hundreds of thousands of damage. All the blood soldiers encountered along the way were instantly annihilated. Swish! Puff! Assam swept forward continuously, each sweep of sword energy creating a vast expanse of air. Everywhere he passed, the blood soldiers fell like straw. Those blood captains, who managed to escape instant death and attempted to close in to surround and kill Assam would be torn apart by the Frost Wolf Winter's sharp claws. This man and wolf, working together, were a reaper of death on the battlefield. In less than 5 minutes, this man and wolf had utterly annihilated the entire blood army of 10,000 men. Only the last heroic centurion remained standing alone. Assam's eyes were indifferent, weapon in hand, as he slowly approached. The frost wolf's heavy steps pounded the snow, each one akin to treading upon the centurion's heart. Even the frenzied blood legion couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This knight was truly terrifying. The look he gave Assam was no longer filled with his previous confidence, but with a lingering fear. "You!" Swish. With a sweep of his sword, a sign of hundreds of thousands of damage appeared above the centurion's head, and he instantly vanished in a pool of blood. Assam didn't want to waste time on him. He instantly killed him. Meanwhile, the dragon speaker and her dragon on the other side also encountered a vast blood legion. This legion numbered a full 100,000 men, including 2 or 3 heroic-level centurions. However, the moment she saw the enemy, Bing Lan, with almost no hesitation, charged forward with her giant dragon. Ing! A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the heavens, stinging the eardrums. The entire blood army instinctively looked up at the sky. Then, they saw 3 spatial cracks appear above their heads. From these cracks emerged a vast number of dragon sword phantoms, pouring down like a torrential rain. Buzz! 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 Each of these sword shadows carried terrifying penetrating power, piercing the air with a continuous, sharp, and explosive sound. Even the centurions felt the imminent threat of death. They instantly shouted a warning, "Disperse!" However, no matter how fast they moved, they could not outrun the dragon speaker's attacks. The dense swarm of dragon sword phantoms descended upon the army, wreaking havoc. Decrease 876,251. Decrease 549,264. Decrease 881,952. Decrease 509,241. Decrease 910,416. Decrease 614,295. The blood army's howls continued, and their numbers dwindled at a visible rate. Chapter 603. After reaching level 100, the dragon speaker's skill coefficients had increased to a level comparable to Marinina's. Add to that a series of statuses, and the bonuses from her new weapon, and her attack power had reached a terrifying level. Each phantom dragon sword could instantly decimate a rank 7 elite. And the number of dragon swords here was practically endless, encompassing a kilometer. These blood soldiers stood no chance. With a single skill, she annihilated at least 80% of the 100,000 strong blood army. The remaining 20,000 were quickly annihilated with the combined efforts of her and the giant dragon Seraphis. Except for Assam and the dragon speaker, hero-level warriors from other territories also engaged in battle. Green Snake Lana, Blood Spider Queen Hilda, Braun Iron Wall, Andrew, Rennies, and others. They each found a blood army led by a centurion, each numbering over 10,000. However, despite being alone. But once the battle began, the blood army was quickly defeated, as if facing a horde of undead monsters. Instantly, Chao Xing's core combatants, along with their warrior units, opened dozens of battlefields across the whirlwind snowfield. Green snakes and white snakes danced together. The Blood Spider Queen commanded an army of herds. Behemoths slaughtered frantically on the battlefield. 4-armed giants, wielding twin swords and massive shields, brought nightmares to the enemy. The female archer from Ascalon, transformed into a deadly grim reaper. Mammoths led the herd, crushing and destroying everything. Chao Xing's heroic warriors began to unleash their unrivaled prowess, as his subordinates continued to annihilate large numbers of the Blood Legion. Chao Xing's military merits began to skyrocket at an insane rate. Your territory member, Assam won a battle, killing 10,000 Blood Legion members, earning 67,854 military merits and 65,780,000 experience points. Blessing of the Pale Tree. Your territory member, Boji Sun Chaser led the Legion to victory in a battle, killing 5,000 Blood Legion members, earning 38,700 military merits and 41,250,000 experience points. Blessing of the Pale Tree. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan won a large-scale battle, killing 100,000 Blood Legion members, earning 116,519 military merits and 148 million experience points. Blessing of the Pale Tree. Your system notifications were flooding the screen. Less than an hour after the battle began, his merit points had already surpassed 2 million. A smile gradually crept onto Chao Xing's face as he soared through the air. Great, great! At this rate, I earn at least 1 million merit points per hour. That means at least 10 million merit points per day, which can then be exchanged for a relic box. This was the current strength of Qiaoxing's territory. He could easily conquer the entire map. As a result, his merit points were also increasing rapidly. At this rate, even emptying the merit points store wouldn't be far off. Thinking of this, he grew even more excited. Then, he and Lu Muxue continued to soar at an altitude of 3,000 meters. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the Blood Legion's location, and then launched a thunderous attack. At this moment, Qiaoxing suddenly spotted a unique target. About 300 kilometers away, there stood a massive city. The city's diameter was approximately 5 or 6 kilometers, and its walls towered high. It contained neatly arranged streets and a large population. It was the city of Maligned. However, the city was now completely surrounded by the Blood Legion. A large number of blood troops were frantically attacking the city gates, while even more blood soldiers, like wild beasts, began scaling the 10-meter-high walls with their bare hands. Qiaoxing quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. Maligned seems to be targeted by the Blood Legion. With its current defenses, it won't hold out for long. This massive city has a permanent population of hundreds of thousands. If they were all annihilated, it would provide the Blood Legion with a vast amount of energy. By then, perhaps a new teleportation pillar would appear. Through his conversation with the old king, Qiaoxing had already learned this. These teleportation pillars served as pathways connecting planes. As the number of teleportation pillars increases, the barriers that govern this world will be disrupted. Those trapped in the abyss or other planes will be able to escape. So, Qiaoxing's priority is to destroy as many teleportation pillars as possible, denying them a chance to escape. Muxue, let's go now. Okay. The two of them flapped their wings behind them, simultaneously entering a sprint. They rushed forward at a speed exceeding 1,500 meters per second. The surrounding scene rapidly receded. In less than 4 minutes, they reached the skies above Maligned City. Remember, when Qiaoxing rushed to Maligned City a few months ago, the round trip took an entire day. Now, it only took 3 minutes. This improvement is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the entire city of Maligned had entered a state of full-scale war. Atop the city walls, scores of crossbowmen continuously drew their bowstrings, raining down arrows upon the bloody army below. Other soldiers operated catapults, repeatedly raising their massive slings with a deafening roar. Boom! Boom! One after another, huge rocks fell upon the bloody army, crushing them into pulp. The soldiers on the city walls, gripping their weapons tightly, fought furiously to slash down the bloody legions that scrambled up like vicious dogs. But a portion of the wall's defenses were breached, and the bloody army rushed forward, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Puff! Puff! Faced with the Blood Legion's blades, the soldiers of Maligned City were defenseless. Blood gushed out, and severed limbs flew everywhere. The sound of swords slicing through flesh intertwined with the warriors' roars, the entire battlefield resembling a living hell. Earl Winston, a former acquaintance, was also fighting on the city wall with his sword raised. He continuously wielded his sword energy, attacking the Blood Legion ahead. As a 5th-level commander, he should have been able to handle these 5th-level Blood Legion with ease. But this guy seemed to be under some kind of weakness curse. Each sword swing seemed weak, as it drained of all his energy. Qiaoxing, naturally observing this scene from mid-air, thought of the succubus from before, and his mouth twitched. You dare to play tricks on a succubus? Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? In a matter of moments, 2 7th-rank centurions burst forth from the Blood Legion. They leaped onto the city wall together, and launched a frenzied assault on Earl Winston. 2 7th-rank commanders assaulting a 5th-rank commander was like a father disciplining his son. The sharp blades slashed across the Earl's armor, leaving horrifying wounds one after another. Earl Winston was losing ground, on the verge of collapse. In the city, many civilians were hiding in their rooms, watching the battle unfold on the city walls through their windows. Seeing this scene, their eyes were filled with intense fear and unease. In the hearts of these civilians, the Earl had always been the most powerful being in Maligned City, a guardian capable of suppressing all threats. Yet now, he was in dire straits under siege, and the entire city was in imminent danger. The succubus in the crowd's eyes flickered. She seemed to have already planned an escape route, and she slowly walked towards a corner of the city. At the same time, more blood hordes rushed onto the city walls. They slaughtered more soldiers frantically. Earl Winston, who had previously been fighting 1 against 2, was now under siege by an even larger blood horde. The wounds on his body were piling up, and he was on the verge of being slain. At that moment, Qiaoxing had already soared above them, reaching attack range. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his staff into Ice Spirit mode again. Clang! Dozens of ice balls fell from the sky like meteorites, including his ice-breaking blades. With Chao Xing's current attack power, each ice ball could inflict hundreds of thousands of damage. If all of them hit, the damage would be at least millions. The two centurions besieging Earl Winston suddenly felt a strong gust of wind from behind them. At the same time, a deadly sense of danger washed over them. Instinctively, they tried to roll on the spot to dodge the attacks. But it was clear that no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun Chao Xing's attack. Puff! Puff! The ice balls pierced the two men, inflicting horrific damage. Minus 781,524. Minus 679,651. Minus 779,185. Minus 598,162. Minus 619,524. These two 7th-rank centurions had only a little over 3 million HP. Now, under Chao Xing's concentrated fire from behind, their bodies were instantly pierced by the ice balls. Instantly, their HP was depleted, and they exploded into a pool of ice-splattered blood, dissipating where they stood. A single burst of power instantly obliterated two 7th-tier commanders. While this included a powerful single-target skill like Ice-Breaking Blade, it also demonstrated Chao Xing's terrifying explosive power. Count Winston had initially thought himself doomed. But then, as the enemy exploded before him, a look of bewilderment washed over him. Before he could react, a four-winged angel suddenly charged into the Blood Army, launching a fierce attack. Buzz! Buzz! The four-winged angel wielded its holy sword, each strike emitting a powerful burst of light. A large number of blood soldiers were slain on the spot. Her immense strength far surpassed any other formidable being Earl Winston had ever encountered, even surpassing only the king. Chao Xing, soaring in midair, quickly took in the current situation. Currently, the Blood Army besieging Malayan City is vast, numbering over 70,000. The majority of these Blood Army troops are concentrated in the South and North Gate areas. Mu Shui has already dispatched the North Gate, leaving the South Gate to me. But clearing them one by one is too slow. Let's just use the clearing spell. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly descended, landing directly at the foot of Malayan City's walls. The blood soldiers were completely focused on the battle in the air, completely unaware of his arrival. Chao Xing quickly raised his staff and, after casting 10 consecutive ice wall spells, heard a ding. Ding! You have cast 10 consecutive spells. Ice Crystal Fury, passive, has taken effect, increasing the damage of your next spell by 100%. At that moment, all the skills on Chao Xing's skill bar turned red. He crouched slightly, then pressed his hands to the ground. The double bonus ice 1,000 miles was instantly unleashed. Crack! Intense cold air gushed out from his hand. The blood-soaked ground before him was instantly frozen by the extreme cold, covered in a thick layer of white frost. This layer of frost began to spread forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a snowy runway nearly 400 meters wide and 8 kilometers long appeared, enveloping at least 30,000 blood-soaked soldiers. Before they realized what was happening, they only felt the temperature around them plummet, their movements becoming increasingly stiff. The next moment, they saw suspended ice cones appearing all around them. The sheer number of these ice cones was terrifying, practically filling the entire space. Then, a sudden explosion erupted. Puff! Puff! The ice cones pierced their bodies, freezing their blood before it could even gush out. Terrifying damage figures appeared one after another. Minus 411,962. Minus 491,701. Minus 445,925. Minus 430,962. Minus 414,251. With the health of these level 5 and 6 monsters, there was no way they could withstand Chao Xing's current output. In an instant, all the monsters were wiped out, and just then, another ding sound echoed in his ears. Ding! The Wheel of Winter special effect has been triggered for this spell, and the cooldown of the skill 1,000 miles of ice has been reset. Oh! It actually reset. Interesting. Chao Xing discovered that the special effect attached to the robe had a fairly high chance of resetting skills, especially those large-scale skills. Then, Chao Xing bent down again, pressing his hands against the ground. Crash! Another wave of terrifying cold air erupted, and tens of thousands of Blood Legion members were swept away. Chao Xing also simultaneously earned 70,000 to 80,000 points of military merit. With the release of these two skills, the battle at the North Gate battlefield, where Lu Muxue was stationed, was almost over. The Blood Legion besieging Malign City had been nearly wiped out by the two of them. The remaining 2 or 3 kittens stood there in a daze, as if still in a dream. Atop the city wall, the group of soldiers also witnessed the events on the 2 battlefields, and subconsciously swallowed. Such terrifying power. Just 2 people destroyed tens of thousands of blood monsters. Indeed, and in just a short time. What level of power is this? I've never seen such a powerful being in a snowstorm. Could it be that His Majesty has sent someone to rescue us? As they spoke, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue had already wiped out the remaining blood army. Among them was even a heroic centurion. But it was clear that this centurion was unable to cause any trouble in the face of their siege. At the same time, everyone could clearly see the 2 figures. Besides Lu Muxue, with her 4 white wings fluttering, there was Chao Xing, clad in a robe, flying in midair. A soldier in the crowd suddenly remembered something. He said with an uncertain look, "Do you think this powerful being looks like a lord from another world?" Hearing this, the other soldiers were slightly startled, then shook their heads subconsciously that, "Is it possible? How could such a powerful lord from another world exist? Wait, it seems so. I've seen this person before." What? Disbelief suddenly crossed the soldiers' eyes. After all, in their perception, lords from another world were weak beings. Even though those lords from another world seemed to have grown stronger recently, it was impossible for such a powerful being to appear, and yet, the facts were before them. This lord from another world, allied with another 4-winged angel, had swiftly wiped out a blood army of 60,000 to 70,000. Earl Winston seemed to recognize this figure, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Then, he tentatively called out, "Lord Chao." "Lord Chao Xing?" At the sound, Chao Xing turned and slowly flew onto the city wall. With a smile on his face, he approached the Earl. "Count Winston, how are you?" At Chao Xing's words, Earl Winston looked as if he had seen something strange. "It's really you, Lord Chao Xing. Oh my God, it's only been 2 months. What has happened to you? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Your current strength far surpasses those heroic-level warriors in the palace." Including the soldiers on the city wall, many recognized him. After all, Chao Xing's mammoth ride into the city had left a deep impression. Among the crowd, Jace, a merchant from the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, also heard Chao Xing's name. Lord Chao Xing. Heroic level? Did I hear correctly? After all, he had just recently visited Chao Xing's territory. How long had it been since then? Over a month, now, to tell him that this otherworldly lord had not only saved the entire city of Malign, but had even become a powerful figure that even Earl Winston looked up to was like a dream. Chao Xing didn't elaborate, simply saying, "Your Excellency, the Blood Legion in Malign has been eliminated. From now on, there shouldn't be any other Blood Legions attacking this city. If you have the resources to spare, you can support the battles in other areas." Hearing the last words, Winston solemnly replied, "Yes, Lord Chao Xing." Now, he was completely obedient to Chao Xing's words. Although he had just escaped the crisis of the Blood Legion, Winston was determined to immediately regroup and lead his troops to continue the fight. After a pause, Earl Winston solemnly said, "Thank you, Lord Chao Xing, for this rescue." After saying this, he bowed and saluted solemnly. Across the entire city of Malign, numerous soldiers saluted Chao Xing. Saving his life was worthy of this gesture. Chao Xing waved again. The wind wings behind him fluttered, and he and Lu Muxue soared into the sky again. They needed to clear the 5 million Blood Legion from the snowstorm with swift speed. There was no time to waste here. Chapter 604. At the same time, the chat channel was once again flooded with discussions from survivors. "Brothers, hurry to the Spark Legion headquarters. Over 100,000 survivors have gathered there, including many experts and above. I'll be there soon. Wait for me, it probably take another half an hour. Damn it! I ran into a Blood Legion on the road, a full 5,000 strong. Brothers, save me!" The cry for help was immediately answered. "Brothers, report your location. We have a force of over 6,000 combatants here, coming to rescue you." The survivor was about to report the coordinates, when he suddenly glanced upwards, a look of surprise in his eyes. He quickly posted in the chat channel, "It seems we don't need to come. Boss Chao Xing's celestial soldiers have already appeared. Damn it! So powerful. These Ascalon warriors are fighting the Blood Legion, like they're being beaten by grandsons. They're powerless. Ha. By now, everyone knew that these brave soldiers were Chao Xing's men. Their defining characteristic is that these soldiers can fly, and each one is fierce and taciturn, ready to chop down any Blood Legion foes they encounter. Many of the surviving lords were rescued from dire straits by these divine soldiers sent from heaven. The survivors sighed in admiration. As expected of Boss Chao Xing's army, even the ordinary soldiers are different from ours. Yes, these soldiers are truly terrifying. Each one can single-handedly challenge a Blood Legion centurion. Absolutely insane. Everyone, stop chatting and hurry to the Spark Legion's base. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Across the snowstorm, the vast majority of survivors began to gather their forces and advance towards the Spark Legion's base. Many survivors formed large groups along the way and encountered the Blood Legion, resulting in casualties on both sides. The entire snowstorm was awash in smoke and the cries of battle. Over 1,000 battlefields, large and small, were fought. If one were to look across the Ice Crystal Kingdom and the territories of the 7 or 8 surrounding kingdoms, one would see even more large-scale battles. The fierce fighting resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. But in most areas, the Blood Legion held the upper hand. Only in a few locations, such as the border and the Royal Palace, where a large number of elite troops were stationed, could they contend with the Blood Legion. Of course, there was one exception. Across the snowstorm, the Blood Legion was essentially crushed, and each battle ended with incredible speed. Even large-scale battles involving hundreds of thousands of people lasted no more than 15 minutes. Under such terrifying slaughter efficiency, the 5 million Blood Legion troops in the snowstorm plains were dwindling at a visible rate. From the time Chao Xing returned to the territory until their full army launched its attack, nearly 3 hours had passed. During these 3 hours, according to incomplete statistics, at least 800,000 Blood Legion troops were eliminated. Of course, the majority were killed by Chao Xing's warriors. The frenzied slaughter continued, and the number of the Blood Legion troops in the snowstorm plains steadily dwindled. Even though the blood transmission pillars continued to transport more Blood Legion troops, their speed could not keep up with the slaughter rate of Chao Xing and the other lords. At this rate, it won't be long before the Blood Legion of the snowstorm is completely wiped out, just as Chao Xing predicted. Meanwhile, deep within the Borealis Mountains lies the very spot where Chao Xing defeated the Goblin King and seized the Shining Throne. It was here that Bing Lan slew a fallen mountain god. And today, this ancient mountain range has undergone a remarkable transformation. In the center of a barren valley, a towering blood pillar looms. The blood pillar constantly summons more Blood Legions, its emanating blood aura completely enveloping the entire mountain range. The snow-white mountainside has been dyed an eerie red, and the animals and wild beasts of the mountain, infected by this aura, seem to become even more bloodthirsty. Warnings and roars rang out, and at the edge of the blood pillar, hundreds of thousands of Blood Legions are stationed, including many heroic centurions. Their mission is to guard the blood pillar and prevent other armed forces from attacking their teleportation pillar. At this moment, blood began to surge on the surface of the teleportation pillar, as if absorbing too much energy and boiling. A moment later, a group of figures emerged from the teleportation pillar and quickly stepped out, arriving in this world. Near the teleportation pillar, a centurion watched the scene, a smile appearing on his terrifying face. Excellent. Another large army has been summoned. At this rate, this snowfield will be completely conquered soon. Including the other powerful Blood Legion members, a smile also appeared on their faces. Just then, a Blood Legion centurion arrived from beyond the mountains at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were filled with panic, as if he had encountered something terrifying. A centurion from the Blood Legion called out to him. "Izel, why are you running so hastily?" At the sound of the voice, the centurion named Izel stopped dead in his tracks. He looked at the centurion before him and said solemnly, "Radan, we're in trouble. The Blood Legion in this area is under attack by a terrifying group of beings, and the Legion's numbers are steadily decreasing. Even many of our centurions have been killed." "What did you say?" Listening to his flurry of battle reports, the centurion's eyes lit up with shock. He probed again, confirming, "Izel, are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. I barely escaped those terrifying creatures, and ran here at top speed. The strength of these creatures is too terrifying. If this continues, we have to evacuate this snowy plain." Hearing this, the centurion's face took on an unprecedented solemnity. "I summon all the centurions here to discuss this matter." Beep! A trumpeter from the Blood Legion blew the war horn. Soon, 7 or 8 centurions with heroic strength arrived from all over the mountain range and gathered. After hearing about the battle on the snowstorm plains, they too wore solemn expressions. "I never imagined this seemingly ordinary snowfield could harbor so many powerful warriors. What should we do now? Send out the entire army and destroy these guys? Another centurion retorted, no, the commander's mission is to defend the teleportation array, and we're not necessarily a match for them. We should immediately report this situation to the commander-in-chief and have him send a captain of 10,000 men to reinforce us. At the mention of the captain of 10,000 men, the warriors on the field fell silent. In their view, a legendary figure like the captain of 10,000 men represented absolute power. With his presence, all unrest could be suppressed. Soon, they reached a consensus. Just as the captains were about to launch their attack, they suddenly sensed a strange energy fluctuation overhead. Looking up, the sky seemed normal. At that moment, several captains keenly noticed two suns appearing in the sky. One of them was growing larger. It seemed as if it was rapidly approaching them at a terrifying speed. Buzz! The entire Borlease mountain suddenly brightened under the illumination of this sun. An invisible force enveloped the entire Blood army. Before these hundreds of thousands of Blood soldiers could react, they suddenly heard an ethereal, sacred voice. A faint memory, a sigh of darkness. The river of light flows, carrying the end of all things. All things return to the abyss, the light extinguishes. With a soft cry, the bloody army discovered with horror that they had suddenly fallen into a sea of light. Suddenly, they were surrounded by endless light elements, filling the entire valley. But this seemingly sacred, gentle light was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. It seemed as if even a trace of it could instantly annihilate them. At the same time, this sea of light changed. It began to slowly spin counterclockwise, gradually forming a vortex of light elements. As more and more light elements were drawn in, the vortex grew larger. Crash! A faint sound like rolling waves reached their ears. Then, the Blood soldiers discovered with horror that their bodies seemed to be disintegrating within the vortex of light elements. A terrifying series of damage numbers appeared above their heads. -10,656,257. -15,971,724. -12,906,245. -13,962,644. -20,125,192. -22,917,426. In the first second the light vortex began, at least hundreds of thousands of Blood soldiers were wiped out on the spot, reduced to a pool of blood. Every living being within, whether masters or heroes, was instantly slain without exception. In the second, the vortex of light surged again, enveloping most of the Blood Legion in the valley. They shared the same fate as the other Blood soldiers, annihilated by the vast light element, melting into a pool of blood. However, it seemed this was only the beginning. Crash! The massive vortex of light element continued to expand rapidly, erasing and devouring everything in its path. Even the surrounding mountains and forests were completely annihilated. In the third second of the vortex's rotation, the diameter of the ocean of light had exceeded 5 kilometers, and was still expanding. Of the hundreds of thousands of Blood soldiers, only 1 in 10 remained. The eyes of these frantic beings were filled with extreme terror. The centurions were horrified and shouted, "Hurry! Protect the teleportation pillar!" They almost unleashed their utmost strength, attempting to reach the Blood teleportation pillar. But it was clear that their struggles were futile under the overwhelming pressure. In the fourth second, hundreds of thousands of Blood soldiers had been annihilated. Even the centurions were no exception. The surrounding mountains, 7 or 8 kilometers in radius, were completely flattened, leaving only a single Blood pillar rising into the sky. But even this pillar, strangled by the terrifying vortex of light, began to flicker. In the sixth second, the Blood teleportation pillar finally gave way and instantly dissipated. The number of Blood teleportation arrays also jumped from 46 to 45. At the same time, the Watcher leader had led the Blood leader and the other centurions back to the ancient hall. Of the 13 stone chairs that had once floated, only 9 remained. Seeing this, a trace of grief crossed the Watcher leader's eyes. Today, we, the Watchers, have suffered a devastating loss, a loss for all of humanity. However, the organization will not forget your contributions. Your achievements will be forever etched in the annals of human history. With a wave of his hand, he casually waved his hand. From the depths of the hall, a golden stele suddenly flew out. Densely engraved upon it were the names of several individuals and their heroic deeds. The Watcher leader extended his right hand, using his finger as a stylus, condensing a golden light. Then he began to inscribe new names on the stele. Bloodfire, Scaled Blade, Skylight, and Commoner for elders. Died heroically in the battle for Veland's main city. They served all of humanity. As each line of text was inscribed, the light on the steel flickered faintly, as if completely recording these names. The other Watcher elders and heroes on the field watched this scene, their eyes also lit up with enthusiasm. To them, being recorded on the golden steel was a supreme honor. Even at the cost of their lives, they were willing to sacrifice it. After the inscription was completed, the Watcher leader seemed to have a thought and said, "The culprit who caused our heavy casualties this time is that otherworldly overlord. The name of this sinner will also be recorded in the history tablets of the human race, to be cursed by future generations." He continued to raise his right hand, his fingertips radiating golden light as he inscribed on the steel. However, as he attempted to engrave, he discovered something strange. No matter how many times he inscribed, or how hard he pressed, the golden steel showed no reaction. He had finally managed to write down the words Chao Xing, only to have them automatically erased the next moment, as if they had never existed? Huh? Even the human inscriptions can't record his name? What is going on? The Watcher leader frowned, a flicker of confusion and shock in his eyes. As a demigod, even he had never encountered anything like this. Just as he was at his wit's end, the fresh blood leader next to him seemed to sense something, his blood energy suddenly erupting. "Luo, it seems someone destroyed our blood teleportation pillar." "What?" The Watcher leader's eyes lit up with surprise. "Who was so quick?" "I don't know. I can sense the direction where the blood pillar disappeared. Let's go up and take a look." "Okay." With that, the Watcher leader and the fresh blood leader vanished simultaneously. When he reappeared, he was already tens of thousands of meters in the sky. At this moment, beneath the blood-red mask of the fresh bloodline leader, a pair of deep green eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, gazing at a distant spot ahead, he said, "The missing blood teleportation pillar is over there." The Watcher leader observed the direction he pointed for a moment. "That seems to be the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Specifically, it seems to be in the direction of the Snowstorm Plains." The fresh bloodline leader had last been in this world 1,000 years ago, so he had no idea where the Snowstorm Plains were. At this moment, the Watcher leader seemed to have a thought. "According to the intelligence we've obtained, the territory of that otherworldly lord is near the Snowstorm Plains. At this stage, the old king and his men dare not act rashly. I estimate it's very likely he destroyed the blood teleportation pillar. No, I'm certain it was him. Only he could have such courage." At this, a surge of blood energy erupted from the fresh bloodline leader beside him. "That damn fellow again." His voice was icy cold. He hated Chao Xing to the core. He wished he could just charge over right now and crush him to death. The bloodline leader said coldly, "Luo, there's a blood teleport pillar near that area. I can teleport 2 centurions there immediately, regardless of the cost. Should we just go ahead and take down this otherworldly lord first?" Hearing this, the Watcher leader shook his head. 1 or 2 centurions won't do much to him. He himself possesses a legendary level warrior, and he also possesses the demonic codex and that strange statue. Killing him is difficult. Unless you and I attack simultaneously, we can kill him with one strike. But the blood transmission pillar can't withstand the power of a demigod, so we can only cross it physically. Clearly, this plan wasn't realistic. The aura of a demigod is terrifying. If they entered, they would be instantly detected by the old king and the lizard men. Hearing this, the fresh blood leader's aura stagnated. "So what do you say we should do now? Let this otherworldly lord continue to act arrogantly?" The Watcher leader pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Though he hated to admit it, he had to admit that this otherworldly lord had become a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, the Watcher leader seemed to have a thought. "Perhaps there's a way to deal with him, but it requires your cooperation." The fresh blood leader asked, "What is it?" The Watcher leader bowed his head slightly and explained. The fresh blood leader's dark green eyes gradually lit up. The 2 demigod-level powerhouses quickly reached a consensus. A moment later, the leader of the Watchers chuckled. "Next, we just have to wait for this kid to attack the blood teleportation pillars again. That be his downfall. In the abyss, and that world teeming with demonic energy, the nightmare god Daem and the demon lord looked up at the sky, which grew increasingly blood-red, eagerly awaiting it. "Hurry, hurry! Create a few more holes in the barrier, and I can get through." They were all waiting for more blood teleportation arrays to open, then take advantage of the turbulence in the rules to enter the main plane. And just then, the once blood-red sky suddenly dimmed. They were stunned for a moment, then quickly realized something. To have a teleportation pillar destroyed so quickly? What a waste! Chapter 605. Daem, the nightmare god, said gloomily, "What are these guys doing? The teleportation pillars were destroyed just at the beginning. Even during the last blood calamity, it took almost a week for this to happen. Another deity nearby said, it seems something unexpected has happened in the main world as well. But now the powerful men of the human empire are unable to escape. With the strength of the Blood Legion, they will soon be able to open a large number of teleportation pillars. Wait a little longer. Although they felt extremely anxious, they could only wait. Chao Xing was currently flying thousands of meters in the air with Lu Muxue. The next moment, he suddenly stopped. Because Chao Xing saw several system prompts appear before him. Survivor Chao Xing, please take note. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, used the legendary spell, Myriad Returns, Light Destruction, to slay 615,000 Blood Legion troops, earning 3.84 million merits. The Blood Teleport Pillar has been destroyed, earning 2 million merits and 2 Divine Power Fragments. Since you are the first survivor in the server to destroy a Blood Teleport Pillar, would you like to make a server-wide announcement? The continuous notifications brought a look of relief to Chao Xing's face. Great, great! As expected of a legendary sage of holy light. One legendary spell, annihilating an army of 600,000. Who else could do that? A hero-level warrior could easily destroy a city. At Isabel's level, annihilating 1 million people with a single wave of her hand was easy. Furthermore, Chao Xing noticed a second notification. Will destroying a teleport pillar always earn 2 million merits and 2 divine power fragments? This reward is quite good, especially the divine power fragments at the end, which are exactly what I need right now. If I can clear all the blood teleports, wouldn't that mean I could get hundreds of divine power fragments at once? Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but get excited. After all, divine power fragments were arguably his most scarce resource right now. If he could obtain hundreds of them directly, not only would Marlena be able to enter her second form, but other legendary powerhouses would also be able to use divine power to bless them during battle. Of course, this was somewhat unrealistic. After all, each teleportation pillar was extremely far away, and there were large numbers of Blood Legion stationed nearby. As for the last prompt, Chao Xing didn't hesitate and simply selected Confirm. At the same time, a server-wide announcement appeared. Server-wide announcement, attention all survivors. The survivor lord of the 4 regions, Chao Xing, has taken the lead in destroying the first blood teleport pillar, preventing further blood legions from descending upon this plane, making an outstanding contribution to the global lords. When the prompt ended, instantly, chat channels around the world exploded. A vast number of survivors chimed in. Oh my god! Another server-wide announcement from boss Chao Xing, and this time he's the first to destroy the blood transmission pillar. I saw photos taken by others on the forum. Every blood transmission pillar seems to be guarded by hundreds of thousands of blood troops, including numerous centurions. Wouldn't it take an army of at least 1 million to deal with such a terrifying force? Yeah. Could it be that boss Chao Xing now possesses the power to take on 1 million-strong army? No need to guess. All we need to know is that this is boss Chao Xing. After all, there's nothing he can't do. Indeed, truly terrifying. This system announcement not only sparked discussion in the World Chat channel, but also made survivors in all regions realize something. That is, while the Blood Legion may be terrifying, they are not invincible or unbeatable. At least, among the survivors in all the servers, there were some who could handle them. The thought of this gave them the courage to face the Blood Legion. Everyone, let's unite quickly and form an alliance army. Waiting for others to attack us in our territory is too passive. We need to take the initiative. That's right. Everyone, unite and engage the Blood Legion head-on outside our territory. Don't think you can survive by hiding. This is a disaster that will devastate the entire server. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain untouched. Where are the top legions in each region? Now is your time to shine. Rally the survivors in your region, like Master Chao Xing, and fight back against the Blood Legion. Because of Chao Xing's server-wide announcement, a chain reaction unfolded. The survivors who survived until now had long since passed the initial phase of bewilderment. Everyone knew that to survive, they had to fight the enemy to the death with all their might. Instantly, survivors around the world began mobilizing. The strongest legions in each region issued the call, and these regions were divided into smaller servers. Like Chao Xing, they would begin by clearing out the Blood Legion from their own area. At the same time, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and quickly said, Isabel, stop attacking the blood transmission pillar now. The bloodline territory has probably sensed the disappearance of the teleportation pillar and may target us next. Your current mission is to clear the remaining blood army from the snowstorm area. A moment later, Isabel's ethereal voice reached my ears. Yes, Lord. Quickly, the Holy Light Sage launched into action. The snowstorm area is vast, covering over 200,000 square kilometers. Clearing every corner of such a vast area would take even a hero-level powerhouse like Chao Xing considerable time. Of course, legendary-level powerhouses are a different story. Their burst speed is already terrifying, and with a nearly 200% bonus, Isabel is truly lightning fast. Any survivors high in the sky at this moment would witness a strange sight. A golden lightning bolt flashed repeatedly across the endless snowfield. With each appearance, the crimson blood instantly melted, and their offensive was quickly disintegrated. Often, before the Blood Legion could react, a massive orb of holy light exploded above them, and for efficiency, Isabel would basically unleash a skill and then leave without stopping. With a single skill strike, the Blood Legion was completely wiped out. Leaving any remaining monsters for the other survivors to deal with would also earn the merit. Buzz! Buzz! Golden lightning flashed continuously, pausing for a moment every 10 or even dozens of seconds. This also meant she had annihilated a Blood Legion. This was legendary killing efficiency. They truly could wipe out an entire region in a short period of time. For the enemies, it was a nightmare, and with such a terrifying killing speed, Isabel's experience points were skyrocketing. Although she now easily gained hundreds of millions of experience points per level, the number of enemies killed this time was equally terrifying. Chao Xing also received a series of system notifications. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has been upgraded to a higher level. Current level, 102. Attributes increased with this upgrade. Strength plus 2054, Agility plus 2132, Spirit plus 2518, Constitution plus 1874, Divine Power limit increased by 10. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has been upgraded to a higher level. Current level, 103. This upgrade. Your territory member, Brown Iron Wall, has been upgraded to a higher level. Current level, 74. This upgrade. After a series of screen updates, the Holy Light Sage's level had reached 104. Don't underestimate these 3 or 4 level increases. At her level, each level gained stats comparable to the previous 10 levels. That's why the Old King and other powerful individuals divided the ranks into beginner, intermediate, and advanced legendary levels. The beginner level corresponds to levels 100 to 120, the intermediate level corresponds to levels 120 to 140, and the advanced level is above level 140. While the gap between each level isn't as dramatic as the previous level, the power difference is still significant. Although Chao Xing believed that as long as there were enough monsters, he could quickly reach the maximum level of 150 for all his team members, this small-scale division was meaningless to him. In addition, Brahm's level was also rapidly increasing, jumping 3 or 4 levels in just a few hours. This clearing operation lasted nearly 2 hours. Chao Xing's server-wide announcement dispelled the survivors' fear of the Blood Legion. Around the world, more and more survivors formed large alliances and began to fight against the Blood Legion. Since the server-wide announcement, the rate of survivor casualties worldwide has been noticeably decreasing. The fierce battle, from the outbreak of the Blood Rebellion to sunset, lasted 6 or 7 hours. In just 7 hours, the number of online survivors worldwide dropped from 2.03 billion to 2 billion. This means that at least 30 million survivors have perished worldwide today. Including combatants in their territories and other indigenous cities, the death toll today has reached a terrifying figure. This is evident from the blood teleport pillars. At the beginning, there were 36, but now there are 48, and more than a dozen more have been activated, meaning that tens of millions more Blood Legion have been teleported into this world. Perhaps it was because of the sheer number of casualties, or perhaps it was the Blood Legion. Today's sunset seemed especially glaring, as if the sun itself were covered in a thick layer of blood. A blood-red glow fell upon the earth, tinting the entire world in a doomsday crimson. This blood expansion pack, as the system had predicted, was truly unprecedentedly difficult. Time flew by, and it was around 7 o'clock in the evening. The sky had completely darkened. Except for a few areas still raging with war, the world, once rife with carnage and blood, gradually quieted down. Even the Blood Legion's offensive gradually subsided. They were indeed frantic, but that didn't mean these monsters didn't need food or water, or were immune to the effects of the heat. The temperature in this world was already extremely low, especially at night, when it plummeted. Add to that the chilling night wind, and even the Blood Legion had to temporarily halt its attacks. The survivors had a brief respite. Damn! These madmen have finally stopped. Finally, we can rest a bit. Our territory was almost taken today, but thankfully, the Zero Krypton Legion came to our aid. Brothers, don't relax. Today is just the beginning. As more people die, more blood teleportation pillars will open, making the battle more difficult, and more people will die. Hearing this, the other survivors felt their hearts sink. For they knew what the other party said was true. Today's battle was just the beginning. This bloody chaos would become increasingly difficult as time went on, and the number of monsters would increase. In the end, it even swept across the entire continent. Just hearing it made one feel utterly despairing. Facing such a formidable enemy, whose numbers kept growing, one felt powerless. It seemed as if everyone's spirits were low. A Legion commander spoke from within. Don't lose heart, and don't give up hope. Think carefully. What was it like when we first arrived in this world? Back then, we lived in constant fear, with no tomorrow after today. Now, not only have we overcome this hardship, but we all now have a good territory, a warm shelter, and the strength to resist the enemy. In the face of a world-class crisis like this, individual power may be insignificant, but the worst that can happen is a fight to the bitter end. Fuck the Blood Legion. The other survivors' eyes flushed with excitement, shouting in the chat room. Fuck the Blood Legion. Get rid of these disgusting monsters. Everyone's fighting spirit was rekindled. Having survived for so long, no one would give up hope so easily. A little after 8 o'clock in the evening, the first day of fighting officially concluded. Chao Xing, among them, had returned to their own territories. Listening to the battle reports from the various legions, a smile played on Chao Xing's face. Excellent. The first objective has been achieved. We've taken the Snowstorm Plains today. Yes, the 5 million blood legionaries of the Snowstorm Plains had been decimated by the vast legions Chao Xing had dispatched, working with the other survivors. The survivors of the former District 174 all had their territories in the Snowstorm Plains. They had witnessed the terror of those heavenly soldiers and generals with their own eyes all day long. The chat channel was also filled with heated discussions. Amazing. Boss Chao Xing truly annihilated the entire Blood Legion of the Snowstorm. Yeah, I can't see any of those disgusting monsters anywhere near me anymore. What a terrifying man. Compared to the tragic atmosphere of the World Channel, the chat channels of the 4 major regions were quite relaxed. By the way, brothers, did you see how Boss Chao Xing's powerful men attacked today? I only saw a flash of golden lightning, which was past me. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the edge of the lightning's clothing, and the Blood Legion was gone. I didn't see any lightning, I just saw a stunning beauty riding a giant dragon. She came over and, with a single blow of her sword, she wiped out thousands of blood hordes. So beautiful, so handsome. Ha ha. I also saw a half-human, half-spider queen with a sizable figure. She led a swarm of spiders and attacked, chewing up the blood hordes until they screamed and slew them all in a flash. I was also saved by this cool and beautiful woman. So beautiful and cool. I want to be her dog. Dragon riding lady, stop riding your dragon, ride me. Not a buddy? They were, of course, referring to Isabel, Dragon Speaker, Hilda, and the others. As these powerful individuals repeatedly made their mark, they gradually emerged into the public eye. Even today, because of their actions, they saved many survivors. Coupled with their stunning looks and cool demeanor, they already had many fervent fans. Of course, they only dared to boast, regardless of any inappropriate behavior. After all, whether it was Hilda or the Dragon Speaker, any woman was not one they could provoke. The other survivors were deeply envious of the survivors of the snowstorm. After all, most servers were still desperately trying to hold off the Blood Legion. And yet, they had already completed their counterattack and wiped out the enemy. Meanwhile, more survivors had arrived at the Spark Legion's base, and more people were gathering there. In the chat, they continued to call for more people to join. Everyone, are there any brothers who haven't arrived at the Spark Legion yet? Come quickly, there are already so many people gathered here. I'm almost there. I can already see the lights of the Legion's territory. Wow! There are so many people here, it's a sea of people. Ha ha. There are hundreds of thousands of troops here. If the Blood Legion wants to destroy us, they have to send at least 1 million. Indeed, I feel incredibly safe. Chao Xing also saw the survivors' discussion. He first opened the Legion chat and said, Yao Yiming, Ji Xinhua, Tianjing, you 3, as deputy captains, will have a hard time tonight. Integrate all the survivors and lead them to the Brisbane Wilds. There will be new missions tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the 3 deputy captains' expressions suddenly straightened, as if they understood something. They responded in unison, yes, Commander. After receiving Chao Xing's command, they quickly began to move. Three figures gradually appeared on the city wall. In addition to Tianjing, Ji Xinhua and Yao Yiming also successfully broke through to the master level using the heart of power they gained during the previous monster siege. 3 master level auras shone brightly, even in the darkness, like the blazing sun. At this moment, the Spark Legion's base was already packed with survivors and their combatants. There were at least over 600,000 of them. Even Ji Xinhua and Yao Yiming had never seen such a large gathering. The thought of commanding so many men in battle filled them with a sense of pressure. However, they recalled Cao Xing's instructions and took a deep breath. After ascending into the air, Yao Yiming quickly said, "Everyone be quiet." He held a device resembling a microphone, and his voice, transmitted through the amplifying stone, could be heard for several kilometers. Even within Cao Xing's territory, it could be faintly heard. Hundreds of thousands of survivors fell silent, staring at the 3 figures on the city wall. Yao Yiming continued, "Everyone, we are the 3 deputy commanders of the Spark Legion." Chapter 606. Yao Yiming said, "Captain Cao Xing has just given us a new mission. Now we need to unite everyone here and form a formation based on your classes and strengths. Then, we conduct some simple coordination training." Upon hearing this, the hundreds of thousands of survivors looked at each other in bewilderment. Previously, most survivor lords had operated in small teams, and they were familiar with their teammates' combat skills and coordination. Combining a large-scale army like this had never been done before. A faint sense of worry arose, wondering if something might go wrong. Yao Yiming, aware of their concerns, reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone. It's just a simple division based on melee, ranged, and support classes. It won't be too complicated. This is done so that when a large-scale battle occurs, each team can leverage their strengths and avoid becoming a disorganized group." Hearing this, the other survivors breathed a sigh of relief. A few seconds later, Yao Yiming continued, "Now, all tank classes, gather towards coordinates." The survivors and combatants were still searching for the coordinates Yao Yiming had mentioned. Beside him, Tianjing suddenly opened his mouth, and a ball of dark green flame descended onto an open space not far away. With their target location in mind, the crowd began to move. A large number of Aurora Knights, Polar Shield Guards, Shield Maidens, and other classes gathered. When the tank classes had all been deployed, Yao Yiming continued, "All melee fighters, gather at coordinates. All ranged classes, head to. All support classes, head to." As Tianjing continued to spit out flames, pointing the way, it took the survivors about 10 minutes to gather. The 600,000 people were divided into 4 waves. Support classes were the least numerous, barely over 40,000. Tough tanks were next, numbering around 60,000. Range and melee classes each made up about half, around 250,000 each. Yao Yiming continued, "Now, all tank classes will be at the front. 200,000 melee classes will follow behind, and all support and ranged classes will be in the middle. Then, 50,000 melee classes will follow at the back." With these words, the hundreds of thousands of survivors began to move again. Because it was their first time coordinating, it took these hundreds of thousands of people a full 20 minutes to organize themselves. During this time, various unexpected events occurred, such as incoordination and friction between personnel. Yao Yiming, Ji Xinhua, and the others patiently directed the troops from the side. Tianjing was also assisting. With their combined efforts, the 600,000 survivors finally took shape as a cohesive force. The 3 men gazed upon the scene with satisfaction. Compared to their previous disorganized formation, they now possessed a more regular military presence. But they were in no rush to act. Yao Yiming said, "I know everyone's exhausted from the day's journey, but we still need to work harder tonight. Next, we spend 2 hours simply honing our teamwork." The night temperature was extremely low, and the wind biting. Furthermore, Yao Yiming's territory furnace couldn't heat a large area. So, staying outside was already a test of their perseverance. Now, hearing they had to spend another 2 hours training in the freezing wind made the survivors feel a little uneasy. Yao Yiming saw their thoughts and said in a serious tone, "I think everyone should know what we're going to do next. Captain Cao Xing will lead us to fight the Blood Legion, but those monsters are extremely powerful and ferocious. Facing us, their blades will not hesitate. To ensure more people survive, everyone must give their all and improve their combat capabilities and team coordination. This arduous training is to increase your chances of survival on the battlefield. If you feel it's unnecessary, you can withdraw now." There was no room for doubt in his tone. The hundreds of thousands of survivors gradually fell silent. They understood that Yao Yiming was right. Facing an enemy like the Blood Legion, any slack could cost lives. After waiting for 2 minutes, No one withdrew. Yao Yiming continued, "Very good, it seems everyone is ready. Let's begin training now." He then began to drill some simple commands. The survivors were quite cooperative, persevering despite the biting cold. Soon, they were able to master simple coordinated combat commands. For example, all healers should focus their healing efforts, heal the shield guards in the team, and when facing powerful enemies, all ranged units should simultaneously focus their fire. The team's overall coordination had improved significantly compared to 2 hours earlier. 2 hours later, Yao Yiming, standing high above, swept his gaze across the entire army and announced loudly, "Now, the army marches." Clatter! Over 700,000 soldiers advanced like a mighty dragon, heading towards the Brisbane fields. Their steps were perfectly aligned, their momentum soaring that even the cold winds seemed to be dispelled by their fighting spirit. Most of the survivors on the field were participating in this kind of operation for the first time. Besides trepidation and anxiety, they were filled with excitement and passion. They couldn't wait to get going. As the army marched, thousands more survivor lords arrived with their troops. These new warriors quickly integrated into the army, injecting further strength into it. In the darkness, the 800,000-man army disappeared at the edge of the snowy plain, leaving only the sound of their determined footsteps echoing in the cold wind. At the same time, all the warriors in Cao Xing's territory had returned. As the Lord, Cao Xing delivered his usual speech, praising the warriors' bravery. Then, thousands of warriors, excited, returned to the mess hall for their meals. A few core combatants remained. These included Hilda, the dragon speaker, and Assam. The blood spider queen gracefully raised her right hand, and blood spiders crawled across it, displaying their enchanting power. The dragon speaker, like a cold sword, radiated a terrifying killing intent and chill. Beside him, Assam wore a dignified expression, like a general returning from 100 battles. Throughout the day's battles, they slew countless powerful enemies, each of them seemingly radiating an invincible and powerful aura. You have to remember that Cao Xing's own fighters alone slew 2 to 3 million blood troops. These numerous monsters contributed a vast amount of experience points. Hilda, Andrew, Rennies, and Dubai, who had just broken through, saw their levels skyrocket. Andrew and Hilda, in particular, possessed the Life Blossom and Queen's Will status skills, which allow them to share experience points with others. So today, their levels soared from level 70 to level 94. You can imagine the magnitude of that 24-level increase in a single day. The others also gained roughly 4 or 5 levels. Assam and Frostwolf had both reached level 90 or above, becoming tier 10 creatures. Isabel, a legendary level creature, had also soared to level 107. Beyond the level increase, the sheer number of monsters they slew naturally meant Cao Xing had amassed a vast amount of military merit. With some anticipation, he glanced at his own battle merit stats. Battle merit, 18,744,500. Great, we almost broke 20 million. These battle merits can be exchanged for another relic box. With the 2 legendary hearts I have left, maybe there's a chance another legend will appear. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the crowd. Everyone, you all performed very well today. I'm proud of you. You can all go back and rest now. Zilda, you stay. Upon hearing this, the core combatants exchanged glances. Assam said, "Lord, after we defeated the Blood Legion today, some items fell to the ground. We've collected them. Please take a look." He then handed over a small backpack. Cao Xing took it and transferred the contents. Obtained, Blood Crystal, Gold, *114. Obtained, Blood of the Mighty *7. Oh! This is the material? Cao Xing had also found a few of these after defeating the Centurion. He knew that this type of blood crystal was a material for building blood-type buildings. As for the Blood of the Mighty, it was a surprising find. Excellent. Everyone, give me all the materials you have. Hearing this, everyone handed over their items. Cao Xing took them all and counted them. Today's total harvest: Blood Crystals *342. Blood of the Mighty *28. Not bad, over 300 blood crystals, equivalent to over 3 million merit points. And the other 20-odd drops of the mighty blood will significantly boost the attack power of 9 people. While killing the Blood Legion won't yield equipment, souls, or other items, it does grant merit points and a small chance of blood crystals and mighty blood, which is still quite good. So, Cao Xing waved his hand. He distributed the mighty blood to Andrew, Rennies, Dubai, Wally, and others. He also released King Velan and Sarah from the death pouch. After absorbing all the blood, the mighty blood dispersed. Soon, only Chao Xing and Hilda were left. The Blood Spider Queen folded her arms, gently lifting the exaggerated size of her chest. All 8 eyes in her head glanced at Chao Xing, and her tone was lazily, "What's going on?" "Of course I do." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Come on, let's go to the basement." With that, he headed straight for the basement area. The Blood Spider Queen understood his meaning and, with her long legs, followed Chao Xing. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly entered the basement. The darkness before them was utterly chilly, and the air was filled with a faint smell of decay. When Chao Xing lit the torch, a strange and chilling scene unfolded before him. Over a dozen corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Most of them were human. In this world's freezing temperatures, their faces were as pale as paper, their expressions frozen in the final moments of death, appearing particularly grim. Even in death, these corpses still emanated a chilling aura of oppression. After all, here were the bodies of 10 hero-level and 2 legendary-level warriors. For necromancers or other professions that draw strength from corpses, this was a staggering treasure. "Hilda, get started. Incubate all these corpses." Chao Xing's voice rang out. At the command, the Blood Spider Queen extended her scarlet tongue, licked her lips, and a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes. So many powerful corpses. That's quite a sight. Looks like today, I'd be able to incubate some commander-level blood spiders again. With that, Hilda extended her right hand and, with a flick of her hand, sprinkled drops of royal blood onto the corpses of the 10 hero-level warriors. Now, she had reached level 94, and could easily hatch all of these hero-level corpses. The 2 legend-level corpses, however, would have to wait a while longer. This also gave Chao Xing a new question. If I wait until Zierda reaches legendary, and then hatch these legend-level corpses, will I be able to directly hatch legend-level blood spiders? If I can, that would be ridiculous. Even Zierda herself didn't know the answer to this question. Because in her previous life, she had only reached level 70, never even touching the legendary realm. Chao Xing shook his head, thinking to himself, I have to wait and see. As Chao Xing pondered this, Zierda's hatching process was gradually coming to an end. The abdomens of the 10 corpses on the ground began to swell rapidly, swelling to the size of balls in the blink of an eye. Pop! Pop! Amidst a series of explosions, blood spiders of varying sizes, emitting an eerie red glow, emerged from the corpse. They turned their heads and began rapidly devouring the corpse, rapidly growing in size. Soon, 10 blood spiders, radiating a dangerous aura, suddenly appeared before the 2 of them. Crimson lines entwined their bodies, and their 8 eyes flashed with a cold light, as if ready to rip anything apart. Zilda gazed at the blood spiders with satisfaction, a seductive smile playing on her lips. The quality of this batch of hatched blood spiders is quite good. After hearing this, Chao Xing took a quick look. Mutated blood spider. Level 80, tier 9 creature. Potential, mutated commander. Giant blood spider. Level 90, tier 10 creature. Potential, commander. Bloodthirsty demon spider. Level 80, tier 8 creature. Potential, mutated commander. As Hilda had said, the quality of this batch of blood spiders was truly terrifying. At the very least, they were all 8th tier boss level creatures. In other words, Chao Xing suddenly possessed the combat power of 10 heroes. The only drawback, however, was that these blood spiders were already fixed in level, and could not be upgraded. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, "Well done, Zierda." He paused, then continued, "Next, once I find your relic, I find a way to help you reach legendary. Then, we can search for clues regarding the Spider Queen scepter." At these last 2 words, the Blood Spider Queen's compound eyes shifted, a flicker of desire in their gaze. Zierda's lips curled with a seductive smile, her voice deep and alluring. "I didn't expect you to care so much about me. Then today, I will make an exception and give you a reward." Chao Xing's eyes shone with doubt, a sudden sense of foreboding rising within him. At that moment, Zierda waved her hand. The blood spiders swiftly vanished into the shadows, taking the other 2 legendary corpses with them. The entire basement suddenly became empty, leaving only Chao Xing and Zierda. Thump thump! She moved her 8 long legs, slowly approaching Chao Xing. Her eyes held an indescribable meaning, as if she were stalking her prey, which made Chao Xing uneasy. "What do you want?" "I'm your lord." Chao Xing instinctively took a few steps back. The blood spider queen tapped her lips and let out a deep laugh. Hee hee. "What are you afraid of, lord? I'm not going to eat you." Chao Xing's mouth twitched. "I'm just afraid you eat me." He retreated again. Just then, Zierda waved her hands again. Swish. Blood-colored spider silk surged out like a tide, instantly blocking his back and completely sealing the basement passage. Zierda's smile grew even more seductive, her voice tinged with a hint of teasing. Lord. Now you have nowhere to escape, right? Chao Xing's heart tightened. Before he could react, a spider silk quickly wrapped around his waist. Then, a powerful force surged through him, and Chao Xing involuntarily sprinted towards Zierda. With a thud, Chao Xing collided with Zierda's chest. A pair of soft cushions blocked his view. Then, Chao Xing met Zierda's dazed gaze and moist lips. Although he still felt a little uneasy, Chao Xing considered his own strength and quickly made a decision. I'm a 10th level dragon mage, I'm not afraid of anything. Before she could react, Chao Xing kissed her right there. The moment their lips touched, Zierda's eyes widened instantly. And when she sensed the intrusion, her gaze blurred again. Meanwhile, the cold and beautiful blood spider queen, adjusting to her mood, grew even more passionate. Bursts of red mist emanated from her, illuminating the entire basement with a hazy haze. The faint glow of the magic torch pierced through the mist, illuminating Zierda's face with an enchanting and beautiful beauty. A few minutes later, their lips parted. Zierda touched the corner of her mouth, a smile gradually forming. So, is this what a male smells like? It seems quite good. Chao Xing also took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Hilda, let's stop here for today. However, upon hearing these words, the blood spider queen's beautiful yet enchanting face quickly approached again. Chapter 607. The blood spider queen's beautiful yet enchanting face swiftly approached again. Hee, that's it? You've stirred the flames in this queen, and you think you just walk away? Zierda gazed at him dimly. Chao Xing looked at her with a strange expression, saying, but your body. TSK. Zierda snorted softly. What's wrong with my body? Do you dislike it? Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression suddenly straightened, and he stepped directly in front of Zierda. He then reached out and stroked her neck. The blood spider queen's body trembled slightly. Then, Chao Xing's deep voice reached her ears. I didn't say I dislike you. Before she could react, she suddenly felt the belt around her neck being untied. In an instant, Chao Xing's gaze shifted downward, and he couldn't move his eyes away. Although he had previously interacted with many women of voluptuous figures. But this was the first time he'd seen something as outrageous as Zierda's. To put it simply, it was bigger than my head. Gulp. He swallowed subconsciously. At that moment, Zierda's arms folded, gently supporting her chest. The heavy weight made it impossible to look away. After a moment, she lowered her head sheepishly and whispered, Don't look. I've never shown this kind of gesture in front of a man before. Hearing this, Chao Xing chuckled and said, Okay, then, the final step. Then he embraced this devilish body in his arms. Chao Xing shuddered, for he felt as if he were holding a scalding hot water bottle. Hilda's scorching skin radiated heat, as if it were melting him. Under this extreme stimulation, Chao Xing proceeded to the final step. Puff! At that moment, Hilda's eyes widened again, a trace of pain crossing her beautiful, enchanting features. After a long sigh, she seemed to have adjusted. She reached out and embraced Chao Xing. At this moment, Chao Xing felt an intense burning sensation all over his body. Chao Xing stared at Hilda in surprise. He had never imagined the blood spider queen's body could be so hot. It was a completely different sensation, from the inside out. Huff, huff. Chao Xing took a few deep breaths before adjusting. At this moment, the two of them maintained a strange posture. It looked as if Chao Xing was hanging on Hilda's body. He whispered, Zilda, how are you feeling? The stubborn woman bit her lip. Though her eyes were blurry, she still insisted, TSK. This queen doesn't feel a thing. Hearing this, Chao Xing felt his pride as a man challenged. Then he threw all his might into it. For a long time, the entire basement was filled with Zilda's long sighs. Chao Xing didn't know how much time had passed. When he crawled out of the basement from the blood-red spiderweb, he was completely dazed. His body now emanated waves of burning heat, and his skin had turned a deep red. It wasn't until the cold wind outside blew past that his mind calmed down. Chao Xing let out a long sigh, then sighed, the bodies of these blood spiders are truly too much for ordinary humans to endure. It's too hot. But thankfully Zierda didn't eat her mate like the other spiders. After calming his restless heart, next, I can use my merits to redeem them for a relic box. Chao Xing opened the merits shop and clicked on the redemption button. Redemption successful. Points reduced by 10 million. Then, he pulled the relic box from his backpack. Let's see whose relic I can find this time. Chao Xing clicked on the open button. Crack! As the box slowly opened, a terrifying chill emanated from the opening, instantly freezing the ground dozens of meters around it. Seeing this, Chao Xing was slightly startled. Wow, such a strong chill. Could this be my relic? Doesn't this mean I soon reach legendary? At this thought, Chao Xing's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. As the chill gradually dissipated, at the bottom of the box, he saw a chilling ice cone. Ice cone, what the heck? After removing it from the box, a system prompt appeared. Obtained, Relic Mysterious Ice Thorn. He glanced at the attributes. Relic Mysterious Ice Thorn. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. This relic, imbued with a portion of icy and penetrating divine power, is one of the key ingredients needed for an ice swordsman to reach legendary. Item effect 2. Directly absorbs the divine power contained within, replenishing 100 points of divine power. However, the relic will disappear upon depletion of divine power. Note, this relic contains extremely powerful icy power. When used by a swordsman with the corresponding attributes, it increases the chance of a breakthrough by an additional 10% and increases the chance of awakening a legendary skill. Damn! Even though this isn't my relic, it arrived just in time. Ice attribute, and for a swordsman. This thing is practically tailor-made for Binglan. And most importantly, this relic increases the success rate by an additional 10%, coupled with Chao Xing's high luck. It's almost a 100% chance of success. This means he soon have another legendary warrior. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Xing spoke into the communication device beside his ear. Binglan, come find me at the territory center. Got it. After a brief reply, the other party hung up. A moment later, a solitary figure in white gauze approached him. What's up? She asked softly, her icy blue eyes fixed on Chao Xing. A slight smile curved Chao Xing's lips. Binglan, if I let you break through to legendary right now, how will you repay me? The dragon speaker opened his eyes slightly, uncertainly asking, so you mean, you've found the relic I used? Chao Xing nodded indeed. After receiving his personal confirmation, even this aloof dragon speaker's shoulders trembled. For her, reaching legendary was something she had always longed for but never achieved, and now, she saw hope so soon. She took a deep breath, calming her excitement. She asked doubtfully, how do you want me to repay you? Chao Xing shook his head. You're kidding. You're already a member of my territory. What do you need from me? Go on. With that, Chao Xing tossed the relic over. Binglan instinctively took the chilling ice cone, sensing two powers within it that perfectly matched her own. Such a powerful ice-attributed divine power. This relic is truly perfect for me. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then tossed over a black legendary heart. Alright, begin your breakthrough. I hope you successfully become a legend. Binglan nodded slightly silent, her expression still icy. Then, a system notification appeared. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan has been further increased. Due to full loyalty, hidden effect triggered, Die Hard. At this moment, a wave of emotion welled up in Chao Xing's heart. This aloof dragon speaker, after so many days in the territory, has finally fully surrendered. Chao Xing wasn't particularly worried about Binglan's breakthrough. After all, she possessed the potential to reach the mutation master level, with an 80% chance of achieving a legendary breakthrough. Furthermore, this relic was specifically tailored to her attributes, increasing the success rate by another 10%. With such a high success rate, failure was impossible. Binglan followed the previous steps, first crushing the legendary heart, then absorbing the immense power contained within. Clang! Waves of intense cold and majestic aura erupted, and behind her, the shadow of a giant white dragon appeared again. The terrifying dragon's might spread out like an ocean wave. After absorbing the power contained within the legendary heart, Binglan placed the half-arm-long ice cone on her fair palm, unleashing her own power to envelop it. At the same time, the ice cone began to melt, as if all its power had been absorbed by Binglan. Chao Xing saw that the shadow of the white dragon behind Binglan was becoming increasingly solid, as if it were about to transform into a real dragon. Bursts of terrifying dragon power emanated. This breakthrough lasted for about 3 or 4 minutes. As Chao Xing waited excitedly, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, has successfully reached legendary status. Class: Dragon Rider has become Dragon Rider Queen, and the level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. For unknown reasons, this breakthrough also activates the hero's skill: Dragon Sword, Ice Dragon Dance, and the legendary skill Dragon God's Judgment Feast. Dragon Speaker Binglan's divine power function has been activated. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with excitement once again. The fourth legendary. And soon, I have the fifth. Ha ha ha, who else? At this moment, King Vilan, recently released by Chao Xing, was just about to wander around the territory. And now, he sensed the presence of another legendary level powerhouse. He froze in his tracks. At this moment, he had only one thought. What kind of monstrous territory had he entered? Do so many legendaries appear in a single day? No. It's been less than a day. The previous legendary had only reached the top that morning. And yet another legendary appeared in the evening. This is truly terrifying. Amidst shock, King Vilan felt a strong sense of crisis once again. Chao Xing had no idea what this guy was thinking at the moment, but instead excitedly glanced at Binglan's dashboard. This time, she had awakened two new skills. In addition to a heroic skill, there was also a legendary skill. Heroic skill, Dragon's Promise Sword Ice Dragon Dance, consumes 2 divine power points, increases the range of your normal attacks by 500%, and each attack has a 50% chance of summoning an Ice Dragon Phantom, dealing impact damage to enemies within 3,000 meters in front. Duration, 180 seconds, cooldown, 3 hours. Legendary skill, Dragon God's Judgment Feast, consumes 10 divine power points to summon a Dragon God Phantom, inflicting a continuous Dragon God Judgment effect on all enemies within a 5,000-meter radius. The Dragon God Phantom unleashes terrifying dragon power, dealing crushing damage equal to attack power plus agility asterisk 572% to all enemies within 5,000 meters. Can be used up to 6 times in a row. When the Dragon God's Judgment ends, a Phantom of the Dragon God will descend from the sky, dealing attack plus strength asterisk 3,888%, devastating damage to enemies below. Cooldown, 24 hours. Damn! These two newly awakened skills are terrifying. This legendary skill has a 5-kilometer attack range, and its damage coefficient is equally outrageous. A single burst of damage will deal at least 100 million damage. Another hero skill is actually a status effect skill. What does this mean? It means Binglan only needs to consume 2 points of divine power to permanently maintain the Dragon Promise Sword, Ice Dragon Dance state. The attack range has increased 5-fold, combined with her Luminous Flux shoulder guards, which increase her attack speed by 100%, Binglan will become a complete killing machine on the battlefield. Truly terrifying, at this moment, Binglan, having transformed into a legend, exudes an extremely dangerous aura. With excitement, Chao Xing glanced at her stats panel. Dragon Speaker Binglan. Race, Half-Dragon. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Mutation Master. Occupation, Dragon Queen. Divine Power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 point per day. Detailed stats, click to view. These stats are terrifying. With a base attack power of 1.2 million, and now all her skills are disabled, a single burst of damage can reach at least 100 million or 200 million. Furthermore, her greatest strength is group attacks. With this attribute, Binglan, even without using legendary skills, could easily decimate an army of 1 million. Excellent. Now I officially possess the power of 4 legendary figures. And these 4 combined can easily take on 6 legendary figures. Plus, my Demon Codex can summon a legendary demon. In other words, if the Blood Legion and the Watchers want to deal with me, they have to deploy at least 10 legendary figures at once. And there's a chance I could counterattack them. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly had an idea. Should I give Mernina legendary power as well? Since Chao Xing brought this Valkyrie back, aside from activating Flame Blade, Divine Punishment Sword once, she hadn't used any divine power skills. Now, her own divine power has accumulated to 40 points. The divine power accumulated on the divine power beads has reached 41 points. In other words, she only needs 419 points of divine power to reach the upper limit of 500. Then activate the second form. He glanced at all the divine power fragments in his backpack. Divine power fragments asterisk 47. The accumulation over the past few days, combined with the rewards from various battles, has reached a staggering number. That means I need to replenish Mernina's divine power with at least 42 divine power fragments. The remaining divine power fragments are just enough for me to use the ancient Lizard King's wrath once. Thinking of this, a look of determination gradually emerged in his eyes. Done! Let's transform the Valkyrie now. Chao Xing immediately took out most of the divine power fragments from his backpack. Do you want to consume 42 divine power fragments to replenish 420 divine power points for the territory member, Male Nina? Yes. The moment he clicked confirm, the precious divine power fragments in his hand transformed into points of light. A look of heartache crossed Chao Xing's face. After all, these were resources he had accumulated over so many days, and now they were almost depleted. Of course, Melanina's divine power points were also replenished to 460 points. Feeling the increase in her divine power, the Valkyrie gradually turned her head and gazed at Chao Xing. Then, he pulled the divine power beads from his backpack. 40 glowing points of light fell upon Male Nina. The Valkyrie's divine power had finally reached its maximum limit. Seeing this, Chao Xing smiled and said, Male Nina, can I activate my second form now? The Valkyrie felt the divine power surging within her, then her lips parted. A clear voice rang out, Yes, Master. But before that, I need to enter a near-death state to activate the power within. Chao Xing also remembered this. That is, the condition for Male Nina to activate her second form is to die once in battle. In other words, it's like being resurrected. This led Chao Xing to a new question. Eternal power will most likely solidify her second form, making it permanent. But if that happens, will the full health resurrection effect still exist? But Chao Xing quickly made a decision. After all, compared to a single chance to resurrect at full health, legendary combat power is clearly more valuable. Furthermore, Male Nina also possesses the Holy Light Redemption effect, allowing her to revive after reaching 0 health. So, he summoned Isabel and Sarah, 2 legendary powerhouses. Then he ordered, attack Male Nina together. The 2 women exchanged glances. Though they didn't quite understand the Lord's intention, they acted without hesitation. Swish. Buzz. The sharp death dagger sliced through Male Nina's skin. A holy orb of light imbued with destructive power descended upon her head. The 2 women's attacks arrived simultaneously, inflicting 2 massive damage hits. -265, 7742. -184, 5617 now. Any single attack from them could inflict over 1,000,000 damage. And this was because Male Nina possessed a series of damage-reducing status effects, such as Frost Shield and Brahm's Guardian Field. Under normal circumstances, their damage would be even more terrifying. Even a level 100 mutated overlord wouldn't last a single second against these 2 women. Of course, the situation was similar now. Under the 2 women's attacks, which left after images, Marlene demonstrated the vanishing health bar technique. In less than 2 seconds, 50 million health points were reduced to 0. With a loud bang, Marlene's health reached 0. The Valkyrie, severely wounded, staggered, her red hair swaying slightly as she took a few steps back. But she didn't collapse. It was as if a special force was sustaining her life. Buzz! A low humming sound filled the air, and Marlene's body began to transform, just as she had when she first transformed. Behind her, a pair of enormous red butterfly wings slowly unfolded, blazing like a blazing flame. Followed by this, a wave of legendary energy suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire territory. Chapter 608. Marlene's eyes transformed from their original hazel to a deep crimson, like 2 burning stars. Her aura grew even more terrifying and majestic, like a female warrior who had experienced countless battles, even more formidable than the 3 recently broken legendaries, Isabel, Binglan, and Sarah. Then, Chao Xing heard a system notification. Your territory member, Marlene, has fallen into a near-death state. The talent Valkyrie body is activated, consuming 500 points of divine power to transform into a legendary Valkyrie for 1 hour. Under the influence of the talent Eternal Power, this state has become permanent. Because Marlene has entered her second form, she has activated the legendary combat skills, God Slayer, Severed, Valkyrie's Fury. Note 1. While in permanent mode, the Valkyrie body form can be exited and deactivated at any time. However, after reaching legendary status in her normal form, reactivating the second form requires 5,000 divine power. In addition, dying in the second form will not trigger the rebirth effect. Note 2. If a Valkyrie reaches legendary status in her normal form and enters the second form with less than 5,000 divine power, she will not gain a major rank in combat power, but will instead receive a 200% increase in all attributes. If divine power reaches 5,000, she will directly attain demigod combat power. This time, the Eternal Power prompt was exceptionally long. It also stated that entering the Valkyrie body would not trigger the full HP resurrection effect. However, Chao Xing was not the least bit discouraged. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised, because another effect of the eternal power still exists. That is, the second form can be exited and deactivated at any time. What does this mean? It means that Marnina can switch back to it at any time. And in her first form, she can still break through normally and transform normally into a legendary powerhouse. In other words, once Marnina becomes a legendary creature, she will possess the power of a demigod when she activates this second form. Once she possesses demigod power, Chao Xing will no longer have to fear the Watchers or the Nightmare Goddamn. I take them all down. Of course, Chao Xing also noticed the second tip. After becoming a legend, Marnina needs a full 5,000 divine power points to activate her second form again. In other words, Marnina still has a long way to go before she can achieve the power of a demigod. Furthermore, even if she breaks through to legendary status and doesn't possess the power of a demigod, she still gains a 200% boost to all attributes, making her far more powerful than a typical legendary. With this, and a series of bonuses, Marnina could easily suppress 3 or 4 legendaries single-handedly. Chao Xing sighed. It takes a long time to accumulate 5,000 divine power. Before that, let's take a look at the attributes of Marnina's 2 newly activated legendary combat skills. Opening her skill panel. Divine Disruption. Slash and 2. Consumes 10 divine power points to launch a swift strike at enemies within a 10-kilometer radius. Enemies hit have a 50% chance to trigger the Dismember effect, dealing attack power plus agility asterisk 5,495% true damage. Cooldown, 5 hours. Valkyrie's Wrath. Consumes 20 divine power points to enter a divine power burst. Increases all attributes by 100%, increases attack and movement speed by 50%, and all attacks have a destructive effect. Enemies hit have their armor reduced by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. Duration, 100 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. As expected of a former Valkyrie, the stats of these 2 legendary skills are truly extraordinary. Especially the Valkyrie's Wrath at the end, it's actually a legendary level status skill. A 100% bonus is almost as good as the Warden's Blood Burn. Chao Xing exclaimed in admiration. Of course, the aforementioned God Slayer, Severed is also quite impressive. Not only does it have a wide attack range and high damage coefficient, but more importantly, it deals true damage, ignoring all armor. At this moment, the more Chao Xing looked at this Valkyrie, the more he liked her. Then, he glanced at Marnina's stats. Valkyrie remains, Marnina. Race, unknown. Level, 100, second form, unable to gain experience points. Potential, Mutation Master. Divine Power, 0/10,000, second form activated, naturally regenerates 5 divine power points daily. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reviewing the attributes, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Clearly, Marnina's attributes in her second form were no less impressive than those of the recently broken through Binglan. In fact, even more so, if she could accumulate 20 divine power points and activate Valkyrie's Fury, she would become even more terrifying. The only regret is that Marnina couldn't level up. If Binglan could reach level 150, her attributes would significantly surpass those of the Valkyrie. But that's okay. I still have a legendary heart. If I can find the corresponding relic, I can help Marnina reach legendary. Then, I have her reach level 150, activate her second form for a 200% stat boost, and activate Valkyrie's Wrath for a 100% stat boost. Plus, with my blessing, perhaps, in this form, Marnina will be able to rival demigod-level warriors. Chao Xing thought longingly. With this, today's gains have been fully digested. Chao Xing now possesses 5 legendary warriors. Today alone, it can be said that the entire territory's strength has undergone a qualitative change. Remember, when he first began his operations this morning, he only had 1 legendary level Holy Light Sage, Isabel. Now, with 4 more legendaries in just 1 day, that's a significant improvement. King Velan, standing beside him, was completely stunned. He also saw Chao Xing put Marnina into the Necromancer's pouch. In other words, he even intended to conceal the combat power of the 4 legendaries, including himself. At this moment, King Velan suddenly trembled. Because he saw Chao Xing's plan. He was preparing a big surprise for the Blood Legion or the Watchers. King Velan's throat moved, and he swallowed hard, saying, if the Blood Legion came to trouble him now, without the demigods taking action, they would probably suffer a heavy defeat. He looked at the young man with a look of fear. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Because you have demonstrated your formidable strength and impressed the members of the territory, Zevelin Donchi, the loyalty of this territory's citizens has been increased. Current loyalty, 85. Chao Xing saw the system notification, turned his head, and glanced at him with interest. Meeting his gaze, King Velan immediately averted his gaze, then smiled flatteringly. Shaking his head, Chao Xing ignored him. He continued to look at his own merits. Right now, I still have 8 million merits to squander. And there are quite a few goodies in the merit shop that can be redeemed. Chao Xing was interested in many things, but what he wanted most was naturally the proficiency emblems. I currently have 25 expert-level proficiency emblems in my backpack, which adds up to 125,000 proficiency points. A few days ago, I saw Harold's proficiency had reached 20,000. That means I'm just over 50,000 points short of proficiency, or 11 expert-level proficiency emblems, to put Harold on the path to legendary blacksmith. Thinking of this, Chao Xing immediately opened the merit shop and began redeeming items. Do you want to exchange 4 million merit points for 20 expert-level proficiency emblems? Yes. Exchange successful, merit points reduced by 400,000. Looking at the 36 proficiency emblems in his backpack, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Excellent, that's more than enough now. Even if Harold fails his first charge and loses 100,000 proficiency points, I can exchange them for the other proficiency emblems and let him charge again. The merit shop also offers a master-level proficiency emblem, which increases proficiency by 50,000 points at once, 10 times the effect of an expert-level emblem. Similarly, the price is more than 10 times higher, requiring 3 million merit points to purchase one. Chao Xing felt the value wasn't high, so he didn't exchange it. Next, let Harold try to become a legendary blacksmith. Just as he was about to head to the blacksmith shop, he suddenly stopped. Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly, for he suddenly sensed something strange. It was as if numerous sinister auras were rapidly approaching his territory. Not only him, but also the powerful warriors above rank 8 in the territory had sensed the presence of these auras. However, they hadn't received any instructions from the Lord, nor had they acted rashly. Instead, they were secretly on guard, including Sarah, who had slipped into the shadows and silently arrived at Chao Xing's side. To prevent a repeat of the previous situation, a legendary assassin had arrived in the territory to assassinate Chao Xing. So, from that day on, this dark elf had transformed into his shadow, closely protecting his safety. However, the auras stopped about 2 kilometers away, as if waiting for something. So blatantly, are you waiting for me? With a hint of doubt, Chao Xing's wings fluttered behind him, carrying him directly into the air almost 100 meters high. He peered past the frosty white city wall, 10 meters high, toward the territory beyond. Because of the bloody chaos, the sky had been dyed a blood red, the entire world shrouded in a veil of scarlet. Even the moon had transformed into a blood-red crimson, emitting an eerie glow. And beneath this blood-red moonlight, a group of dark figures stood in the snow ahead. These figures varied in size, some as tall as giants, others as small as children, but without exception, they exuded an aura of evil and madness. Under the blood-red moon's light, these figures appeared distorted, like demons crawling from the depths of hell. Pairs of pitch-black eyes gazed intently at the territory. Chao Xing recognized them. Are these the ones? How dare they come so close to my territory? Aren't they afraid I slaughter them all? Yes, these were none other than the demons. Chao Xing had last encountered them in the Temple of Light. The demons also noticed Chao Xing soaring through the air. Dozens of eyes simultaneously darted towards him, as if they had something to say. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, debating whether to confront these demons. But he quickly made his decision. Mu Shui, come with me. Behind him, a beautiful woman, clad in full anthem of light armor and holding an ancient sword, sauntered towards him. Hearing this, she unfurled her wind wings without hesitation and flew out of the territory with Chao Xing. A shadow silently trailed behind them. Even before he attained legendary power, Chao Xing had already shown no fear of these demons. Now, with 5 legendary figures at his disposal and the demon codex bound to him, he could single-handedly slaughter these demons, and now he was completely fearless. In the blink of an eye, they soared over the city wall and flew out of the territory. Soon, they arrived before the demons. About 500 meters away, the two hovered in midair, gazing at the demons. Leading them was none other than the lame peasant woman, accompanied by a young human child. Beside them were priests, ministers, merchants, and others. Beneath their seemingly ordinary human appearance, a chilling evil aura lay. Behind them followed a group of tall, slender, twisted figures, like telephone poles. These were demon slaves. The demons looked up at the 2 figures in the sky, each one moved. because they actually sensed a profound threat from these two otherworldly lords. Compared to their last encounter at the Church of Light headquarters, this otherworldly lord had become even stronger. The peasant woman spoke first, her voice hoarse and deep. I didn't expect that after just a few days, you've already reached the power of a 10th level warrior. The demon lord is right. Beings like you will become a nuisance if they grow up. Hearing this, Chao Xing remained unmoved. He said calmly, Tell me, what are you doing near my territory? The childlike demon stepped forward, staring at him with a dark gaze. He spoke directly. Do you have the demon code of my race? Indeed, Chao Xing admitted. This is the code of my tribe. Return it to us. What do you mean by your tribe, my tribe? I found it on the roadside. Since I found it, it's mine. Besides, the demon code has been bound to me, so I can't return it to you. Chao Xing sounded righteous and confident. You're kidding. He wouldn't even return the two holy books of the God of Light, let alone the demon code. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across the child demon's face. He said quietly, No. There's another way. If we kill you, the demon code will lose its binder. Naturally, it will return to our hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of demonic energy emanated from him, threatening to dye the blood-red sky a pitch black again. The group of demons nearby also released terrifying demonic energy. This aura even contained a powerful, corrosive force against the mind, like countless whispers echoing in one's ears, attempting to disturb the mind and destroy the will. A typical master-level expert would have long since collapsed under this power, perhaps even driven to madness. Chao Xing, however, remained unmoved. A hint of interest curled his lips. Interesting, are you? Planning to attack me? Are you sure you've considered the consequences? A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. The child demon sneered, Consequences? What consequences do you want us to pay? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have heroic level combat power? Poor little creature, you have no idea how immensely powerful we demons possess. Even if I were to destroy you, it would be a snap of a finger. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Really? I really like to experience the power of your demonic race. As he finished speaking, a vast surge of magical power erupted from him. With a raised staff, he mobilized the icy elements in the air. Meteorites, bearing a destructive aura, appeared, obscuring the sky. Beside him, Lu Muxua had already raised her ancient sword, and a terrifying pressure gradually spread. Even before transforming into a four-winged angel, the group felt an intense sense of oppression. Clearly, Chao Xing had already decided to take these demons away with a single wave of forbidden spells. A fierce battle was imminent. The peasant woman quickly stepped forward and sternly declared, Karovian, shut up. We've come to discuss matters with this human lord. Or do you intend to disobey the demon lord's orders? Hearing this, the demon, resembling a child, suddenly lost some of its aura, and even its murderous intent subsided. Chao Xing remained unmoved, gripping his staff, ready to unleash the Ice Star of Doom. The lame peasant woman turned and said, Lord Chao Xing, you should remember what you promised us last time. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion, and he feigned doubt. What is it? Seeing his expression, the lame peasant woman frowned. But she still reminded him, last time at the Cult of Light headquarters, you promised us you would hand over the body of the Seed of Light. From now on, all grudges between you and our demon clan are written off. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with realization. So that's what you were talking about. I remember now. The lame peasant woman breathed a sigh of relief, a hopeful look in her eyes. She tentatively asked, So, can you fulfill your promise now? Chao Xing scratched his head sheepishly and said, Sorry, you're a little late. The food in our territory was running low a few days ago, and this guy's body was devoured by the blood spiders in our territory. It's probably turned to feces by now. At this moment, the lame peasant woman's smile froze. The other demons, including her, stared at Chao Xing in shock. As if trying to determine if he was joking or serious, the lame peasant woman took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress her emotions. She continued patiently, Human, this isn't something you can joke about. You promised us that you would hand over the body of the Seed of Light to us demons. Now, are you unilaterally breaking that promise? Chapter 609. Now, are you trying to unilaterally break the contract? The lame peasant woman demanded. Chao Xing shook his head and said sincerely, I'm not kidding. That guy's body was truly eaten by spiders. Hearing this answer, the atmosphere in the arena fell silent again, oppressive. At this moment, not only the other demons, but even the lame peasant woman emanated waves of murderous intent. The child demon nearby could no longer bear it, and shouted angrily, I think this damned human is just toying with us. A guy who doesn't keep his promise should have his tongue ripped out, his eyes gouged out, and his body pumped with mercury. Qiaoxing said calmly, "Why are you all so excited? Just because the Seed of Light's body is gone doesn't mean the others are gone too." All the demons froze for a moment, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The lame peasant woman asked, "Do you have any other containers?" Qiaoxing continued, "That's not the case, but I have the bodies of other Church of Light members. I'd be happy to give you one. If all else fails, I take a small loss and give you two, okay?" Hearing this, the demons grew even more enraged, and a terrifying demonic aura began to spread. The lame peasant woman said in a deep voice, "Other bodies are useless. We only want the Seed of Light's body. I know you can't use his body as food. Please give it back to us." She emphasized the word please. Qiaoxing was speechless. They already said it was eaten. "What can I give you? Besides, I killed this guy. I can use him however I want. Don't think I'm easy to talk to by trying to change the subject." His tone was already tinged with hostility. Although the Seed of Light's corpse was still in his necromancy bag, he had no intention of giving it to these demons. It was clear they were planning to do something nefarious with it, perhaps even to summon a so-called demon lord. And these demons, due to their different alignments, were enemies, not friends. While Qiao kept his promise, he had to be discerning with whom he dealt. Qiaoxing felt no guilt in deceiving these ambivalent, manipulative demons. At this moment, the child demon had completely lost his patience. "Salamis, stop wasting time. Let's just kill this guy, then charge into his territory and slaughter everyone. I don't believe we can dig 3 feet deep and still find that container." His voice shone with murderous intent. The other demons responded by releasing powerful demonic energy. The lame peasant woman remained motionless, a conflicted look on her face, as if she were debating whether or not to attack. The other demons had lost their patience. They had already decided to exterminate everyone in this territory. A monstrous demonic energy erupted, threatening to envelop both Qiaoxing and Lu Muxue. At this moment, the Aurora Knight nearby suddenly underwent a strange transformation. A ball of holy white light descended from the sky, showering her with light. The demonic energy, upon encountering this white light, retreated rapidly as if it had encountered its nemesis. At the same time, Lu Muxue's body underwent a drastic transformation. In the blink of an eye, a 4-winged angel, with pristine white wings and radiating white light, suddenly appeared before them. Buzz! A powerful burst of angelic power instantly illuminated the darkness. It suppressed the demonic power unleashed by the group of demons, and enveloped them in the opposite direction. The moment the angelic power came into contact, smoke hissed from the demons. A distorted, pained expression appeared on every demon's face. "Damn! How could you possibly possess angelic power?" The child demon said with difficulty, "Impossible." The other demons also wailed. "Pain. So much pain. Quickly, destroy this damn angel." Angels inherently possess a terrifying power over demons. And what's more, this was a 4-winged angel. The power emanating from him alone was too much for the demons to bear. At that moment, the lame peasant woman struck. She grasped her crutch and slammed it into the ground. A terrifying cloud of demonic energy instantly spread, seemingly imbued with some kind of great will, even negating the angelic power emanating from Lu Muxue. Although it's said that angels suppress demons, that's only when their power levels are equal. Clearly, the lame peasant woman was also unleashing an extremely high level of magic. The lame peasant woman said in a deep voice, "Human, I don't want to fight you. But don't force me." The child demon next to her said bluntly, "Salamis, stop talking nonsense and just destroy them. This human doesn't even want to give us the body of the Seed of Light. Kill him, and take back the demon codex." Hearing this, Qiaoxing glanced at the child demon as if he were a dead person. "You know what? Actually, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Isabel, come here." As soon as those words fell, a bright sun suddenly rose from Qiaoxing's territory. Buzz! A dazzling golden light instantly illuminated an area over 10 kilometers in the surrounding area, illuminating it as bright as day. The domain released by the lame peasant woman instantly disintegrated upon encountering this golden holy light. Her face changed drastically, as if she had suffered some kind of backlash, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood. At the same time, a golden bolt of lightning struck at a staggering speed of 7 or 8 kilometers per second, carrying a sacred yet deadly aura. To the demons, it was a celestial god, judging everything, rapidly approaching them. The lame peasant woman's eyes were filled with horror. Legend. There's actually a legendary level holy light sage here. After a moment of extreme panic, she quickly reacted and shouted, "Hurry! These demons' information about Qiaoxing, was still stuck on his time at the Church of Light headquarters. Little did they know, his strength had already undergone a qualitative change. These demons had completely lost their will to fight. What a joke. They would dare to fight anyone below legendary level, whether 9th or 10th level. However, a legendary level being, especially one of the Holy Light Sage's rank, stood no chance. They might even be utterly annihilated. Even if they possessed immortality, it would be useless. After all, Isabel's Holy Light power could slay evil and instantly annihilate these demons. Under the pressure of death, all the demons unleashed nearly their full potential, fleeing frantically. But no matter how fast they moved, they couldn't outrun Isabel's spell-casting speed. Bang! A massive ball of holy light descended from overhead and exploded directly above the demons. Bang! A cascade of damage numbers erupted. -617, 8294. -637, 5621. -687, 7105. -692, 8531. -789, 5241. Damage figures of 6 or 7 million appeared one after another. All the demon slaves were instantly vaporized by the holy light. Even the flesh of the other heroic demons melted away in an instant. Clatter! The demons all revealed their true forms. In their true forms, demons are immune to all attacks and are essentially impossible to kill. Previously, Chao Xing had relied on commanding the demons within the demon-devouring box and his own demonic form to defeat these creatures. But now, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. There were many ways to completely destroy these demons, such as Lu Mushua's angelic form, the legendary Holy Light Sage, and the legendary Thunder Mage. Their attacks could completely annihilate these demons. On the battlefield, only a few demons remained. Among them was the lame peasant woman. But at this moment, a massive orb of holy light appeared overhead again. This ordinary attack was easy for Isabel, but for these demons, it was like a nuclear bomb. The lame peasant woman could already sense the imminent threat of death. In this critical moment, she quickly pulled out a small skull. "Master Demon, save me!" As soon as she finished speaking, a vast force emerged from the small skull. This power was different from the demonic energy of these ordinary demons. It was a far more powerful, higher-level demonic force. In the blink of an eye, this dark energy coalesced and gradually transformed into a protective shield, enveloping all the demons. It even directly blocked out Lu Mushua's angelic power and Isabel's holy light power. Bang! 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 Several holy light balls exploded above the demons, but they only caused ripples in the protective shield. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes flickered slightly. Such a strong shield? It can actually withstand Isabel's bombardment. I just wonder how long you can hold out. Just as he was about to continue his attack, the pitch-black shield seemed to undergo another transformation. Demonic energy flowed through it, and the outline of a human face gradually emerged. With a crackling sound, something seemed to ignite. Gradually, a pair of eyes, gleaming with a faint green will-o'-the-wisp, suddenly lit up. Chao Xing. The voice seemed to come from the 9 netherworlds, sending a chill down his spine. Those faint green eyes stared intently at him. Chao Xing knew who the voice belonged to. The demon's ultimate superior, the Demon Lord. It was unknown what strength this creature possessed, but it was definitely no less powerful than a god. It desired the body of the Seed of Light, its sole purpose being to enter this world. However, Chao Xing continued his attack. Joining forces with Lu Mushua and Isabel, he launched a continuous barrage of attacks, causing the pitch-black defensive shield to vibrate continuously. Even if this shield could block attacks, it was limited. Chao Xing refused to believe he could completely block even a legendary-level attack. At the same time, the Demon Lord's eerie voice echoed again. "Stop, Chao Xing. You can break my phantom shield, but it will take time." That's enough time for them to teleport away. Chao Xing remained silent, attacking relentlessly. In fact, if he had summoned the entire territory's forces, he could have completely destroyed the defensive shield in a short period of time. But Chao, wanting to conceal his strength, did not do so. Observing this, the Demon Lord said in a low voice, "Chao Xing, there's no need for us to engage in direct combat. How about a deal? Give me the body of the Seed of Light. In exchange, I take action on your behalf once when Dam descends upon this world." Hearing this, Chao Xing finally stopped attacking. He waved his hand, and Lu Mushua and Isabel beside him also ceased their attacks. Chao Xing gazed at the eyes burning with will-o'-the-wisp, puzzled. "You mean you can take advantage of this period of turmoil, and come with Dam, the god of nightmares?" He had previously believed that only deities, like Dam, and the god of light, trapped in the abyss, could come. It seemed that not only beings from the abyss, but also beings from other planes, could take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in. By then, the situation would undoubtedly be even more chaotic than imagined. The Demon Lord's pupils flickered, and then he replied, "That's true, but it's not that easy. For beings like us who don't belong to this world, or have been expelled from it, breaking through the world barrier is a very difficult task. The rules of this world restrict us. Even if we force our way through the world barrier, we will be detected and punished." A thoughtful look flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. The Demon Lord's words revealed a lot, and Chao Xing understood why he was so determined to obtain the body of the Seed of Light. "So, you need a suitable container to avoid this punishment?" "That's right," the Demon Lord admitted frankly. Chao Xing fell silent again. The Demon Lord said quietly, "Chao Xing, I know your current situation is extremely unfavorable. The Blood Legion and the Watchers have joined forces, and there are more than one demigod. The human empire is under attack from them, and we're currently stretched thin, so we simply don't have the energy to help you fight the Blood Legion. Once Doom arrives, your situation will be even worse, and I can help you stop him. Think about it, Chao Xing. We don't necessarily have to be enemies. What do you think?" The Demon Lord's voice was deep and rich, as if it came from the depths of his soul, carrying a powerful allure. Though Chao Xing wasn't tempted, he still pondered his words carefully. Clearly, the Demon Lord knew a great deal, including why the human empire hadn't sent any demigods to support them. Although blocked by the system, it could be roughly inferred that some powerful being or force was holding back humanity's top forces. Chao Xing said slowly, "From what I understand, the gods of the netherworld have generally been stripped of their godhood, possessing at most the strength of a demigod. With your strength, can you only hold him back?" At this question, the green will-o'-the-wisp flickered. The Demon Lord knew Chao Xing was testing him. But he didn't mind, replying calmly, "My own strength is naturally far greater than that of a demigod. However, due to the limitations of the world barrier, even during periods of rule turmoil, beings above the demigod level cannot descend. This time, I only sent one of my clones. But even a single clone is more than enough to deal with a being like Dam." At this, Chao Xing nodded again, realizing something. And he fell into deep thought again. The nightmare god Dam was indeed a significant threat. Moreover, even if this once divine being regressed to demigod status, it was certainly no ordinary demigod. At least, definitely more powerful than the Watcher leader or the Fresh Blood leader. On his side, the only demigod-capable fighter was the Lizardman chieftain. And he had been forcibly promoted to that rank. If someone could help deal with Dam now, the pressure he faced would indeed be much less. Chao Xing looked up and asked, "How can I trust you?" The Demon Lord's emerald eyes brightened again, knowing Chao Xing was already tempted. "As I said before, all you need to do is give me the body of the Seed of Light, and I, as the Demon Lord, will promise to help you deal with the Nightmare God." Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Verbal promises mean nothing. I need concrete results." The Demon Lord was silent for a moment. Chao Xing was more shrewd than he had imagined. "Then tell me, what will it take for you to trust me?" He threw the question back to Chao Xing. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then said, "You must swear an oath to the rules contract, promising to help me deal with Dam after his arrival, while refraining from harming me or my allies." The other party was silent for a moment, and then said, somewhat surprised, "I didn't expect you even knew about such an ancient rules contract." Chao Xing, "How do you say? Are you willing?" The Demon Lord, The atmosphere fell silent again. The Demon Lord didn't immediately agree. It was clear that he had some hidden agenda before, perhaps even contemplating backstabbing Chao Xing. But now, if he swore an oath to the rules, he would have to abide by the terms of the contract completely, or face punishment. Chao Xing's conditions were practically a nail in the coffin for the Demon Lord. However, compared to being a lord of another world, coming to this world was more important to him. The Demon Lord replied directly, "Okay, I can promise you." Under this layer of ghostly demonic shield, the group of demons looked a little surprised. They seemed to have not expected their Demon Lord to agree to such conditions. Chao Xing wasted no time in seeing this. He simply imitated the gestures of the Lizardman chieftain and waved his staff. A moment later, a glowing contract scroll appeared before him. Chao Xing began to enter the contract terms. When he was done, he looked up and said, "Take the oath." After reading the contract, the Demon Lord pondered for a moment. Then he said, "The contract needs to be revised. You must add a prefix to all the conditions. During the blood turmoil, I will not attack you or your allies. I shall not attack you or your allies from now on." Little fellow. It's not nice to try to plot against this Demon Lord. Chao Xing was speechless. His little trick seemed to have been seen through. Chapter 610. Chao Xing was speechless, his subtle thoughts having been seen through by the Demon Lord. Alright, I modify the terms. Chao Xing continued to raise his staff and began to write the terms on the contract scroll. After a moment he said, "Is it okay now?" The Demon Lord reviewed it and replied, "Yes." Then, "I will swear according to the terms of the contract. During the blood turmoil I will do no harm." When he finished, his eyes, blazing with will-o'-the-wisp, glanced at Chao Xing again and asked how. Chao Xing reviewed the terms in his mind, carefully checking the Demon Lord's oath for any loopholes. After confirming that there were no issues, Chao Xing said, "Now, the contract is established." The contract scroll transformed into a stream of light, and quickly soared into the sky. Boom! Following a tremor, the Demon Lord continued, "Now, can you hand over the body of the Seed of Light to me?" Chao Xing shook his head. "I fed the Seed of Light's body to the blood spiders. Give me a few days, and I prepare another." Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing this. The Demon Lord, of course, knew that Chao Xing was trying to buy time. He spoke in a low voice, "If I do that, I won't be able to prepare for my arrival. If Dam descends before me, I might not be able to rescue you in time." Chao Xing spread his hands and said, "That's your business. If you fail to stop Dam, you be violating the terms of the contract, and you be punished according to the rules." The Demon Lord was stunned. Yes, the contract stated that during the Blood Rebellion, the Demon Lord must stop the Nightmare God Dam and prevent him from harming Chao Xing. But if he couldn't make it, it would still be a breach of contract. Fuck. He checked everything and confirmed everything was fine before signing. But this guy still set a trap for himself. For a moment, the Demon Lord was furious. But now the other party had the initiative, and he had no choice. Chao Xing naturally had his own reasons for doing this. While the situation on his side was dire, he still had the strength to resist. He just needed to remove all the blood transmission pillars more quickly, and then he wouldn't have to worry about the threat from the God of Nightmare or the God of Light. Agreeing to the Demon Lord now was just a precaution. Although the Demon Lord was angry, he quickly calmed down and said, "Then return the body of the Seed of Light to me after a while. I hope you keep your promise." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Of course I will keep my promise. After all, I've signed the rules contract." Then, he looked at the two women beside him and said, "Okay, let's get on with it and finish these guys off." Isabel and Lu Mushua's eyes suddenly turned confused. "Huh? Didn't we already agree on this? Why are we going to finish them off now?" Though puzzled, the two women chose to attack without hesitation. Powerful angelic power and holy light burst forth instantly. Buzz! Like a rising sun, illuminating the surrounding sky, destructive power instantly spread. The demons, sensing the holy light ball appearing again above their heads, suddenly changed their expressions. Even the Demon Lord's eyes were filled with confusion. He shouted, "Chao Xing, what are you doing? Haven't we already agreed on terms? Why continue?" Chao Xing flung out his ice blade and said calmly, "Let's be clear. Although I agreed to trade the body of the Seed of Light for your help against the Nightmare God Dam, I give you the body of the Seed of Light. But these guys just threatened me, saying they slaughter everyone in my territory. Just to be on the safe side, I had no choice but to eliminate this threat." He spoke as if it was his duty. But in reality, Chao Xing had his eye on the spoils they held. Defeating these demons would yield hearts of power, dark crystals, and other strange treasures. Now, he was just looking for an excuse to kill them. The Demon Lord was stunned, baffled by the man's mood swings. How could this man be more demonic than them? "Stop, Chao Xing!" the Demon Lord shouted. But it was clear Chao Xing wouldn't listen, and continued his furious attacks. Not only that, he and Isabel simultaneously unleashed forbidden spells, Doomsday Ice Star and Blazing Torrent. Crash! A cloud of icy blue meteorites rained down from the sky. A river of light enveloped the group of demons. Violent explosions echoed continuously. The two forbidden spells bombarded in quick succession, the violent energy fluctuations disrupting everything around them, even preventing the demons from teleporting. The black energy shield grew dimmer, on the verge of collapse. A sense of imminent doom gripped the hearts of all the demons. At this moment, the Demon Lord seemed to have seen through Chao Xing's character. He was a man who would not hesitate to act without profit. Without sufficient profit, he would truly annihilate all of them today. The Demon Lord felt even more depressed. The number of demons remaining in this world was limited, especially powerful demons, like the lame peasant woman and the young child, who were even fewer. The Demon Lord would need these demons' help in the next operation, so he couldn't let them die. So he quickly shouted, "Wait a moment, Chao Xing. You have the Demon Codex and the high-level demonic power of my clan. I can strengthen your demonic power even further. As a condition, you let them go." Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He quickly raised his right hand. "Stop." At the command, Isabel and Lu Mushua simultaneously halted their attacks. Even Chao Xing himself stopped bombarding them with Doomsday Eye stars. As the terrifying attacks gradually subsided, the group of demons hiding within the shield below breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they truly felt like they were about to die, but thankfully, this guy finally stopped. "Are you serious?" Chao Xing asked. The demon lord gave him a deep look, then sighed helplessly, of course. "But before that, you need to let them go." The thought of him, the dignified demon lord, the master of a realm, now having to pay a substantial price in exchange for the chance for other demons to survive, was a profound humiliation. Humiliation also crossed the eyes of the other demons. However, no one had expected that Chao Xing would possess a legendary Holy Light Sage. This power was truly terrifying, capable of annihilating this group of demons. Chao Xing held his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment. Then he said, "In that case, I let them off the hook and let go of what they just did to me. But don't think about breaking your promise after they leave. You know, I have a legendary Holy Light Sage and a four-winged angel. We'd be able to track down these demons soon." There was a hint of threat in his tone. The demon lord said helplessly, "Don't worry." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, then let them go." At this moment, the demon lord looked at the group of demons he was protecting behind him, and said in a low voice, "Move quickly." At the same time, the lame peasant woman quickly climbed to her feet. She grasped her cane, and gave Chao Xing a complicated look. Without any further movement, she slammed her cane into the ground. A thick black smoke instantly spread, enveloping all the demons on the field. Even the child demon remained obediently where it was. By this time, he had lost his previous arrogance, and he didn't even dare to look Chao Xing in the eye. After all, this was a ruthless man who dared to threaten even the demon lord. If he truly wanted to kill him, not even the demon lord could stop him. Crash! The thick fog dissipated within seconds, and the group of demons vanished. Only those eyes, gleaming with a faint green glow, and the figures of Chao Xing and the other two remained. Chao Xing said, "Now, it's time to fulfill your promise." The demon lord said calmly, "Okay. Now, enter your demonic form, and I infuse you with the remaining demonic power." Hearing this, Chao Xing shook his head. "No, I don't believe you. What if you do something to my body without my knowledge?" Hearing this, the demon lord felt a sharp pain in his teeth. He realized that this otherworldly lord was truly cautious. Or perhaps, he had never trusted him from the beginning. The demon lord said, "In that case, I will gather all the remaining demonic energy and combine it into a demon bead. You can take the demon bead back and identify it yourself. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. This plan sounded much safer. "Okay, gather it first, and I take a look." Without further delay, the demon lord began to gather the black demonic energy. He had no desire to deal with this otherworldly lord. As the demonic energy gradually gathered, his dark green eyes dimmed. Just before it dissipated, the demon lord's deep voice rang out. "Chao Xing, don't forget our agreement." The dark demonic energy vanished, leaving only a black bead floating in midair before them. Chao Xing took a step forward and grasped the bead. Obtained, Demon Bead Special. Is this the thing that can allow my demon form to advance again? With a somewhat curious look on his face, Chao Xing checked the properties. Demon Bead Special. Quality, unknown. Item effect. This bead contains pure demonic power. Upon absorption, it allows the advanced demon form to advance to the great demon form. Note: beads imbued with demonic power can only be used once. After reviewing the bead's properties, Chao Xing gradually felt relieved. Although he didn't believe the demon lord's words, he trusted the system. Since the system indicated no problems, it meant the bead had no hidden dangers. So, he immediately entered the high-level demon transformation state. A rich demonic power emanated from him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Chao Xing had entered demon form since his breakthrough to hero. This form increased his stats by 100%. And as a hidden class, Ice Dragon Mage, Chao Xing's stats were already comparable to those of a leader-level creature of the same rank. After this boost, he even surpassed even a mutant overlord of the same rank. Whoosh! With giant black wings spread open, a tall, elegant demon appeared in midair. The aura he exuded was no less powerful than that of Lu Mushua in her four-winged angel form. The angelic and demonic powers once again clashed. Then, Chao Xing took out the demon bead and tossed it directly into his mouth, swallowing it like candy. The next moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt an evil, powerful force begin to fill his body. This explosive force was so terrifying, it seemed to be forcibly stretching and expanding his body. Hua la la. The demonic power continued to dissipate. At this moment, Chao Xing's body underwent another astonishing transformation. His originally slender figure became even taller, and lines of luminous light appeared on his skin. A pair of enormous demonic wings slowly unfolded from his back. The wing membranes were as smooth as silk, and they were also covered with shimmering lines. Then, the head changed. Two curved horns gradually sprouted from his head, their tips as translucent as obsidian, emitting a cold glow. His fingers grew ever longer, their tips sharp as knives, seemingly capable of tearing through steel with ease. Thus, the transformation from high-level demon to great demon was complete. Chao Xing hovered in midair, like a noble emerging from the abyss, radiating a rich demonic aura, graceful yet deadly. Even the angelic power supposed to restrain demons couldn't suppress his might. At that moment, Chao Xing felt an explosive force surging through his body, even craving a fight. A system prompt appeared. Because you've absorbed pure demonic power, your high demon transformation skill has been upgraded to great demon transformation, increasing your base stats from 100% to 200%. You've also learned new skills: demonic flame burst, hellfire descent, abyssal resonance. The prompt ended, and a smile gradually appeared beneath Chao Xing's dark features. Not bad. You've advanced again. A 200% stat boost, and 3 new skills, that's impressive. Excited, Chao Xing glanced at the 3 newly activated skills. Demonic Flame Burst. Passive: the Great Demon is enshrouded in abyssal fire. After taking 10 cumulative damage, it activates the power of the abyssal fire, unleashing a powerful impact that knocks back all enemies within 200 meters, dealing impact damage equal to 284% of your attack power, and applying 5 stacks of Demonic Flame Burn. Demonic Scorch. Each burn effect deals damage equal to 20% of your attack power per second, lasting 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Trigger Interval. Trigger once every 10 seconds. Infernal Descent. Summons an Abyssal Infernal, level 100 Overlord, from the sky, dealing impact damage equal to 354% of your attack power to all enemies within 3,000 meters below, stunning them for 1 to 3 seconds. The Infernal will then follow your commands and fight alongside you. This Infernal has the following skills: Infernal Stomp, Abyssal Stone Armor, Demonic Scorch. Infernal Lifespan, 80 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Abyssal Resonance. Unleash the power of the abyss, causing all nearby enemies to enter a state of mental confusion for 5 seconds. Mental Confusion. Enemies will be unable to distinguish between friend and foe, randomly attacking targets within range, and their movement speed will be reduced by 50% and their attack speed by 30%. The Archdemon's attacks against enemies in mental confusion will inflict an additional 100% of their abyssal damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Interesting. A passive, a large-scale group attack, and a skill with a large-scale crowd control and negative effects. Chao Xing was very satisfied with these 3 new skills. They significantly increased his combat effectiveness. Combined with the Demonic Codex, he was even more powerful than the Ice Dragon Mage in this form. Now that I'm in Great Demon form, I'm practically invincible at my level. In terms of stats alone, I'm even on par with a pervert like Mernina. If I can break through to Legendary, and then enter Great Demon form, I shouldn't have any trouble defeating 2 legendaries on my own. Thinking of this, Chao Xing looked forward even more to the changes that would follow his breakthrough to legendary status. Isabel and Lu Muxue, standing by, also noticed Chao Xing's transformation. In his Great Demon form, his rank surpassed Lu Muxue's 4-winged angel. The overwhelming demonic energy he exuded suppressed even the angelic power. It seemed as if half the sky had been dyed a pitch black. Even Isabel, a holy light sage, couldn't help but sigh. The demonic power within you, Lord, is truly terrifying. If it were during the period of the Church's prosperity, a great demon like you would have been slain by those sages and Templars. Chao Xing smiled, exited his Great Demon form, and said, "Let's go. We're heading home." The 2 women nodded slightly. They simultaneously sheathed their angelic and holy light powers, and followed Chao Xing towards the territory. The arrival of these demons tonight had indeed brought Chao Xing considerable benefits. Not only did it make him stronger, it also provided him with a means to contain the nightmare god Dam. Of course, Chao Xing certainly wouldn't pin all his hopes on the Demon Lord. A being of this caliber might possess a way to defy the rule contract. What if he went back on his word and refused to help fight the nightmare god? Perhaps he would even take advantage of his misfortune and join forces with him against him. So, the only way to truly achieve this is to seize power within our own hands. Chao Xing took a deep breath, silently making his decision. The three of them crossed the city wall together and returned to the territory. All the combatants stood in the center of the territory, fully prepared. Just now, they had all sensed the battle outside and were ready for battle. At Chao Xing's command, these powerful warriors would rush out of the territory without hesitation and crush the enemy. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "All right, nothing's happening here. Everyone, go back and rest." Hearing this, the combatants on the field relaxed and gradually returned to their rooms. Mu Shui, Isabel, you should go back and rest too. The two women nodded gently, turned around, and gracefully left the place. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left. I was just about to look for the blacksmith, but was interrupted by these demons. I go check it out now. Chao Xing headed straight for the fourth ring area of the territory, and pushed open the door of one of the blacksmith shops. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He had previously established a rule that all staff only had to work until 6 o'clock in the evening, with a maximum working time of 10 hours per day. So, most of the blacksmiths had already gone back to rest. However, two figures, one tall and one short, were still working diligently inside. The smithy echoed with the sound of clanging hammers. The two figures were Harold and his wife. Chapter 611. Harold, the blacksmith, knew that the territory was currently experiencing rapid development. The warriors needed a large quantity of weapons and equipment, and the territory needed more Nero's cannons to defend against the enemy. So, he worked extra hard, working late every day. His wife was also very understanding and considerate of her husband, accompanying Harold every day. It is worth mentioning that the half-giant Put Anna had been in the territory for almost 4 months. She was already pregnant when she first arrived, and after so many days, her belly had grown even larger. Harold, while forging, gazed at his wife's belly. A smile of satisfaction filled his simple face. Because they were so engrossed in their work, they didn't even notice Chao Xing enter. It wasn't until Chao Xing approached that they realized what was happening. Harold's eyes flashed with surprise. "Lord, why are you here?" The two men simultaneously put down their work and were about to bow. Chao Xing quickly waved his hand, saying no need. Putana's pregnant, so these formalities are unnecessary. The couple exchanged glances, each one filled with emotion. "Thank you, Lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then glanced directly at Harold's dashboard. Master Blacksmithing Mastery, 25105/200000. 4 days ago, Harold already had a proficiency of 20,000. Through these past few days of blacksmithing, he added another 5,000 to 6,000. According to this calculation, even without the accelerated proficiency emblem, it would only take Harold a few months to reach the maximum proficiency. This speed surprised Chao Xing somewhat. After all, Francesca, as a polymath, was a gifted individual. She had been refining her elixirs for 100 or 200 years before she barely reached the legendary level. And Harold, while clearly not as gifted as the witch, was even faster than her. This was truly unbelievable. Chao Xing asked, "Harold, is your proficiency increasing so rapidly?" Harold understood his question and respectfully explained, "It's because the Lord recently brought a lot of epic blueprints. I've gained a lot of insights every day crafting those epic equipment and the Nero's cannon, so my forging experience and proficiency are also increasing rapidly." After a pause, he continued, "However, with high-level blueprints like these, proficiency increases significantly with the initial forging. But with repeated forging, the subsequent proficiency gains will gradually slow, until there's almost no improvement at all." A glint of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes, and he understood the key. To reach the legendary level of a blacksmith's forging skills, simply crafting the same thing over and over again, even for hundreds or even thousands of years, might not even reach the threshold. Only by experimenting with different advanced blueprints, combining the insights and breakthroughs gained from each forging, can rapid improvement be achieved. While Chao Xing didn't have that many advanced blueprints, he had a faster method. So, he simply pulled a full 35 expert-level proficiency emblems from his backpack. "Harold, I know that a master blacksmith, once they accumulate sufficient experience, can reach the legendary blacksmith level. Now, absorb all these emblems, and then break through to the legendary realm." Looking at the vast pile of emblems in Chao Xing's hands, the blacksmith's eyes suddenly lit up. Even his breathing quickened. "God of forging, can I actually touch that legendary realm?" Harold's voice trembled, even with a hint of disbelief. After all, the status of a legendary blacksmith was incredibly important. In terms of social status, it was completely equivalent to those of legendary-level powerhouses, perhaps even surpassing them. Even within the entire dwarven race, there were only a few legendary blacksmiths. And each legendary blacksmith was a treasure to their race, capable of founding their own clan. Chao Xing smiled and said, "With your talent and hard work, reaching the legendary realm is only a matter of time. With my help, becoming a legendary blacksmith isn't the end of the road for you. Now, begin your breakthrough." Harold's expression suddenly straightened. He solemnly accepted the emblems, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord." With that, he began to absorb all the emblems. A vast amount of memory fragments surged through the dwarf blacksmith's mind. Harold closed his eyes, and absorbed them with all his might. The sheer volume of memories was so immense, it was as if hundreds of years of memories were being poured into his mind all at once. The dwarf blacksmith's shoulders began to tremble violently, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Veins bulged all over his body, as if he were enduring some kind of extreme pain. The half-giant Putina, watching this scene nearby, wore a look of worry on her face. However, because Harold had experienced the same thing before, Putina made no unnecessary move, instead praying for her husband. This time, the time it took to absorb these memories seemed exceptionally long. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Harold's trembling body gradually subsided. Gradually, the dwarf blacksmith opened his eyes. A deep gleam shone in his eyes, and his demeanor became more composed, as if he had suddenly aged many years. Chao Xing knew that this wasn't Harold's aging, but rather the result of absorbing so many memories all at once. In such a short period of time, he had effectively lived several hundred years longer. Taking a deep breath, Harold calmed his emotions. He said in a deep voice, "My lord, I have absorbed it all." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then asked, "How do you feel? Can I break through to legendary blacksmith now?" Harold closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then replied solemnly, "I feel I have reached the limit of master and can sprint to the next level. However, since I have only reached this level in a short period of time, my foundation is still very shallow, so I am not sure if I can succeed." Hearing this, Chao Xing said, "That's fine. You can strive for legendary blacksmith tonight. Failure is fine. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, failure will only cost 100,000 proficiency points, which can be replenished later by exchanging 2 master emblems for 6 million merits." The dwarf blacksmith said solemnly, "Yes, my lord." He set down his hammer, and left the smithy with his wife. Breaking through from master-level blacksmithing to legendary-level blacksmithing mastery also takes an entire night. Until then, Chao Xing could only wait. Then, he left the blacksmith shop, and continued to wander around the territory. Meanwhile, Chao Xing saw an old man still standing at the city gate, waiting for something. Soon, several black transport trucks laden with cargo arrived from outside. The old man quickly opened the city gate, and directed the trucks to the designated loading and unloading area next to the ore processing plant. Then a group of Polaris emerged and unloaded all the ore from the trucks, everything appearing perfectly organized. The old man in charge was Chao Yi. One of the earliest members of the territory, he possessed a mid-level speaking talent and was steady and responsible. Chao Xing approached them. The Polaris who were transporting or were about to put down their work and salute respectfully when they saw Chao Xing. But he interrupted her bluntly. "No, you guys can get back to work. After you finish this batch, go back and rest. You won't have to work so late next time. Understand?" Hearing this, the group of polar people smiled gratefully and responded in unison. "Understood, Lord. But don't worry about us. Mr. Chao Yi has arranged for us to move or here. It's only a few trips a day, so it's not tiring at all. Yes, Lord, I even think our work is too easy." Chao Xing smiled gently. "Thank you for your hard work. I will not treat anyone who contributes to the territory unfairly." The people of the polar land exchanged glances, their energy surging even higher. Then, Chao Xing turned his gaze to the elder beside him. "Chao Yi, come with me." Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, showed a slight expression, then said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Soon, Chao Xing took the lead and headed to the side. The two of them, one in front of the other, walked to the nearby agricultural area. Chao Xing spoke first. "Chao Yi, a terrible disaster has recently erupted outside, and I may not have much time to attend to the territory. So, you will need to pay more attention to the logistics of the territory and the arrangements for the staff." Hearing this, Chao Yi straightened his back and said firmly, "It is my honor to share the burden with you, Lord. Please rest assured, I will ensure that nothing goes wrong in the territory." Chao Xing nodded. a flicker of relief in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Chao Yi, can you read?" The old man's eyes held a hint of doubt, but he still replied, "My lord, I can read a few words." "Very good." Chao Xing showed an approving look and continued, "If you have time, you can learn more about large-scale city management. Most of the people in our territory are combatants, and we don't have many management talents. I have high hopes for you. In the near future, our territory will expand significantly, and we need your help with management." Chao Yi seemed to realize something, a flicker of excitement in his eyes, and he nodded solemnly, "My lord, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Study hard and contribute more to the development of the territory." Chao Xing patted him on the shoulder, offering some encouragement, and then left. He continued his tour of the territory. As he walked, he had unknowingly completed a full circuit. Just as he was about to return to the Lord's castle to rest, Chao Xing suddenly noticed a unique building in the second ring of the territory. Many staff members had entered the building. "Huh? It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Why are these staff members gathering here instead of resting?" Confused, Chao Xing walked over to take a look. He discovered that the place they were gathered was the territory's library. He pushed open the door. Inside, neat rows of bookshelves suddenly appeared. These shelves held hundreds of books Chao Xing had collected. In the center of the library, there were more than a dozen small wooden tables, with a makeshift blackboard in front. It looked like a small classroom. The children of Grapevine Village, along with Tong Chu Chu, sat at several small wooden tables, their eyes sparkling. Behind them stood a dozen polar people, including Duan, and a large number of elves. By the light from the overhead lamp and the glow of the stove, they stared intently ahead. Gwyneth was currently tracing neat, clear characters on a small wooden board with a black charcoal pencil. With each word she wrote, she uttered a clear, melodious voice, explaining its meaning. Meanwhile, the children listening below were jotting down notes on paper. Even the elves, who had just mastered a little of the continent's common language, were diligently taking notes. Everyone listened so intently that no one even noticed Chao Xing's arrival. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Chao Xing's lips. After regaining her voice, Gwyneth began carrying out the task Chao Xing had originally assigned her, to spread literacy throughout the territory. Unlike other nobles and lords, he strictly controlled knowledge and power, limiting its circulation to a specific class. Instead, he hoped that everyone in the territory would master this knowledge and harness its power. Though it sounded far-fetched, the first step of his plan, literacy, was already underway. In the future, if everyone here could read and write, I'm sure more talented people would emerge, and I could use them. He was filled with longing for the future. Chao Xing silently exited the library and returned to the Lord's castle. He slid back into his warm bed, embracing his beloved and falling asleep. Time flew by. The night passed quickly. The next day, the system notification appeared on time. Attention all survivors. You have passed the third day of the turbulent period. Last night, the Blood Legion activated 3 more blood transmission pillars, sending more blood troops into this world. Please expedite your efforts and work together to stop the Blood Legion and destroy their blood transmission pillars. Weather forecast. Overcast today with moderate snow in some areas. Lows, -63 degrees Celsius to -74 degrees Celsius. Seeing the system notification, all the survivors felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Last night, while they were resting, the Blood Legion had unexpectedly activated 3 more blood transmission pillars. This also meant that more lives had fallen victim to their murderous tragedies, transforming into energy to activate the teleportation pillars. At the same time, the blood army rampaging across this continent had also increased in number. Thinking of this, a greater sense of pressure rose within him. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue both woke up from their spacious beds. Looking at the system notification, a thoughtful look crossed their eyes. Chao Xing thought, now, I've almost wiped out the blood teleportation pillars and blood legions in the snowstorm plains. Next, we can proceed with the next step of our plan. Clear out the blood teleportation pillars in the Blissfields, then march north to the Eternal Frost main city area, until we've completely wiped out the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom's blood army. At this moment, the beautiful woman beside him suddenly whispered, Ah Xing, do you think we should change our tactics today? Change? Chao Xing was slightly taken aback. Yes. Lu Muxue nodded gently. Currently, our territory has a total of 5 legendary warriors, but only Isabel has been publicly exposed. 1 legendary warrior plus our 2 heroes can quickly push back all the blood legions near a blood teleport pillar and destroy it. Legendary warriors move very quickly. Even crossing a map wouldn't take long. Should we form an assault team to destroy more blood teleport pillars as quickly as possible? Then have the soldiers follow us and clear out the remaining blood legions? After hearing Lu Mushua's suggestion, Chao Xing gave it serious thought. He quickly deduced that this method was indeed highly efficient. It could even eliminate all of the Ice Crystal Kingdom's blood teleportation pillars within 2 or 3 days. Of course, the risks were also high. If he were to destroy the pillars en masse, it might completely inflame the Blood Legion, who would bring all their demigods and legendaries to surround and kill him. At that point, another demigod war might begin. However, fortune and fortune are sought in danger, and Lu Mushua's plan was indeed the key to turning the tide of the war. After all, the Blood Legion was activating the blood teleportation pillars at an incredible rate. Last night, they activated 3, and as the Blood Legion's numbers grew, the number would increase even faster each day. It wouldn't be long before the number reached 300, and then the Nightmare Goddamn and his group would seize the opportunity to sneak in. For now, the legendary level powerhouses couldn't act rashly, and the survivors would need to assemble an army of at least 1 million to successfully overthrow a single blood teleportation pillar. Furthermore, there was a high probability of heavy losses. In other words, Chao Xing and his men were the only ones currently able to move freely and deal with the blood teleport pillar. Chao Xing nodded. Mushua, your plan is indeed much better. Let's proceed today. In some respects, this woman was more thoughtful than he had been. Lu Mushua smiled softly and nodded slightly. The two of them woke up from their warm beds and donned their armor. Then, they gradually pushed open the gate of the Lord's castle. Creaky! The first thing they saw was the staff working busily in the territory. The polar man was diligently upgrading his lord's castle and furnace. The female elves flapped their wings, collecting dewdrops from the leaves of the Ancient of War and Ancient of Knowledge, then watering the crops in the agricultural area. A scene of prosperity and vitality. At the same time, Chao Xing and Lu Mushua noticed a small figure standing respectfully at the side of the gate. It was the dwarven blacksmith, Harold. He looked like he'd been waiting here for a long time. Chapter 612. Harold, what's going on? Hearing Chao Xing's voice, the blacksmith suddenly looked up. Guilt and self-reproach flashed in his eyes. Lord, Madam Lord, I have failed you. Last night, while striving for the legendary blacksmith realm, I failed due to lack of experience. Please punish me. After saying this, he bowed deeply to Chao Xing and Lu Mushua. Chao Xing said nothing, first glancing at Harold's secondary class panel. Master Blacksmithing Mastery, 100,000/200,000. As Francesca had said, a single failure would result in a loss of 100,000 proficiency points. However, this failure was within Chao Xing's expectations. He glanced at his backpack. He still had 10 expert-level emblems left, which represented 50,000 proficiency points. In other words, he only needed to redeem one more master emblem to give Harold another chance at becoming a legendary blacksmith. So, Chao Xing clicked on the redemption button. Redemption successful, 3 million merit points reduced. The over 18 million merit points he earned yesterday, spent overnight, were reduced to just over 1 million. But it didn't matter. With the strength of his territory, he'd be able to earn it back quickly. Chao Xing patted the dwarf blacksmith's shoulder. It's okay, Harold. You've done a great job. Beside him, Lu Mushua whispered, yes, you've worked very hard. A few months ago, you were just a mid-level blacksmith. Other blacksmiths might spend decades reaching master, but you've already sprinted towards legendary in just a few months. That's quite impressive. Listening to Chao Xing and Lu Mushua's words of comfort, the dwarf blacksmith gradually straightened up, his eyes filled with emotion. Chao Xing said without further ado, now, take these emblems, and continue your sprint towards legendary. Harold was filled with admiration, as his lord conjured up so many emblems as if by magic. He accepted them all and said solemnly, thank you, kind lord. Thank you, beautiful lady lord. I'm betting on the honor of the Iceberg family. This time, I won't fail again. With these words, he turned resolutely and returned to his residence. He continued his sprint towards legendary blacksmith. After the dwarf blacksmith left, Chao Xing brought Lu Mushua to the central square of the territory and called out, all combatants, assemble. In 2 minutes, the entire territory, thousands of combatants, had assembled. Yesterday alone, these 2,000 or so of them had slain 2 to 3 million Blood Legion soldiers. On average, each of them had killed at least 1,000 Blood Legion soldiers. What a terrifying number this was, it goes without saying. Each of them exuded a murderous aura. Chao Xing continued, From now on, except for those at legendary level and above, everyone else will continue with yesterday's formations and proceed to the Blissband Wilds to eliminate more Blood Legion soldiers. Your goal today is to eliminate the vast majority of the Blood Legion troops in the Blissband Wilds. Then continue north, fighting your way through the Central River, heading towards the Broken Woods, and then taking a detour to another area ravaged by the Blood Legion. If you encounter danger or a powerful enemy, remember to call for assistance immediately. Now move! The soldiers responded respectfully. Yes, Your Excellency. Whoosh! A wing of wind appeared out of thin air behind each of them. The sound of its wings flapped in succession, and a large number of soldiers took to the air. Remarkably, even with the various boosts, this group of soldiers could now maintain a speed of 300 to 400 meters per second, or approximately 1,200 kilometers per hour. Even if they crossed the entire snowy plains to provide support in other regions, it wouldn't take long. When all the warriors had flown away from the territory's top warriors remained. Among them were Bing Lan, who had just reached the legendary realm the previous night, and Mernina. Chao Xing glanced around and said, "So, Isabel, Sarah, Bing Lan, Zavalin, and Melnina. Today, except for Isabel and Bing Lan, the other three will remain in my necromancer's pouch." Hearing this, everyone seemed a little surprised. They had originally thought that Chao Xing would hide all the legendary powers except Isabel. But now, he was proactively exposing Bing Lan's power. Wouldn't this make the Blood Legion even more vigilant? However, this was the Lord's decision, so they didn't question it, they simply followed through. Then, with a wave of his hand, Chao Xing collected the legendary assassin Sarah, the legendary Rifa Zavalin, and the Valkyrie Melnina into his necromancer's pouch. Only he, Lu Mushua, the Holy Light Sage, the Dragon Speaker, and her dragon remained. Alright, everyone, get on Seraphus's back. Then we head to the Blissbane Wilds together. Everyone nodded slightly, and quickly leaped onto Seraphus's broad back. When everyone was in position, Seraphus spread its massive wings. With a single flap, it carried them across 2 or 3 kilometers at a staggering speed. Their destination was the Blissbane Wilds, 200 or 300 kilometers away. The warriors had already set out, clearing the area of monsters. Of course, their speed couldn't match Chao Xing's. Even if they had set out earlier, they would have been quickly outpaced by Seraphus. However, since Chao Xing's goal was to destroy the Blood Teleport Pillar, the warriors' mission was to clear the Blood Army. So, their actions didn't conflict. Chao Xing and the others rode on the dragon's back, and the surrounding scene rapidly receded. After several minutes of traveling, they arrived at a familiar location. The Tigern Mountains. It was also where they had encountered the Dragon Speaker. The bloodbath had caused some of the more intelligent beasts within the area to become much more subdued. They had no trouble traveling, quickly crossing the endless mountain range. After crossing the peaks, the view opened up. A system prompt appeared. You have arrived at Blissband Wilds. A vast plain appeared ahead, with large lakes covered in ice visible above. Chao Xing soared thousands of meters in the air, surveying the land before him. Compared to his first visit to the Brisbane Wilds, the atmosphere of life was gone. A blood-red hue spread across the land. The frenzied Blood Legion launched a fierce attack at dawn on the human settlements and the territories of the survivors. The Brisbane Wilds were engulfed in flames, traces of battle everywhere. Chao Xing swept his gaze across the plains, then selected an area and flew straight ahead. Meanwhile, a vast army of survivors gathered on a vast plain. Nearly 800,000 people, the dense mass of figures practically covering the entire landscape. These were the survivors Yao Yiming had brought from the snowy plains. Since 10 o'clock last night, they had traveled day and night. Bragging against the howling wind and the extreme cold, they finally reached their destination before dawn. A hint of fatigue lingered on everyone's faces. However, after so many days of development, the combatants on the field were at least at the 4th level. The power possessed by a 4th level warrior would be considered superhuman on Blue Star. With their formidable physique, they could easily survive 10 days, or even half a month without sleep. The survivors unloaded various rations from their backpacks, replenishing their energy while whispering to each other. We're finally here. It's been tough. Yeah, we've been traveling all night, cold and exhausted, but we finally made it. Brothers, do you think this could be considered the long march of a new era? Ha ha. That makes sense. At this point, a survivor asked, by the way, although we've reached our destination, what's next? Should we confront the Blood Legion head-on? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they all turned their gazes to the 3 figures ahead. They were Yao Yiming, Ji Xinhua, and Hitian Jing. As deputy commanders of the Spark Corps, they were also the leaders of this vast army, and all actions were under their command. Just then, one of the survivors seemed to have noticed something. He gazed at the scene ahead, a look of terror in his eyes. He pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look! What's up ahead?" Following his pointing, the survivors all looked up. Across the snow ahead, a blood-red line suddenly appeared, stretching for kilometers, like a giant scarlet dragon winding across the pristine white plain. But when they looked closer, they realized it wasn't a blood line at all, but a massive army comprised of the Blood Legion. Dense swarms of blood soldiers surged forward like a tide, their armor stained with blood, their eyes filled with a longing for life. Millions upon millions marched, the earth trembling with every step. The survivors were instantly filled with shock and anger, a cacophony of shouts erupting in the crowd. "Damn it! It's the Blood Legion. They're coming! Shit! They outnumber us, probably over 1,000,000. This is trouble. I saw several centurions inside. With our massive army, we're no match. It's over. How could this Blood Legion suddenly find us? We're all going to be wiped out." In fact, last night, Blood Legion scouts had spotted this massive group of survivors. The movement of hundreds of thousands of people, such a large target, would surely attract the attention of the Blood Legion. For the Blood Legion, if they could completely annihilate this army of survivors, they might be able to summon another blood transmission pillar by leveraging their blood energy. So, upon seeing the survivors halt, they immediately sprang into action. They were determined to annihilate this 800,000 strong army of survivors with a single thunderbolt strike. The Blood Legion's sheer numbers practically covered the entire horizon, as if a sea of blood were sweeping towards them. Their footsteps were synchronized, their footsteps resounding like thunder across the heavens and earth. Boom! Every survivor felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on them. A tense atmosphere permeated the snowy plains. The survivors clenched their weapons, their gaze fixed intently on the blood-red wave approaching in the distance. At this moment, Yao Yiming took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, form up! Crossbowmen, advance, shieldmen, provide cover, mages, prepare to cast." The survivors sprang into action, despite the fear in their hearts. But after last night's rehearsal, they reacted quickly. Clatter! A large number of shield guards raised their shields high, ready to meet the Blood Legion's fierce attack. The frenzied blood soldiers moved with incredible speed, closing in at a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. At this distance, they were even within the attack range of the masters and heroes. The blood soldiers' eyes gleamed with bloodthirstiness, and they let out sinister laughter. "Ha ha! These naive little guys, trying to stop us with numbers, don't they realize that the more people you gather, the more delicious and fat you become in our eyes? Kill these little guys, and we be able to summon more blood troops. Stop talking nonsense. Go all out and destroy these guys. Kill!" A massive blood troop was approaching, about to overwhelm the combined survivor army. A suffocating, oppressive feeling washed over them like a wave, and fear filled the eyes of many survivors. At this moment, a system notification appeared before everyone. "You have automatically joined the faction of Survivor Lord Chao Xing. Under his leadership, all survivors in this faction gain a 50% increase in all attributes, and the additional effect, Doomsday Return. Doomsday Return. You and your subjects will be revived with full health upon death. This effect can be triggered once every 72 hours. At this moment, with all attributes increased by 50%, all survivors felt an unprecedented power surge within them. For a moment, their eyes were filled with confusion. But soon, some people reacted, faces lit up with shock and ecstasy. Holy crap! A 50% increase to all stats, plus a full health resurrection. What kind of insane buff is this? Didn't you hear the system notification? We've automatically joined Boss Chao Xing's faction. This seems to be his faction effect. Damn it! So Boss Chao Xing is here? With expressions of surprise and uncertainty, the survivors looked upward. High in the sky, her figure soared, like descending gods. A four-winged archangel radiated a pure white light, wings spread wide, exuding a terrifying aura. A stunningly beautiful sage, clad in a white robe and holding a staff, bathed in holy light. A dragon queen, riding a 100-meter-long dragon, her aloof silhouette and icy aura seemed to freeze everything. And then, there was that figure, clad in a deep blue robe, imbued with immense magical power. Each of these four figures exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Even the surging blood army couldn't help but slow their pace. For they sensed a deadly threat from these powerful warriors, and fear crossed their faces. Compared to the blood army, the survivors were filled with excitement. "Oh my god! It's really Boss Chao Xing. He's here. And that woman riding a dragon I saw yesterday. So handsome. So beautiful. Oh my god. Did you see that angel and that holy light mage? Their auras are terrifying. Are these powerful warriors all Boss Chao Xing's subordinates? At the same time, Chao Xing spoke slowly, his voice soft but clear enough to reach everyone on the battlefield. Everyone, as you can see, under my camp, you will enjoy a special bonus. Not only will your attributes be significantly increased, but you will also have a chance to be reborn. This is why Chao Xing asked Yao Yiming to form a legion of survivors. The title Guide to the Doom grants all members of his camp a bonus. In other words, not only these survivors, but also Chao Xing and Lu Muxue will receive the bonus. They are already very powerful. With another 50% boost, they will be truly invincible at their level. Even against a mutated overlord like the Valkyrie's remnant, they can easily defeat it. However, his only regret was that his subjects couldn't benefit from the attribute bonus. Otherwise, Isabel, already a legendary, with a 50% attribute increase, could easily take on 2 legends simultaneously. But that didn't matter. His subjects could still benefit from the resurrection effect of Doomsday return. Combined with Holy Light Redemption, they could have 2 resurrection opportunities. Are you afraid? Chao Xing continued, under the effects of my faction, you can fight without fear of death. Now, let these crazy guys witness the power of us Blue Star humans. The survivors felt their blood boiling at this. They raised their weapons high and shouted in unison, charge. Kill these disgusting creatures. Swept away their previous fear, each one charging at the enemy like a tiger. After all, they could be resurrected once. So what was there to fear? Furthermore, Chao Xing's 4 powerful men were patrolling the air, giving them even greater confidence. The archers drew their bowstrings, and arrows rained down like a torrential rain. And compared to the previous ones, the power of this volley was far greater. The mages also unleashed a variety of spells. Ice spikes, lightning, and shadow balls intertwined in the air, forming a web of destructive magic that bombarded the Blood Legion. Many Blood Legion soldiers were reduced to blood foam by this concentrated fire. Many kill notifications appeared before the survivors, and their eyes lit up with surprise. Wow! The system just told me I killed a centurion, and I was awarded 600 points of merit. So cool! What's that? I picked up a centurion's head, and I got 7,000 points of merit. Ha ha ha! I just used a chain of ice blasts to instantly kill over a dozen blood soldiers. They're so fragile. It's not that they're fragile, it's that we're stronger. Yeah, a 50% attribute increase. That means everyone has almost the same stats as a leader of the same tier. Chapter 613. The survivors' morale soared upon seeing this, and their offensive became even more ferocious. At the same time, the frontline shield guards also raised their shields, forming an impenetrable defensive line. With their power increased, the shield seemed to transform into a solid wall, repelling the Blood Legion's charge. Bang! 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 A continuous clashing sound rang out. A large number of blood soldiers frantically attacked the survivors' defenses, wave after wave, like an endless wave. However, the shield guards were like reefs standing firm amidst the waves. No matter how hard the Blood Legion attacked, they refused to retreat a single step. Ha ha! Disgusting creatures, come and attack me. Piece of shit. With that much strength, I wouldn't even touch you even if you went to a foot massage parlor. Did you get up too early today? Haven't you had breakfast yet? Faced with the survivors' taunts, the blood soldier's eyes flashed with anger. Damn it! A bunch of lowly ants. I'm going to kill you all. More blood soldiers rushed forward frantically, but their actions seemed to play into the survivors' hands. Yao Yiming quickly shouted, retreat 100 meters. Clatter. The frontline shield warriors retreated in an orderly fashion, ceding their position to the Blood Legion. Yao Yiming commanded again, snow hunters, activate all traps. At these words, all sorts of traps suddenly appeared on the previously unremarkable ground. Snaps, explosive traps, poison mist traps, grappling hooks, and so on. The blood soldiers felt like they were stuck in a quagmire, struggling to move, while a dense cloud of damage numbers appeared above their heads. Next, almost no command was needed. The other ranged units unleashed spells and attacks of various attributes. A flood of group attack spells rained down frantically on the area. The blood soldiers who had rushed to the front had their HP reduced to 0 almost instantly, then exploded into a pool of blood. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions continued. The Blood Legion suffered heavy losses in an instant. Seeing this, the eyes of the centurions and 1,000-man commanders in the Blood Army flashed with anxiety. Let's go ahead and break up these guys' formation. Okay. With that, they drew their weapons, and bursts of master-level, heroic aura erupted. Like ferocious beasts, they charged forward, seemingly intent on attacking the surviving army. Chao Xing glanced at them briefly before issuing a calm order. Binglan, Isabel, go ahead. The two women understood his meaning and nodded slightly, a cold, fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. The next moment, they simultaneously grasped their weapons, and a terrifying aura erupted from them. Like two storms suddenly rising between heaven and earth, a terrifying pressure swept across the battlefield. The force made all the survivors and blood-stained soldiers below tremble with fear, as if even their breathing was suppressed. Legendary power was truly terrifying. At the same time, Binglan immediately activated her newly activated hero skill. Dragon Promise Sword. Ice Dragon Dance. Roar. After a resounding dragon roar, everyone vaguely imagined a giant dragon covered in frost emerging. Its wingspan reached over 10,000 meters, truly blotting out the sky and the sun. However, the phantom of the ice dragon only flashed for a moment. Then it transformed into a streak of white lightning, and pierced the body of the dragon-riding woman below. At this moment, Binglan's aura surged again, giving the impression of a majestic queen descending. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan has used the skill Dragon Covenant Sword, Ice Dragon Dance, increasing the range of her normal attacks by 500%. Each attack has a 50% chance to summon an Ice Dragon Phantom. Influenced by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. This skill requires 2 points of divine power to activate. Binglan restored 1 point herself, and Chao Xing added 1 point to her using the divine power beads, which was just enough to activate this skill. At this moment, having entered the permanent Ice Dragon Dance state, Binglan's attack range dramatically increased again. Gripping Dawn, she casually swung her sword. Buzz! The sword energy, like a rainbow, trembled through the air before plunging directly into the blood-soaked army below. All the blood-soaked soldiers caught in the sword energy seemed to be vaporized in an instant, vanishing in an instant. A massive crack, stretching over 1,000 meters, was torn across the ground below. Only after the enemy was instantly slain did terrifying damaged figures appear in the air. -3,162,751. -2,086,252. -3,204,192. -3,319,852. -2,045,109. -3,149,234. The entire audience fell silent upon seeing this scene. The captains and centurions stared at the sky in amazement, unable to help but gasp. Legend. Legend. They actually possess a legendary warrior. The soldiers of the Blood Legion knew only too well how terrifying legendary combat power could be. With this woman, they could annihilate their million-strong blood army. Thinking of this, a centurion shouted almost without hesitation, "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone retreat! We must leave this place!" Instantly, the vast blood army ceased their movements and began to rapidly retreat. After striking that stunning blow, Binglan once again summoned Dawn. Terrifying power converged at the tip of her sword, seemingly ripping even the very air. Remember, that was just her ordinary attack. Binglan's greatest strength lay in her terrifying attack speed. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. With her swift, afterimage-like slashing movements, in a single second, she unleashed 7 or 8 kilometer-long sword energies. These sword energies, carrying the power to annihilate everything, descended upon the blood army. Vast numbers of blood soldiers were crushed like ants, and the ground beneath them seemed to be slashed by a giant blade, leaving horrific scars everywhere. At the same time, Binglan's basic attack triggered the special effect of Ice Dragon Dance. 2 giant ice dragons suddenly appeared, wielding a biting chill as they plowed the ground ahead. Boom! Where the ice dragons passed, the blood army was instantly frozen, and terrifying damage numbers of 2 to 3 million appeared above their heads. Then they transformed into countless ice crystal fragments and dissipated into the air. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Binglan had annihilated at least 50 to 60,000 blood soldiers, completely clearing the area of enemies. Then, she immediately changed direction. Seraphis flapped her wings beneath her, carrying her to a crowded area. Then, Binglan raised her sword once again and began slashing frantically. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sword energy, and the shadowy image of a giant ice dragon continued to appear. At this moment, Binglan looked like a goddess slaughtering all on the battlefield. The survivors swallowed their saliva, staring blankly at the terrifying figure in the sky, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. Is this the Dragon Lady who was so popular on the forums yesterday? It's her, but why does this Dragon Lady seem so much more terrifying than yesterday's? It's insane! It feels like she could easily crush an army of 1,000,000 people with just one move. Before the survivors could recover from their shock, Isabel on the other side had already unleashed a terrifying light spell. However, because of her forbidden spell skill, Blazing Torrent was still cooling down. So, she opened the Holy Book of Light and used one of its 2 forbidden spells. Glory to the Worlds. It's worth noting that the glorious chapter in Isabel's hand had been contaminated by the insect crystal, significantly reducing its properties. But after using the glorious jade gifted by the Baron's mother, it had been restored to peak condition. Buzz! A massive sun of light appeared above everyone's heads. The entire blood army, illuminated by this sun's rays, sizzled as if ice were meeting flames. Damaged figures of 3 to 4 million appeared above. In a brief moment, at least 100,000 blood soldiers melted into a pool of gore. However, this was only the beginning of the forbidden spell. 2 seconds later, the sun grew even larger. Like a falling sun, it plummeted from the sky, slamming into the blood army. Buzz! A terrifying and vast burst of light elemental divine power erupted, like a nuclear bomb exploding. Everyone felt a ball of white light fill their entire field of vision. When they opened their eyes again, a 3 to 4 kilometer wide expanse of air appeared before them. At least hundreds of thousands of blood army members were wiped out. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, used the forbidden spell, Eternal Glory, killing 341,552 members of the Blood Legion. Experience points earned: 795,568,620. Blessing of the Pale Tree. Battle merits earned: 1,839,114. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel's level has increased. The massive amount of experience points allowed Isabel's level to increase by another level. At this moment, the survivors were once again stunned. In just a moment, less than 10 seconds, half of the million-strong blood army had been instantly annihilated by these 2 women. They felt like they were in a dream. Everything before them seemed unreal. The survivors murmured, "This power. Isn't it a bit too perverse? Horrifying. What level of power are these 2 women? They feel like beings from a different dimension than us. I just heard from the Blood Legion that their strength is legendary." After hearing this, the shock in the survivors' eyes intensified. By now, many survivors knew that legends were the pinnacle of power in this world, beings they could only admire, never reaching. In the entire kingdom, there might not even be 2 legendary level warriors. And now, a lord from another world possessed 2 legendary warriors. Doesn't this mean that, with his power, he was already the equivalent of an entire kingdom? The very thought of this possibility made the survivors tremble. That's outrageous. We're still striving for 6th rank master, and Master Chao Xing already possesses 2 legendaries. Is this the gap between us and the top masters? Yes. I think Master Chao Xing's own strength has reached hero level, not far from legendary. Maybe soon, one of us humans from Blue Star will become a legendary. The thought made everyone even more excited. At this moment, another survivor said, "Let's not talk about legendary. That realm is too far away for us." By the way, did you guys record what just happened? I did, and I'm about to post it on the forum. Hurry up, post it, so the survivors and other servers can see how terrifying legendary combat power is. Instantly, several popular posts appeared on the forum. The title was, Chao Xing's True Strength, with 2 legendary masters rivaling a kingdom. Clicking on it brought up a video of the 2 women strutting around on the battlefield. Especially Isabel, the scene of casting a forbidden spell and instantly killing hundreds of thousands of blood-stained soldiers made all the survivors who saw it fall into a daze. Before this, these survivors had never even heard of a legendary master in action, let alone witnessed one. Now, a video of a master of this caliber displaying such immense power sparked countless replies in the blink of an eye. Second post: "This is terrifying. Could the survivors of our blue planet possess this level of power?" Third post: "Legendary masters truly live up to their reputation. Judging by their performance, they're practically nuclear weapons on the battlefield." Fourth post: "Yes, such a terrifying being. Boss Chao Xing even possesses 2. Their power is truly incredible." Instantly, the number of replies to this post exceeded 100,000, and continued to grow at an astonishing rate. More and more survivors visited the forum, stunned by the terrifying power of a legendary master. How on earth did Boss Chao Xing manage to recruit such powerful warriors. It's incredible. If I had 2 such formidable warriors, the Blood Legion wouldn't matter. I crushed them all. I envy the brothers in the 4 districts. With Boss Chao Xing here, they don't have to worry about the Blood Legion's threat. The popularity of this post continued to soar, reaching the front page of the forum. Chao Xing's name once again became the focus of all the survivors' heated discussion. 1 minute later, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue remained airborne, unmoved. The battlefield below was completely handed over to the Dragon Speaker and Isabel. With their combined strength, and in conjunction with the survivors' army, they faced no pressure at all against the Blood Legion below. In just 2 or 3 minutes, they had annihilated at least 80% of this million-strong Blood Legion. The deaths of 800,000 blood soldiers brought a massive amount of experience. Isabel's level had soared to 109. Binglan's level had reached 103. It also brought Chao Xing over 4 million points of military merit. Chao Xing glanced at the battle below and said, "Everyone, come back. We take care of the remaining blood soldiers." Although it wouldn't take long for Isabel and Binglan to work together to wipe out the remaining 100,000 blood soldiers, Chao Xing had gathered these survivors and traveled all night, so he had to make sure they felt a sense of participation. With the return of the 2 legendary warriors, the survivors below once again took control of the battlefield. Yao Yiming, perched on a magic bull chariot, loudspeaker in hand, gave orders continuously. "Captain Lin Weidong, lead your legion to the 1 o'clock position and close the gap. Snow Hunter team, immediately proceed to coordinate area and set numerous traps. Mage, cast area of effect spells at the densest areas of the crowd to disperse their formation. Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Under his command, the survivors sprang into action. They annihilated the remaining Blood army while blocking their path. Gradually, a massive encirclement formed, completely blocking the remaining Blood army. And as the encirclement shrank, the number of Blood army dwindled. Despite overwhelming numbers, they finally wiped out the million-strong Blood army in just 21 minutes. Although the survivors suffered some casualties, thanks to the effects of Doomsday return, they were all revived to full health. In other words, they completely wiped out the Blood army with virtually 0 casualties. The survivors gripped their weapons tightly, wanting to shout with excitement. "I feel ridiculously strong now. The Blood Legion is nothing but me. Awesome. A few more waves, and I might even rack up enough points to redeem for a master-level Heart of Power. Woohoo! I've got enough points to redeem 100 corrupted Blood Barbarian recruitment scrolls. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've fought such an easy battle in all my time in this world." The battle was unprecedentedly easy. The feared Blood Legion was vanquished so easily. It was unbelievable. They all looked at the figure above with excitement. They knew that without this man's appearance, they wouldn't have been able to turn the tide of the battle, and might even have been annihilated. At this moment, Chao Xing, soaring in the sky, looked down at the battlefield below. A system notification appeared before him. "You commanded your legions to victory in a major battle, activating your special ability, Heart of Command. Heart of Command. Through successive battles, you gradually mastered the true meaning of battlefield warfare and the art of command, successfully awakening the Heart of Command and transforming towards master level." Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. "Oh! You actually activated this for me?" After all this fighting, his expert command proficiency has reached full level, with only the last hurdle remaining, Heart of Command. Unexpectedly, by chance, it activated. Excellent! I can now directly advance my command. Chao Xing opened his profile, found the life skills section, and clicked the plus sign next to it. A system prompt appeared. "Do you want to upgrade your expert command to master level?" "Yes." He clicked OK. Suddenly, a flood of memory fragments flooded his mind. Just like before, these fragments contained a wealth of battlefield command experience, as well as footage of various large-scale battles. This gave Chao Xing even more experience in dealing with various battlefield situations. He absorbed these images quickly. In less than a minute, Chao Xing opened his eyes. "Congratulations on your successful upgrade. Your expert-level command skill has been upgraded to master-level command skill." He glanced at the stats. Master-level command skill. Proficiency, 0/200,000. Skill effect. Increases all attack damage by 20%, increases morale by 20%. Excellent. The attack damage bonus has increased from 10% to 20%. Excellent. This is a significant improvement. For legendary warriors like Isabel and Binglan, it would increase their base attack damage by at least 100,000. Add to that the increased multipliers of various skills, and the damage would be a massive increase. Chapter 614. Chao Xing, was extremely satisfied with his improvement in master-level leadership. Then, looking down at the army of survivors below, a different thought suddenly occurred to him. He shouted, "Everyone! Right now, my legion has begun clearing out the Blood Legion in the Blissband Wilds, and will soon move on to the next map to clear out the Blood Legion. But your marching speed is limited, and you can't keep up with my legion. So do you want to do something big?" Hearing this, confusion crossed the survivors' eyes. Do something big? They just wiped out an army of 1,000,000 men. Wasn't that big enough? But they also knew that Chao Xing had always been their savior, and they had gained a lot from following him. Someone immediately responded. "Boss Chao Xing, tell me what you want. No matter who we're targeting, as long as you give the order, I definitely lead the charge." "Me too. With Boss Chao Xing here, what's there to fear?" "That's right, we defeat the Blood Legion." Looking at the excited survivors, Chao Xing shook his head slightly and said, "Calm down, everyone. Listen to me. Next, I will continue to lead you in the battle against the massive Blood Legion, but I won't be attacking them like I did now. I leave the battlefield to you. You need to rely on your own strength to defeat the enemy. And my Doomsday journey only allows you to revive once. On a large-scale battlefield like this, while it can significantly reduce casualties, it doesn't guarantee your immortality. So, everyone, please think carefully before agreeing. If you want to withdraw, please let me know now. After all, death is a common occurrence on a battlefield like this." These words made the other survivors realize the seriousness of the situation, and hesitation flickered in their eyes. After some discussion, a small number of the surviving lords declared their withdrawal, while many more remained. About 720,000 people remained. These 700,000 plus people held a determined look in their eyes. None of the lords, who had survived to this day, were fools. They all knew that Chao Xing couldn't protect them forever, and that they needed to grow up quickly. In fact, this operation was specifically designed to hone their coordination skills on such a large-scale battlefield. Additionally, with such a legendary powerhouse at their side, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could be said that Chao Xing had minimized their casualties. The remaining survivors responded loudly. "Master Chao Xing, we're not afraid." "That's right, everyone is mentally prepared." "Damn it, it's just death. If this bloody chaos isn't resolved, everyone will die sooner or later." Chao Xing looked at the group of survivors, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Excellent. Then, everyone move. Target, Blood Teleport Pillar." Hearing this, the survivors' breath hitched again, but soon, they realized what was happening. What Chao Xing meant by big move was that he was planning to lead them directly to attack the Blood Legion's most important area on the map. The Teleport Pillar. Ya Yiming also realized the upcoming action, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. He gripped the megaphone and shouted again, "Everyone, form up." All the survivors obeyed the command, forming a battle formation as quickly as possible. Then he continued, "Now, maintain formation and advance at full speed toward the blood transmission column." Beep! The deep, inspiring sound of the war horn echoed across the plain. Hundreds of thousands of people's faces froze, and then they launched into action in a mighty force. At the same time, Chao Xing once again opened the chat channels for the 4 major districts. "Brothers of the Blissband Wilds, I'm Chao Xing. I've arrived with my army. Today, we clear this map of the Blood Army and destroy their teleportation pillars. I need you to unite and form a large army to join my side and eliminate the remaining Blood Army from this map. After clearing the Blissband Wilds, I head to the next area, the Broken Woods. Brothers in the woods and other areas of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, please prepare in advance and wait for me to arrive and destroy the teleportation pillars. You will be responsible for clearing out the remaining Blood Army." As soon as Chao Xing finished speaking, the chat channel erupted in excitement again. Everyone understood his intention. What he meant was that he would march north, destroying each blood teleportation pillar one by one, cutting off the Blood Army's support. The other survivors could then take this opportunity to eliminate the remaining Blood Army. This not only curbs the Blood Legion's expansion, but also allows everyone to participate in the fight against them, while also earning numerous military merits. However, Chao Xing's actions will also provoke the Blood Legion's wrath, and they will direct all their firepower at him. Instantly, a complex and moving expression welled up in the hearts of the survivors throughout the 4 districts. The Legion commander spoke rapidly in the chat channel. "Brothers from the Bliss Wilds, I'm Lin Weixiong, commander of the Koi Legion. Everyone can gather at coordinates. We cooperate with Boss Chao Xing. Brothers from the Broken Woods, I'm Li Hang, commander of the Night Rain Tower. We've assembled a legion of over 100,000. Everyone can gather at coordinates. Brothers, near Dwelin Lake, there's a blood pillar in the center of the lake. A large number of blood legions are attacking Dwelin Lake City. We urgently need support. I immediately organize a legion to come to the rescue. Brothers from Dwelin Lake City, hold on. There are 2 teleportation pillars at the border. Anyone interested, please gather at coordinates. We're already 200,000 strong. Across the 4 districts, countless survivors took action, inspired by Chao Xing's words. 2 hours later, Chao Xing had led a legion of hundreds of thousands of survivors to the vicinity of the blood teleportation pillar in the Bliss Wilds. From this point, a vast icy lake lay before them. The lake surface, once a pristine white, was now stained red with blood. In the center of the lake, a pillar of blood broke through the ice, rising from the lake's depths and reaching the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth. Around the pillar, blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the entire lake a crimson. The air was thick with the scent of blood. And above the ice, surrounding the blood teleportation pillar, stood hundreds of thousands of blood legions. Their figures were so dense that they covered the entire lake like a blood-red ocean. We've arrived. This is the location of the blood teleportation pillar in the Blissfield field. Next to them, Dragon Queen Binglan, Holy Light Priestess Isabel, and Four-Winged Angel Lu Mushua were about to rush over and destroy the blood teleportation pillar. Chao Xing said, "Wait a moment." The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. As I said before, wait for the survivors to arrive, and leave this blood army here to them. As for those 1,000-man and centurion commanders, we handle them. Lu Mushua turned her head, gazing at Chao Xing with her beautiful eyes, and asked in an ethereal voice, "Ah Xing, there are so many merits here. Should we give them to them?" Chao Xing smiled, knowing that this woman was a point-scoring enthusiast. And, influenced by him, she liked to grab every advantage. That's all right. Our other legions have already begun clearing out the blood army, and their military achievements are increasing rapidly. With 600,000 blood army soldiers here, it's a good opportunity for them to acclimate to large-scale combat. However, we still take care of the blood transmission pillars. Lu Mushua nodded gently. Then, the 3 powerful women stopped and waited. Meanwhile, Chao Xing turned and looked behind him. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of figures was rapidly approaching. It was an army of nearly 900,000 survivors, marching in unison and moving swiftly. The footsteps of hundreds of thousands of people resounded like thunder, shaking the very earth. This vast army was steadily advancing toward the icy lake. Yao Yiming's voice echoed nearby. "Captain! Several lords and their legions have just joined us on the way. Our army now numbers over 800,000. The legion has arrived near the blood transmission pillar. Please issue instructions." Chao Xing said, "Directly attack the blood army. Adopt a cautious strategy. Annihilate this army while ensuring the survival rate of your legion. I will deal with the masters and heroes within." Hearing this, Yao Yiming's expression straightened. "Yes, Captain." At the same time, Yao Yiming, driving the demon bull chariot from a high point, gave the order. "Everyone, follow my command." The voice instantly spread over 10 kilometers, echoing throughout the hundreds of thousands of troops. All the survivors raised their heads and stared at the figure. "We've reached our target location. The enemy is right before our eyes." This time, the enemy numbers 600,000, while we have a full 800,000. With Boss Chao Xing leading the charge, we have the advantage. "Now, follow me in charge. We completely destroy the Blood Legion." At the last word, the survivors' eyes suddenly flushed, a surge of blood boiling in their hearts. They shouted in unison, "Kill!" The next moment, the 900,000 survivors launched a simultaneous charge. Like a torrent of steel, they surged toward the icy lake. Boom! The ground shook violently. The Blood Legion stationed on the icy lake, sensing the oncoming force, began to stir. The Legion scouts had already relayed the battle report. A large army of otherworldly lords had gathered in the area and had completely annihilated their million-man army. Such a formidable force already put immense pressure on all the blood soldiers, including the centurions. However, their mission was to guard the blood teleport pillar. Even if they perished in battle, they could not retreat a single step. "Prepare to meet the enemy," a centurion shouted, and all the blood soldiers immediately drew their weapons. Clang! Clang! On the distant skyline, hundreds of thousands of troops rapidly approached, a black mass descending upon them. Chao Xing and the other 4 remained suspended in midair, observing the battle below. Under Yao Yiming's command, they advanced at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the army of survivors stepped onto the vast icy lake. Seeing this scene, all the blood soldiers felt a sense of déjà vu. They had done the same thing before, attacking human cities and the survivors' territories in a mighty force. However, now they were the ones being attacked. Prepare. With the Centurion's cry, the blood soldiers switched to defensive mode. Although these monsters are frantic, their combat power is also terrifying. In the blood plain, fighting is constant, and wars erupt everywhere. At the center of the blood plain lies a vast sea of blood, where countless blood soldiers are born every day. From the moment they are born, each blood soldier is assigned to a blood unit, and begins to fight endlessly. They need no reproduction or training. There is only war. Endless war. Every blood soldier is merely a tool of war, a number killed on the battlefield. This oppressive and frenzied atmosphere also breathes these battle-hardened monsters. Boom! The vast army of survivors transformed into a black torrent, already stepping onto the ice and charging forward. The next moment, the black torrent collided with the vast red ocean. Boom! The moment the two armies collided, a deafening roar erupted. The ice hundreds of meters deep beneath their feet instantly cracked like a spiderweb. In an instant, both sides swung their weapons, stabbing the enemy's vital points with all their might. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed continuously, and in an instant, a large number of warriors fell. There were blood soldiers and human survivors. Shoot! Magic bombardment. Break their formation. A torrential downpour of arrows and a variety of dazzling magic instantly exploded among the Blood Legion. Of course, the Blood Legion had more than one melee unit. They also had ranged units like Blood Archers, Blood Warlocks, and Blood Mages. A flood of arrows and magic, imbued with the power of blood, rained down upon the surviving host, instantly sending them careening and falling. Many lords and their subjects were instantly slain. The battle began, with casualties on both sides. Cao Xing remained silent, observing the movements of the heroes and master-level warriors within the legion. These heroic centurions, however, gazed upon the battlefield ahead, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. A bunch of ants. You think you can defeat us with your numbers? How naive. I show you what true power is. With these words, the aura of the masters and heroes erupted. The rich power of blood seemed to materialize, leaving all the survivors feeling a pall of gloom within them. Seeing them preparing to attack the surviving army, Cao Xing gave a direct order. Bing on, eliminate all Blood Legion soldiers above rank 7. Upon hearing the order, the Dragon Queen sprang into action. Seraphis carried her over the battlefield, her massive wingspan spread wide, obscuring the sky and sun, as if announcing the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Then, she raised the Dawn Sword and instantly unleashed a stream of sword energy. Swish! 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 The sword energy instantly spanned 2 to 3 kilometers, landing directly on the ice. The moment the sword energy struck, the Blood Legion soldiers were torn apart like pieces of paper, and deep cracks were carved into the ice. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions echoed continuously. Even the centurions and 1,000-man commanders among them could not withstand such a strong attack, and instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. The survivors' morale soared upon seeing this scene. Boss Cao Xing's Dragon Girl has taken action. Brothers, don't worry about those guys. We just need to focus on those level 5 and 6 blood soldiers. We outnumber them and have higher stats. Don't be afraid, kill them. Kill! The Blood Legion was horrified by the Binglan's outburst, which had slain so many centurions. The morale of the survivors surged. As one side gained strength while the other lost, the Blood Legion's formation retreated instantly. The battle intensified. The battlefield, with nearly 1.4 million people on both sides, was like a giant meat grinder. Survivors and blood soldiers fell continuously. After a single death, most of the survivors chose to retreat and leave the Legion. Of course, some fearless warriors chose to continue fighting. This kind of large-scale life-and-death struggle is the most dangerous, yet also the fastest way to unleash the human body's potential. This massive, life-and-death struggle significantly boosted the survivors' combat capabilities and reaction speed. After a full 10 minutes of fierce fighting, over 100,000 survivors had been killed, with the actual death toll around 20,000. The Blood Legion had already lost nearly 200,000. There were still around 300,000 Blood Legion soldiers left on the battlefield. Clearly, the balance of victory had tilted in their favor. At this moment, the ground ahead began to violently tremble again. Boom! The ice trembled violently, as if some enormous monster was about to charge. Everyone looked up. On the distant skyline, a dark mass of figures emerged. It looked quite numerous, perhaps 400,000 to 500,000. Everyone remained vigilant against this sudden appearance of a large army. As they approached, they discovered they were the combined forces of the Blissband Wild survivors. They shouted in the chat, "Brothers of the Snowstorm, we're here to help you. We can't be absent from such a large-scale battle. Brothers, kill these Blood Legion thugs. Don't let our brothers of the Snowstorm fight alone. Charge." In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the frozen lake at top speed and launched a fierce attack on the Blood Legion. The Blood Legion was already at a disadvantage. Now, with so many survivors appearing, the pressure increased dramatically. Furthermore, the Legion Centurions and 1,000-man commanders had already been slaughtered by the woman riding a giant dragon in the sky. Or rather, the outcome of this battle had been decided from the outset, and the Blood soldiers were only kept alive to serve as training for the survivors. After all, if that legendary woman had used her full strength, their entire Blood army would have been annihilated long ago. The remaining 300,000-plus Blood soldiers also observed this, and humiliation flashed in their eyes. Every time they appeared before, they had instilled fear in the enemy. Even the elite troops of the kingdoms dared not confront them head-on. And now, they had become the training ground for this bunch of ants, feeling deeply aggrieved. But they had no recourse. Without a legendary on their side, they simply could not withstand a legendary powerhouse. Not to mention, there was an army of over 1,000,000 men on the other side. The shouts of killing mingled with the sounds of battle. After another 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the Blood army had suffered another 100,000 casualties. Now, there were only about 200,000 remaining. More and more survivors were constantly joining the ranks. The combined strength of the two maps, the Snowstorm and the Blissfields, had surpassed 1.5 million. They had practically surrounded the remaining legions. It was only a matter of time before these 200,000-strong army was completely annihilated. These Blood soldiers knew their fate. A flicker of determination flashed in the eyes of a surviving Blood Legion Centurion. With a stern face, he shouted, "Men, although we have lost this battle, our blood will eventually stain this land red. Now, we offer our all, and invite the Centurion to descend." Chapter 6:15. Now, we must sacrifice everything we have. Please, Commander of the 10,000, descend. Hearing these words, the remaining Blood army seemed to have made a decision. A glint of madness flashed in their eyes, and they shouted in unison, "Blood will eventually stain the earth red. You will all pay the price. Please, Commander of the 10,000, descend." As soon as the words fell, a bang exploded, transforming into a dazzling spray of blood that drifted through the air. The first Blood soldier self-destruction set off a chain reaction. Bang! 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 The continuous explosions echoed, like blood-red roses blooming on the ice. A flood of blood dyed the ice completely red. The survivors stared at the scene in bewilderment. What are these Blood soldiers doing? Are they going to self-destruct if they can't defeat us? Damn it! My battle merits. Let's hurry up and kill them to give more merits. Just as the survivors continued to unleash their group attack magic, something strange seemed to occur on the ice ahead. The massive blood teleportation column slowly began to spin, absorbing the blood energy from the entire surface of the ice. Not only from the Blood soldiers, but also from the survivors. Clatter. A vast amount of blood energy converged, transforming into a thick blood mist that poured down. Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the blood teleportation column, like an eye suddenly appearing in a pillar. As the eye slowly opened, a pale giant hand gradually emerged from it. It continued to expand the crack, as if forcing its way out. In the blink of an eye, a pale, lanky hand emerged completely from within. A terrifying aura instantly spread across the entire ice surface. Over 1,000,000 survivors felt as if their hearts were being gripped by this pale hand, a suffocating, oppressive feeling. Even Lu Mushua and the others in the air could sense this aura. They knew a legendary creature had arrived. Ah Xing, should we interrupt the teleportation? But Chao Xing shook his head. Don't worry. Since they can summon legendaries, let them do it. That's just right. I still don't have enough legendary hearts. Looking at the blood teleport pillar, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with a glint of prey. The blood teleport pillar's ability to absorb vast quantities of blood energy and transport a legendary level 10,000-man captain was something Chao Xing hadn't anticipated. Furthermore, this 10,000-man captain didn't seem to be the same one that had appeared with the bloodline leader before, but rather a new one summoned from the Blood Legion's world. Lu Mushua, Isabel, and the others also stopped, weapons in hand, ready for battle. At the same time, a terrifying figure emerged from the blood teleportation column, accompanied by bursts of beast-like roars. In the blink of an eye, a monster over 100 meters tall, with pale skin and disproportionately shaped limbs, emerged. Chao Xing took a quick look. Captain of the 10,000, Guerrilla Scourge Howl. Faction, Blood Legion. Level, 120, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. A legend indeed. But since they're not high level, they're easy to beat. The bloody teleportation pillar in the center of the lake, having transported the centaur, dimmed as if drained of all its energy. The centaur, named Guerrilla Doom Howl, stood there, slightly hunched, his arms, several dozen meters long, hanging in front of him. He exuded an eerie, terrifying aura. A pair of bloodthirsty eyes scoured the ice. The survivors caught in his gaze felt their minds go blank, as if a terrifying demon was staring at them. He. A bunch of ants, actually trying to unite and destroy our Legion's teleportation pillar. An eerie laugh echoed, like an old man choking on phlegm, unusually unpleasant. Perfect. I devour you all right here, transforming you into blood nourishment. As soon as these words fell, a torrent of power erupted from this terrifying creature, instantly spreading and enveloping the entire icy lake. At that moment, the over 1 million survivors were pale and stiff under this force, completely unable to move. Everyone's breathing became rapid, and their heartbeats suddenly accelerated. Only then did everyone truly understand the terror of a legendary powerhouse. Previously, the two legendary women under Chao Xing's command had merely directed their oppressive aura toward the enemy. Now, facing a powerhouse of this magnitude, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of despair and pressure. Though his face was pale, Yao Yiming swiftly broke free from the legendary powerhouse's oppression. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand with difficulty, saying, "Everyone, retreat. Leave the battlefield to boss Chao Xing." He knew that only that man could handle an enemy of this caliber. Yao Yiming's voice resounded like thunder across the battlefield. The survivors gradually broke free from the terrifying oppression and retreated. The Blood 13-man leader, with his twisted form and eerie aura, gradually curled his lips into a frown. He. Want to leave? I've been hungry for years in that world. Today, let me have a good meal. He extended a scarlet tongue and couldn't help licking the corners of his mouth. Then he raised his bony arms overhead. As if mobilizing all the blood and energy within a radius of 10 kilometers, a blood cloud gradually gathered above his head. Then, the blood cloud gradually transformed into a frantic human face, ready to attack the army of survivors below. At this moment, a faint voice echoed from above. Last time, your bloodline lord summoned 9 centurions, and now another has appeared. So your world has many legends? The bloodline lord instantly looked up at the voice. Then, he spotted 4 figures floating in the air, and his gaze fixed on Dragon Speaker Binglan and Isabel. The madness and strangeness in his eyes faded, gradually becoming profoundly serious. A lord from another world. Actually brought with him 2 legendary warriors. It seems you're the accident the commander mentioned. Though you're powerful, you're still far inferior to our bloodline legion. When the commander arrives, you'd be dead without a burial place. The implication was that Chao Xing should leave immediately. The Centurion commander knew he was no match for the 2 legends, and wanted to use his title as a fresh blood leader to scare him off. However, Chao Xing didn't bother to waste time with him, and simply ordered, "Isabel, Binglan, proceed." Upon hearing the order, the 2 women instantly sprang into action. A terrifying aura erupted, sweeping towards the Centurion commander. Sensing danger, a glint of madness appeared in the eyes of the bloody Centurion commander. Huh? Young man, you really don't know your place. Since you're seeking death, then I grant you your wish. With those words, the blood cloud overhead instantly shifted. The human face above opened its maw and aimed at Chao Xing, as if about to unleash some terrifying attack. At that moment, Isabel began to frantically flip through the holy book of light in her hands, a vast radiant force of light gushing out. Then, a massive pillar of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the Centurion commander and freezing him in place. At the same time, the attacks from the blood cloud overhead abruptly ceased. Isabel had previously used this skill to control many powerful beings. Now that she had become a legendary sage of holy light, she used it again, with equally impressive results. Then, the captain of 10,000 men was subjected to a torrent of attacks from Binglan and Isabel. Kilometer-long sword energies exploded, accompanied by massive orbs of holy light. Holy light spears and holy light cinder shields rained down. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions continued, revealing astonishing damage. Decrease 187-1104. Decrease 275-2217. Decrease 319-5231. Decrease 291-7534. Decrease 201-5742. Decrease 1954782. Legendary level warriors possessed impressive armor, often worth hundreds of thousands. However, Binglan and Isabel's attack power was also high, and even with the reduction from their armor, they still dealt considerable damage. The Centaur's health dropped by over 30 million in just 2 seconds. At the same time, it continuously unleashed powerful blood power, impacting the thousands-meter-long pillar of holy light. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on it. With a crack, the pillar of holy light shattered on the spot. However, before the Centaur could react, it was greeted by a second control. The holy chain. Buzz. A golden halo imbued with the power of confinement appeared and instantly locked the Centaur, binding him firmly in place once again. After becoming a holy light sage, Isabel's holy light power surged, allowing even these skills to work against legendary creatures. Ah! Damned holy light! The Centaur struggled fiercely, cursing viciously. But no matter how angry he was completely suppressed by Isabel and Binglan, giving him no chance to fight back. Elsewhere, Yao Yiming commanded the army of over 1 million survivors to rapidly retreat, until they were far away from the lake. Watching the battle between the three powerful figures, the survivors felt a wave of lingering fear. Yao Yiming took a deep breath and sent a voice message to Chao Xing, saying, "Captain, we have successfully evacuated to a safe distance." Chao Xing glanced at them, then looked at the battlefield ahead. "Mushua, let's take action too. Together, let's take down this Blood Legion legend." Okay. The moment he finished speaking, Chao Xing and Lu Mushua simultaneously transformed. Crash! A massive demon, its wings spread wide and brimming with demonic energy, appeared in midair, seemingly dyeing the clouds black. Even on the other side, an angel with 4 pristine white wings, radiating holy power, filled the other half of the sky. As their attributes surged, their aura also increased dramatically. Then, the 4 powerful warriors simultaneously launched a barrage of attacks against the bloody centurion. Buzz! Buzz! Isabel's holy light balls exploded like nuclear bombs, one after another. Binglan wielded the Dawn Sword, unleashing a frenzy of explosive skills. Chao Xing held the Demon Codex in one hand and unleashed demonic spells with the other. Beside him, Lu Mushua continuously slashed with the Sword of Judgment. The various attacks landed on the enemy, inflicting a dense barrage of damage. The Centurion's health was also rapidly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, it had dropped to 150 million. Roar! Damn you, I make you pay. The captain roared in anger, a surge of bloody energy erupting from him, colliding with the attacks of Chao Xing and the others. Each wave of collision was like a massive artillery shell, its terrifying impact sweeping out over 10 kilometers, and cracks appeared densely on the ice of the entire lake. Chao Xing held the codex in his left hand, his right claws extended, and gradually condensed into a pitch-black sphere. As the sphere expanded, veins even appeared on it, resembling a beating heart. "I give you a big one." Then, Chao Xing threw the heart downward, drawing a graceful arc through the air. The moment it came into contact with the bloody 10,000's blood, the heart exploded. A storm of energy brimming with pitch-black flames erupted instantly. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ice of the icy lake shattered like fragile glass under the powerful impact. Huge chunks of ice were lifted high, ignited by the unholy flames in midair, and transformed into blazing balls of fire that fell in all directions. However, this was only the first wave of explosions. Boom! With a dull bang, a massive shockwave struck again. This vast icy lake had previously withstood the trampling of 1 or 2 million people, without even a single rip. Now, under the relentless bombardment of these two legendary, heroic figures, the hundreds-meter-thick ice layer completely shattered, revealing the icy waters beneath. This skill was none other than the Demon Codex's own hero skill. Hellish Frenzy. Not only did it unleash 2 consecutive waves of wide area, high-magnitude group attacks, it also increased the enemy's skill cooldown by 50%. 2 damage indicators, exceeding 1 million, appeared above the bloody 10,000's head. Compared to Chao Xing's attack power, dealing this much damage was already quite impressive. Damn you! The bloody 10,000 glared at Chao Xing with venomous eyes. However, the ice had now completely shattered, leaving him no place to stand. He kicked his legs, attempting to soar into the sky. However, Isabel and Binglan would not let him do that. Dragon Promise Sword Dance, Holy Light Cinder Shield, Divine Punishment, Soul Withering. The various skills that descended upon him not only restricted his movement, but also inflicted horrific damage. -186-2744. -211-9524. -318-1095. -195, 1627, -309, 2174. The bloody 10,000 finally soared into the sky, only to be struck repeatedly. Like a blazing comet, carrying dark purple flames and holy light, it plummeted towards the center of the lake. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending up a torrent of water and ice shards. The entire lake trembled madly, and over a dozen kilometers away, the survivors watching this scene were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. Wow! So terrifying. Is this legendary strength? Simply inhuman. Indeed, this kind of power is completely beyond our comprehension. The gap is simply too vast. Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked at the four figures in the air, filled with awe. In the icy lake, the Blood Legion centaur struggled to his feet several times, but was once again suppressed by the four of them. Under this one-sided onslaught, the Blood Legion centaur didn't last long. In less than a minute, the first life was lost. Then he activated the Blood Legion's legendary talent, Blood Rebirth. However, like the other centaurs, his rebirth didn't immediately restore him to peak health, leaving him with only around 60 million HP. Clearly, 60 million HP wouldn't last long in the hands of Chaoxing and the others. After a dozen seconds, the centaur's HP was about to be depleted. In his final moments, he gazed at the figure in the sky with eyes filled with resentment. You damn bastards. The Lord Commander will not let you go. When the earth is stained red with blood, you will all pay the price. Before he finished his words, the centurion's body exploded with a bang, dissolving into a cloud of blood. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, successfully killed the Blood Legion Centurion, Goria's Scourge Howl, level 120, a legendary creature. Experience points, 77,450,000, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Combat merit, 1.2 million. After the Centurion was slain, Binglan looked at the dim blood teleportation pillar ahead and swung a few swords, shattering it instantly. Buzz! The blood teleportation pillar completely dissipated. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, destroyed a blood teleportation pillar. Achieve merit, 2 million, Divine Power Fragments *2. Seeing the system prompt, a smile played across Chaoxing's lips. Great, the second one. Elsewhere, the Bloodline leader sensed the disappearance of the blood transmission pillar and the death of a centurion, and his expression darkened again. He turned to the Watcher leader beside him. Luo, that kid's at it again. This time, he not only destroyed a blood transmission pillar, but also slew a centurion of our legion. According to the battle reports from the front, this kid has 2 legendary level warriors under his command. I think we must immediately launch an all-out attack and kill this human. He's developing too rapidly. In a while, he might become a threat. Hearing this, the Watcher leader nearby also looked surprised. He whispered, there are already 2 legends? No wonder he dared to attack the blood teleport pillar. After a pause, the Watcher leader whispered, I understand. There's no need to rush. The plan is already underway, and we can implement it tomorrow. If this survivor lord dares to attack again, it will be his unforgettable death. Chapter 616. After hearing this, the fresh bloodline leader gradually suppressed his murderous intent. Luo, this otherworldly lord has become quite powerful. He now possesses 2 legendaries. During our last battle, he summoned a legendary level demon, making him 3 legendaries. Plus, he still has that strange statue in his hand. To deal with him, we must mobilize at least 5. No, at least 6 legendaries, to ensure a single strike and a single kill. The Watcher leader nodded slightly. You're right, he's a threat, even greater than those stubborn kingdoms. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, we launch our operation against him, forcing him to surrender. If he refuses, then simply eliminate him. The Watcher leader spoke calmly, as if declaring something a matter of course. Although the fresh bloodline leader beside him was furious, he nodded. It's only a day. He can still afford to wait. Meanwhile, after the 4 of them jointly slew the Blood Legion Centurion, Binglan piloted Seraphis to the icy lake below and collected all the fallen items. Then, she flew to Chaoxing's side, her expression still cold and icy. Here you go. A smile played on Chaoxing's lips. Then he took the items from Binglan. Obtained, Legendary Heart *1. Obtained, Legendary Blood Core *1. Obtained, Divine Power Fragments *4. Obtained, Blood of the Mighty *6. Obtained, Blood Crystals *54. Not bad. Another Legendary Heart and Blood Core, plus 4 Divine Power Fragments. While the rewards for killing the Blood Legion's powerful members aren't high, taking down their legendaries will consistently drop legendary hearts and divine power fragments, which are still quite valuable. With their destruction of the Blood Teleport Pillars, the Blood Army in Brisbane Wilds no longer posed a threat. Chao Xing put all of these items into his backpack and announced on the Legion channel, Yao Yiming, Ji Xinue Tianjing. Captain, I'm here. Captain, please give your instructions. The three responded in quick succession. Chao Xing said, your next mission is to continue leading this army and eliminate the remaining Blood Army in Brisbane Wilds. Then unite the remaining survivors in this map to form a larger army. Wait until I destroy the Blood Teleport Pillars in the next map, and then bring your men over. Chao Xing had already tested this. That is, as long as they were within the same map, Yao Yiming, Ji Xinue, and the others would receive the bonuses granted by the guide to the Doomsday title. At his current monster clearing speed, combined with the survivor army, he could clear a map in half a day. The three deputy captains understood Chao Xing's intention and responded in unison. Yes, Captain. Yao Yiming quickly reorganized the formation, bringing in the hundreds of thousands of survivors from the Brisbane wilderness. Beep! When the marching horn sounded, the million-strong army transformed into a long, mighty dragon, charging forward. After the survivor army departed, Chao Xing remained airborne. He glanced around. Hundreds and thousands of kilometers away, he could vaguely see several towering teleportation pillars, towering between heaven and earth. Chao Xing pondered, there were originally 7 teleportation pillars within the Ice Crystal Kingdom. One opened again last night, bringing the total to 8. After I destroyed 2, there are still 6 left. Next, I focus on removing the remaining pillars. At this rate, as long as no new ones appear, we have eliminated all the teleportation pillars within the Ice Crystal Kingdom within 2 days. That way, the old king can send troops to support other countries until all the pillars are eliminated. Of course, the idea is beautiful, but actually implementing it will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. They might encounter obstacles along the way from the Blood Legion. So, he pressed the communication device to his ear and quickly ordered, all warriors listen. After eliminating the enemies at hand, quickly proceed to the next area, the Broken Woodland. After the order was given, Chao Xing's more than 2,000 powerful warriors sprang into action. In any case, they had nearly wiped out the Blood Legion in the Brisbane Wilds. After all, Chao Xing alone had annihilated 1.6 million troops in just one morning. His own 20-plus legions, combined with the scattered survivors and indigenous forces, had nearly annihilated 1.5 million Blood Legions. Across the entire Brisbane Wilds, there were still approximately 1.7 to 1.8 million Blood Legions remaining. Leave these to the survivors and the indigenous people of Brisbane, and they could all be dealt with. So Chao Xing said, Bing on, Isabel Mushue. Let's head straight to the next area. Then, the 4 powerful warriors leaped onto Seraphus's back and headed straight for the next blood transmission pillar. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a system notification appeared. You have arrived in the Broken Woods. Chao Xing stood on Seraphus's back, overlooking the terrain below. This place, as its name suggests, is a vast and fragmented territory. The forests, as if struck by a swarm of meteorites, were pierced by vast holes and cracks, like scars on the earth. Looking around, Chao Xing searched for the location of the blood transmission pillar. Soon, he spotted the sky-high blood pillar deep in a forest about 300 kilometers away. The intense blood aura had already dyed the entire forest red. Let's go! With a flap of his wings, Seraphus led them swiftly forward. In the blink of an eye, Chao Xing and the others arrived next to the blood transmission pillar. Just like the previous ones, in the forest below, hundreds of thousands of blood troops were stationed, guarding this blood transmission pillar. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes were indifferent as he gave the order, attack. Upon hearing the order, the 2 legendary masters launched their attacks. Buzz! A 1,000-meter-long sword energy and a massive ball of holy light suddenly appeared above the Blood Army. Swish! Swish! Boom! Violent explosions, and the sound of air ripping apart echoed continuously. Where the sword energy passed, towering trees shattered like fragile pieces of paper, sending wood chips flying. Before the Blood Army could react, their bodies were swept by the sword energy and exploded, leaving no trace. In a single encounter, at least tens of thousands of the Blood Army were instantly slain. Only then did the 1,000-man and Centurion commanders in the crowd suddenly react. They shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Legendary warriors, all legions, form up!" The warning echoed throughout the forest, and hundreds of thousands of Blood Army soldiers reacted simultaneously, launching into action. However, even this brief moment was enough for Bing Lan and Isabel to launch multiple rounds of attacks. Bang! 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 Holy light cascaded, sword energy raged. A vast number of Blood Army soldiers were slaughtered, dyeing the entire forest a crimson red. Faced with two legendary warriors, the hundreds of thousands of Blood Army soldiers stationed there had no power to resist and were unilaterally slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, losses exceeded 100,000. Of course, the Blood Army did not sit idly by. They continuously unleashed long-range magic and other attacks, bombarding Bing Lan and Isabel. Most of the attacks were directly repelled by their aura, but some also landed on them. The resulting effect was astonishing. -18. -24. -35. -19. -72. Damage numbers floated up, but not a single one broke 3 digits. Bing Lan and the others already had over 100,000 armor, and with the added damage reduction of Frost Shield and Ice Armor, the attacks of these bloody hordes were hardly even able to penetrate their defenses. Even if they stood still and let them attack, it would take a while to bring their health down. And immediately, health numbers over 60,000 appeared above the two women's heads. This scene was truly despairing. Hundreds of thousands of ranged units could indeed pose a slight threat to legendaries, but it also depended on the type of legendaries they were targeting. Hexagonal warriors, like Bing Lan and Isabel, were completely unafraid of human wave tactics. Of course, if they also had strong control and could control both women at the same time, that would be another matter, but the probability of this happening was also very low. After all, not everyone has the same means as Chao Xing. Below, after a minute of slaughter, the Blood Army's numbers had been decimated by half. In fact, if Bing Lan and Isabel had used all their strength, these soldiers would have been wiped out long ago. But dealing with just a few minor soldiers wasn't worth unleashing all their skills. Using only normal attacks would have been enough to quickly wipe them out. Soon, the Blood Army's numbers were reduced to roughly 200,000. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly realized something and quickly called out, "Bing Lan, Isabel, stop." The two women simultaneously stopped their attacks. Boom! The sword energy they had just swung landed in the forest, creating a scene of devastation. Below, the Bloody Army, having thought themselves doomed, suddenly saw the bombardment from the two legendary figures gradually cease. They all raised their heads, gazing blankly at the sky. And just then, a powerful figure, emanating demonic energy and flapping demonic wings, approached them. Chao Xing slowly opened his mouth, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then said, "I remember you seem to have a special blood sacrifice method that can summon a legendary 10,000-man commander? Would you like to try it? Otherwise, I kill all the rest of you in no time." Hearing this, the bloody soldiers understood Chao Xing's intention. He wanted them to self-destruct in mass. Then he summoned a 10,000-man captain from the blood plane to slay him. It was obvious that a single 10,000-man captain was no match for these two legendaries. Summoning them would only mean their own death. The blood soldier shouted angrily, "Don't even think about it. You're dreaming. We rather die than let you succeed. You vile demon. The commander will tear you to pieces." Seeing this, Chao Xing knew these creatures wouldn't cooperate. He felt a slight pang of regret. After all, the rewards for killing a legendary 10,000-man captain were still considerable. Not only would he receive a legendary heart, but he also receive a blood core. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "All right, destroy them." The dragon speaker and Isabel launched another fierce attack. In the forest, the remaining 200,000 blood soldiers were dwindling at a noticeable rate. In their final moments, those 1,000-man and centurion commanders hurled vicious curses and invectives. "You lowly creatures, your arrogance won't last long. When the blood completely disrupts the rules of this world, more 10,000-man commanders, even demigods, will descend. When that happens, you will all pay the price, ha ha ha." Ignoring their threats, Bing Lan and Isabel continued their relentless attack. In less than 2 minutes, the remaining blood soldiers were wiped out. Then, it was the blood teleportation pillar. Under the concentrated fire of the two women, it flickered, and soon, its energy depleted, completely dissipating. At the same time, several system notifications appeared before Chao Xing. You led your legion to annihilate a blood army. Master-level leadership proficiency increased by 324. In this battle, a total of 586,623 Blood Legion soldiers were killed. Achieved 3,719,421 merits. You destroyed a blood teleportation pillar. Achieved 2 million merits, and 2 divine power fragments. After a series of system prompts, the number of blood teleportation pillars in the Ice Crystal Kingdom's territory decreased by 1 again. Chaoxing nodded silently. Great. Another 5 million plus in military merit earned. Taking down these guys also allowed Isabel and Binglan to level up, so that's a pretty good gain. At the same time, he checked the time. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon. Chaoxing thought to himself, at this rate, I should be able to clear 1 more blood teleportation pillar before dark. Guess we need to expedite. He turned and said, alright, let's continue to the next location. Soon, all 4 figures returned to Seraphus's back. And at breakneck speed, they headed towards another area. 20 minutes later, Seraphus led them to a stop above a vast icy lake. This lake was larger than the one in the Brisbane Wilds, and the ice was thicker. Its diameter alone exceeded 100 or 200 kilometers. As far as the eye could see, the entire lake was stained red with blood. And on the shores of the lake stood a towering, familiar city. It was none other than Dwelluin Lake City. Chaoxing pondered, the last time I was here was 2 months ago. In this city, I obtained a wealth of resources, including a holy book of light, which significantly boosted the strength of my territory. But it seems the city's situation is dire. Currently, Dwelluin Lake City was under siege by a massive blood army. And because the blood teleportation pillar was located in the center of Dwelluin Lake, the city happened to be located nearby. This allowed the Blood Legion to continuously send in its forces, making it impossible for them to stop them. The city's fall was only a matter of time. Chaoxing's lips twitched. This city lord is truly unlucky. He just sent the Church of Light away, and now here comes the Blood Legion, and they're all trying to take this place down. But fortunately, the number of civilians in this city has dwindled. So, he looked at the 2 women beside him and said, Isabel, go and clear out the Blood Legion near Dwelluin Lake City. Binglan, the blood transmission pillar in the center of the lake is yours. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Then they transformed into 2 streams of light, and flew in different directions. On the Dwelluin Lake City battlefield, the vast Blood Legion was relentlessly assaulting the city gates. The soldiers were doing their utmost to resist. Arrow towers fired continuously, artillery roared, and shells pounded the Blood Legion below. However, the Blood Legion had already begun its attack yesterday. After a night of rest, they resumed their frantic attack today, continuing their assault for several hours. Had it not been for the high walls of Lake Dwelluin City, and the presence of numerous survivors forming a large army nearby to clear out the Blood Legion and relieve their pressure, the city would have fallen long ago. Even so, after such a long and fierce battle, they were running out of ammunition and food. The city's Nero's cannons and catapults were running low on ammunition, and even the large destroyer crossbows were running out of arrows. The city lord, a 7th-level overlord, was exhausted after a day and night of continuous, intense combat. He had slain countless powerful enemies. Yet, looking down upon the Blood Legion, which was advancing like a tide, still evoked a deep sense of despair. The city lord slashed a centurion away with his sword, his face grim. This is troublesome. I sent a request for assistance to His Majesty the King yesterday, but no troops have arrived yet. It seems we can't rely on the main city anymore. We have to rely on ourselves. But, with the troops in the city, we can only hold out for another hour or 2 at best. There's no way we can withstand the Blood Legion's attack. Is Lake Dwelluin City going to be taken again? At this thought, a wry smile crossed his face. And looking at the group of survivors, who were still fighting tooth and nail, a look of relief crossed his eyes. I didn't expect these otherworldly lords to grow so quickly. This time, thanks to them, the city gate would have been breached long ago. It seems these otherworldly lords will soon rise to power, and their influence will be undeniable across the entire continent. After this, we can try to contact the otherworldly lords and open Dwelluin Lake City to them. Or, leave the city to them? Thinking of this, the city lord shook his head. Forget it. Let's first find a way to overcome this difficult situation. Down below, the situation at the city gate grew increasingly dire. More and more Blood Legions, fearlessly attacking the city gate with self-destructive tactics, were recklessly attacking it. The city gate's durability steadily dwindled. And at that moment, the sky, previously shrouded in blood clouds, suddenly brightened, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Golden light streamed down from overhead, illuminating the walls of Dwelluin Lake City and the faces of the weary soldiers. Everyone looked up, stunned, staring at the stunning figure bathed in holy light, slowly descending from the clouds. She was tall, clad in a plain robe, her serene face shone with a solemnity, like a mythical goddess of light descending. Just looking at her filled one with admiration, even a desire to bow down in worship. Many survivors in the crowd recognized the figure. This is the legendary figure under boss Chao Xing. It's her, the goddess of light. Why is she here? Why do you care? The appearance of a legendary figure here means we're saved. Chapter 6:17. The survivors were filled with excitement. The city lord, still dazed, heard the shouts around him and muttered to himself, Lord Chao Xing? A legend under his command? Did I hear correctly? At the same time, upon arriving at the location, Isabel, without hesitation, raised her staff and condensed vast balls of divine light. Buzz! Buzz! Orbs of holy light descended with a destructive aura, rapidly dissolving the bodies of the blood army besieging Dwelluan Lake City. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood soldiers were instantly slaughtered. In the crowd, a blood legion centurion shouted in terror, It's a legendary! Let's retreat! Hearing the warning, the other blood soldiers also reacted quickly, frantically retreating to the rear. Are you kidding me? A legendary being, and a holy light mage at that, there's no way we can defeat him. However, Isabel certainly wouldn't give them a chance to escape. As her red lips gently parted, ancient spells emerged, and she mobilized vast expanses of light elements. In the blink of an eye, a river of light, over 10 kilometers long and 2 or 3 kilometers wide, suddenly appeared. It was her forbidden spell, Blazing Torrent, and this skill underwent new changes after her breakthrough to legendary status. Not only did its attack range increase significantly, but its direction also adjusted according to Isabel's will. The River of Light even began to circle around Dwelluan Lake City, encircling it. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of the Blood Army were also enveloped by the River of Light. Splash! As the strange sound of flowing water rang out, the blood soldiers sensed a deadly threat approaching. Before they could react, a powerful divine power of light began to flow, taking their lives as well. Bang! 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 A continuous series of explosions echoed, accompanied by dense numbers of damage. The hundreds of thousands of blood-stained troops besieging Dwelluan Lake City were swept away in a single wave. Everyone stared at the scene in stunned silence. Looking up at Isabel in the sky, their eyes filled with fanaticism and awe. Elsewhere, Bing Lan flew at breakneck speed towards the center of the lake, arriving at her destination moments later. Sighting the hundreds of thousands of troops stationed near the blood-stained teleportation pillar, she unhesitatingly slashed forward with 3 sword strikes. Swish! Swish! 3 spatial rifts were created by her slash, from which descended a dense swarm of dragon sword shadows. The thick ice was struck by these dragon swords, like falling missiles, triggering a devastating explosion. The ice surface trembled continuously, and large numbers of the blood army were instantly killed. Only then did the blood soldiers react. One by one, they adjusted their formations and attempted to attack Bing Lan. But it was clear that their resistance was futile. The Dragon Queen continued to crush the blood army with unwavering force. In less than 3 minutes, she annihilated this blood army of hundreds of thousands. Then, with a few more sword strikes, she destroyed the blood transmission pillar. Even in Dwelluan Lake City, the crisis was completely averted thanks to Isabel's arrival. A series of system prompts came. You led the Legion to victory in a major battle. Master-level leadership proficiency increased by 428. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, annihilated 514,562 Blood Legion members, earning 754 million XP. Pale Guidance. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Bing Lan, annihilated 571,852 Blood Legion members, earning 895 million XP. Pale Guidance. Your battle merits, 2,819,431. Your battle merits, 3,121,767. You destroyed a blood teleportation pillar, earning 2 million battle merits and 2 divine power fragments. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, another nearly 8 million battle merits earned. So far, today's merits have even surpassed yesterday's. You have to remember that most survivors currently only earn a few thousand merits per day. For someone like Chao Xing, earning tens of millions a day is simply beyond their imagination. Then, he checked the time again. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Today's battle is almost over. We've destroyed 3 blood transmission pillars. Combined, all the legions have killed approximately 6 million blood troops, earning a significant amount of merit. Besides, everyone's levels have also increased significantly. Chao Xing opened the battle information list and checked the leveling status of his subjects. Currently, Isabel had reached level 115. Bing Lan followed closely behind, reaching level 108. The level increase also significantly boosted their stats. As for the other members of the territory, needless to say, they had already reached their current level caps. Even Braum, who lacked offensive means, had reached the maximum level of 100. Seeing Braum's level especially brought a smile to Chaoxing's face. Great, this guy has reached the max level too. I currently have 2 legendary hearts, plus a relic for a shield class that reaches legendary. So, it seems we'd be adding another legendary tonight. Thinking of this, Chaoxing became excited. Then, he glanced at his battle merits. Battle merits, 34,423,900. Compared to yesterday's total of 18 million battle merits. Today, Chaoxing had earned over 30 million in just one day. That's quite astonishing, but now, a new problem loomed before him. What should I do with all this battle merit? There's only one relic chest in the battle merit shop that can be redeemed, and that only requires 10 million battle merit. What should I redeem the remaining 20 million battle merit for? After pondering for a moment, Chaoxing made a decision. He would first redeem the 30 million battle merit for a relic chest, and then use the rest for 120 master level power hearts. Currently, many combatants in the territory are stuck at level 50, lacking the necessary master level power hearts to advance. A lot of experience has been wasted in recent battles. This time, the battle merit shop can redeem 1,000 master level power hearts. That's enough to raise nearly every special unit in the territory, including Dragonblood Fighters, Nightmare Archers, and Silverhand Knights, to master rank. Of course, the amount of battle merit required for this is staggering. A staggering 300 million. But it was worth it. 1,000 master level power hearts would give Chaoxing at least 800 more rank 6 warriors. So, Chaoxing clicked the redemption button on the spot. Do you want to spend 10 million merit points to exchange for one random relic chest? Do you want to spend 24 million merit points to exchange for 120 master level power hearts? Yes. Exchange successful. Merit points reduced by 3,400,000. Over 30 million merit points had been spent, leaving only a few 100,000 left. Many more power hearts and relic chests were now in his backpack. However, Chaoxing didn't open the relic box immediately. No matter who used the relic, Braum had to reach legendary status tonight. So, he decided to wait and see how Braum progressed before making a decision. After he finished, it was almost dark. Chaoxing pressed the communication device at his ear and switched to the team chat. After the battle tonight, all combatants will find a place to camp and await tomorrow's battle. During the recent Blood Rebellion, everyone will have to work hard. According to his plan, today the warriors only cleared the Blood Army from 2 maps. Tomorrow they would march north, attack the Everfrost main city, and then fight their way to the border area. If they returned to their territory at night, the round trip would be a waste of time. The captains of the 100 legions responded one after another through the communication device at their ears. As you command, Lord. Camping outdoors is commonplace for us. Indeed, this is nothing. For these warriors, the experiences of their previous lives had made camping outdoors a part of their lives. After giving these instructions, Chaoxing pressed the communication device to his ear and asked, Commander Burgi, tell me your location. A moment later, Burgi quickly replied, Lord, I'm currently in the Broken Woods, preparing to set up camp. The coordinates are. Chaoxing opened the minimap and glanced at the coordinates Burgi had given. It was about 600 kilometers away. That wasn't too far. At Seraphis' speed, he could reach it in a few minutes. I understand. You lead the other Dragonblood warriors, and wait for me here. Yes, Lord. After hanging up the call, 2 figures flew over from the front. It was Isabel and the dragon speaker, who had just finished their battle. Everyone climbed back onto Seraphis' back. Then, following Chaoxing's command, the giant dragon carried them at full speed in the direction they had come from. A dozen minutes later, Seraphis hovered above a forest. Through the dense forest, a group of Dragonblood warriors could be seen camped there, already lit a bonfire. Crackle. The blazing bonfire dispelled the chill from the forest. Chaoxing dismounted from Seraphis' back and approached the Dragonblood warriors' camp. Seeing the Lord's arrival, the warriors rose and saluted. Good night, Lord. Chaoxing nodded slightly, then glanced around the camp. There were a total of 101 Dragonblood warriors here, all at level 50. Aside from Commander Burger, the other Dragonblood warriors' potential ranged from elite to leader level, with not a single ordinary creature. Currently, the number of Dragonblood warriors in his territory exceeded 200, so they were divided into 2 teams. Chao Xing wasted no time in simply taking out 100 master-level power hearts and saying, "Come and receive them, and begin your breakthrough." On the field, the warrior's eyes lit up with excitement and eagerness when they saw the glowing red crystals in his hands. Although their strength was already formidable, they still yearned for the master-level realm. "Thank you, Lord." The group of Dragon Blood warriors thanked him respectfully, then, following their formations, came to Chao Xing to receive the hearts of power. Crack! Crack! With the sound of crystal shattering, the Dragon Blood warriors all entered the breakthrough state. Their breakthrough didn't last long. After 2 or 3 minutes, a powerful aura emanated from them. System notifications flashed by. Your territory member, Phoenix, has successfully transformed into a level 6 creature, raising her level cap to 70, with a 100% increase in basic attributes and an additional 100 HP. Your territory member. When the screen-filling notifications ended, Chao Xing counted the number of people. Of the 100 Dragon Blood warriors who had broken through, only 87 succeeded, while the other 13 failed. An 87% success rate was a very good one, far exceeding the success rate of the Hearts of Power themselves. Then, he used another 20 Master-level Hearts of Power to help the remaining 13 people also reach the Master level. With this, Chao Xing's territory now boasted 100 more level 6 warriors. And during the Blood Legion War, they would soon reach the maximum level of 70. Chao Xing observed the scene with satisfaction. Excellent. Another step closer to everyone in the territory reaching level 7. Next, let's have Braum attempt his legendary breakthrough. Just as Chao Xing was about to find the large figure, a special notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your territory member, Harold Iceberg, through dedicated practice, has finally broken through his limits, raising his forging mastery to legendary. Congratulations. You now have a legendary level forger. Your territory's prosperity will increase by 500. At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Holy crap! Harold has successfully reached legendary blacksmithing mastery. I have a legendary blacksmith, ha ha ha. This was a huge surprise for him. After all, a legendary blacksmith meant so much. Not only does it significantly increase forging efficiency, but it also allows for crafting even more advanced equipment. In addition, he had a special material. A rainbow crystal. This crystal can be used to increase the stats and level of legendary weapons by 30%, while also randomly enhancing one item's special effect. Chao Xing had originally planned to let Braum reach legendary directly in the wild, but then he changed his mind. After pressing the communication device to his ear, he said directly, "Braum, Assam, you two, hurry back to the territory now." Hearing the voice coming from their ears, the two were a little confused, but didn't ask any further questions. "Yes, Lord. We be right back." Braum and Assam were both level 100 creatures, and with the bonus of their wind wings, it wouldn't take them long to travel hundreds of kilometers back to the territory. Chao Xing spoke a few words to Boji, then flapped his wings and flew directly onto Seraphus's back. "Bing Lan, take us back to the territory." "Yes," the woman nodded calmly. Then, Seraphus transformed into a dark blue lightning bolt, streaking through the night sky and leading everyone all the way to the territory. In less than 20 minutes, Chao Xing sighted his territory. Seraphus landed in the territory's buffer zone. Everyone quickly jumped off its back. "Mushua, Isabel, Bing Lan, the three of you go back and rest. There will be new combat missions tomorrow morning." The three women nodded in agreement and returned to their respective rooms. Chao Xing was the only one left. However, he didn't immediately seek out Harold, but headed straight for the Crystal People area. As soon as they arrived at the territory's residential area, a row of quaint stone houses appeared before them. Near the stone houses, a group of gleaming figures kept coming and going. Under the lighthouse's illumination, the Crystal People's bodies radiated a soft glow, like moving gems. Spotting Chao Xing, the Crystal People's faces immediately lit up with delighted smiles. "The Lord has returned. Everyone, come and greet him." Hearing the call, a large number of Crystal People emerged from the stone houses. Their crystal footsteps made a crackling sound as they trod the ground. "Good night, Lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Crystal People. Compared to a while ago, there seemed to be 2 more young Crystal People in the group. These 2 little Crystal People were only half a meter tall, their eyes wide open, staring at Chao Xing with curiosity. A few other Crystal People nearby also had slightly bulging bellies. A slight smile played at the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. It seemed that in 2 months, his territory would have new members. Chao Xing looked at Sanyeshi in the crowd and asked directly, "How many crystals have you produced recently?" Sanyeshi, as before, removed the bag from his waist and respectfully handed it over. Lord, all the crystals are here. Please take a look. Chao Xing took the bag and poured out all the crystals inside. Obtained, dark crystal, purple, *75. Obtained, glittering crystal, gold, *8. Obtained, colorful crystal, orange, *2. When he saw the last system notification, Chao Xing's heart was filled with joy again. Great, great. 2 more colorful crystals. Adding the one I have, that makes 3. That means I can improve the attributes of 3 pieces of legendary equipment. He had already decided which 3 pieces of equipment he wanted to improve. He was currently using the Demonic Codex, Assam's Sword of the Lady of the Lake, and Sarah's Death Dagger. As for Lu Mushua's Ancient Sword, Isabel's Book of Light, and Brahm's Shield of Origin, they would have to wait until next time. Besides the colorful crystals, these shimmering crystals also have good properties. They'd be perfect for upgrading Assam's Tyrant Suit and Lu Mushua's Anthem of Light Suit. This will significantly increase their combat effectiveness. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then said, "All right, you all should go back and rest now." "Yes." The crystal people responded softly, quickly returning to their rooms. Leaving the territory's residential area, Chao Xing headed for the blacksmith area. He pushed open the door of a blacksmith shop, revealing 2 figures standing inside. Harold, seemingly aware that Chao Xing would come, had already been waiting with his wife. After becoming a legendary blacksmith, he exuded a unique aura. Like a piece of divine iron, forged through countless hammerings, his mere presence exuded an unshakable aura. Upon seeing Chao Xing enter, the dwarf blacksmith immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. He and his wife hurried over to meet him. Chapter 618. Harold saluted respectfully, then excitedly said, "Respected Lord, Harold has lived up to expectations, and has successfully transformed into the legendary realm. Thank you for your continued cultivation of me." Chao Xing's face also broke into a smile. "I know. You haven't let me down. You deserve this achievement." Beside him, the half-giant Putana's eyes welled with tears. She said excitedly and proudly, "My husband is truly the best. If those Iceberg Clan dwarves knew they drove away a legendary blacksmith, they'd be kicking themselves. When we return to the southern continent, we show those pesky guys how powerful my husband is. He's far more powerful than them." Putana, like a woman with a long-held grudge, now let out her emotions. Harold interrupted his wife, shook his head, and said, "Putana, don't talk about it. It's all in the past. We have a new life now. There's no need to dwell on the past." Hearing her husband's words of comfort, Putana gradually calmed down and nodded in agreement. Harold turned to Chao Xing and said sincerely, "I owe my achievements today to you, Lord. In fact, if it weren't for your cultivation, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to break through to the level of legendary blacksmith in my lifetime based on my own efforts." His tone was humility, but his words were true. His blacksmith status was essentially achieved by Chao Xing using countless proficiency emblems. Chao Xing shook his head, not dwelling on it. He got straight to the point, saying, "Harold, I'm here to talk to you." He then took out a colorful crystal and a demonic codex, then said, "This crystal can enhance the power of some equipment, even legendary equipment. I need you to inlay this crystal into my codex. Are you sure you can do it?" The dwarf blacksmith carefully took the radiantly colorful crystal and the demonic codex. After examining them carefully, he replied solemnly, "No problem, Lord. I can inlay this crystal." A smile played on Chao Xing's face, and he asked, "Excellent. How long will it take?" Harold replied, "Not long. It's a simple inlay process, only a few minutes." "Excellent. Then you can begin now." "Yes." The dwarf blacksmith immediately took action. He quickly produced a set of exquisite tools. His left hand steadily lifted the codex. After a series of tedious procedures, a slight groove appeared on the cover. Next, he took the colorful crystal and gently placed it over the groove, fitting it perfectly into the center of the codex. The moment the crystal and codex touched, a mysterious power seemed to flow between them, and a heart-pounding surge of magical energy filled the air. Then, the demonic codex emanated streams of black demonic energy, staining the colorful crystal black as if it were embedded with a black diamond. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "Your secondary weapon, Demon Codex, Legendary, has been successfully inlaid with a rainbow crystal, increasing its base stats by 30% and its usability by 30 levels. Demon Gate, Legendary effect, has been enhanced." Seeing the notification, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. "Wow, it's actually been enhanced to a legendary effect this time? You know, the effects of equipment enhanced with rainbow crystals are random. And if a piece of equipment has several effects, being able to enhance the most powerful legendary one is sheer luck. At the same time, Harold also held up the inlaid codex. Lord, please review it. Excellent. Chao Xing took the codex and, with anticipation, checked its stats. The moment he finished reading the codex's stats, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise again. Oh my god, is this effect enhancement that powerful? The stat boost wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was the legendary special effect at the end. It went from a level 100 demon to a level 150. A full 50 levels, that's a huge difference in power. The duration was also increased by 20 seconds, which was quite impressive. Great, it's worthy of being a 7-colored crystal. This enhancement is truly impressive. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Then, he released the legendary assassin Sarah, King Velan, and Mernina from the dead bag, letting them breathe. He then pressed the communication device to his ear and summoned a psalm. Soon, a group of heroes and legendary powerhouses gathered in the blacksmith shop. Everyone's eyes fell on the dwarf blacksmith. They seemed to notice a change in his aura, but they couldn't quite pinpoint it. King Velan, standing beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of surprise and shock on his face. He murmured softly, restrained aura, natural grace. Is this a legendary blacksmith? As the king of a kingdom, he was quite knowledgeable, and had come into contact with several legendary blacksmiths before. But those were only encounters. With his status and position, he couldn't even summon a blacksmith of this caliber. And now, in this very territory, before him stood a being of this caliber. Not only King Velan, but also Assam, Sarah, and the others beside him, all showed surprise. Chao Xing said, Sarah, Assam, hand your weapons to Harold so he can set the crystals. After hearing this, the two handed over their weapons without hesitation. Chao Xing pulled 2 more colorful crystals from his backpack. Harold, continue inlaying these 2 weapons for me. The dwarf blacksmith carefully held the 2 legendary weapons, and said solemnly, Yes, my lord. Then he began the forging and inlaying process once again. Sarah and Assam, standing beside him, also watched Harold's movements with curiosity. After patiently waiting for nearly 20 minutes, he had completed all the inlaying. 2 system notifications appeared in succession. Legendary weapon. Sword of the Lake Maiden Arendigit, equipment level increased. Legendary effect. Divine power flow enhanced. Legendary weapon. Death's Dagger to Daosh, equipment level increased. Special effect. Soul devouring power enhanced. Excellent. The legendary effect of the Sword of the Lake Maiden has been enhanced. Even before the enhancement, this special effect was already incredibly powerful. I wonder what kind of surprises it will bring now. With anticipation, Chao Xing quickly glanced at the stats of the 2 weapons. Like the Demon Codex, the 2 weapons levels were increased by 30, and their base stats were also increased by approximately 30%. Additionally, there were changes to the special effects attached to them. After viewing the enhanced stats of the 2 pieces of equipment, a smile crept across Chao Xing's lips again. As for Assam, there's no need to mention him. Since the day he acquired the Sword of the Lady of the Lake, he's been slaying numerous enemies daily, increasing the weapon's attack power. The weapon's base attack power has now reached 40,000, from an initial 7,800. And now, after this special effect enhancement, not only does it increase critical damage by 50%, but it also doubles the daily attack power. Now, all he needs to do is persevere and use Divine Sword Chi once a day. The Sword of the Lady of the Lake's attack power increasing to 1 million is just around the corner. As for Sarah's Death Dagger, while the enhanced special effects aren't impressive, it does indirectly increase her damage output, making it quite good. Chao Xing sighed, it's a shame the production rate of these 7-colored crystals is so low. Otherwise, embedding them in all our equipment would significantly boost our strength. But it doesn't matter. As long as the territory has sufficient crystal reserves, the crystal people will continue to multiply with sufficient food and a comfortable living environment. As long as his territory continues to develop, crystal freedom will one day be achieved. Then, Chao Xing turned to the Frost Wolf Knight next to him and said, Assam, remove your tyrant suit and give it to Harold to help strengthen it. However, upon hearing this, the knight, who had always obeyed Chao Xing's orders with absolute certainty, did not immediately respond, but stood frozen in place. Chao Xing sensed something was amiss, and glanced at Assam. He vaguely saw a hint of violence in the knight's eyes, but it was only a fleeting flash, quickly suppressed. The knight took a deep breath and said solemnly, Yes, my lord. With that, Assam immediately removed his armor and donned a simple cotton coat. Seeing this, Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly. But he didn't say much. He simply made up his mind. Addressing Assam's hidden dangers needed to be addressed quickly. Chao Xing continued to hold the communication device in his ear, asking Lu Muxue to change out of her Anthem of Light suit and bring it to the blacksmith's shop. After placing a dozen glittering crystals on the ground, Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, go back and rest." "Yes." The crowd dispersed. Chao Xing and Harold were the only ones left in the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith spoke first. "My lord, is there anything else you can do?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Indeed, there is one thing." As he spoke, he pulled two strange objects from his backpack. They looked like scales from some enormous creature. The left one was a deep blue, radiating an intense chill that seemed to freeze even the air. The right one was a dark purple, imbued with the vast power of crystal, like a fine work of art. These two objects were scales from the ancient dragons Jormag and Kralkatorrik. The item's notes indicated that it required a legendary level forger to forge it into equipment. Now, Harold had finally reached this level. "Take a look at these two scales," Chao Xing said. The dwarven blacksmith's expression suddenly straightened, and he carefully took them. Harold extended his calloused hands and gently stroked the scales, as if sensing the power within. A moment later, a look of shock crossed his deep eyes. Such terrifying scales! The power contained within these two scales far exceeds my imagination. Even in our dwarven kingdom, we've never seen such precious materials. It's incredible. Harold marveled, then asked, "Lord, are you planning to forge these scales?" Chao Xing nodded slightly, saying, "Yes. Do you have any idea what equipment these scales could be used for?" Hearing this question, the dwarven blacksmith fell into deep thought. After a moment, he replied, "I've never encountered such high-grade materials in my life. However, some of the books I've read do contain some legends. Legend has it that by using the hardest scale from a demigod-level dragon, combined with the Drillmer stone, pure shards, and a large amount of Olympus ingots, one can unleash the divine power contained within the scale and forge it into a legendary round shield. There's also a rumor that if one can gather 4 of the hardest scales from at least a god-level dragon, combined with a large amount of Drillmer stone, one can even forge a semi-artifact level battle armor. Of course, these are just legendary records. Their authenticity is unverifiable. At the time, I just treated them as fairy tales." After hearing this, Chao Xing's pupils flickered slightly, and his heart couldn't help but stir. The scales of a demigod-level dragon can be used to forge a legendary round shield, and 4 scales from a god-level dragon can be used to forge demigod-level armor. Although these are only legendary records, the fact that they exist indicates that there have been successful cases. And the 2 scales in my hand are not demigod, nor divine, but true god-level dragon scales. If they were forged into shields, they would at least be semi-artifacts, right? Or a legendary artifact? At this thought, Chao Xing's heartbeat slowed down. After all, up to this point, he only possessed a few legendary equipment, and the old king only had 1 semi-artifact, not to mention the even more terrifying artifact. The immense power contained in equipment of this level was beyond Chao Xing's imagination. However, he also knew that crafting such a shield would be incredibly difficult. He had never even heard of the 2 materials required, the Drillmer Godstone and the Pure Splinter. And these were just the materials needed to craft a demigod-level dragon scale. What Chao Xing held in his hands were scales from a true god-level dragon. The 2 were completely different. As if reading Chao Xing's thoughts, Harold said, "My lord, if you wish to craft these 2 scales, I suggest you visit our southern continent, the capital of the Dwarven Kingdom." The capital of your Dwarven Kingdom? Chao Xing couldn't help but repeat. "Yes." Harold nodded. "Although I don't particularly like those arrogant fellows, I have to admit that their forging skills are among the best in the continent. In our Dwarven capital, the Soul Forger Guild boasts more than 1 legendary forger, and the guild's president is truly enigmatic. If they saw the 2 scales in your hand, they'd surely be very interested. They even go to great lengths to help you gather the forging materials and craft the perfect piece of equipment." Chao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion again. "Is there such a thing as helping me gather materials?" Harold smiled, a meaningful smile playing across his face. "Yes, as I told you before, blacksmiths like us need to forge various high-level equipment to increase our experience. However, while ordinary materials and blueprints are readily available, precious blueprints and top-tier materials are hard to come by. To improve their skills and push their limits, they rush to forge this rare equipment, even at great cost." After a pause, Harold continued, "There's another important reason. These blacksmiths often engrave their names on exceptionally powerful equipment after crafting it. Even the legendary dagger and long sword you just had me enhance are engraved with the names of the blacksmiths. Their names will become legends along with these weapons. Not to mention top-tier scales, like the ones you hold, they even vie to forge the scales of a demigod-level dragon. For all blacksmiths, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one worth devoting everything to. After hearing Harold's explanation, Chao Xing finally understood the significance of forging a piece of legendary equipment for these blacksmiths. Besides the increase in blacksmithing experience, there's also the chance to leave a name in history. For those dwarves who pride themselves on being the world's best blacksmiths, this is truly an irresistible temptation. Chapter 619. Chao Xing replied, I understand, Harold. Let's put the forging of these two scales aside for now. I see when I have a chance to visit your southern continent. Your next task is to inlay these two sets of equipment with crystals. Because we have a battle tomorrow, you need to work hard tonight. The dwarf blacksmith immediately replied respectfully, I promise to complete the task, respected lord. Chao Xing nodded slightly and left the smithy. Harold, on the other hand, grasped the forging hammer and began working overtime to enhance the equipment for Assam and Lu Mushua. Chao Xing walked alone in the buffer zone. Looking at his backpack, he pondered for a moment. Among the items left behind by the two ancient dragons, I already have a plan for how to process the scales. I asked the dwarves to help me craft them when I head to the southern continent. And there's one thing left to process, the blood of Kralkatorrik. Chao Xing spent 10 million points to redeem this drop of blood from a true god-level dragon during the Oracle War. It allows a creature to become a hidden dragon class after fusion, significantly boosting its stats. However, because this drop of blood has a prerequisite, it requires a legendary level expert to fuse, otherwise the creature will explode and die. Chao Xing has never used it. Currently, I have 5 legendary level experts on my side, and if you include Brown, who's about to break through, that makes a total of 6. This drop of blood improves all stats, making it a great gift for anyone. It could even be given to Lu Mushua. But there's only one drop of blood, so it's a bit of a headache to figure out who to give it to. Chao Xing was a bit torn. After a long thought, he couldn't come up with a suitable candidate. After a moment, he shook his head and said, I guess so. Let's let Brown reach legendary first. He pressed the communication device to his ear and said, Brown, come to the buffer zone to find me. No problem, my lord. Soon, a large man, shirtless and carrying a massive shield, scurried over. Before he even arrived, the deep voice rang out. Braun is here. What can I do for you? Chao Xing smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with approval. He said, You've been in my territory for some time now. You've become a rank 10 expert, and your potential has reached the domination realm. Are you ready to advance to legend? Hearing this, the large man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and even his breathing quickened. Excitement and desire gleamed in his eyes, and his voice trembled as he said, I'm ready. Braun has long awaited the day I can break through to legend. When I do, no one will be able to surpass me and harm the Lord. Excellent. With that, Chao Xing took out a legendary heart and the relic, ancient beast shield, handing them both to him. Begin. You should know the steps to break through. The large man respectfully accepted them, looking at the crystal and shield in his hands, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha. Braum is finally going to become a legendary. Thank you, Lord. With excitement, he extended a broad hand and crushed the dark heart of power. Crack! As the pure power contained within the crystal was absorbed by him, an extremely powerful aura emanated from Braum's body, like an ancient mountain standing tall. Then, he continued to draw out the ancient beast shield and released his aura to cover the area. He then drew out the divine power contained within the shield and absorbed it into his own body. At this moment, Braum's body transformed again. The skin on his bare upper body gradually turned grayish-white, as if covered with a thick layer of calluses. He looked like a rock carved by time. At the same time, a majestic and heavy aura emanated from him, quickly filling the entire territory. This feeling was familiar, just like when he had broken through to the Overlord level. It was as if a thick power enveloped everyone, filling them with a sense of security. Many of the powerful warriors in the territory, previously still engaged in their own work, involuntarily paused when they sensed this burst of energy. Looking in Braun's direction, these warriors' eyes were filled with surprise and awe. They knew that tonight, this territory would give birth to another legendary warrior. For a moment, everyone was filled with emotion. However, Braum's breakthrough didn't seem to be as smooth as the previous ones. A strange transformation occurred in his body. The terrifying muscles on his body bulged like a flaming powder keg, exploding one after another, as if threatening to burst his skin. The skin on his back even sprouted tiny hairs as sharp as steel needles, as if he were about to transform into a beast. However, this strange sight didn't last long. After a while, his body turned red again. Like a red-hot iron, he radiated an astonishing heat. Who? The large man gasped repeatedly, his hands tightly gripping his shield, veins bulging on his forehead. He seemed to be enduring some intense pain. Chao Xing frowned slightly at this sight. Before this, other experts, who had broken through to the legendary realm, had never encountered such a situation. Is he going to fail? For Chao Xing, a failed legendary breakthrough, while a significant loss, was not unacceptable. It was nothing more than consuming one more legendary heart and 10 divine power fragments. As long as the relic persisted, there was still hope for him to reach legendary status. Sure enough, soon Brahm's aura ceased. The burly figure's bloated form quickly returned to normal. He walked over with a dejected expression, apologetically saying, "Lord, I..." Chao Xing waved his hand, interrupting him. "It's nothing, just a failed breakthrough. It's nothing serious. What you need to do now is regain your confidence and prepare for the next breakthrough." Hearing this, the burly figure's gaze instantly hardened. He gripped his shield again and said solemnly, "Yes, Lord, Brown will never fail again." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very well. Now, give me your ancient beast shield so I can replenish my divine power." Braum handed over the shield. He had lost its divine power. Obtained, relic, pale ancient beast shield. He glanced at the attributes. Once the divine power is depleted, this shield loses its ability to break through to legendary status and requires replenishment. Consume 10 divine power fragments to replenish the divine power of the relic. Ancient beast shield? Yes. As the 10 divine power fragments vanished, they transformed into tiny specks of starlight that fell upon the ancient beast shield. A unique divine charm reappeared on the previously dull shield. Chao Xing retrieved the final legendary heart from his backpack, handed it over, and said, "All right, continue." "Yes, Lord." Braum accepted the relic and legendary heart, then began the breakthrough again according to the previous steps. Crack! The legendary heart was crushed, and the power contained within was quickly absorbed by him. Compared to the previous breakthrough, this time seemed much smoother. After completing the first step, the second came, absorbing the divine power contained within the relic. Last time, he had failed at this very step. Braun took a deep breath, his gaze determined. Then he unleashed his own strength, drawing the divine power from the shield towards him. As the divine power was absorbed, this time, the massive figure's body did not undergo those strange changes. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to focus his attention, sensing the changes in his body. As he continued to breathe deeply, his aura became calmer. At the same time, a surge of immense power once again filled the entire territory. A few minutes later, Braun suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful chill erupted instantly, freezing the ground in the buffer zone. The temperature in the territory plummeted by over 10 degrees. At this moment, Braum stood still, like an iceberg, exuding a calm and insurmountable aura. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Braum Ironclad, has successfully achieved a legendary creature breakthrough. The Ice Shield Guardian class has been upgraded to Glacial Guardian, and the level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. Additional legendary skill activated, Glacial Body, Eternal Barrier. Braum Ironclad's divine power function has been activated. At this moment, Chao Xing felt immensely relieved. Tonight, his territory has gained another legendary warrior, and not just any legendary, but one with arguably the strongest defense in the territory. Braum, now, after transforming to the legendary realm, his defense will be even more terrifying. Very good. Although Braum failed once, this breakthrough also awakened a legendary skill, which is still very good. Now, let's take a look at the attributes of this skill. Glacier Body Eternal Barrier consumes 10 points of divine power to merge with the glacier. During this period, armor is increased by 100%, maximum health is increased by 500%, and each time attacked, there is a 30% chance to unleash Glacial Blast on nearby enemies, dealing damage equal to 5% of the player's maximum health and reducing enemy movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds. However, while merging with glacial power, movement is impossible. Effect duration, 200 seconds, cooldown, 12 hours. This skill is a bit outrageous. A 100% armor boost, A 5-fold increase in maximum health, easily raising his health to over 1 billion and his armor to hundreds of thousands. With the added bonus of eternal power, it's effectively a permanent boost. But this skill also has a fatal drawback. It prevents movement. The enemy can completely choose not to attack you. You're just a mere decoration on the battlefield. A thoughtful look crossed Chao Xing's eyes. At that moment, something clicked in his mind, a flash of inspiration. No. Braum has a group taunt skill. And after all these upgrades, the duration of this taunt has been extended to 80 seconds. In other words, during these 80 seconds, all enemies are forced to attack him. And with Braum's defense, combined with this legendary skill, he can probably withstand even demigod-level attacks for a while. After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing's breath hitched, and a flicker of unconcealable excitement flashed in his eyes. You know, he had always suffered from a lack of means to deal with demigods. Demigod-level powerhouses were like an insurmountable mountain, always weighing on his mind. Now, Braum's breakthrough could be said to have finally broken this dilemma. Aside from the Lizardman statue, he once again had a trump card capable of competing against demigods. At the same time, Chao Xing's gaze fell on Braum's shield of origin, and a different thought flashed through his mind. Besides Glacial Body, combined with Group Taunt, it can hold the enemy back. The legendary shield also has a special effect. Origin's Blessing, which absorbs all damage from 100 allies and reduces your own damage by 50%. Even more importantly, this special effect lasts for an hour. Damn! This is a bit perverted. Chao Xing's eyes gleamed with a fiery glint, as if he had already imagined what was to come. If another legendary war breaks out, as long as Braum is here, they won't be afraid of being besieged. All enemy attacks, even those aimed at Chao Xing and the others, will be absorbed by Braum alone. With his health, he can even survive a siege by a group of legends. On the other hand, the enemy will face a group of legends who don't need to worry about being injured and whose attack power is extremely fierce. The thought of it is exciting. Excited, Chao Xing quickly glanced at Braum's attributes after his breakthrough. Name, Braum Ironclad. Occupation, Glacier Guardian. Race, Human. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. Divine Power, 0 out of 100, restores 1 point daily. Detailed attributes, click to view. Damn! 600 million HP. Add in the 100% shield granted by the Origin Shield and the Wind God's Shield. That's nearly 1.3 billion HP. Add in 180,000 armor. Insane! Abnormal. At this moment, Chao Xing even doubted whether Braum could defeat him if he stood there and attacked him all night. He didn't even need to activate the skill Glacier Body, Immortal Barrier. Is this even possible? At this moment, the large man was also very happy about his breakthrough. He kept admiring the smooth lines of his muscles, occasionally striking a pose to show off, until Chao Xing's voice brought him back to his senses. Braun. The large man quickly raised his head, looking at Chao Xing with excitement. Lord, please give me your orders. Chao Xing said, although you have now broken through to the legendary level, you cannot immediately appear on the battlefield. You need to stay in my necromancer bag like Sarah, Marlene, and the others. Chao Xing knew that his constant destruction of blood teleportation pillars over the past 2 days had attracted the attention of the Blood Legion. They would never allow an alien lord with 2 legendaries to continue to disrupt their plans. They would definitely find a way to deal with him. This time is almost here. Braun's face straightened, and he understood what Chao Xing was worried about. He immediately said respectfully, "No problem, Lord. If you're in danger, just release me anytime. Braun will shield you from all attacks." Chao Xing smiled. "Okay, I understand. Now go back and rest." "Yes." The large man turned quickly and returned to his room. After he left, Chao Xing checked his backpack and glanced at the last relic box. Should I open it? After pondering for a moment, he decided to open the box. Although he no longer had any legendary hearts, he could still make some preparations for the next legendary breakthrough. Do you want to open the relic box? Upon opening, you will receive a random relic for reaching legendary status. Yes. As he clicked confirm, the quaint box slowly opened. Bursts of soft green light emanated from the box's opening, filling the air like a mist. A faint, rich natural aura lingered within, as if one could sense the forest's breath and the rhythm of life. As the light faded, Chao Xing saw a strange seed at the bottom of the box. Seed? What the hell? Could it be a relic of the ancient tree clan? With a puzzled look on his face, Chao Xing picked it up. A gentle touch of warmth spread across his palm, and he could sense the immense power contained within it. Obtained, relic, forest seed. He carefully examined the seed's properties. Relic, forest seed. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. A seed left behind by a forest sage. Legend has it that it can nurture a forest. It contains powerful natural divine power and spiritual energy, and can be used to help related classes reach the legendary realm. Item effect 2. Can directly absorb the victory contained within, replenishing 150 divine power points. However, the relic will disappear upon depletion of divine power. Natural divine power and spiritual power? A thoughtful look appeared in Xiaoxing's eyes. Currently, there are 2 people in his territory who possess these 2 powers. The first is Andrew, a druid whose various forms are related to nature. The second is Francesca, a forest witch who also possesses extremely powerful forest spiritual power. Currently, Andrew has reached level 100, but this relic isn't very suitable for him. Does that mean there's only one option left? Xiaoxing decided to give the seed to Francesca. However, there's a problem. This witch is currently only a level 70 master, with commander potential, and still some distance from reaching legendary status. Because of Francesca's talent, I've been keeping her at home refining potions. If possible, I could raise her potential and level to prepare her for legendary status. Chapter 620. After deciding on the personnel assignments, Xiaoxing placed the relic, forest seed in his backpack. He then inspected the territory once more before returning to the Lord's castle to rest. Nightfall. In the Watcher's Hall. The legendary warriors of the Blood Legion and the Watchers stood on either side. They all gazed at their leaders, the 2 demigod-level powerhouses. However, there had been some changes in the captains surrounding the Bloodline Lord. The last time the blood portal was opened, 9 captains had appeared. 2 were later slain by the old king and Xiaoxing, leaving only 7. But now, 9 Blood Legion captains had appeared. This meant they had summoned 2 more legendary creatures in the past 2 days. Luo, how are the arrangements going with the Ice Crystal Kingdom? The Bloodline Lord's deep voice echoed. The Watcher leader said calmly, "We're ready. Tomorrow, we implement our plan and open more blood portals. This time, even if the Ice Crystal King rallies with the other kingdoms, it won't be of any use." Hearing this, a smile crept across the Blood leader's icy face. "Very well, leave that otherworldly lord to us. He's killed so many of my men, I make him pay." The nearby Blood Legion captains also exuded a frenzy and eagerness, as if they were already looking forward to tearing Xiaoxing's body apart tomorrow. The Watcher leader warned, "This man has many tricks up his sleeve, and he has a lot of hidden tricks up his sleeve. Be careful." The Bloodline leader listened. "Don't worry. This time, no matter what tricks he has, no matter what trump cards he has, he won't be able to escape." Then, with a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's begin." In the hall, 9 Bloodline captains responded solemnly. "Yes, Commander." Then, they transformed into clouds of blood mist, and dissipated on the spot. The Watcher leader also looked at his elders and said, "You too, take action." The elders nodded. Soon, one legendary powerhouse after another departed. In a corner of the hall, a Watcher silently observed all this, including the plans they discussed, his expression slightly shifting. However, the Watcher said nothing, remaining calmly standing there. Late into the night, a figure quietly emerged from the hall, seemingly preparing to leave. His movements were gentle, making no sound. And just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Where are you going?" The Watcher paused at this. His body stiffened, his breathing rapid. But he quickly regained his composure. He turned slowly and said calmly, "I'm going out to practice my moves." His voice was calm, as if he were speaking of a perfectly normal matter. And yet, the Watcher leader stared intently into his eyes, as if trying to see into his deepest secrets. Faced with this piercing gaze, the Watcher met it calmly, his face unfazed. After a moment, the Watcher leader sighed, with a hint of regret. "You know what? I've always believed that we, the Watchers, are a united whole. We're all drawn together by a shared ideal, striving for a common goal. But I never imagined that within a group like ours, there would be some parasites, some black sheep. I'm truly heartbroken." He looked deeply distressed, a hint of sadness in his eyes. The aged Watcher raised his head and asked calmly, "What do you want to say?" The Watcher leader concealed the sadness on his face, his eyes once again turning cold. "When the Raven Elder's raid failed the first time, I had my suspicions. A legendary assassin, facing an otherworldly lord, he died so silently. It's truly incredible. But I didn't delve into it at the time, simply thinking he had some special tricks up his sleeve. After a pause, the Watcher leader's voice grew even colder. But the second time, we were performing the blood summoning ritual in Veland's main city. We prepared for this for months in advance, ensuring every possible outcome, even cutting off the entire city from the outside world. But as luck would have it, at that very moment, that otherworldly lord, allied with the old king, arrived to attack us. Not only did they inflict heavy losses on the Watchers, but they also nearly interrupted the blood summoning ritual, nearly ruining our efforts. The Watcher remained silent, listening quietly. The Watcher leader's voice suddenly rose, tinged with anger and disappointment. Qinong, you've disappointed me. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an invisible force suddenly pressed down. The old man's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. Bang! The powerful impact cracked the floor beneath his feet, and his kneecap shattered instantly. Faced with this excruciating pain, the old man remained silent, gritting his teeth. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. However, the old man still made no other move. Because he knew that as a hero, he had no room for resistance against a demigod. The other party could destroy him in a snap of a finger. The Watcher leader's face turned cold. He shouted, "Why betray me? Betray the organization? I helped you cure the curse on your wife, and I also let you master the power unique to the Watchers. Have I been bad to you?" Hearing this, Kainan raised his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Do you think I don't know that you were the ones who spread my wife's curse? You hypocritical fellows, in order to force me to join the Watchers, used my wife as a bargaining chip. All I want is to live peacefully with my wife in the snowstorm, but you won't even grant me that wish." His voice gradually rose, filled with long-suppressed anger and pain. "And you Watchers, you claim to be fighting for the greater good of humanity, to overthrow the corrupt dynasty, to allow the people of this world to control their own destiny. But count carefully, what have you done along the way? You collaborated with the Cult of Light, you sacrificed an entire city's worth of soldiers, and you displaced countless civilians. 2 days after the outbreak of the Blood Rebellion, do you know how many people died? Do you know how many villages those Blood Legions devoured, and how many cities they massacred? Or perhaps you knew everything, but you pretended to see nothing?" Faced with his resounding question, the Watcher leader gradually fell silent. The coldness on his face was replaced by a barely perceptible wavering. After a moment, he slowly said, "What if I say we weren't the ones who spread the curse on your wife?" Qinong scoffed at this. "Then how will you explain the rest? Are you going to use that same excuse again? For the greater good of humanity, are all the sacrifices worth making now? Do those civilians you sacrificed deserve to die?" Faced with this question, the Watcher leader fell silent. Because he truly couldn't answer it. At that moment, a figure in blood-red armor emerged from a corner of the hall. He looked at the Watcher leader and spoke calmly. "Luo, why waste so much time talking to a traitor like that? Leave this old man to me. I'm planning to deal with this kid tomorrow. Maybe he can be of some use." Hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Kainan's face on the ground for the first time. He could accept being executed if exposed, but he absolutely refused to accept being used as a pawn against his friends. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Kill me if you dare." The bloodline leader turned his head and stared at Kainan on the ground, a bloodthirsty glare flashing across his pale face. "Kill you? Don't worry, I will. But before you die, you see with your own eyes how I crushed that brat to death, ha ha ha." The night passed quickly. The next day at 6 o'clock, the system notification appeared. "Attention all survivors. You have survived the 4th day of the turbulent period. Last night, the Blood Legion activated 5 more blood transmission pillars, transporting more blood troops. Please speed up and destroy more blood transmission pillars. Today's weather, cloudy turning to light snow, highs between -63 degrees Celsius and -76 degrees Celsius." When the notification ended, Chao Xing and Lu Mushu awoke from their rooms on time. 5 more transmission pillars activated? Yesterday, I only destroyed 3 in total. It seems I can't even keep up with the Blood Legion's activation speed. Chao Xing frowned slightly. The Blood Legion's activation speed had somewhat exceeded his expectations. In fact, if it weren't for his successive destruction of teleportation pillars, freeing up the Ice Crystal Kingdom's forces to support more areas, the situation would be even more dire. The current number of online users is a testament to this. The Blood Rebellion has been going on for 2 days now. The number of online users worldwide has dropped below 2 billion since the first day, and by another 20 million on the second day. These 20 million people aren't just ordinary people. They are otherworldly lords, who have been developing in this world for several months. Including their combat subjects, at least hundreds of millions of lives have suffered at the hands of the Blood Legion. That's why they were able to activate so many blood teleportation pillars in a single day. Chao Xing took a deep breath and thought, looks like we have to speed up again today. Seraphis is currently traveling at over 1,000, nearly 2,000 kilometers per hour. At full speed, we can destroy one teleportation pillar, including the battle, in under an hour. If we fight day and night, we can destroy at least 20 teleportation pillars a day. So, Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and quickly said, all combatants, follow yesterday's fighting method today and continue to kill more blood legions. Understood, Lord. The captains of the various teams responded immediately. The warriors camping in the field quickly sprang into action. They quickly packed up their camp, polished their weapons, and began their day of fighting. Chao Xing led Lu Muxua out of the Lord's castle and into the central square. Following his command, figures emerged from the rooms one after another. Glacier Saint Veblen, Holy Light Sage Isabel, Legendary Assassin Sarah, Dragon Queen Bing Lan, Legendary Rifaz Evelyn, and the Valkyrie Marlene. 6 legendary warriors in total. Chao Xing said, today, as before, you will all remain in the Necromancer's pouch. Everyone nodded. Then, with a powerful wave of his hand, he collected all 4 legends, Braun, Sarah, Zeverin, and Marlene, into the Necromancer's pouch. 4 figures remained, the same group that had destroyed the teleportation pillars yesterday. Chao Xing continued, today, our goal is to destroy the blood teleportation pillars in the Central River, Shadow Swamp, and Snowy Highlands. Then charge directly to the vicinity of Everfrost's main city, and destroy the other 2 blood teleportation pillars. Act quickly, and strive to eliminate all blood teleportation pillars within the Ice Crystal Kingdom's territory within a day. On the field, the 3 powerful women's expressions straightened, and they nodded solemnly. At the same time, Seraphis flapped her wings, carrying them high into the sky. Their first destination today was the Central River region, over 1,000 kilometers away. Even at Seraphis's speed, it would take over half an hour to reach them. 40 minutes later, they had reached their destination. Ahead, a vast glacier appeared, its surface as smooth as a mirror, and undercurrents could be vaguely seen beneath the ice. The glacier stretched for countless kilometers, with no end in sight. On both sides of the river, the ground was covered in thick snow, and the world seemed to be filled with endless paleness and silence. Looking upstream, about 100 kilometers away, a glaring blood red suddenly appeared, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding world of ice and snow. A massive blood teleportation pillar stood beside the riverbank, hundreds of thousands of blood troops still stationed nearby. Chao Xing quickly declared, let's move. A swift and decisive battle. Upon hearing the command, the 2 legendary creatures under his command instantly sprang into action. They reached the blood teleportation pillar at top speed and unleashed a furious assault. The attack was once again devastating. In less than 3 minutes, they had completely annihilated the entire blood army and destroyed the blood teleportation pillar. You led your troops to victory in a major battle. Master-level leadership skills proficiency increased by 418. In this battle, you killed 541,194 Blood Legion members, gained 815 million experience points, and earned 2,743,300 military merits. You destroyed a blood transmission pillar, gaining 2 million military merits and 2 divine power fragments. After the series of system prompts ended, Chao Xing said calmly, let's go to the next location. Shadow Swamp. 4 figures remounted on Seraphis's back and, like a flash of blue lightning, flew forward. Whoosh! Half an hour later, the massive dragon arrived at a shadowy swamp and quickly located the blood teleport pillar. Once again, the dragon speaker and Isabel took the lead, resolving the battle in 3 minutes. You have won a major battle, master-level leadership proficiency increased by 315. In this battle, you have slain a total of 612,974 blood legions, gained 815 million experience points, and earned 3.254 million merits. You destroyed a blood teleport array, earned 2 million merits, and obtained 2 divine power fragments. From the time they arrived at their destination to the end of the battle, and the destruction of the teleport pillar, the total time was less than an hour. After defeating the blood teleport pillar at the second location, Seraphis led them to the third planned destination for the day. The snowy plateau. Whoosh! Seraphis sped forward, the scene beneath him rapidly receding. After they passed through the dark swamp, a vast expanse of white appeared before them once again. You have arrived in a new area, Snowy Plateau. Current temperature, -78 degrees Celsius. Chao Xing was now over 2,000 meters high, surveying the scene below. The snowy plateau was much higher than other areas, so the temperature was also lower. Looking out, it seemed as if a boundless ocean of white appeared before him. In the distance, snow-capped peaks towered into the clouds, like sharp white swords piercing the heavens. Below, a few isolated villages could be seen, their houses blanketed in thick snow, as if they had been uninhabited for ages. This place is truly deserted. Chao Xing sighed. Shaking his head, he continued his search for the blood teleportation pillar. Soon, on a plateau ahead, he spotted the towering blood pillar. It was about 200 kilometers from his position, requiring him to cross several peaks exceeding 10,000 meters in height to reach it. Let's go! As Chao Xing spoke, Seraphis continued to fly forward. After crossing the high mountains, the blood teleportation pillar was now within sight, less than 20 kilometers away. From this distance, Chao Xing could smell the sickening stench of blood in the air, and the vast expanses of blood splattering across the ground. Whoosh! Seraphis flapped his wings, covering thousands of meters, drawing ever closer to the blood teleportation pillar. At that moment, Chao Xing seemed to sense something was amiss with the blood-filled teleportation column. Although still over 10 kilometers away, he could vaguely discern a blurry figure in midair. It was a figure trapped in midair, its limbs spread out, suspended between heaven and earth like a crucifix. The figure's long hair was disheveled, fluttering in the wind, giving it a particularly forlorn look. Human? Chao Xing frowned, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. He felt a sense of familiarity about this figure, as if they had met before. As Seraphis flew closer, the figure seemed to sense something. He raised his head with difficulty, revealing a pale, haggard face. Although blood and scars covered its face, the figure's outline was still clearly visible. The moment he recognized the man's identity, his pupils constricted, and his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. Damn it! His magical power erupted uncontrollably, a murderous intent rising from him, as if the air around him froze in that moment. Binglan and Isabel, standing nearby, sensed this killing intent, their faces filled with surprise. They had never seen their lord so out of control. But they also understood that the person who had caused Chao Xing to be so furious must be someone of considerable importance. Lu Muxua seemed to recognize the figure, her brows knitted together. She whispered, "Ah Xing, is that Mr. Qinong?" Chao Xing took a deep breath and nodded yes. Chapter 621. Chao Xing said slowly, "He joined the Watchers earlier. He provided me with intelligence during the 2 previous operations, which allowed me to learn of the Watchers' plans." Hearing this, the 3 women on the scene suddenly grew serious. They also knew of the Elder's assistance to the territory. Lu Muxua said directly, "Ah Xing, let's charge straight ahead and rescue Mr. Kainan." Including Isabel and Binglan, everyone else was ready to explode. Chao Xing, unfazed by anger, shook his head and said, "Wait a moment, something's amiss." Seraphis, stop immediately. Hearing this, the dark blue dragon, leading everyone, hovered more than 10 kilometers away from the blood teleportation column. Gazing at the figure suspended in midair, Chao Xing frowned. Clearly, Kainan's presence here meant his identity had been exposed. However, the other party did not kill him immediately. It looked as if Qinong was being used as bait to lure him in. This is a trap. Chao Xing knew that going there now would be playing into the Watcher's hands. But Qinong was a former friend who had helped him so many times along the way. He couldn't help but save him. No matter how dangerous the path ahead, he had to go through it. Chao Xing took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Prepare for battle. We're going to go and rescue Qinong." Binglan drew her sword with a clang, and the dragon sword was ready. Isabel grasped her staff, mobilizing the vast power of the light element. Including Lu Muxua, they all instantly entered the state of a 4-winged angel. The next moment, Seraphis rushed forward at top speed like an arrow from a bow, and across from them, Kainan, seeing them approaching, his scarred face suddenly filled with anxiety. He opened his bloody mouth and tried his best to speak. However, after enduring the torture of the bloody army, his injuries had become extremely severe, and even his voice had become extremely hoarse. "Hurry. Go. Don't. Come." Though Chao Xing couldn't hear his voice, he understood Kainan's meaning through his lip reading. He didn't reply, but simply gave him a look of reassurance. And just then, a rapid warning sounded from the communication device beside Chao Xing's ear. "Lord Chao Xing, I am the Ice Crystal King. The leader of the Watchers, and the leader of the Bloodline have simultaneously attacked our Everfrost capital. The capitals of the 3 kingdoms, the Orchid Kingdom, the Grey Mist Kingdom, and the Cunard Kingdom, have all been attacked by 2 or more legendaries. They're likely doing all this to target you. Whatever you're doing now, run away. The old king's tone was filled with intense panic, causing Chao Xing to pause again. He stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the blood column before him. Just as I expected, these Watchers and the Bloodline Legion won't let me continue to destroy the teleportation array. They definitely find a way to deal with me. But their speed is a bit beyond my expectations. Seeing him pause, Qinong slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his expression changed again. A bloody, frenzied aura rose from the base of the blood transmission pillar. A legendary commander, over 3 meters tall, and wielding a broadsword, instantly soared into the air. He approached Qinong and placed the sword against the old man's neck. Then, through the air, he gestured provocatively at Chao Xing, as if goading him to come forward. However, Chao Xing ignored the provocation and instead stared at the commander with an icy gaze. According to the old king, the Bloodline leader and the Watcher leader are currently in the Eternal Frost main city. In other words, the only 2 demigods currently cannot come. At most, only legendary level warriors will appear here. Thinking of this, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Because, with his strength, even a small number of legendary level warriors would hardly pose a threat to him. However, even without demigods, this place was still dangerous, for Chao Xing had already seen it. With the blood teleportation pillar as its center, strange runes appeared one after another on the snowy ground 10 kilometers away. They connected to each other, forming a seemingly invisible magic circle. If he stepped inside, he would be enveloped by this magic circle. Clearly, the Watchers had already laid a tight net to deal with him. Meanwhile, the bloody 10,000 captain, noticing Chao Xing's inaction, chuckled and said, "Little fellow, you're afraid to come over? I remember you said you wipe us all out in Villain City back then? Where's your arrogance? Where's your conceit? This poor old fellow, at his age, has been tortured to death by us, yet he still refuses to betray you. Don't you want to say something?" At this, Chao Xing's eyes turned cold. He turned and said calmly to the crowd, "Let's go in, Seraphis too." His voice was low, but it carried an undeniable force. It was clear Chao Xing had made his decision. Everyone nodded solemnly. With his words, the wind wings behind him suddenly flapped, and he led the others into the formation. The moment he stepped into the formation, the strange runes below seemed to activate, setting off a chain reaction. Buzz! 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 Columns of blood shot up into the sky, gradually forming a massive magic circle encompassing 10 kilometers. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the surroundings. You have entered the blood prison formation. You cannot leave until you have defeated all blood centurions. Base attributes reduced by 20%, skill cooldown reduced by 20%, movement speed reduced by 30%. Every second, you will be inflicted with a random blood curse. When the long string of system prompts ended, a strange force enveloped everyone. Like being trapped in a quagmire, not only did they feel their strength draining away, but their movement speed also decreased significantly. Additionally, an invisible curse seemed to be eroding their bodies. But Chao Xing's blood-suppressing potion had rendered them immune. The blood prison formation? You can't leave unless you kill all the enemies. In other words, once you enter the formation, there are only 2 outcomes. Either I kill all the enemies, or everyone on my side is killed. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Chao Xing currently didn't know if the Blood Legion had any other means besides this blood prison formation and the legendary captain. He remained suspended in midair, then spoke in a deep voice, "I'm here. What do you want?" Ahead, a sinister grin played across the captain's lips. "What do I want? You killed several of our Blood Legion captains, and destroyed so many blood transmission pillars. You're still asking me what I want? Of course I kill you. Come out, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, powerful figures gradually emerged from the sky-high blood column behind him. 1, 2, 3. 8 terrifying beings suddenly appeared. Including the captain wielding a broadsword, there were a total of 9 legends. The aura of these 9 legendary warriors shook the heavens, dyeing the surrounding sky crimson for hundreds of kilometers. Blood clouds gathered together, obscuring the sun and the sky, leaving one feeling a pall of darkness hanging over their hearts. Seeing this, Chao Xing remained expressionless, a sneer playing on his lips. "You guys really think highly of me. To deal with a less-than-legendary lord from another world, you've mobilized 9 legends." Hearing this, the captain grinned widely. "We know you're a man of many tricks, so to deal with you, we've mobilized all our forces. This time, you don't stand a chance. Chao Xing, you will die. You will die." The other 8 captains shouted simultaneously, radiating boundless blood and energy, their powerful aura filling the heavens and earth. The simultaneous appearance of 9 legendary figures was simply despairing. Wang Yu was originally a surviving lord in the Central River region. However, due to the recent outbreak of the Blood Rebellion, his territory was ruthlessly destroyed by the Blood Army, and countless people were slaughtered. If Wang Yu hadn't used the random teleportation scroll he obtained during a mission at a critical moment and escaped, he himself would have become a victim of the Blood Legion. However, since it was a random teleportation scroll, its location was not fixed. As luck would have it, Wang Yu was teleported to the snowy plateau. Even more terrifyingly, there was a towering blood teleportation pillar. Seeing the hundreds of thousands of Blood Army, Wang Yu was almost weeping. It felt like he had just escaped a dragon's den and entered a tiger's lair. Thankfully, he spotted a hidden cave beneath the plateau and entered without hesitation. For the past 2 days, he had been hiding inside, not daring to emerge, relying on the supplies in his backpack to survive. Until today, a new shift had occurred near this blood transmission pillar. Terrorizing auras emerged, each one threatening to crush him like an ant. Wang Yu was so frightened, he dared not even breathe, fearing he would be discovered. However, after those powerful auras descended, they didn't attack immediately, but instead hid, as if waiting for someone to arrive. It wasn't until the captain shouted out Chao Xing's name that Wang Yu seemed to realize something. Feeling the terrifying auras erupting from outside, Wang Yu wondered, that person called out Boss Chao Xing's name. Could he be here? At this thought, a look of surprise suddenly crossed his face. For Wang Yu, he was now trapped deep within the enemy's midst, practically facing certain death if he showed his head. Facing this blood army of hundreds of thousands, it would require at least a 1,000,000-strong survivor army to repel it. But it was obvious that those survivors wouldn't organize a 1,000,000-man army to attack the blood teleportation pillars just to save him. So Wang Yu knew that the only person who could save him now was Chao Xing, the recognized leader of the 4 regions, who was constantly destroying the blood teleportation pillars. So, he quickly poked his head out of his hiding cave and looked overhead. When he saw Chao Xing had indeed arrived with his 2 legendary masters, Jiang Yu was even more delighted. In recent days, the most popular posts on the World Forum have all revolved around Chao Xing. In particular, his 2 legendary masters have become the focus of everyone's discussion. Everyone marveled at the power of these legendary masters, and speculated about the strength of Chao Xing's territory. Great! Boss Chao Xing has arrived, along with 2 legends from his territory. With his strength, he can wipe out all of these guys, and then I'd be safe. Just as Wang Yu was ecstatic, he suddenly saw the blood prison formation rise, along with a system notification. Instantly, a sense of mortal danger enveloped him. Before he could react, yet another powerful figure appeared. 9 legends in total, their aura alone was suffocating. After hearing the conversation of these legendary-level experts, Wang Yu realized that not only was Chao Xing unable to save him, but he himself was also in trouble. And it was a major problem. As the now virtually recognized #1 player in the server, Chao Xing's name had become almost a code name. It was because of him that many people had the courage to fight the Blood Legion, and yet, such a crucial figure was now ambushed by the Blood Legion. Facing the 9 legends, Chao Xing had only 2 men on his side. They were absolutely no match. A sudden sense of crisis surged within Wang Yu. He cried out in his heart, "No, Boss Chao Xing can't die. Boss Chao Xing has been helping us all the time. Because of him, more of us are alive. This kind of powerful person is the hope of all the survivors on Blue Star. Even if 100 million survivors die, he can't die." So Jiang Yu suppressed his fear and turned on the live stream. The title was, "Boss Chao Xing ambushed by the Blood Legion, besieged by 9 legends, requesting support." This eye-catching title instantly attracted many clicks. At first, they were a little incredulous, even thinking it was a prank by a survivor. As everyone watched the live stream, 9 terrifying figures floating high in the sky surrounded Chao Xing like prey. Chao Xing's side consisted of only 4 men. The Watchers, on the other hand, not only had 9 legends, but also hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty soldiers. This massive disparity in numbers made everyone who saw it gasp. They realized Chao Xing was in real trouble this time. As a result, many people spread the news on the global channel. It was as if the global channel exploded in an instant. Fuck. The Blood Legion actually sent 9 legends to ambush Boss Chao Xing. How shameless. Oh my god. It's that Chao Xing. He's in trouble. Yeah, so many legendaries are besieging Chao Xing. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match this time. By now, everyone knows how powerful legendaries are. They are truly capable of destroying entire cities with ease. Unleashing their full power, They can even annihilate an entire map in a single day. 9 of these terrifying beings suddenly appeared. Not only that, do you see that blood-colored barrier around us? It seems to have trapped Boss Xiaoxing. Oh my god. Doesn't that mean there's no escape? It's over. Xiaoxing is truly hopeless this time. Ha ha ha. Well done, Blood Legion. If they take down Xiaoxing, our Korean Park Junhwan will be #1 in the server. Compared to the discussions on the World Channel, the survivors in the 4 regions seemed incredibly anxious. Brothers, what are we going to do now? Are there any brothers on the Snowy Plateau who can organize and see if we can rescue Boss Xiaoxing? Our Spark Legion has already led the army towards the Snowy Plateau, but the distance is too far, and we might not make it in time. Are there any brothers near the plateau? I'm in the Shadow Swamp, but there are only 1,000 of us here. It's useless to rush over. Yes, those are 9 legends. Even if we organized an army of 1,000,000, they wouldn't be enough to kill them. We're too weak. We can't make any difference in a battle of this magnitude. The chat channels of the 4 districts were shrouded in a pessimistic atmosphere. At this moment, Wei Jianyi spoke in the chat channel. Everyone, I believe you all understand the current situation. Xiaoxing is the hope of our 4 districts. I believe many people have benefited from his help along the way. He is also the only survivor on Blue Star with legendary combat power. In fact, Master Xiaoxing has become the hope of all of humanity. If he were to die because of being targeted by the Blood Legion, it would not only be a great loss for all of us who survived on Blue Star, but would also lead to even more serious consequences. By then, with no one targeting the Blood Legion, they would activate more blood transmission pillars, and the annihilation of all survivors would be a possibility. Although the enemy is powerful, and we would even die if we went forward, we must do something. Even if it's to preserve the spark of hope for all of humanity, we must go forward and rescue Master Xiaoxing at all costs. After Wei Jianyi finished speaking, many of the group leaders immediately echoed him. Bai Ji was the first to reply. Our instant Eternal Legion has already taken action, and is rushing to the Snowy Plateau at top speed. Chung Lu also said, our Samsara Legion has gathered hundreds of thousands of brothers, and everyone is on their way. And our Little Witch Legion. Reputable legions, including the Ice Tigers, the Evergreens, and the Never Air Force, all responded in the chat channel. Everyone. Let's go together. Even if we all die in battle, Master Xiaoxing must not die. As Wei Jianyi said, we must leave hope for future generations, for all of humanity. For all of humanity. For all of humanity. In this atmosphere, the survivors of the 4 regions were thrown into a frenzy. Spark Legion, Instant Eternal Legion, Sword Pavilion Legion. Almost all the Legion commanders took action. There was only one goal: rescue Xiaoxing at all costs. Chapter 622. Xiaoxing was unaware of what was happening in the chat channel. Nor did he know that the footage of him being ambushed by the Blood Legion had been live-streamed by Wang Yu to all the survivors in the server. The number of people watching the livestream had now exceeded 10 million, and was still rising rapidly. The screen was flooded with comments. Some expressed concern for Xiaoxing's safety, some gloated, and still others argued. It was a complete chaos. Meanwhile, Qinong, suspended in midair, had turned as pale as paper. Glancing at the surrounding scene, a deep sense of remorse appeared on his face. He knew that if it weren't for him, Xiaoxing wouldn't have entered this blood prison formation. With his 2 legendary warriors under his command, he could escape even if he couldn't defeat them. But now, having entered the formation, all escape routes had been cut off. Lord Xiaoxing, leave me alone. Qinong's hoarse voice rang out. Break the formation and leave. Shut up. The captain's broadsword instantly brought down, leaving a deep, bloody wound on Qinong's neck. Drops of blood fell from the air. Old man, stop talking nonsense. Just watch how we kill this brat. Then, he raised his broadsword, pointing it at Xiaoxing, gritting fiercely. You brat, if you dare leave the formation today, I kill this old man with one blow and chop his body into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Xiaoxing looked at him coldly, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. His voice was as cold as ice. Is this all the force you bring to bear against me this time? If so, then today, none of you will escape alive. Hearing this, the bloody captain suddenly chuckled in anger. How arrogant. I want to see how you die. Another captain said, stop wasting time with him. Let's attack together and blast this brat into a bloody mess. Okay. Instantly, the 9 legendary masters moved simultaneously. One captain swung his massive axe, a torrent of blood condensing from the blade, as if cleaving the heavens and earth apart. Another captain clenched his hands, forming a massive bloody hand that pressed down on Xiaoxing with overwhelming force. Another captain grasped his staff, and countless blood-colored runes burst forth from the tip, transforming into deadly blood spells that struck Chaoxing's vital points. 9 legendary masters attacked simultaneously, their terrifying attacks instantly sweeping across the battlefield. A surge of blood energy filled an area of dozens of kilometers, and the livestream screen was also suffused with blood, obscuring every detail. All the survivors held their breath, their hearts filled with terror and shock. They wondered if Chaoxing could withstand this wave of concentrated fire. They only knew that if they were to face an attack of this magnitude, they would be blasted to pieces in a split second. Faced with the attacks launched by the 9 legends, Chaoxing's gaze remained icy. I don't know how many legendary warriors you have, but I imagine that even among you, the number of legendary creatures is limited. It just so happens I've run out of legendary hearts. I eliminate you first and replenish my forces. Chaoxing waved his hand. For figures emanating a vast aura suddenly appeared in midair. An assassin, shrouded in black shadow, emanated a distorted aura that seemed to swallow all light. A chilling sight. A massive figure wielding a massive shield, his aura as vast and deep as a mountain, seemingly able to withstand anything. A Valkyrie with flowing red hair, wielding a flaming sword, the air warped and deformed by the blade's fiery aura. Besides, King Velan, wielding a staff and shrouded in lightning, seemed like the god of thunder descending. The 4 legends, standing still upon their appearance, simply blocked the attacks of the 9 centurions with their holy shields. Crash. Boom. When the attack dissipated, Chaoxing and the others were still standing intact. The Blood Legion's captain's eyes were filled with shock. 6 legends. How did 4 more legendary-level warriors appear? Didn't they say this guy only had 2 legendary powers? One captain suddenly realized something and exclaimed, I know. This guy knew we'd be against him, and he deliberately exposed 2 legendary powers just to lure us in. Damn it! He's tricked us all. What? For a moment, the 9 captains' offensive faltered, their faces filled with visible anxiety and tension. There was even a hint of fear in their gazes toward Chaoxing. This otherworldly lord is truly hidden. At this moment, the captain wielding a broadsword shouted, Don't panic. They only have 6 legendaries, fewer than us. We still have the blood prison formation, so the advantage is still on our side. Everyone, attack together and kill them all. Hearing this, the other captains regained their confidence, their panic gradually giving way to fighting spirit. However, the warriors on Chaoxing's side remained motionless, as if waiting for something. Without Chaoxing's order, they would never act rashly. Until then, all 9 captains entered the 5-kilometer range. Chaoxing said, Braun, I leave it to you. Braun, soaring in midair, suddenly wore a profound smile. He chuckled, No problem, Lord. I show these guys what the true shield of despair is. With that, an aura as vast as an iceberg rose from the massive figure. With it, his size exploded. From his original height of over 2 meters, he instantly soared to 10, 20, 30 meters. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant, 100 meters tall, appeared. Come here! With a deafening roar, the 9 legendary attacks involuntarily flew towards Braun. Fluster suddenly appeared in their eyes. This is a forced attack. They have a legendary shield guard. A captain exclaimed. As experienced captains, they reacted instantly. Don't worry, let's attack together. Even a legendary shield guard can't withstand the concentrated fire of our 9 legends. Attack! The 9 legends once again gathered their strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Braun. At that moment, Chaoxing pulled 4 divine power shards from his backpack, replenishing Braun and Marinina's divine power by a full 20 points each. Then, the 2 legendary-level powerhouses simultaneously unleashed a powerful surge of energy, and a low humming sound suddenly filled the air. The entire formation trembled madly. Buzz! A thick layer of frost quickly formed on Braun's skin, and huge blocks of ice grew from his body, like millennial black ice. In an instant, his body was completely covered in an indestructible layer of ice armor, and he exuded a biting chill. Like an ancient iceberg, it was a formidable sight. Elsewhere, a fiery red power rose from Marinella, like a volcanic eruption, propelling her aura to its peak. Crash! Her red hair fluttered wildly, her body shrouded in red divine power, her eyes blazing with surging fighting spirit. Like a Valkyrie reborn from a bloodbath, her might was overwhelming. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall casts Glacier Body, Eternal Barrier, increasing armor by 100% and maximum health by 50. 0%, lasts for 200 seconds. With the bonus of the talent Eternal Power, this has become a permanent state. Your territory member, Marinina has cast Valkyrie's Fury, increasing all attributes by 100%, attack and movement speed by 50%, and inflicting a destructive attack effect. Lasts for 100 seconds. With the bonus of the talent Eternal Power, this has become a permanent state. Note, while in a permanent state, you can exit and close it at any time. The 2 consecutive notifications brought a faint smile to Chao Xing's lips. Both of them possess legendary level abilities. After activating Valkyrie's Fury, Marinina's aura strength nearly reached that of a Lizardman chieftain, a high-level legendary. Even on the other side, Braum was even more terrifying, his armor and health increasing dramatically. At the same time, the attacks of the 9 Centurions landed on Braum's icy armored form. Bang! Boom! Following a series of violent explosions, damage numbers appeared above Braum's head. Decreased by 141,952. Decreased by 85,193. Decreased by 74,162. Decreased by 65,252. Decreased by 94,672. Decreased by 94,266. Even with 380,000 armor points and the multiple weakening effects of Frost Shield, Guardian Domain, and Shield of Origin, these legendary level warriors still inflicted considerable damage. In a single blow, they knocked away over 3 million HP from Braum. However, compared to his nearly 3 billion HP, that was nothing. Even if Braum stood there, the fight would take over 10 minutes. Furthermore, Isabel held Revelation, him, capable of restoring Braum's health to full at any moment. In other words, it would take them at least half an hour to completely defeat Braum. As soon as the first wave of attacks landed, the Centurions unleashed a second wave, aiming to swiftly finish him off. Bang! Boom! The blood energy spread, shaking the heavens and earth. However, no matter how terrifying their attacks were, they were like hitting a block of 1,000-year-old black ice, with no effect on Braum. Not even a scratch. Looking at the crystal-clear giant, like an iceberg looming in midair, the group of Centurions finally realized the terrifying defense of the massive figure before them. He was a truly invincible monster. One Centurion exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn it! How could a shield guard have such strong armor? Our attacks can't even break his defense." The Centurion holding the blood staff in the distance said in a deep voice, "This must be one of his legendary defensive skills. It won't last long. Don't panic. That's right. Let's stall it out until his skills wear off, and then we can finish them off." However, what they didn't know was that, with the blessing of the Eternal Power, Braum's ice body was permanent. Even if they dragged it out for eternity, it wouldn't end. Besides, Chao Xing couldn't let them keep attacking him. Before, he had only been testing Braum's resistance. Now, he had reached a conclusion. That is, with all his abilities fully activated, withstanding the attacks of 10 legendaries would be no problem. Braum could even briefly withstand the attacks of a demigod. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's lips curled up again. Very good. Allowing Braum to break through to legendary was indeed the right decision. He raised his staff and commanded, "Everyone, attack. Destroy these 10,000 captains." The moment he received the order, Isabel and the Dragon Speaker's attacks descended. Bang! Boom! A huge ball of holy light exploded among the crowd like a nuclear bomb. Bing Lan's dragon sword shadow descended like a torrential rain, slashing through the air with a continuous, explosive sound. Elsewhere, the legendary assassin Sarah's figure vanished instantly. She reappeared behind a captain of 10,000 men. The enhanced death dagger in her hand slashed out, leaving after images. Each strike carried unparalleled lethality, as if capable of shattering space. Beside her, the Valkyrie Marinina exuded a formidable aura. In her Valkyrie's Fury state, she was arguably the most formidable force in the arena. Waves of sword energy swept across the arena. What caught Chao Xing's attention was King Velan's attack methods. Although he knew he was a legendary thunder mage, he had rarely seen him in action before, and he had no idea of his true strength. King Velan, holding his staff, mobilized the lightning element over 10 kilometers in a radius. In the blink of an eye, a thundercloud over 5 kilometers in diameter appeared above everyone's heads. Then, from within this thundercloud, a thick, dazzling bolt of lightning struck. Directly passing through the barrier, they landed directly in the camp of the 9 legends. Boom! With a resounding explosion, like a bolt from the blue, like a divine retribution of judgment, the thick blood aura dissipated. Instantly, these 10,000-man commanders were enveloped by a horrific array of attacks, their heads splattered with wounds. Decrease 1786255. Decrease 3179123. Decrease 198 1945. Decrease 209, 1952. Decrease 329, 8104. Decrease 418, 2521. Decrease 598, 1056. Decrease 374, 2016. Puff. The 10,000-man commanders of the Blood Legion were suddenly struck with heavy blows, several of them spitting out blood on the spot. They stared at Chao Xing's 5 legendary-level warriors with horror, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. How is this possible? You've only just broken through to legendary status. How can you possess such formidable power? Impossible. However, Chao Xing ignored them. He simply raised his staff, unleashing a volley of powerful ice magic. Cooperating with his 6 legendary warriors and Lu Muxue, they launched a barrage of attacks upon the enemy. Boom! Boom! Meanwhile, below, Wang Yu was concentrating all his attention, broadcasting the battle situation above via livestream. However, trapped within the blood prison formation, he too was afflicted by the blood curse, his skin festering. In this critical moment, Wang Yu opened his battle merit shop and, reluctantly, redeemed himself for a bottle of expert-level curse-removing elixir, which temporarily alleviated his symptoms. He also heard the exclamations of the 10,000 captains, and the roar of the various attacks. But due to the blood mist, he couldn't see what was happening above, and he was filled with anxiety. The livestream's comments were also abuzz. What's going on up there? Is Master Chao Xing still alive? Is there even a doubt? He's definitely dead. That's the attack of 9 legends. Who could withstand it? This Chao Xing is definitely dead. His body is probably gone by now. You bastards up there, I've memorized your ID. Stop cursing Master Chao Xing. That's right, you're the one who died. Master Chao Xing must be fine. Many people were worried about Chao Xing's condition. Of course, there were also some disgusting nations gloating over Chao Xing's misfortune, even cursing his death. A heated argument erupted in the live stream's comments. At that moment, King Velan cast a lightning spell, dispersing the blood indiscriminate mist, and the live stream gradually became clearer. Instantly, the comments poured in like a gusher. Stop arguing. Look at the live stream. The picture is back. At this, everyone stopped arguing and stared nervously at the live stream before them. Under everyone's intense gaze, the picture grew clearer. And then, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. Originally, everyone thought Chao Xing's side had been completely routed, perhaps even annihilated. However, the scene before them truly exceeded everyone's imagination. The 9 legends of the Blood Legion were being bombarded by Chao Xing's powerful warriors, screaming and utterly defeated, and in the background, Chao Xing waved his staff, calmly attacking the enemy legends with a barrage of ice spells. The entire livestream room fell into a brief silence. Then, a torrent of comments erupted like a volcano. Holy crap! What the hell? What happened? It looks like Boss Chao Xing is leading his men in beating up those legendary warriors of the Blood Legion. Damn! This is outrageous. The Blood Legion dispatched 9 legendary warriors, and they were beaten so badly by him. Ha ha ha. I told you Boss Chao Xing wouldn't be in any trouble. Those of you who just cursed him, just wait. I've got your IDs memorized, and after this, I send them to him. The survivors who had been gloating were suddenly speechless, too frightened to say a word. After all, if Chao Xing were to pursue the matter and cause trouble for them later, he could easily dispatch any legendary expert and completely wipe them out. At this moment, someone noticed a detail in the video. Look, there are so many more figures around Boss Chao Xing. The aura they exude is terrifying, even stronger than those of the 10,000 men commanders. Are they all legendary experts? It seems true. Doesn't this mean that Boss Chao Xing has been hiding his strength? He actually possesses not just 2 legendaries, but 6. What? 6 legendaries. As soon as this analysis came out, the live stream room erupted in excitement, leaving countless people stunned. Everyone originally thought that a single survivor possessing 2 legends was incredible, but now it seems that this is only part of his strength, his true trump card. 6 legends. It's simply terrifying. Oh my god. How did he do that? 6 legends. Just one of them, and I'd be invincible across the entire region. Outrageous. It's truly outrageous. Many people were watching this live broadcast. After all, 9 legends appearing to besiege a single human survivor was a truly remarkable event across the continent. Chapter 623. In the central area of the Western continent. Among the ancient territories that had existed for hundreds or even thousands of years, some of the surviving lords looked up. They stared at the live broadcast, muttering Chao Xing. The 6 legends. This strength rivals even those territories that have existed for millennia. We've only been in this world for a few months, and we've already achieved such power. It's incredible. Perhaps, given more time to develop, you can truly unlock Morphos's dream. They all raised their heads simultaneously, gazing at the sky above. It seemed shrouded in an invisible bubble, with all sorts of strange and distorted images appearing above. A shattered city floated in the void, countless figures lost in dreams, and massive shadows loomed. Alas! The human empire is immersed in a dream woven by the ancient dragon Morphos, and blood chaos is erupting in other regions. Since Kralkatorik's death, everything has been in chaos. Compared to the shock on the World Channel and the livestream, the survivors in the 4 regions were filled with both surprise and joy, shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Chao Xing. The good news is that Chao Xing seems to have escaped the crisis for now. They excitedly chatted, "Ha ha ha. I've always said that Boss Chao Xing is so cunning. So clever. How could the Blood Legion possibly ambush him? Yeah, they've been waiting for the Blood Legion to arrive. Great. Now we don't have to go and die. Boss Chao Xing is awesome. Not to mention 9 legends, even 90 legends can't defeat him." Stop bragging. The survivors, currently from all over the Ice Crystal Kingdom, rushed to the snowy plateau. They all heard the news. Chao Xing's side seemed to be out of danger, and no longer needed reinforcements. For a moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the snowy plateau battlefield, Chao Xing, still leading the 6 legends, frantically bombarded the Blood Legion's 10,000-man commanders. Various large-scale attacks rained down on them, leaving horrific scars. The health of the 9 10,000-man commanders was rapidly plummeting. It looked like they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer before being annihilated. Of course, they also understood the situation and refused to sit idly by. They repeatedly attempted to counterattack, but forgot that they were still within Brahm's taunt timer. As soon as they launched their attacks, they involuntarily hurled themselves at Brahm's glacial form. Not only was their rhythm disrupted, but they were also unable to defend themselves in time, bearing the brunt of the attack. The Centurion commander, who had drawn Sarah's particular attention, had already been slashed dozens of times by the death dagger within 20 seconds of the battle, losing over 100 million HP. At this point, the Centurion commander hadn't dared to attack, only constantly raising his weapon to block. As for the hundreds of thousands of blood-stained soldiers below, they had been swept up in the aftermath of their initial outburst, utterly annihilated. Another Centurion commander, wielding a long sword and with a sinister expression, also recognized their current predicament. "Everyone, stop attacking. Focus on defense now, and hold out. This guy's forced attack won't last long. When it's up, it's time for our counterattack." Upon hearing this, the other Centurions reacted quickly. They began fleeing in different directions, trying to get away from Braum and avoid Chao Xing and his men's concentrated fire. But it was clear that Chao Xing and his men would not let them have their way. Chao Xing instantly transformed into his greater demon form. He extended his demonic foot and stomped it hard. The surging demonic power spread wildly in all directions, transforming into shadowy tentacles that clung to their legs, delaying their movements. Bing Lan also spun at high speed, carrying an invisible gust of wind as she unleashed the dragon sword. Dance! The 9 Centurions suddenly felt as if they were sinking into a quagmire. Even on the other side, Sarah used the teleport function on her dagger to once again lock onto the Centurion whose health she had reduced by half. Swish! Sarah's figure silently appeared behind him, wielding the death dagger once again. Puff! Puff! Several critical hits of 3 to 4 million in damage appeared, and the Centurion's health plummeted by over 10 million again. Damn it! Get out of my way! He raised his great axe and swung it across, trying to force Sarah back. However, in a split second, the shadowy figure clung to him again like a leech. Sarah's eyes were icy cold as she swung her weapon mercilessly. The death dagger rapidly magnified in the Centurion's eyes. The Centurion struggled to block, but Sarah's attack was too sharp and too fast. There was no way he could block it, no way he could avoid it. A stream of wounds appeared on his body again, and his health plummeted. Facing an enemy like this, unable to defeat them, and unable to escape, was truly despairing. 40 seconds into the battle, the Centurion's health dropped to 0, and then, with a bang, his body exploded. A terrifying surge of blood energy dyed half the sky. However, the Centurion didn't die immediately. Instead, it transformed into a ball of blood energy, rapidly flowing away from Sarah's position in an instant. It then condensed into a humanoid form at breakneck speed, transforming back into the Centurion's appearance. Clearly, This was their legendary talent, Blood Resurrection, which allowed a single resurrection. But this resurrection wasn't a full resurrection, restoring only about 20% of his health. The Centurion had only 60 million health left. At this moment, Sarah was seething with a black aura, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Then, the figure vanished from the spot where it stood. The Centurion, having finally escaped his enemy, felt a chill creeping down his spine. He knew the terrifying assassin had come after him again, and a sense of mortal danger washed over him. He shouted, "Save me!" Another Centurion, sensing his predicament, whispered, "Someone, rescue Lei Sen. He's no match for that assassin." "I do it!" Instantly, a Centurion wielding a one-handed sword flashed and charged towards the Centurion named Lei Sen. He was a high level, at least 130, and incredibly powerful. In a fraction of a second, he reached the Centurion's side. He swung the blood-soaked one-handed sword, leaving an afterimage as he stabbed Sarah, who was hiding behind him. Sarah's death dagger continued to strike with the swiftest afterimage. Ding! 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 The continuous clang of metal clashing carved cracks into the surrounding space. And just then, the Centurion whispered, "Break!" He thrust his sword. A terrifying sword energy emerged, seemingly cleaving the heavens and earth, forcing Sarah back. Sarah retreated a few steps, then flashed, closing in once more. At this moment, both of them were moving with the swiftest afterimages, executing over a dozen different attacks in a single second, constantly shifting positions. Even with Chao Xing's eyesight, he couldn't even follow their movements. It was clear that this Centurion possessed considerable combat experience. No matter how cunning Sarah's attacks, they were blocked by the Centurion's one-handed sword. The two fought fiercely, a close fight. Even the other legendary Centurions began to form pairs and cooperate, blocking the attacks of Marina, Isabel, and the others. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with solemnity. It must be said that these 10,000 captains were truly formidable and experienced. The blood plane they inhabited was rife with war daily. And every being who reached the level of a 10,000 captain had experienced countless life and death battles, both large and small. At this moment, thanks to this coordinated effort, they had managed to briefly withstand the concentrated fire of Chao Xing's 5 legends. Brahm's taunt had less than 20 seconds remaining. A chill flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. "Since that's the case, I put a little more pressure on you." With his words, Chao Xing's black wings instantly spread open, and a pitch-black demonic codex materialized from his left hand. As demonic power was infused, the codex flipped frantically, and a thick, dark aura surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. At the same time, a black crack gradually appeared in the sky. In the crack, countless eyes appeared again. A cloud of dark purple smoke poured out from the crack, as if some evil being was about to descend upon this world. Hee hee. You actually summoned me. Interesting, interesting, hee hee hee. Out there is the world the demon lord wants to conquer. I'm here. A strange, hoarse voice echoed. A towering, twisted being instantly emerged from the crack. Its body was a sickly purple-black, covered in pustules oozing green venom. Its head resembled a giant, rotting fruit, emitting a sickening stench. A pitch-black maw brimmed with sharp fangs, its limbs were long and twisted, its fingers and toes adorned with sharp claws. Like a monster crawling from the deepest nightmare, Chao Xing took a look. Elder Demon. Level, ? Attribute, ? Skill, ? The demons summoned from the demon gate were all above level 150, so Chao Xing could no longer determine their detailed attributes. But there was no doubt that this demon was even more powerful than the demon warden summoned last time. However, they were still bound by the demon codex and obeyed Chao Xing's commands. Chao Xing raised his right hand, pointed forward, and said, "I command you to kill all the 10,000 captains of the Blood Legion." A glimmer flickered in the twisted monster's eyes. It looked at the bloody Centurions, and couldn't help but extend its long, slender tongue to lick its fangs. "Yes. It's been ages since I've tasted blood. Hee hee. Let me feast on it today." It let out a chilling laugh, and suddenly charged toward the battlefield. Halfway through its charge, its body suddenly vanished, dissolving into a puff of dark purple smoke that dissipated into the air. Then, the smoke rapidly spread, enveloping the entire battlefield. Amidst the smoke, the dragon speakers all felt a sense of discomfort, their brows knitted together. However, aside from some psychological discomfort, they didn't experience any other reactions. But the Centurions were different. Dark purple pustules sprouted across their skin and faces at a visible rate, and large areas of their skin began to ulcerate. Purple poisonous wounds appeared above their heads, and excruciating pain washed over them like a tide. Fluster flashed in the eyes of the 10,000 commanders. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? It's the demon elder, a fellow who also loves to spread curses and plagues. You vile demon. You've actually teamed up with this otherworldly lord to fight us. The commander will kill you all. Faced with the curses of the 10,000 commanders, the demon elder gradually emerged, a twisted smile appearing on its face. Ha ha ha. I smell it, such a rich scent of blood. Let me enter your bodies and become one. Transformed, it vanished once again, and the dark purple mist also changed its form. It became even more viscous, like being immersed in a sea of venom. Drops of purple rain fell, hissing as they landed on the centurions. The rain began to corrode their bodies, pustules sprouting like mushrooms after a rainstorm, while dark purple smoke continuously seeped into their bodies. In a short time, the centurions were transformed into rotting monsters. An expression of pain crossed their faces. Besides the excruciating pain, the festering ulcers also itched intensely, making them want to scratch frantically. However, as soon as they touched the body, the pustules exploded one after another, spraying the juices. This scene gave Qiaoxing a chill. Damn it! This attack method is disgusting. With the addition of this high-level legendary demon, the pressure on the Blood Legion increased significantly again, although the Blood Centurions were also highly proficient in curses. However, the curse of this demon elder seemed even more powerful than theirs. The pustules on their bodies continued to burst, and their health began to drain. Additionally, the concentrated fire from powerful warriors like Sarah, Isabel, and the dragon speaker made it even more difficult for them to withstand the attack. In just a few seconds, the health of several bloody centurions was reduced to zero, and their bodies exploded on the spot. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. 4 more legendary centurions were revived. On the field, the health of the other 5 centurions was also at a critical level. At this rate, these 9 legendary centurions would be completely slaughtered by Qiaoxing's men. The tide of battle unfolded beyond anyone's imagination. Even Kainan, suspended in midair, gradually began to lighten in his dim eyes. And there was a profound shock. He had thought that Qiaoxing's survival against the siege of 9 legends was already a miracle, and now, this otherworldly overlord had suddenly unleashed 6. No, 7 legendary powerhouses. He was directly overwhelming the Blood Legion, nearly wiping them out. This terrifying combat power was beyond imagination, and the Blood Legion itself realized the seriousness of the situation. The centurion holding the blood staff struggled to resist the siege, shouting loudly, "Damn it! The intelligence was wrong, completely wrong. This otherworldly lord has become powerful. He's the biggest threat to our plan. We must inform the commander immediately, and have him kill this otherworldly lord. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble." The other centurion's expression suddenly hardened, and they looked at Qiaoxing with unprecedented seriousness. If this invasion remains unchecked, this otherworldly lord will single-handedly turn the tide, however. At this moment, the Blood Lord was unaware of the battle situation. He continued to fight alongside the Watcher leader, and the 2 demigods against the Lizardman chieftain and the old king. And just then, Brahm's taunting time expired. The bloody centurion suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as if the rules that had been binding them had suddenly vanished. They quickly reacted. A general shouted, "The legendary shield guard's forced attack state has ended. Let's attack together now, and kill this otherworldly lord, at all costs." Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes flashed with frenzied murderous intent. In their hearts, Qiaoxing was already considered the primary threat. He must be eliminated as quickly as possible, even at the cost of their own lives. Instantly, a terrifying bloody aura erupted from the captains, like bombs exploding in the deep sea, sweeping across the land with terrifying force, instantly forcing back Sarah, the dragon speaker, and the other melee fighters. Then, they transformed into streaks of blood-red lightning, charging towards Qiaoxing at terrifying speed. "Stop them!" The dragon speaker's voice sank as he unleashed a barrage of slashing blows. King Velan and Isabel, 2 legendary mages, now unleashed terrifying spells. However, the captains completely ignored their attacks, their only target single-minded. Several other captains with ranged attacks also unleashed their strongest burst abilities at Qiaoxing. Under the simultaneous outbursts of the 9 legendaries, the area surrounding him was awash in blood for dozens of kilometers. Qiaoxing was attacked from front, back, left, and right. Even from above and below, there was no chance of dodging this attack. In fact, Qiaoxing didn't even attempt to dodge, but remained standing. After all, this was within the blood prison formation. Where could he escape? Seeing this scene, A barrage of comments filled the live stream again. These Blood Legion legends are going crazy, attacking Boss Chao Xing recklessly. Fuck. They're going to kill him even if it means risking their lives. No, why didn't he hide? Hide? You have to hide anyway. Try being besieged by 9 legends instead? It's over, it's over. Boss Chao Xing is dead. At the same time, the attacks of the 10,000 captains arrive simultaneously. Boom! A terrifying burst of blood-red energy completely engulfed Chao Xing's location. Fearing Chao Xing wouldn't die, the 10,000 captains launched several more attacks. The terrifying energy storm seemed to rip everything apart. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to pause for a moment. After delivering their fatal blows, the 10,000 captains stood breathless. A captain asked, "How's it going? Did you take him out?" "I don't know, but he should be. He's just a rank 10 hero. There's no way he could survive that kind of attack." Hearing this, the captains gradually breathed a sigh of relief. However, as the blood mist gradually dissipated, they witnessed a horrifying scene. Chao Xing, who should have been reduced to a bloody mess by this wave of concentrated fire, stood there unharmed. Chapter 624. Chao Xing, under the concentrated fire of the 9 legends, stood unharmed. Not even a stain on the corner of his clothing appeared, as if he were completely immune to their attacks. Seeing this scene, not only did the 9 captains look bewildered, but the hundreds of millions of survivors watching the live broadcast also had expressions of astonishment. What is going on? Master Chao Xing survived and withstood their attacks? Oh my god! Withstood the siege of 9 legends? Is this really something a human can do? Including the captains, a look of confusion crossed their eyes. In their extensive combat careers, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. This otherworldly lord was truly uncanny. However, as legendary-level powerhouses, they also reacted quickly. Keep attacking. I don't believe a single hero like him can withstand the attacks of so many of our legends. Instantly, the captain wielding a one-handed sword unleashed several streams of blood-red sword energy. Swish. Swish. The sword energy reached Chao Xing's face with terrifying speed. This time, everyone saw it clearly. The blood-red sword energy slashed through his body, as if striking a lifeless block of iron, leaving not a single scratch. In contrast, the ice-covered hunk, suspended in midair, had several white marks on his body. Accompanying the damage exceeding 1 or 2 million, his health dropped slightly. At that moment, everyone seemed to understand something. The captain's pupils shrank sharply, and they exclaimed, "Damn it! This is damage transfer! That legendary shield guardian has redirected all the damage onto him. We can't harm this otherworldly lord unless we kill him." What? Hearing this, all the Tinkerins on the field were equally shocked, even Chao Xing. A smile now crossed his face. Bronze breakthrough to legendary status was of great significance to him and the entire territory. In other words, as long as Brown survived, Chao Xing and the others wouldn't die. The massive figure was currently in his glacier body state, unable to move, but he could see what was happening outside. A grin gradually formed on his lips. Uh-huh. You guys, you're trying to get past me and harm the Lord? That's impossible. Come and attack me. Chao Xing also stood still, looking at the Tinkerins with a chuckle, asking, "Do you want to try to attack me again?" Hearing this, despair flickered in the eyes of the Tinkerins. The Shield Guardian's damage redirection meant they could no longer forcefully kill Chao Xing. And with Brahm's defense, there was no way they could kill him in a short time. They couldn't hit him, and they couldn't get around him. Facing an enemy like this, there was simply no solution. Though their attacks had paused, Chao Xing wouldn't hesitate for a moment. A faint smile crossed his face. "Aren't you going to continue the attack? Then it's our turn now." Then Chao Xing's legendary warriors launched their attack simultaneously. The legendary Thunderbolt Zeppelin continuously blasted out destructive thunderbolts, landing on the heads of the 10,000s, inflicting horrific damage. Marlene and the Dragon Speaker unleashed terrifying sword energy, ripping even the air apart. The Demon Elder cast curse after curse, constantly disrupting the enemy. Isabel also continuously flipped through the glorious chapter, casting one light spell after another. Of course, the most terrifying outburst among these powerful warriors was Sarah. Like a lone wolf, once she locked onto her foe, she held on tightly and refused to let go. She once again targeted the Centurion, who had been revived. Appearing like a ghost behind him, she slashed his body with the death dagger, causing his health to plummet. Under the fierce onslaught of attacks, the Centurion was completely stunned. By the time the Centurion regained consciousness, his health was only a little over 6 million. A sense of mortal danger instantly filled him. "Get out of my way!" The Centurion roared. a powerful surge of blood energy erupting from him, forcing Sarah back hundreds of meters. Just when the Centurion thought he was out of danger, he saw the legendary assassin floating in midair and slowly extending his right hand. Under his skeptical gaze, Sarah snapped her fingers. Snap! Minus 13,791,752. Shadows bloomed. A terrifying damaged figure exceeding 10 million appeared, instantly draining the Centurion's health to the ground, causing him to explode in a pool of blood. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer successfully killed Blood Legion Centurion. Garrix, level 120, gaining experience points. 7,896,700, Pale Attraction. Achievements, 1.2 million. The first legend to fall since the war began has appeared. The blood energy emanating from the 10,000 liter was so intense that, after his death, it spread like a mist, dyeing the sky a blood red. The other 10,000 liters stared at the scene in amazement, their eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment. Meanwhile, over 2,000 kilometers away, on the battlefield in Eternal Frost's main city, the fresh bloodline leader and the Watchers were engaged in a battle against the Lizardman chieftain and the Old King. Of course, it was called a battle. But in reality, the Lizardman chieftain was acting as both a tank and the main force, with the Old King providing damage behind him. Faced with the attacks of two demigod-level powerhouses, the Lizardman chieftain's massive frame was riddled with cracks. Defeat was imminent. Elton, still want to continue resisting? Surrender now. You won't be able to hold out for much longer. Once we kill that otherworldly lord, you won't have a chance. The Old King lashed out with a blast of sword energy and cursed, Bullshit. Those guys you said think you can kill Chao Xing? Dream on. The Watcher leader said calmly, I know you all have high hopes for that otherworldly lord. But this time, we've laid a tight net. There's no way he survived. The Old King's face was gloomy, and he didn't answer. At this moment, the fresh blood leader interrupted, Luo, stop talking nonsense with him. Unleash all your might and kill them first. Okay. Just as they were about to explode, the fresh blood leader suddenly stopped. He gazed at the blood teleportation column rising into the sky thousands of kilometers away. Aetius, what happened? The Watcher leader asked, bombarding the Lizardman leader. The fresh bloodline leader asked with a hint of confusion, just now, a 10,000 commander died over there? What are Chang'e and the others doing? The Watcher leader said, the death of a 10,000 commander is normal. That guy has many tricks up his sleeve, and with those strange statues, it shouldn't be difficult for him to take down 1 or 2 legendaries if he fights to the death. You deployed 9 legendaries this time, and with a massive formation, he's doomed. The fresh bloodline leader nodded slightly, acknowledging the other party's words. Although a 10,000 commander had died, the loss wasn't as great as they imagined. Just as he was about to launch another attack, his expression changed drastically again. A torrent of blood energy erupted from him, as if it threatened to tear the very world apart. Damn it! 2 more 10,000 commanders have died. No, 3. What the hell just happened over there? At that moment, even the Watcher leader paused. With so many captains killed in quick succession, it's easy to imagine that the battlefield over there has undergone unimaginable changes. The bloodline leader said grimly, Luo, hold them back here. I'm going to check over there. With demigod-level movement speed, even though they're over 2,000 kilometers away, they can reach the target in a fraction of a second. If they employ some special means, they can reach the target even faster. At this moment, the Old King and the Lizardman chief exchanged a glance, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. They had originally thought that the Watchers and the Blood Legion were going all out this time, specifically to target Chao Xing. His side was likely in imminent danger, perhaps even suffering casualties. But now, it seemed as if the tide of battle had turned again. Not only did Chao Xing survive, he even managed to take out several of their captains. At that moment, a flicker of joy flashed in the eyes of the 2 men. You come and go as you please. Don't you really think I'm being disrespectful? Stay. The Lizardman chief suddenly opened his enormous mouth and let out a terrifying howl. Wow! A powerful suction force, imbued with some special principle, caused the Watcher leader and the fresh blood leader to involuntarily retreat. Old man, don't force me to kill you. The fresh blood leader's eyes blazed with fury. The old chief remained fearless and chuckled, if you can, give it a try. Anyway, I'm ready to risk everything this time. Aside, the Ice Crystal King had somehow snuck up behind them, and without hesitation, he raised the kingdom's holy sword and slashed fiercely. Swish! A terrifying sword energy surged, leaving a dark crack in the air like paper. Even the demigods felt a sense of danger at the sight of this strike. Furthermore, the old king's strike was so sinister and cunning, it was completely beyond their expectations. The two men were unable to dodge, and were struck directly by the sword. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. A trail of blood appeared on the backs of both the Watcher leader and the Bloodline leader. They simultaneously turned to look at the old king, their eyes filled with extreme anger. Elton, you're courting death. The old king swung his sword indifferently. Warfare is the art of deception. In this kind of battle, you dare to be distracted? Aren't you giving me an opportunity? Upon hearing this, the two men stared at him with murderous eyes, then simultaneously charged at the old king. 3 demigods and a legendary clashed once again. Your territory member, Zevelin Dawn. She killed Blood Legion Centaur, Carson Meek, level 125, and gained 7,854,100 XP, Pale Guidance. Achieve Merit, 1.2 million. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed Blood Legion Centaur, Newman Fierce Claw, level 130, and gained 8,657,000 XP, Pale Guidance. Achieve Merit, 1.3 million. After 3 consecutive notifications, Chao Xing had slain 3 more legendary centaur. In total, he had already eliminated nearly half of the Blood Legion centaur. The sky had turned blood red from the fall of the 4 legendary warriors. The remaining 5 centaur warriors stared at the scene in bewilderment. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Even the comments in the live stream stopped fluttering. Who could have imagined that those legendary 10,000s, so fearsome they could easily destroy a massive city, would fall at Chao Xing's hands? And it looked like the remaining 10,000s wouldn't last much longer. In the live stream, the survivors looked bewildered. This boss Chao Xing is too fierce. He won't slay all these legends today, will he? It's possible. Judging from the situation, the Blood Legion is completely no match for them. But why haven't they fled? I suspect it's because of that red formation. They originally intended to trap Chao Xing, but he killed them instead. Now they can't escape. Oh my god. That makes sense. Wouldn't the Blood Legion be crying their eyes out? Killing 9 legends in a row. This record is truly insane. From today on, Big Brother Chao Xing is recognized as the best in the server. At this moment, Chao Xing continued to look at the remaining 5 centurions. By now, the remaining enemies had suffered various serious injuries, and their health was already at a critical point. If it weren't for that resurrection talent, they would have been wiped out by now. In contrast, Chao Xing and his team all had full health. After all the damage they suffered was borne by Braum. Of course, Braum's health had dropped significantly after taking the damage from so many people. Not only had his shield of over 500 million been destroyed, but his own health had also plummeted to over 900 million. A normal legend would have been killed several times over. This clearly shows that the attacks of these Blood Centurions are truly terrifying. It's worth mentioning that Braum's shared damage, like Soul Link, is equivalent to real damage. For example, Chao Xing's current armor is only over 10,000, so a legendary attack would inflict at least 3 billion damage. This damage is actually transferred to Braum. So, the more allies he protects, the faster his own health decreases. But the original Shelter special effect has another benefit. It reduces damage taken by Braum by 50%. Combined with a 20% reduction in final damage taken by Guardian Domination Field, this adds up to a 70% damage reduction. In other words, if Chao Xing receives 4 million damage, Braum will only receive around 1.2 million. This is the combination of Legendary Shield, and Eternal Power. The combined effect of these 3 powerful traits. It could be described as a true wall of despair. The bloody centurions stared at Chao Xing and his men, who were closing in on them with a fierce gaze, their faces etched with an unprecedented solemnity. What should we do now? Fight them to the death? One centurion asked gravely. No. Another centurion shook his head. We are no match for them. Continuing to fight them to the death will only lead to our annihilation here. The commander has spent a tremendous amount of money to transport us to this world. If we all perish, it will be a crushing blow to the Bloody Legion. But we are now trapped in the Blood Prison formation. We can't escape unless we kill all the enemies. Hearing this, the 5 centurions were stunned. The formation they had created seemed to have become a cage for themselves. They were now trapped in their own cocoon, cutting off their own escape route. And while they hesitated, Chao Xing had already transformed into a frost mage. Instantly, a powerful chill emanated from him, freezing the sticky blood mist around him. He grasped his staff and raised his hand to unleash the forbidden spell. Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial. Buzz. Pieces of frosty blue meteorite fragments emerged and blasted towards one of the Centurions at breakneck speed. The Centurions reacted quickly, attempting to dodge the attack. However, no matter how fast they moved, they were no match for Chao Xing's spell-casting speed. Bang! 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 With a series of crashing sounds, the Centurion was sealed in place. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Concentrate fire. Defeat him instantly." The next moment, shredding sword energy, massive orbs of holy light, and streaks of destructive lightning rained down from the sky. Boom! Boom! With each explosion, the sky shook from the attacks of these powerful warriors. It was as if the wrath of the gods was pouring down. The 10,000-man commander's remaining health points, several tens of millions, also poured out like a stream. The speed was so fast that the other 10,000-man commanders had no time to rescue him. 2 seconds later, with a bang, the legendary warrior, who had been the target of their concentrated fire, exploded on the spot. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, successfully killed Blood Legion 10,000-man commander, Gerda Rongxing LV-110, gaining experience points, 7,548,000, Pale Guidance. Achievements, 1.1 million. The 5th 10,000-man commander is declared dead. The other 10,000-man commanders, watching this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. At this rate, the remaining ones would be annihilated. At the same time, Chao Xing once again turned his gaze to one of the legendary 10,000-man commanders. He flicked his staff. Like a god of death, he pronounced a death sentence on the opponent. The next moment, his 5 legendary warriors shifted their firepower again, focusing their attacks on the man. "Help me!" the captain cried out in agony. The other 3 captains also rushed forward, attempting to rescue him. But they were swept away by the Dragon Speaker and Marinina's swords, unable to get any closer. The captain currently under attack saw this scene, a look of near despair in his eyes. Just then, the first captain who appeared seemed to have a sudden thought. He leaped into the air, as if teleporting, and arrived at the suspended Kainon's side, his sword fiercely resting on his neck. "Stop! Or I kill this old man." At his cry, everyone looked in the direction. Then, seeing the scene in the air, they all stopped their actions. They knew that this old man was the Lord's friend, and they couldn't let him get away. At this moment, the commander, under intense fire, had only a few million HP remaining. It was as if he had walked through the gates of hell, his eyes filled with intense fear. At the same time, he realized that the old man was using this otherworldly lord as a pretext to coerce him. Perhaps today, they wouldn't have to die. The commander, wielding a broadsword, shouted, "You brats, get your men back." Chao Xing remained unmoved and asked, "What do you want?" The commander shouted, "Drop your weapons and stay put." Chapter 625. Chao Xing was speechless. "Do you think I'm stupid? I drop my weapons and let you fight." The captain knew Chao Xing wouldn't agree to such a condition. He was merely testing his limits. He continued, "Then all of you retreat, all the way to the edge of the blood formation." Chao Xing seemed to realize something. "Oh, you want to escape?" The captain didn't answer, but shouted again. "Hurry, do as I say, or I chop this old man to death." With that, he thrust his sword harder. Seeing this, the surrounding legendary warriors tightened their weapons, ready to rush over and rescue Qinong. However, Chao Xing simply glanced at the captain calmly and said, "Threats are useless to me. Go on, destroy them." Binglan, Isabel, and the others were stunned by the command. Are they really not going to save Kainon? Although they were puzzled, they still obeyed the Lord's orders 100%. Swish. Crash. A variety of terrifying attacks rained down on the other 3 centurions. "Damn it! What are you doing? Stop! Or we kill this old man. These guys are crazy. Let's run." Faced with the Dragon Speaker and his men's furious attacks, the centurions fled frantically. However, as mentioned before, within the blood prison formation, they had nowhere to hide. They could only helplessly endure the attacks, their health plummeting. 40 million. 30 million. 20 million. Bang! A bloody flower exploded in the air. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, killed the Blood Legion's captain, Thor Scourge, level 135, legendary creature, gaining experience points, 11,480,000, Pale Guidance. Achievements, 1,350,000. A thick blood mist completely obscured the live camera. The survivors had no idea what was happening, only the roar of the Blood Legion. At this moment, the captain wielding the broadsword came to his senses. He shouted angrily, "Boy, don't push me. I chop him down right now." His right hand, gripping the broadsword, trembled furiously, and he was on the verge of striking again, but he also knew that Kainan was his only hope now. If he killed him, he would never have another chance. Seeing this, Chao Xing calmly said, "Go ahead and chop him down. If you're brave enough, do it. Then I kill you all as a farewell. Isn't that right, Mr. Qinong?" In midair, Qinong's neck was pinned down, and he could only glance at Chao Xing from the corner of his eye. The expressions on Bing Lan and the others nearby were even more bizarre. But they also knew that their lord was not a heartless and ungrateful person. To dare to say such things, he must have something to rely on. The captain, provoked by Chao Xing's words, also showed anger. As if he had risked everything, he shouted, "You bastard, you forced me to do this. I chop this old man down right now. At worst, we both die." Instantly, he raised his broadsword, and a blood-red divine power gathered on the blade. Then, with a whistling sound, he slashed fiercely at Kainan's neck. This scene captured everyone's attention. The broadsword slammed into Kainan's neck with a muffled bang. However, what followed was beyond all expectations. As expected, Kainan's head didn't fly off. The commander's broadsword struck Kainan's skin, seemingly blocked by some kind of barrier, unable to advance an inch. At that moment, a faint white mark appeared on Braun's neck, and a damage number appeared on his head. -1178642. At that moment, everyone understood. Chao Xing had already recruited Kainan into his territory and included him under Braun's protection. Thinking of this, Isabel, Bing Lan, and the others all showed surprise. At the same time, they were filled with incredulity, as if they hadn't expected Chao Xing to come up with such a method in such a short time. In fact, Chao Xing had already recruited Qinong into his domain at the outset of the battle. Thanks to their tacit understanding, the old man agreed immediately upon seeing the recruitment notice, needing little further words. Braun's grin widened, and he chuckled again. "Blood Legion, your plan has failed. Hostages are useless to us, ha ha ha." Hearing this, despair filled the eyes of the remaining 3 centurions. At the same time, Isabel cast a holy healing spell on Qinong's head. At 5,142,766, a figure of over 5 million recovery appeared. The old man felt a surge of powerful vitality surge into his body, and the horrific wounds on his body healed at a visible speed. Under the pressure of the Wanfu's long sword, he gradually stood up. A deep, powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! The chains that had been locked in midair shattered instantly. At this moment, Qinong was like a tiger released from its cage, exuding an extremely ferocious aura. Although only a hero, his fighting ability was also quite formidable. Back in Yongshuang main city, he had held out for so long under the siege of Chao Xing and his men, as evidenced by his ability to hold out for so long. "Young friend Chao Xing, lend me a weapon." Hearing this, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. He pulled a spear from his backpack and hurled it forward like a cannonball. "Mr. Qinong, take it." Swish. The spear pierced the blood mist, making a sharp, piercing sound. The centurion was about to intercept, when he met Marinette's icy gaze, instantly locked with murderous intent, forcing him to halt his movements. Meanwhile, Qinong had already grasped his weapon, his entire being seemingly fused with his spear. Chao Xing commanded, "Now, destroy them all." At the same moment, the legendary warriors launched another attack, and now, with no restraint, their offensive became even more ferocious. Including Qinong, he raised his spear, continuously unleashing terrifying blasts of energy, dispersing the blood mist 3 or 4 kilometers ahead. Boom! Boom! Besieged by the crowd, the centurions were being beaten back step by step, their health once again dropping to a critically low level. One of them shouted, "Qinong, stop! Your wife is in our hands. Don't you want to save her?" However, Qinong continued his attack without hesitation. He lashed out with his spear, carrying a terrifying force that seemed to pierce space. Although he was only level 96, his aura at that moment rivaled that of a legendary. Bang! 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 3 explosions erupted in quick succession. The last 3 legendary level 10,000s were annihilated. In the underworld, the nightmare god Dam and the other imprisoned gods gazed at the blood-red sky above, their hearts filled with anxiety. They had waited for many days, but the Blood Legion's progress was far slower than expected. These powerful beings had expected the Blood Legion to sweep across the world as swiftly as it had 1,000 years before. However, after so many days, the total number of blood transmission pillars worldwide was less than 100. During the Blood Rebellion 1,000 years ago, they would have been able to teleport to the main plane by now. Despite their frustration, these beings had no way to contact the outside world, and could only wait silently. At this moment, all the gods instinctively raised their heads, a sense of astonishment rising within them. They sensed another shift in the sky above them. The barrier of rules, once shrouded in blood, now seemed to have been washed clean by clear water, the blood rapidly fading. The eerie crimson light dimmed, and endless darkness once again enveloped the underworld. It was as if the bloody chaos was about to end. Observing this scene, an ancient will wondered, what is going on? Why is the blood fading? Nearby, another deity said gravely, it seems something has happened outside. Could it be that the Blood Legion has been defeated, and those from the human empire have taken action? Hearing this, the nightmare god Daem immediately retorted, impossible. The entire human empire is trapped in a dream woven by the dream dragon, from which even the gods cannot escape. And those blood holes are still there, which means the Blood Legion's teleportation pillars haven't been destroyed. Another deity asked Daem, do you know what's going on now? Hearing this question, Daem himself fell into deep thought. At this moment, deep within the abyss, an even more ancient will slowly awakened. His voice reverberated like thunder throughout space. The blood teleportation pillars are still there, but the erosion of the rule barrier has largely dissipated. There's only one explanation. The Blood Legion has lost a significant number of its powerful warriors, perhaps even annihilated. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire abyss fell into silence. The other gods had no doubts about the Ancient Will's words. During the previous Blood Rebellion, he had been one of the gods who escaped from the abyss. Later, for some reason, he had returned. A moment later, the nightmare god Daem growled in disbelief. Destroy all the powerful warriors of the Blood Legion. How is that even possible? They have 2 demigod-level warriors on their side. Not to mention those guys out there. Even I, at my current level, can't do it. The other gods of the abyss fell silent again, because they also didn't know what was happening in the outside world. But one thing was certain. That was, the time for these beings to descend into the main plane had been indefinitely delayed again. 3 consecutive kill notifications appeared before Cao Xing. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. It was worth all the effort I put into hiding 4 legendary warriors. This time, they've done something big. The deaths of 9 legendary centurions was a devastating loss, even for the Blood Legion. Cao Xing could even see that the sky in the direction of Yongshuang main city, over 2,000 kilometers away, had changed. Crimson clouds completely enveloped the sky, streaked with golden lightning. It was clear that the Watcher leader and the Bloodline leader were extremely angry at this moment, their rage so intense that it even altered the environment. And just then, a system notification appeared before Cao Xing. Survivor Cao Xing, take note. You led your territory members to annihilate all of the Blood Legion's legends in the main plane, inflicting heavy damage and saving countless lives. The planes will reward your bravery. Reward, 10 million merits, 1 legendary relic box of your choice, tainted blood, 20 divine power fragments. When the notification ended, Cao Xing's expression had become vacant. Fuck. Can the planes will reward you like this? And this reward is ridiculously generous. A full 10 million merits and 20 divine power fragments. Just these 2 rewards are a steal, not to mention, there's also a relic box of your choice. The name of this relic box clearly reveals its purpose. One can choose the relic they desire. In other words, whoever he wants to reach legendary, he can do so. Great, great, this wave of gains is enormous. As for the other reward, Foul Blood, we still don't know what it does. We have to wait until this battle is over to check it out. At the same time, with the enemy's death, the blood prison formation, which enveloped a 10-kilometer radius, dissipated. Like a sealed space opening, a thick blood aura began to spread. The livestream image became clear again. When the survivors looked closely, they found that the group of red blood monsters had disappeared. Only Cao Xing and the others were left, suspended in midair. In the livestream, the survivors asked in confusion, is this the end? It seems so. All the legends of the Blood Legion have been slaughtered by Master Cao Xing. Unbelievable. At that moment, the hundreds of millions of survivors in the livestream room gasped. They knew they had witnessed history with their own eyes today. This scene, even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, would be retold by many. On the 147th day of the Frozen Age, the Blue Star human race descended. Blood descended, bringing disaster to all living things. Millions of miles of territory were ravaged by blood, countless homes destroyed by it. Country H's Chao Xing led his 6 legends to battle the Blood Legion on the snowy plateau. In this battle, 9 enemy legends were annihilated, single-handedly changing the course of the world. Hundreds of millions of Blue Star humans witnessed the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, after the battle ended on Chao Xing's side, Sarah transformed into a shadow and rushed down, picking up all the items dropped by the 9 Blood Centurions. As for the Blood Teleport Pillar, Dragon Speaker and Marinina easily shattered it. You destroyed a Blood Teleport Pillar, gaining 2 million battle merit and 2 divine power fragments. With the system prompt ending, Chao Xing finally had time to check the system interface. Just during the battle, he noticed his private chat bar had exploded, but he hadn't had time to check it at the time. Now, as soon as he opened it, he was flooded with messages, increasing at a terrifying rate. So many people are sending me messages? I didn't even trigger the world announcement? Confused, Chao Xing glanced at them casually. Among the messages from these survivors, some asked how he recruited legendary subjects. Some asked what the requirements were for reaching legendary. Some even asked if they could join his territory. Only then did Chao Xing realize that someone had been live broadcasting his recent battle. Through the live stream, Chao Xing gazed down toward the plateau. There, indeed, lay a remarkably hidden cave, its entrance obscured by snow, invisible to the naked eye. Wang Yu, who was below, felt a terrifying sense of oppression upon catching Chao Xing's gaze. After all, Chao Xing was now a 10th level Grand Mage, and his mere glance was enough to make them feel overwhelmed. Furthermore, he had secretly started the live stream without the other party's consent. If Chao Xing pursued him, with his strength, he could easily destroy him with a wave of his hand. Just as Wang Yu was getting nervous, he suddenly saw a bottle of green potion flying towards him. Wang Yu instinctively took the potion, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. But when he saw the potion's effects, a look of surprise suddenly appeared. Oh my god! Thank you, sir, Chao Xing. Wang Yu thanked him excitedly. Chao Xing didn't pay much attention to him. After all, Wang Yu had good intentions. Seeing that he had been ambushed, he wanted the other survivors to rescue him. But no one had expected Chao Xing's formidable strength. As for his hidden legend, it didn't matter if it was exposed. After all, he didn't need to consider the other survivors as opponents anymore. Aside, Sarah had already cleaned up the battlefield. She flashed before Chao Xing and said respectfully, "My lord, I have collected everything. Please review it." Chao Xing nodded and took the backpack from her. Obtain, Legendary Hearts *6. Obtain, 10,000 Commander's Soul, Legendary, *2. Obtain, 10,000 Commander's Soul, Legendary, *1. Obtain, Blood Cores *9. Obtain, Mighty Blood 47. Obtain, Blood Crystals *439. A flash of ecstasy washed over Chao Xing. This was the reward for defeating 9 legends, 6 legendary hearts, 3 legendary souls. These souls functioned just like any other soul. The difference was, they could help those who had already reached legendary level to advance further. In addition, there were 9 extremely precious mighty cores. These not only increased lifespan, but also instantly increased their rank by 10 levels. They were also incredibly rare treasures. Excellent! I now have a total of 12 blood cores. Almost enough to allow 2 of my legends to reach their maximum level. Of course, level didn't mean much to Chao Xing. During the Blood Rebellion, vast numbers of monsters were slain daily, and levels soared rapidly. After counting the spoils, Chao Xing gazed toward the main city of Everfrost. The sky there, hundreds of miles away, was already ablaze with blood. It seems, the battle on the Old King's side is intense. Chao Xing knew that the Lizardman Chieftain and the Old King alone were no match for the 2 demigods. They were probably on the verge of collapse. As the 2 most powerful fighters on his side, nothing could happen to them. He took a deep breath and quickly said, "Everyone, follow me at full speed to the main city of Everfrost. Prepare to engage the demigods." Chapter 626. Everyone, prepare to face the demigods. Hearing these words, Binglon, Isabel, and the others' expressions froze. King Velan, standing by, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Having just concluded a deadly battle with the 9 legends, now he was turning back to fight the demigods. He realized once again that his lord was no pushover. But King Velan also knew that in this dire situation, only someone like him could lead the charge and fight his way through. Find a glimmer of hope. The next moment, Chao Xing, leading the 8 men and the dragon, continued his charge towards the Velan kingdom. Wang Yu, watching them depart from below, eyes filled with envy, admiration, and gratitude. 2 minutes later, Chao Xing had led the group over 100 kilometers, about to cross the snowy plateau and reach a new territory. And at that moment, he suddenly noticed something shifting in the sky above Yongshuang's main city. The blood cloud that enveloped hundreds of kilometers quickly dissipated and condensed into a sharp sword, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. At that moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a bad premonition. Before he could react, a blinding blood-red light suddenly lit up in the distant sky. A massive blood-colored energy ball, carrying a destructive aura, streaked across the sky, hurtling straight towards him. Wherever the energy ball passed, the space seemed unable to withstand the terrifying force and began to collapse inch by inch. In a mere instant, it had crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers, moving at a speed so fast that even a legendary-level expert couldn't react. Not good. Chao Xing's pupils shrank, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Before he could react, the blood-red energy ball was already in front of him. The next second, the energy ball suddenly exploded. Boom! A deafening roar, as if even the very sky and earth were being torn apart. A massive blood-red mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a violent energy wave swept across the surroundings. It directly sent Isabel, Bing Lan, and other legendary experts retreating violently. As soon as they regained their balance, they immediately looked toward the center of the explosion, their eyes filled with intense worry. The terrifying energy wave dissipated, and a figure gradually emerged in the air. It was Chao Xing. He remained unharmed. Braun, behind him, felt as if he had been struck hard, cracks appearing on his glacial shell. -1014875521. A terrifying damage figure, exceeding 100 million, appeared above their heads. If this had struck Chao Xing just now, it would have dealt at least 300 to 400 million damage. With such an exaggerated value, the enemy's strength is self-evident. Demigod. Then, a cold snort echoed in everyone's ears. A 10th level hero, enduring my legendary combat skills, managed to survive. Boy, you're truly eccentric. As the voice fell, the sky for hundreds of miles around was dyed red, as if the entire world was drenched in blood. And beneath this blood-red sky, a figure clad in blood-red armor, imbued with a formidable aura, slowly approached the crowd. It was the fresh bloodline leader. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned. As a demigod-level being, the fresh bloodline leader's offensive power was truly formidable. In fact, the energy ball's explosion had dealt more than just the initial wave of damage. There were several more bursts of damage to come. The first 3 bursts were negated, and Chao Xing only sustained 1 hit in the end. Had he taken the damage head-on, the total damage would have likely exceeded tens of billions. At this moment, the fresh bloodline leader's gaze swept across Chao Xing, and the group of legendaries behind him like a knife. I never expected you to possess 6 legendaries. This time, all the 10,000 captains summoned by our Blood Legion fell at your hands. Even during the last Blood Advent, I never suffered such a heavy loss. His voice was low and cold, tinged with barely concealed anger. Chao Xing didn't respond, but instead asked, "You came here alone. Where are the old patriarch and the Ice Crystal King?" The fresh bloodline leader sneered. "You mean those 2 old guys? Of course I killed them." Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned again, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. At that moment, the old king's deep, furious curse echoed in his ears. "Bullshit! You think you can kill us? If you hadn't run so fast, I would have struck you with a few blows." Before the words faded, 3 dazzling beams of light suddenly shone in the sky. Besides the Watcher leader, radiant with golden light, there was also a massive lizard and an old man wielding a holy sword. The 3 figures split into 2 groups. The Watcher leader approached the fresh bloodline leader, while the old patriarch and the Ice Crystal King stood in front of Chao Xing. Seeing them appear, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. However, his gaze quickly grew serious again. The current situation of the Lizardman Patriarch and the Ice Crystal King seemed grim. The old patriarch's size had shrunk to 100 meters, his body covered in hideous scars. Those wounds seemed to still retain some strange power, constantly eroding his body. Beside him, the Ice Crystal King remained upright, but the sword scars on his body looked horrifying, and blood stained his armor red. Clearly, relying on their strength alone to fight against 2 demigods was too much. At this moment, the 2 demigods on the opposite side remained pacing, and a standoff ensued. After all, they had recently slain 9 legends of the Blood Legion. This force was no weakling even in the eyes of a demigod. Currently, Chao Xing's side, including the Ice Crystal King and the Old Patriarch, had a total of 8 legends. Furthermore, Chao Xing's Lizardman statue and the Ice Crystal King's Kingdom Holy Sword both had the power to injure or even kill a demigod. So, After the bloodline leader's first strike failed to instantly kill Chao Xing, he stopped attacking. Although the murderous intent in his eyes had nearly solidified into a substance, revealing a startling chill, the leader of the Watchers fixed his gaze on Chao Xing and said, "I never expected. You've truly made it big. 6 legendary warriors, even among the lords of another world, is simply beyond imagination. Chao Xing, I admire you very much. How about joining us, the Watchers? I give you the best treatment. When I unify the entire Western continent and overthrow the human empire, you will receive the highest possible reward." Hearing this, Chao Xing chuckled and said, "You're quite good at making promises. No wonder you've managed to trick so many people into following you. However, I have no interest in joining a hypocritical organization like yours, the Watchers." The Watcher leader shook his head and said calmly, "I'm not being hypocritical. This is a necessary sacrifice for the greater good." "Really?" Chao Xing sneered, then summoning the Blood Legion, allowing them to destroy villages, and sacrificing the civilians of cities to activate the blood transmission pillar. "Is that also a necessary sacrifice?" The Watcher leader's eyes flickered at this. Then he glanced at the Blood leader next to him, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Meeting his gaze, the Blood leader said disdainfully, "The strong prey on the weak. That's the law of the world. In our blood plane, these weaklings don't even deserve to live." The Watcher leader didn't say anything more. He turned his gaze to Chao Xing. "There are times when I'm forced to do things against my will. If you hadn't insisted on resisting, we could have avoided even more sacrifices." "Bullshit!" the Ice Crystal King roared. "So, if you say so, for the greater good of humanity, I want you to die immediately. Are you willing?" The Watcher leader nodded calmly, his tone expression impassive. "Of course I am. If my death can bring about a better situation for humanity, I will not hesitate. Even if someone can do better than me, I will unhesitatingly offer my position as Watcher leader to them, and devote myself to assisting them. Unfortunately, I've waited for thousands of years, and no such person has appeared." Chao Xing shook his head. "You will not succeed. Your ideals may seem noble, but they overlook the fundamental problem. The dangers inherent in this world make it impossible for ordinary people to survive. You want to overthrow the kingdom, overthrow the corrupt system of the church, but have you ever considered how the ordinary people will survive? Unless you can empower every ordinary person to survive, allowing them to take knowledge and power into their own hands. However, by summoning the Blood Legion to attack these civilians, you have betrayed your own ideals. This evil force will eventually backfire on you." The Watcher leader's expression wavered slightly, as if he had been persuaded by Chao Xing. But he quickly regained his composure. He continued, "Since I dared to summon them, I am confident I have full control over everything. As for the problems you mentioned, once the old order is overthrown, new solutions will naturally emerge. The road to a new era will inevitably be filled with sacrifice and pain." At this moment, each side held their own opinion, neither conceding. Everyone knew that this was no longer just a contest of strength, but also a battle of ideals. Neither could convince the other, because once the other side persuaded them, it would be like the collapse of the ideals they had upheld all their lives, their mental state shattered. This kind of blow is even worse than death. The nearby Fresh Blood leader seemed a little impatient. "Luo, why are you wasting your time with him?" he asked coldly. "That old lizard man has been reduced to his original form by us, and can no longer use his demigod power. Let's attack together now, and kill them all." Hearing this, the Ice Crystal King instantly grasped the kingdom's holy sword and locked his gaze on him. "Try it, and I kill you." Hearing the Ice Crystal King's threats, the Fresh Bloodline leader's rage and murderous intent reached a fever pitch. As a demigod-level powerhouse, when had he ever been treated like this? However, the Watcher leader beside him remained unmoved. The Fresh Bloodline leader shouted angrily, "Luo, all the legends of our Blood Legion have been killed. It will be even harder for us to stop them from destroying the Blood Teleport Pillar. Now is a good opportunity. With our strength, we can completely wipe them out right here. As long as no one from the human empire comes, these kingdoms will be completely under our control. I will withstand the old king's 9 swords of divine judgment." At this moment, he was even willing to die once to slay Chao Xing and the others. Seeing his words, the Watcher leader no longer had any objections. "Then let's attack together and finish them all off here." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on the Fresh Bloodline leader's face. Instantly, the two demigods, the Fresh Blood leader and the Watcher leader, moved. A golden, humanoid figure suddenly appeared, illuminating half the sky. The other half was completely awash in blood. The entire snowy plateau was enveloped by 2 vast and terrifying auras. The survivor, Wang Yu, was just about to leave when he suddenly glanced at the sky above, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Oh my god, what just happened? Didn't the battle over Boss Chaoxing already end? Could another legendary battle be brewing? What he didn't know was that Chaoxing wasn't facing a legend, but a demigod. Buzz! The golden figure swung its blade, and together with a massive bloody hand, it descended like an overwhelming force. Kill that otherworldly lord first. The Fresh Blood leader shouted coldly. Alright. The Watcher leader replied calmly. With that, the two demigods' attacks simultaneously reversed, bearing devastating force, heading straight for Chaoxing. This time, Chaoxing had murdered so many legends, causing them heavy losses. The two demigods' murderous intent against him reached its peak. The old king and the lizardman chieftain joined forces to block Chaoxing's attack. However, both were severely injured and in far worse condition than before. The lizardman chieftain was unable to even unleash his demigod powers. The moment the blow made contact, it felt as if the heavens and earth were crushing down upon them. Boom! With a resounding bang, the old king and the lizardman chieftain plummeted from the sky like kites with their strings cut, slamming fiercely into the depths of the earth. Several huge pits instantly appeared in the pristine white snow, and even the distant mountains shook violently. But despite this, the two of them, working together, managed to block the blow for Chaoxing. The Fresh Bloodline leader, observing the scene, looked disdainful. Huh? You dare to block our attack without the power of a demigod? You're overestimating yourself. At the same time, the old king and the lizardman chieftain struggled to climb out of the pit. Blood stained their bodies, and their breath became turbulent. However, their gazes remained resolute, with no sign of retreat. They watched as the two demigods once again gathered their strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Chaoxing. The Ice Crystal King took a deep breath, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Well, since you're determined to fight to the death today, I go all out. Taking a demigod with me before I die wouldn't be bad. With these words, he suddenly grasped the kingdom's holy sword. Buzz! A terrifying surge of power erupted, and the Ice Crystal King's white hair fluttered like snowflakes without a breeze. Intense light emanated from the weapon in his hand, sweeping across dozens of miles. The surrounding snowfields instantly crumbled under this force, and dense cracks spread like a spiderweb. The Fresh Blood leader and the Watcher leader paused slightly. Though they were prepared to slay everyone today at any cost, they still felt a sense of trepidation when facing the old king's 9 swords of holy judgment. The lizardman chieftain also stood upright, his dark green eyes ablaze with a surging fighting spirit. Then let's fight. Even if we die here today, we make them pay. A terrifying aura permeated the battlefield, as if even the air had grown heavy. Seeing this, the Watcher leader said calmly, "You two are already at the end of your strength. Your previous battle with us has already drained a lot of your life essence. And now you've forcefully entered the demigod realm. After this, even if we don't attack, you'll be dead." Hearing this, Chaoxing's expression shifted. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, old patriarch, wait a minute. I hold off these two demigods. It's not time for you to die yet." Hearing this, the two old men, ready to fight to the death, paused. Before they could react, Chaoxing waved his hand, and 10 drops of blood cores split into 2 waves, flying towards them. The old patriarch and the king instinctively took them. After sensing the power contained within these drops of blood core, their eyes flashed with surprise. This blood contained such potent vitality. The old king exclaimed in astonishment, "I feel it could even elevate my strength to a higher level." Chaoxing said, "You two go recover first. I hold this place for now." Hearing this, the two elders looked up at the sky with some concern. Chaoxing continued, "Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm unsure of. I shouldn't have any problem holding off 2 demigods for a while." Hearing his words, and reflecting their trust in Chaoxing, the 2 elders nodded solemnly. "Okay." With that, they immediately began absorbing the powerful blood energy contained within these 5 drops of blood cores. At the same time, the bloodline leader also witnessed the scene. "This is the blood core from my tribe's captain. It contains immense vitality. These 2 old men will regain considerable strength after absorbing it." "Luo, interrupt them." The Watcher leader, upon hearing this, realized the seriousness of the situation. "I understand." With that, the 2 demigods reversed their attack, preparing to strike the 2 men recovering below. Seeing this, Chaoxing remained expressionless as he calmly issued his orders. "Braun, remove your shield and hold off the 2 demigods. Isabel, be ready to heal Braun. Everyone else, follow me and attack with all your might." At master level, Braun leaped a major level and could withstand the attacks of legends. Now that he's a legend, and with his terrifying array of status effects, he can easily withstand the attacks of demigods. The massive figure instantly rushed in front of the group and roared, "Everyone come!" Then, the Fresh Blood leader and the Watcher leader's attacks involuntarily changed direction. After an initial moment of confusion, the Fresh Blood leader reacted instantly. Legendary Shield Guard, this is a forced attack. No wonder they were able to kill so many of my Centurions. Even the Watcher leader frowned slightly as he looked at Braum. Legendary Shield Guard plus rule-based abilities? That combination is truly formidable. But in an instant, he made his decision. Aetius, go all out first, forcibly kill this legendary shield guard, then move on to slay the Ice King. Okay. With that, the two demigods simultaneously launched a terrifying attack at Braum. Boom! Swish! Balls of blood-red energy, accompanied by the golden holy sword, slashed across Braum's head. -141571995. -118655134. -131988524. -147845525. Damage figures of over 10 million appeared one after another. Bronja transformed into a 100-meter-tall glacial giant, holding the Shield of Origin, not retreating a single step. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly analyzed the opponent's damage in his mind. So, it seems the demigod's DPS is at least around 200 to 300 million, and the two demigods combined could even reach 400 to 500 million. However, with Braum's various damage reductions and exceptionally high armor, it's been reduced to less than 1/5. That's a little over 100 million DPS. Braum's HP originally dropped to 900 million during the battle with those legends. After this period, it's back up to just over 2 billion. Enough to withstand the bombardment of two demigods for at least 20 seconds. Plus, Isabel holds on to Rebirth, him and Lu Mushua's Divine Shield. Braum can hold out for a minute without a problem. Chapter 627. Thinking of this, Chao Xing calmed down slightly. He was also once again extremely satisfied with Braum's defense. After all, this was the combined fire of two demigods. Any other legendary warrior would have been instantly killed in less than a second, but Braum managed to hold out for 60 seconds, which was truly beyond imagination. Of course, these two demigods couldn't just fire normal attacks. They definitely had a variety of terrifying skills, so Chao Xing needed to be extremely cautious and ready to provide support at any time. Boom! Boom! Golden battle blades and blood-red energy blasts continuously bombarded Braum, creating a dense ripple of cracks in the air around them. Of course, Chao Xing and the others weren't idle either, frantically attacking the enemy. 5 seconds into the demigod battle, Braum's health plummeted. 700 million. 600 million. 500 million. In the blink of an eye, it dropped to 200 million. At the same time, the dragon speaker, Marlene, Isabel, and the others launched a continuous stream of terrifying attacks, bombarding the two demigods. However, facing the concentrated fire of the crowd, they either easily dodged it or casually raised their weapons to block. The occasional attacks that landed on them only dealt 500,000 to 600,000 damage. While it was unknown how much health a demigod-level creature possessed, it was clear their attacks posed little threat. The fresh bloodline leader snorted coldly, with a look of indifference in his eyes. "You're overestimating your abilities." Seeing this, Chao Xing sighed inwardly. Demigodhood is indeed an insurmountable barrier for even a legend. Of course, this was also because Chao Xing hadn't yet unleashed his full power. He still possessed numerous legendary skills, combining control, armor reduction, and exceptionally high burst damage. If all of them were used, they would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage on the demigod. However, these skills required divine power, and since they had only just reached legendary, their accumulated power wasn't sufficient, so they couldn't yet freely utilize them. Chao Xing shook his head. Forget it. Just enough to withstand these guys' attacks. Later, as they slowly leveled up, they could still defeat the demigods with legendary power. They still had many opportunities to advance. Besides all the legendaries reaching level 150, there were still those support classes that hadn't yet reached legendary. Once those support classes reached legendary, their various skill stats would be significantly increased. While he was thinking, the battle had already lasted about 6 seconds. The two demigod-level warriors were still furiously attacking Braum. Crack bang! The golden battle blades slashed furiously, each strike carrying immense force, slicing cracks through Braum's glacial armor. Like an ice giant about to shatter, in the blink of an eye, Braum's health plummeted to under 100 million, and his aura plummeted. The Fresh Blood leader and the Watcher leader also noticed Braum's decline. Their eyes suddenly grew cold, and their attacks sped up, and at this crucial moment, Isabel, who had been holding Revelation, him, attacked directly. Buzz! A vast mass of light elemental power quickly descended upon Brown. Then, a vigorous vitality surged from his body. The instantly emanating life force even caused tender green plants to sprout from the ground below. Add 296-418-5235. A full 2.9 billion healing number appeared, instantly increasing Brahm's health to full. His aura instantly revived, and his cracked mystic ice armor quickly healed. Seeing this, even the two experienced demigods looked bewildered. Then, the fresh blood leader exclaimed angrily, "Damn it. This is the healing method used by those Vatican guys. With this holy light sage around, we won't be able to kill the shield guardian anytime soon." Hearing this, the Watcher leader's expression grew even more serious. He glanced at Isabel, then at the other legends surrounding Chaoxing. Chaoxing, is this what you're relying on? Meanwhile, below, the Lizardman chieftain and the Ice Crystal King, whose auras were steadily rising as they absorbed the blood core, also noticed the battle unfolding above. Awe filled their eyes. Chaoxing had previously said he could hold off two demigods, but the other two were a bit skeptical. But now, it seemed he could not only hold them off, but even do it with ease. They were once again impressed by Chaoxing's strength. Compared to the old clan leader's relief, the fresh bloodline leader seemed even more anxious. He knew that if they couldn't quickly eliminate Chaoxing and the others, once the old clan leader and the Ice Crystal King recovered, they would be even more of a match. The fresh bloodline leader seemed to have made a decision and said coldly, "Luo, let me do it. Use your demigod skills to eliminate them all at once." The Watcher leader shook his head. "No, your blood frenzy is too dangerous. There are still many civilians in this area, and they will all die from your attack." The fresh blood leader's eyes widened, and he asked in confusion, "It's already this late, and you're still so soft-hearted? If this continues, by the time these two old men recover, we'd be the ones to lose." The Watcher leader shook his head firmly. "No, this is my bottom line." The fresh blood leader blasted out a blood-colored energy ball and angrily declared, "What bottom line? I'm going to wipe them all out today." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of blood energy emanated from him, spreading at an incredibly terrifying rate. In an instant, it spread out for hundreds of kilometers, enveloping the entire snowy plateau. Every living being on the plateau felt a suffocating, uncomfortable sensation, as if immersed in a pool of blood. Breathing was difficult, and their noses were filled with the strong smell of blood. The Watcher leader looked at the fresh blood leader and said coldly, "Aetius, don't forget, your blood cores are still in my hands. Are you sure you want to disobey my orders?" At this, the fresh blood leader's aura suddenly stagnated, and the aura that enveloped the entire snowy plateau dissipated in an instant. His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "So what do we do now?" The Watcher leader glanced indifferently at the battlefield and said calmly, "Let me do it. I will use my demigod skills to slay them all." Then, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. He slowly raised his right hand, and a massive golden battle blade emerged from the air through the blood cloud. The war blade stretched over 1,000 meters, radiating endless golden light, dyeing the blood-soaked clouds in the sky into golden auspicious clouds. Even from a distance of thousands of kilometers, the outline of the war blade could be seen. The mountains of the entire snowy plateau trembled violently under this terrifying force. Snow-capped mountains collapsed, triggering massive avalanches. Everyone stared at the sky in shock. Chaoxing said solemnly, "Is this the true power of the Watcher leader?" With one strike, it engulfed the entire snowy plateau. Terrifying. Locked in by this kind of attack, there was no chance of escape. For no matter how fast you are, you can't travel hundreds of kilometers in an instant. As he pondered, the golden war blade, seemingly slow, pressed down with incredible speed. A suffocating, oppressive feeling overcame him. Even Chaoxing wasn't sure Brown could withstand this blow. "Let's give it a try. We all have one resurrection. No matter how powerful his attack is, unless it's a multi-stage attack, it won't kill us instantly." Just as he was about to rely on his array of buffs to withstand it, the ground below suddenly shook violently. Then, two terrifying auras rose up, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. One of them even reached the demigod realm, and this wasn't just any demigod. Its strength even reached the level of a fresh blood lord. A towering figure wielding a holy sword and clad in armor, along with a gigantic lizard measuring 10,000 meters long, suddenly appeared. The lizardman chief and the old king had completely absorbed the power of the blood core, returning to peak form. The Watcher leader stared intently at the lizardman chief below him, saying solemnly, "A mid-level demigod? And it doesn't look like he's borrowing power from some other means, but rather his own strength. Could it be?" He's also ignited the divine fire? Though filled with doubt, he still unhesitatingly controlled the golden sword in the sky, rapidly descending. It might sound slow, but from the moment the Watcher leader summoned the golden sword to the moment the Lizardman chieftain revived, the entire process took less than a second. The Lizardman chieftain also felt the terrifying impact of the blow and opened his bloody mouth. A pale golden beam of light burst forth from his mouth, shooting straight into the sky. Wow! Boom! The beam of light and the golden holy sword collided in midair, the two opposing forces devouring each other and annihilating each other. Then, the beam of light and the holy sword vanished simultaneously, triggering a devastating explosion. A terrifying energy storm spread from tens of thousands of meters in the air. The surrounding snow was instantly blown away, and the nearby mountains were flattened. The entire snowy plateau felt as if it had experienced an apocalyptic earthquake. Massive cracks 10,000 meters long appeared, seemingly tearing the earth apart. This was the power of a demigod. A single full-strength strike could even destroy an entire area. When the terrifying aftermath dissipated, everyone stood still. The Lizardman chieftain had successfully blocked this terrifying blow. The Watcher leader's expression had taken on an unprecedented solemnity. You're no ordinary legend. You were once a demigod. And, at your peak, your power was even greater than mine. What happened to you? How did you fall to this point? At these words, everyone's eyes fell on the giant lizard. A look of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes. So, the Lizardman chieftain once possessed the power of a demigod. No wonder he's so powerful. It seemed as if his 5 blood cores had briefly restored him to peak combat strength. While everyone's attention was focused on the Watcher leader and the old chieftain, a blood-colored figure silently appeared behind them. It was the Fresh Blood leader. His gaze was fixed on Chao Xing, brimming with murderous intent. Damn human boy, die. Then, he swiftly struck, a thumb-thick blood sword hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. A sneak attack from a demigod was impossible for a 10th level being like Chao Xing to react to. A fatal crisis loomed. Nearby, Lu Muxue, quick to see the opportunity, raised her hand and cast a holy shield directly enveloping Chao Xing. Crack! The holy shield shattered, blocking the fatal blow. The first strike failed, and the Fresh Blood leader's eyes grew cold. He was about to attack again. At that moment, for terrifying sword energies struck with the speed of leaping through space. Swish! Swish! For consecutive sword strikes struck the Fresh Bloodline leader, leaving for terrifying bloody marks on his body, as if slicing him into pieces. He stared at the wounds in amazement. 9 swords of holy judgment. Old man, you actually used the power of the kingdom's holy sword? The old king sneered, a demigod resorting to a sneak attack against a 10th level scoundrel. You truly do the demigods a disgrace. The Fresh Bloodline leader's expression darkened. Old man, even if you can harness the power of a semi-divine artifact, how many more sword strikes can you deliver? Today, I'm determined to kill this brat. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive bloody hand gathered again, poised to strike Chao Xing fiercely. At that moment, the old king took a deep breath, grasped the kingdom's holy sword, and slashed out fiercely. Swish! 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 3 consecutive sword strikes, each one stretching tens of thousands of meters, as if cleaving the heavens and earth. Last time, the old king had already exhausted himself after 3 consecutive strikes, but this time he struck 7, appearing still vigorous and full of momentum. At this moment, the Fresh Bloodline leader, bearing 3 more wounds, seemed to be disintegrating. Seeing the situation dire, the Watcher leader quickly called out, Aetius, return. Though reluctant, the Fresh Bloodline leader knew he couldn't withstand the Ice Crystal King's blows. He immediately transformed into a cloud of blood, attempting to flee. At this moment, the old king's voice echoed from behind him, Don't you want to test the full power of the 9 swords of holy judgment? Then today, I let you see for yourself. He took a deep breath, and his aged skin began to swell rapidly, as if the power within him was surging wildly. Then, he suddenly slashed out with his final 2 sword strikes. Swish! Swish! Fast! Too fast! The speed of these 2 strikes far exceeded even the reaction of a demigod-level powerhouse. Puff! After enduring these last 2 strikes, the Fresh Blood leader's body exploded on the spot. Clatter! A thick blood mist spread in the air, and a bloody rain gradually fell from the sky. Then, the blood mist quickly gathered around the Watcher leader, gradually condensing into the Fresh Blood leader's body. Clearly, he had triggered the effects of blood resurrection. However, compared to those legendary 10,000s, who would be weakened upon resurrection, The fresh bloodline leader's resurrection talent was significantly more powerful, instantly returning him to peak condition. After his resurrection, he was filled with murderous intent, gazing at Chao Xing and the old king as if he wanted to devour them alive. Luo, the Ice Crystal King, has already activated the 9 swords of divine judgment. They no longer have the power to harm us. Let's attack together and annihilate these damned creatures. The fresh bloodline leader's murderous intent seethed, determined not to give up even after dying once. The Watcher leader pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I hold this lizardman back, you go and slay them." Before he finished his words, the 2 demigods vanished once more, a terrifying sense of oppression sweeping over him. At that moment, the lizardman leader suddenly spoke, who said, "We haven't harmed the power of the demigods." With that, he opened his bloody mouth once more. Wow! A terrifying suction force erupted, as if capable of swallowing up 10,000-meter-high mountains. The fresh bloodline leader and the Watcher leader were also forced out, involuntarily flying towards the lizardman chieftain. At the same moment, an old voice reached Chao Xing's ears. "Lord Chao Xing, take action." At that moment, he instantly understood. Chao Xing unleashed the lizardman statue without hesitation, consuming 5 divine power fragments to replenish his divine power. He unleashed the statue's most powerful move, Ancient Lizard King's Wrath. Destructive Death Ray. Buzz! In the sky, another giant lizard, 10,000 meters in size, and no less powerful than the old chieftain, appeared, and it seemed as if the entire world was trembling. Then, the lizard quickly opened its maw, condensing a vast amount of energy. The next moment, a pillar of light, piercing the heavens and earth and stretching tens of kilometers in length, emerged. It struck the fresh bloodline leader and the Watcher leader directly. Buzz! Buzz! Subtract 67235642. Subtract 74186216. Subtract 97141983. Subtract 1137829955. Subtract 1386266177. Terrifying damage figures appeared one after another. This wave of the Ancient Lizard King's wrath was a truly complete hit. It inflicted at least 2 billion in damage. At that moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield. Is he dead? The old king's tone was tinged with anticipation. He could sense that the pillar of light released by Chao Xing was incredibly powerful, only slightly weaker than his 9 swords of holy judgment. An attack of this magnitude could definitely injure, perhaps even kill, a demigod. However, when all the energy fluctuations dissipated, 2 slightly disheveled figures appeared before the crowd. Though wounded, they remained standing. Holy crap! They're still alive? Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. The vitality of a demigod-level warrior was truly beyond imagination. However, even though they hadn't been killed, the 2 men were already in very poor condition. After all, even a demigod would struggle to escape unscathed from an attack of that magnitude. At this moment, a violent aura emanated from the bloodline leader. Ever since the complete destruction of the 9 bloodline 10,000 captains, he had become somewhat irrational. His voice was filled with frenzy and fury. "Not only did you cost me a chance to revive, but you also left me so badly injured. Chao Xing, do you know how much life force I need to devour to recover?" His red eyes fixed directly on the frost mage in the crowd, as if ready to tear him apart in the next second. Chao Xing spread his hands, his tone filled with indifference. "None of my business?" However, the more he dismissed his attitude, the more enraged the fresh blood leader. His expression grew increasingly ferocious, the murderous intent in his eyes solidifying into a tangible form. "Luo! Let's attack together. Even if I die here today, I wipe them all out." The nearby Watcher leader frowned, clearly sensing that something was amiss with the fresh blood leader. Aetius calmed down. However, the fresh blood leader turned and roared, "Calm down. If all your Watcher elders were killed by this brat, how could you remain calm?" The Watcher leader was silent for a moment, realizing that he had a point. "If it were me, I'd probably fall into the same frenzy." However, the current situation was clearly unfavorable to them. If the fight continued, one of them might actually die. The fresh bloodline leader, however, ignored the situation and unleashed a torrent of blood energy, enveloping everyone once again. "Today, none of you will escape." A terrifying aura filled the entire snowy plateau. This was the precursor to the release of a demigod skill. Seeing this, a ruthless look flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. "So arrogant. I still have 1 skill left to use. Even if I use up all my divine power fragments today, I wipe you out. Just in time. Let me get the first demigod kill." He pulled out the lizardman statue once again, and a strange, sinister aura spread, thickening the air. The Watcher leader felt a renewed sense of danger from the statue in Chao Xing's hand. He quickly shouted, "Let's go! Don't tangle with them here. They have legendary shield guards. We won't be able to gain an advantage anytime soon." At this point, the Watcher leader quickly added, "This is an order, Aetius. If you want our plan to fail completely, proceed with your own will. And I will also communicate with the beings in the blood plane and exchange a group of men from you." Hearing this, the bloodline leader awoke as if from a dream, the madness in his eyes gradually fading. He gritted his teeth and ultimately obeyed the order. With that, the two of them swiftly turned, transforming into a stream of light and charging forward. Seeing this, Chao Xing knew they were planning to escape. He quickly shouted, "Go all out. Detain them." At that instant, every legend, even demigod, on the field launched their attacks without hesitation. Chao Xing, a 10th-tier otherworldly overlord, assumed command of the battle. However, the Watcher leader had completely given up on engaging them. With a wave of his hand, a golden barrier appeared, blocking everyone's attacks. Then, without hesitation, he fled towards the horizon. Boom! Their attacks exploded against the barrier, failing to detain them. "Damn, they run fast!" Chao Xing cursed, his eyes filled with resentment. Observing Chao Xing's expression, the lizardman chieftain and the old king in the background exchanged glances, each with a strange look in their eyes. They were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. But what happened today was still somewhat beyond their comprehension. A 10th-tier otherworldly overlord had sent two demigods fleeing in panic. This has never happened in history. Chapter 628. The old king and the lizardman chieftain both shook their heads, a faint smile on their faces. This demigod battle ultimately concluded with Chao Xing's victory. However, as everyone looked around, they saw traces of the great battle everywhere. The might of the demigod battle was too terrifying. The entire snowy plateau was shattered beyond recognition by their battle. Most of the mountain ranges collapsed, and the ground was covered with crisscrossing cracks. This was because they had controlled their attacks within a certain range. If not, the entire snowy plateau would have been sunk by them. At the same time, the old king's powerful aura rapidly weakened. The lizardman chieftain's size also shrank rapidly, and he fell back to the legendary realm. At this moment, after the battle, everyone fell to the ground. The old king sighed, "I didn't expect this assault by the Watchers and the Blood Legion to inflict heavy losses." Young friend Chao Xing slew 9 of their legendaries in one fell swoop. The Watchers leader was also repelled, and the Blood Legion leader was seriously injured. This time, they've been severely weakened. Including the lizardman chief, they all exclaimed in admiration, "Yes, young friend Chao Xing is truly extraordinary. TSK. 6 legendaries, truly unexpected." Chao Xing didn't seem to be buoyed by their praise. Instead, he asked calmly, "Old chief, your majesty, the Blood Legion and the Watchers have suffered heavy losses. Can we attack their headquarters in one fell swoop and annihilate them all?" Hearing this, the lizardman chief was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Do you think I can still accompany you to the Watchers' headquarters in my current state?" Even the old king sighed helplessly, "I won't be able to mobilize the power of the kingdom's holy sword anytime soon. It will take some time to recover." Chao Xing nodded in realization, feeling a little regretful. But it didn't matter. The Blood Legion's legendary warriors were completely destroyed, and they had no power to stop them. Now it was time for them to strike back. Then Chao Xing looked at the old chief and asked, "Just now, the Watcher leader said that you were once a demigod, correct?" The lizardman chief was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's true, but I encountered something later, and I fell from demigod to legend." "Can realms fall further?" Chao Xing was puzzled. The old patriarch nodded slightly. "Yes, I encountered a formidable enemy, a terrifying one. At my peak, I possessed the combat power of a mid-level demigod, yet I was powerless against him." At this, everyone's attention focused, including the Ice Crystal King, who was deeply interested in the Lizardman Patriarch's past. Chao Xing frowned slightly and asked, "A mid-level demigod couldn't resist. Could he be a god?" The old patriarch shook his head. "No, he's not a god, but a special being. Some strange power resides within his body, a power that can even directly touch our divine fire." At this, the old king's eyes lit up with disbelief. "Divine fire? Isn't that the source of a demigod's power?" "Indeed," the old patriarch said solemnly, "this power resides within the demigod's body. Unless it is killed, it cannot be directly accessed. And yet, He not only touched my divine fire, but stole it. He simply froze me in place, then effortlessly pierced my chest and extracted the divine fire from me. At this point, the old patriarch's voice trembled slightly, as if the memory still haunted him. However, after this strange being stole my divine fire, it didn't attack me again, but simply let me go. While I've managed to escape, my situation remains extremely dangerous. Once the divine fire of a demigod is extinguished, the power of a demigod will instantly unbalance, causing the divine energy within them to collapse and ultimately explode. Even I, at that moment, felt a sense of imminent death. At the last moment, I returned to the tribe as quickly as possible. By praying to our ancestors, I stabilized my divine energy and avoided the fate of exploding. Despite this, I was severely injured, my realm reverting to legendary, and I've never recovered. A look of realization crossed everyone's eyes. A pensive expression crossed Chao Xing's face. Through the lizardman chief's words, he gained some understanding of the demigod realm. Let's not even talk about the strange being who had directly abducted the old chief. Chao Xing was even more interested in achieving the demigod level. So he asked directly, "Old Patriarch, besides igniting the divine fire, what other conditions are needed to break through to the demigod level?" Hearing this, the old patriarch glanced at the legendaries behind him. He knew he was already preparing for the demigod realm. To achieve the demigod breakthrough, you must first reach the legendary limit. When one day you realize you're stuck at the legendary realm and can't improve any further, you fulfill the first requirement. Chao Xing nodded slightly. This first requirement is easy to understand, reaching the maximum level of 150. The old patriarch's voice continued, in addition to this, you need to prepare a large amount of divine power, or divine power fragments, to absorb during the demigod breakthrough and enhance your own divinity. Increase your divinity? Chao Xing couldn't help but ask. The old patriarch nodded. Yes, divinity is the most fundamental difference between us and ordinary people. Any creature that breaks through to the legendary level possesses divinity. The strength of divinity determines the height of one's future. With insufficient divinity, one cannot even advance to demigod status, remaining confined to the legendary realm for life. In those ancient times, we also called divinity characteristics. At the last sentence, Chao Xing's mind was struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. Divinity. Characteristics. After the Battle of the Oracle, he had acquired characteristics. Crystals. That was something left to him by the elder dragon Kralkatorrik. And what was an elder dragon? A supreme being at the level of a true god. In other words, he possessed true god-level divinity. Thinking of this possibility, Chao Xing's breathing quickened. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, these are truly worthy of what Kralkatorrik left me. Every single one of them is beyond imagination. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Xing continued, how many divine power fragments are needed to elevate one's divinity to the level required to reach demigodhood? The old patriarch pondered for a moment, then replied, the number of divine power fragments required varies, depending on the strength of each individual's divinity. But in my experience, roughly 1,000 to 2,000 points of divine power is more than sufficient. Hearing this, Chao Xing nodded again in sudden realization. At the same time, a slight pain in his teeth. A single breakthrough required 1,000 to 2,000 points of divine power, which translated to 100 to 200 divine power fragments. He didn't even have that many, even if he had all his possessions combined. Though these divine power fragments were insignificant compared to a demigod-level powerhouse, the cost was indeed beyond imagination. The Ice Crystal King seemed to see his concern and chuckled, young friend Chao Xing, don't worry. You have so many legendary-level warriors under your command. Once they all reach the high legend level, they'd be able to transform divine power into divine power fragments. Given enough time, you soon have enough divine power fragments. Chao Xing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Your Majesty, are you suggesting we produce divine power fragments ourselves? Indeed. The Ice Crystal King spoke slowly. When each legendary reaches the high legend level, their maximum divine power storage increases significantly, and their control over it becomes more proficient. Then, they can release their accumulated divine power and transform it into divine power fragments. However, there may be some loss in the process. It takes about 20 to 30 points of divine power to condense one divine power fragment. A flicker of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes again. According to this calculation, it takes 20 to 30 points of divine power to condense one divine power fragment. At level 150, each legendary can automatically regenerate 6 points of divine power daily, which works out to one divine power fragment every 4 or 5 days. According to this calculation, as long as there are enough legendary level powerhouses in the territory, a steady supply of divine power fragments can indeed be generated. Furthermore, Chao Xing had seen this mentioned in the system prompts. Divine power regeneration can be accelerated by constructing buildings like the Advanced Mage Tower and Advanced Knight Hall. This effectively increases the efficiency of divine power production. Thinking of this, a smile crept into Chao Xing's heart. The old patriarch coughed twice and continued, next, the final condition, igniting the divine fire. To ignite our own divine fire, we need to use other divine fires as a medium. And there are many ways to obtain divine fire. The first, simplest and most direct method is to slay other demigods and plunder their divine fire. Chao Xing's face suddenly showed surprise. Slaying a demigod. Isn't that too difficult? The old patriarch understood his thoughts. Generally speaking, legendary level powerhouses simply cannot slay a demigod, so most legendaries use the second method. The second method is to cultivate your own followers and build your own power. As the supreme leader of this power, you must cultivate a large number of followers through various means. Have those followers offer sacrifices and worship you day after day, gathering the power of faith. As long as there are enough followers, through continuous sacrifices over time, sufficient power of faith will be accumulated. When the power of faith accumulates to a certain level, it will transform into divine fire, helping you break through to the demigod realm. The second method is also easy to understand, establishing a church or dynasty to gain the faith of ordinary people. The more believers you have, the faster you reach demigodhood. This also made Chao Xing understand why there are so many religions and kingdoms in this world. The Lizardman chief continued, the third method is to find special heritage sites or ruins, including ancient battlefields. Those places may contain divine fire left behind by ancient beings. Of course, this requires a certain amount of luck. And any news of the existence of divine fire will attract a large number of legends, sparking a scramble for it. The above are all the conditions for breaking through to the demigod realm. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chao Xing also summarized this in his mind. There are also 3 conditions required to break through from legend to demigod. 1. Reach the maximum level of 150. 2. Prepare 100 to 200 divine power fragments. 3. Requires possession of divine fire. Compared to the journey from hero to legend, a legendary heart and a relic with corresponding attributes are required. The conditions for achieving demigod status are slightly more complex, but there are also more avenues for advancement. In general, the demigod's power surges significantly compared to that of a legend, more like a process of evolution from transcendent to divine. Chao Xing said solemnly, I understand. Thank you, old patriarch, for clarifying this. The Lizardman patriarch waved his hand dismissively, saying, next, I must return to Everfrost's main city with His Majesty Elton to recuperate for a while. The 5 blood cores you gave me contain incredibly potent vitality. Once I've absorbed them all, I'd be able to wield my demigod power more frequently. Including the Ice Crystal King, they all smiled. These 5 blood cores have directly elevated my strength to the high-level legendary level. It seems I, old man, can hold on for a while longer. Hearing this, smiles crossed everyone's faces. The increased strength of the old patriarch and the Ice Crystal King was also good news for them. Chao Xing seemed to recall something and asked, what about the other kingdoms? Are the legends of the Watchers still attacking their main cities? The old king shook his head. Just after the Watchers' leader left, they sent word that the legends have all retreated. The threat to the main cities of all the major kingdoms has been resolved. Chao Xing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. As the Ice Crystal King had said, these ancient kingdoms had existed for thousands of years and possessed profound heritage. A few legends wouldn't be able to capture their main cities in a short period of time. After a few more words, the Lizardman chieftain and the Ice Crystal King departed together, heading towards Everfrost City. Once again, only Chao Xing and his group of legendary and heroic warriors remained. Checking the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning, still some time before dark. So Chao Xing said, now, Isabel, Binglon, Sarah, Braum, and Zevelin. The 5 of you will go to Shadow's Swamp, Everfrost City, Traveler's Hill. These areas, and eliminate any remaining Blood Legion soldiers. In places like these, quite a few Blood Legion soldiers remained. This is a massive amount of combat merit and experience. Now, these 5 legends need to level up quickly. After all, the jump from level 100 to 150 is quite significant. Plus, he also received a relic box of his choice this time, allowing him to choose a level 100 hero to advance to legendary upon his return. At that point, his strength will be further enhanced. After receiving the order, everyone responded. Then they transformed into 5 streams of light, charging in different directions. Only Marina, Lu Mushua, and Qiong remained. Chao Xing looked at the old man beside him and said, "Mr. Qiong, please come back to the territory with me first. We discuss the rest later." Hearing his invitation, the old man seemed hesitant. But then, remembering that he was now a member of his territory, there was nothing much to think about. So he nodded solemnly. "Then I bother you, Lord Chao Xing." Then, 4 figures flew towards the area of the snowstorm. The snowy plateau was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the windy snowfield. Even at full speed, it would take them over 10 minutes. However, the battle was over now. The Blood Legion's captains had been utterly slain. The Watcher leader and the Bloodline leader were also seriously injured. So, there was no need to rush. Half an hour later, Chao Xing had returned to his territory. The 4 of them landed safely in the territory's buffer zone. The Polar people, who were building the city wall, greeted them warmly upon seeing them. "Lord, Lady Lord, may you be well." They wore smiles, showing no sign of danger from the Blood Legion's arrival. Chao Xing nodded slightly in response. Then he looked at Marina and Lu Mushua beside him. "You two should go back and rest. I chat with Mr. Qiong privately for a while." "Okay." With that, the 2 women walked side by side towards the center of the territory. After they left, Chao Xing and Qiong kept pace as they walked through the territory. Qiong, standing beside them, couldn't help but glance around. From time to time, he glanced at the towering walls, the dormant ancient trees, and the strange buildings in the territory. Even the staff he met along the way greeted Chao Xing warmly. As they walked, they reached the agricultural area of the territory. A bustling scene appeared before their eyes again. The villagers of Grapevine Village were busy cultivating the fertile fields and sowing seeds. The female elves continuously gathered morning dew to irrigate the crops. Everyone was absorbed in their own tasks. Compared to the chaos in other maps, on the snowstorm plains, the Blood Legion was wiped out by Chao Xing on the first day of its appearance. Thus, the surviving lords here weren't greatly affected. The staff had never even seen the Blood Legion, let alone felt any fear of them. So everyone continued to farm and build walls, and everything proceeded according to the previous schedule. Watching this scene, Qiong couldn't help but sigh, "What a vibrant territory." I withdrew from the front lines and came to the snowstorm plains with my wife, hoping to live in a stable and peaceful place like this. But before we had even a few years of peace and stability, my wife was struck by that curse. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 629. Chao Xing looked at Qiong and asked, "Mr. Qiong, I heard from the captain that your wife is still in the hands of the Watchers?" The old man nodded and replied, "I think you've guessed the general situation. My wife was cursed by the Watchers' blood-withering curse. They invited me to join the Watchers on the condition that the curse be removed. I agreed. And then a series of events unfolded." Chao Xing frowned slightly. "So what's your wife like now?" Qiong knew what he wanted to ask. "What?" he replied, "She's fine. They placed my wife at the Watcher headquarters, along with some of the other Watchers' family members." Hearing this, a trace of worry crossed Chao Xing's face. "This time, we've completely broken with the Watcher. I killed so many Blood Legion captains, and I rescued you. Will they, enraged, attack your wife?" Qiong fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed, clearly concerned about this. Chao Xing continued, "If the situation is urgent, I can call back all the legends. Since you know the location of the Watcher headquarters, we can rush over, wipe them out, and rescue your wife." Qiong was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "This time, the Blood Legion has suffered heavy losses, and your strength has been exposed. The Watcher leader knew I would tell you the headquarters location, so he must have moved it by now." Hearing this, a trace of regret crossed Chao Xing's face. What Qiong said certainly made sense. The Watcher leader was no fool. What he could think of, they could surely think of as well. Qiong continued, "Furthermore, according to Watcher rules and their leader's character, my wife would most likely not be involved." Chao Xing thought for a moment, then decided not to pursue the question further. He turned the topic back to the Watcher leader. "How much do you know about the Watcher leader?" Qiong gathered his words and replied, "The Watcher leader goes by the single name, Luo. No one knows his past or his origins. All we know is that he inherited an ancient legacy. This person is somewhat elusive, and it's hard to define him simply as good or evil. He's not purely evil. In fact, in some ways, he's more committed to redemption and his promises than anyone else. At least during my time with the Watcher, he truly lived up to his promises. It's fair to say, he never betrayed his ideals. But his style of action is extremely extreme, his convictions almost cold. At the same time, he is also a deeply contradictory person. After a pause, Shidon continued, you should know his philosophy. He believes that everything the Watchers do is for the future of humanity. Overthrowing the old order of the entire continent and liberating all of humanity is his ultimate goal, and no one can shake it. In the process, he will try his best to avoid harming civilians and ordinary people, and at times, he will even display a restraint that borders on benevolence. If he encounters some kind of obstacle, he becomes cold and ruthless. If sacrificing a few people can save more, he will choose to sacrifice them without hesitation. Even the entire Watcher organization, including himself, can be sacrificed to achieve his goal. Cao Xing pondered, an extreme idealist? It's indeed a bit difficult to deal with. His brow furrowed slightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. If it were just ideals without power, it would be fine. But he possesses demigod-level power, a powerful faction, and the fearsome Blood Legion, who are ruthless and terrifying. If he truly succeeds, that would be a good thing. Even I'm willing to support him. But the problem is, he seems to never consider the consequences of failure, and never truly cares about the lives of ordinary people. From the arrival of the Blood Legion to today, countless towns within the territories of several major kingdoms have been razed to the ground, devastating the people, and rivers of blood have flowed. It was just as King Velan had said, the number of civilians killed during the thousands of years of the kingdom's corrupt system was nothing compared to the rare casualties during the Blood Rebellion. Of course, Cao Xing didn't approve of the actions of these filthy nobles. They deserved death as well. But the problem was that the Watcher leader's approach was flawed. He believed he had control, that everything would proceed according to his plan. But his decision to summon the Blood Legion was a complete mistake. He didn't consider the consequences of failure, including the Blood Legion's loss of control, the gods of the abyss breaking free, and the influx of beings from other planes into the main plane. When that happens, it will be a disaster even more terrible than the Bloody Rebellion. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. The ideal is noble, but if it comes at the cost of destruction, what's the point of so-called salvation? Shaking his head, he turned and looked at the old man beside him. I understand, Mr. Qiong. For now, you will remain in the territory. We will continue to deal with the Watchers while we try to rescue your wife. Qiong was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and quickly said, by the way, I haven't thanked Lord Cao Xing for saving my life today. Cao Xing waved his hand and chuckled. Why are you fussing with me? I call someone over and find you a place to rest. He then extended his hand and beckoned. 6 strong, a polar man carrying wood nearby, saw this and quickly came over. Lord, please give your orders. Cao Xing said, take Mr. Qiong to the residential area and arrange a room for him. He will be a new member of our territory. The polar man Lu Zhuang carefully examined Qiong and said respectfully, yes, Lord. Mr. Qiong, please follow me. Led by Lu Zhuang, the old man followed him, walking steadily towards the center of the territory. Gazing at his back, Cao Xing seemed to have a thought. Come to think of it, even though I've recruited Qiong into the territory, I haven't seen his attributes yet. Let's see how strong this fisherman is. So, Cao Xing opened the other party's panel. Champion, Kainan Dutra. Faction, Shaoxing Territory. Level 96. Potential, Domination. HP, 32, for 35, 600/32, for 34, 500, Pale Tree Bonus. Attack Damage, 81,632 to 82,347, Master Level Leadership. Armor, 5,312 to 5,575. Attributes, Strength 12,175, Agility 12,384, Spirit 10,547, Constitution 11,279. Skills, Heroic Spear Mastery, Piercing Assault, Whirlwind Spear Dance, Spear Shadow Combo, Spear Formation Guardian. Commander Level Skill, Spear Soul Awakening, Normal Attack Speed increased by 100%, Attack Damage increased by 100%, and each attack gains a Spear Energy Blast. Gun Chi Shock, causes 100% impact damage to enemies in front. Agility *0.1 m. Dominant Domain, Gun Soul Domain, when using a spear, all attacks gain 100% increased range and 30% armor penetration. Heroic Skill, Extreme Shadow Invisible Kill, concentrate all your strength and instantly unleash it. Over a very short period of time, this attack deals 5 by 756% continuous piercing damage to a single enemy and reduces their armor by 5% for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 hours, heroic skill, rainbow piercing the sun, concentrate all your strength and hurl your weapon, dealing 1,378% explosive damage to enemies within a 1,000 meter radius, and stunning them for 2 to 5 seconds. Also, allies in the area receive a boost from the spear energy, increasing their base attack power by 20% for 60 seconds. Cooldown: 3 hours, loyalty, 84. Satisfaction, 65. Wow! Kainon's stats are quite strong. Chaoxing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As a rank 10 overlord, his stats naturally couldn't compare to a mutant overlord like Mernina. But his skill set is equally impressive, even boasting 2 heroic skills. The stats for both are incredibly high. The former boasts incredibly high single target damage, and can also reduce enemy armor. The latter offers both a wide area group attack and crowd control, and also has an attack damage bonus. The 20% base attack damage bonus to all enemies is particularly powerful. However, this base attack damage bonus is a bit far behind my master level control. Basic attack power, as the name suggests, is your own attack power, not counting weapon bonuses and other status skill bonuses. Master level control directly adds 20% attack power to your overall dashboard. But overall, Kainon's stats are still very good. Nodding with satisfaction, Chaoxing withdrew his thoughts. This battle has seen me play all my cards. Of course, the harvest was also terrifying. In addition to 6 legendary hearts, I also gained 2 overlord level souls and 1 commander level soul. The Watchers and the Blood Legion weren't completely defeated by me, so I need even greater strength. The biggest reward from this battle was the 6 legendary hearts. At least for the time being, he wouldn't have to worry about these breakthrough items. But unfortunately, the corresponding relics were needed to help other heroes in the territory reach the legendary realm. However, for defeating 9 of the 10,000 captains this time, the system rewarded me with a relic box for my chosen class. I can even add another legendary power. Thinking of this, he pulled the relic box from his backpack. Clang! A quaint, silvery white box appeared at his feet. Open the relic box of your choice. Once opened, you will select one of 108 breakthrough relics. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing's eyes flickered with contemplation. A full 108? So 108 major categories. In reality, the total number of classes is far more than 108. For example, the relic, Ancient Beast Shield, besides allowing Ice Guardians like Brown to break through, can also be used against other Shield Maidens and Heavy Guardians. Once the required level is reached, it can also be used to break through. After understanding this, Chaoxing simply clicked Confirm to activate it. A dense sea of options suddenly appeared before his eyes. A large number of relics appeared before him. Besides the relics he had previously encountered, Nightingale Corsage, Mysterious Ice Thorn, and Forest Seed, Chaoxing also saw many more: Holy War Broken Blade, Beast Heart, Dark Stone, and so on. There was even a relic that could allow him to break through to Legendary Frost Mage. Sure enough, Chaoxing fell into a state of contemplation. There are still quite a few people in my territory who meet the breakthrough requirements. Besides myself, Assam, Andrew, Hilda, and even Rennies and Green Snake Lana can all reach the legendary realm. These people are all quite powerful. It's really hard to choose. Chaoxing was torn. After a moment, he made a decision. That is, let Lu Muxia break through to legendary first. As the strongest support in his territory, if she could break through to legendary, the boosts to all her status skills would skyrocket. Aurora Blessing and Blessing of Courage increase attack power by at least 200,000. More importantly, Chaoxing also has a legendary skill book. Aurora Radiance, Skyfall. This skill is truly extraordinary, directly increasing allies' 4-dimensional attributes by 50%. Add to that the 20% bonus from Blessing of Strength, and the 20% bonus from Thunder Dragon Possession. That's a 70% attribute boost. It's a near doubling improvement. By then, perhaps even these heroic warriors might have a chance of defeating the legendary realm. Chaoxing made an immediate decision and, amidst a pile of relics, found Lu Muxia's breakthrough material. Choose success, obtain, Relic Aurora Core. Looking at the energy ball in his hand, radiating the magnificent power of the Aurora, Chaoxing glanced at its attributes. Relic Aurora Core. Quality, Special. Item Effect 1. A relic that allows Blue Star survivors, the Aurora Knight class, to advance to the legendary realm. Note: because survivors cannot increase their potential, this relic has a fixed success rate of 50%. Item Effect 2. can be directly absorbed, replenishing 150 points of divine power. However, the relic will completely disappear upon depletion of divine power. I see. A 50% success rate isn't too low. Chao Xing had previously considered the potential requirements for the natives of this world to advance to legendary. Below the leader level, there's no chance of even breaking through. And these survivors, aside from attribute enhancements, can't improve their potential. It's impossible that they can only reach level 100, right? It seems the system understands this and has prepared exclusive relics for them. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This way, we have another legend in our territory. However, he didn't call Lu Muxua over right away. After all, they'd taken down 9 legends this time. Besides the rewards from the relic boxes of their choice, there were other rewards that needed to be reviewed and digested. Then, a drop of flowing blood appeared in his hand. This drop of blood was dark blue, with strange patterns occasionally appearing on its surface, carrying a certain ominous aura. It was the foul blood rewarded along with the selected relic box. He glanced at the attributes. Foul blood. Quality, special. Item description. A drop of blood left behind by a deceased ancient being, possessing an extremely powerful foul power. According to records, thousands of years ago, a certain being found the remains of this ancient being. After research, it was discovered that the foul power contained within it had a strong inhibitory effect on the blood of the Blood Legion, capable of even contaminating the blood of gods. Item effect 1. If this drop of foul blood is used on a creature from the blood plane, its stats will be permanently reduced by 30%. Item effect 2. When a creature from the blood plane enters its rebirth state, mixing this drop of foul blood with it will contaminate its blood, preventing it from condensing blood for rebirth. Chao Xing frowned, pondering for a moment. Against the blood of the Blood Legion? It might be somewhat effective. However, for Chao Xing now, those legendary centurions no longer pose much of a threat. Even if they possessed the ability to regenerate from blood, they would simply be resurrected and killed again by him. However, this drop of foul blood doesn't specify the target level it can contaminate. In other words, even a demigod-level bloodline leader would be affected by this drop of blood, suffering a 30% reduction in stats. Or losing their ability to regenerate. We see if it can be used later. Chao Xing put it into his backpack and continued to check the other rewards. Next, there were the 3 souls obtained from defeating the captains. 2 overlord level, 1 commander level. If they could be digested, they would significantly increase their strength. After a moment's deliberation, Chao Xing quickly came up with a candidate. These 2 overlord souls can be given to Rennies and Andrew. One of them has already reached level 100, and the other is at level 95. They already have the conditions to break through to legendary. As for the last commander-level soul, this left Chao Xing a bit undecided. Currently, his territory contained quite a few commander-level creatures. Except for later additions, like Wind Mage Alan and Earth Mage Tyron, there was still potential for leader-level creatures. His earliest group, including his pets, had almost all of their upgrades completed. After a moment's deliberation, Chao Xing decided to give the commander-level soul to the dragon shaman Vimni. I heard the shaman say before that if he could break through to the commander level, there was a chance he awakened a powerful blessing skill, Thunder Dragon's Descent. And it's said that Thunder Dragon's Descent is a status skill perfectly suited to our mages. In that case, let him try it. So, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and said, Andrew, Rennies, Vimni, the 3 of you return to the territory now. I have something to discuss with you. After a while, 3 voices responded. Yes, Lord. These 3 powerful men were still engaged in battle with the Blood Legion outside. After receiving Chao Xing's command, they quickly ended the battle and returned to their territory. Chapter 630. About 40 minutes later, 3 figures flew back at breakneck speed. They all approached Chao Xing and respectfully said, Lord, please give me your orders. Chao Xing nodded slightly and, without further ado, handed each of the 3 souls to them. Andrew and Rennies were fine, after all, they had already received many gifts from the Lord. The dragon shaman, standing nearby, looked at the commander's soul in his hands, a look of flattery on his face. This, Lord, such a precious soul. Won't you let the other members break through first? In his opinion, he had only been a member of the territory for a short time and didn't deserve such treatment. Chao Xing shook his head and said, It's okay. The others will break through sooner or later. Although you've only been a member of the territory for a short time, I've noticed your contributions. Use it now. The dragon shaman's eyes gradually brightened with gratitude. Thank you, Lord. As for his loyalty, It had already reached its maximum. Then, Andrew, Rennie's, and Vimney simultaneously injected their souls into their bodies. Buzz! Waves of soul trembling emerged. A unique transformation occurred once again in the three of them. Rennie's, a 10th level commander, was now transforming towards the potential of a master. She seemed enveloped in a faint silver glow. Her eyes held a sharp gaze, like an archer piercing all illusions, her aura rising steadily. As for Andrew, he didn't make the same dramatic movement as when he broke through to commander. He stood there like an ancient, mighty tree, emanating a natural aura, appearing calm and peaceful. ZZZZ. A series of electric noises echoed. The dragon shaman Vimney was wrapped in a powerful force of thunder. Behind him, the shadow of a thunder dragon could be vaguely seen. This shadow was massive and majestic, its scales gleaming with dazzling lightning. Though its eyes were slightly closed, it still exuded a certain aura of destruction. At the same time, 3 prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Andrew, successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, increasing his base stats by 30% and activating his exclusive dominance domain, Natural Balance Domain. Natural Balance Domain distributes an above-average stat across other stats and increases the effectiveness of all transformation-related skills, such as healing, damage, bonuses, etc., by 30%. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, increasing her base stats by 30% and activating her exclusive dominance domain, Sharpshooter Domain. Sharpshooter Domain increases your own hit rate by 100% and inflicts the Shooter's Mark effect on enemies attacked. Shooter's Mark increases all damage received by an additional 20% for 5 seconds. Your territory member, Vimney, successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing her base stats by 30% and activating the commander-level skill, Thunder Dragon's Descent. Thunder Dragon's Descent grants you or your allies the powerful power of the Thunder Dragon, increasing all magic damage by 20% and reducing skill cooldowns by 20%. When attacking, there's a 50% chance to unleash the power of a Thunder Dragon, adding 20% thunder damage. Lasts for 180 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. 3 consecutive prompts brought a smile to Chao Xing's face. Great, great. All 3 of them worked. With a look of surprise, Chao Xing carefully scanned the new abilities gained by the 3 after their breakthroughs. Andrew's natural balance field is quite interesting. It evenly distributes his excess 4-dimensional attributes to other attributes. For example, after receiving Lu Mushua's Blessing of Strength, Andrew gains an additional 20% strength increase. Now, after this balancing, it's a 5% increase across all attributes. It might sound a bit useless, but it's actually quite useful. For example, Chao Xing could easily gather a large amount of meat or potions that increased the 4-dimensional attributes and feed them all to Andrew. Some attributes originally had little bonus to him, but now, after the balancing, they can enhance his combat effectiveness. In addition, this field also increases skill effects by an additional 30%, which is quite impressive. Rennie's sharpshooter field directly increases his hit rate by 100%, which is basically equivalent to a 100% accuracy rate, except when dealing with certain special enemies. At the same time, her Mark of the Archer effect increases enemy damage by 20%, effectively boosting the team's overall damage output. Quite powerful indeed. Of course, the most special of these is Vimney's Thunder Dragon's Arrival. 20% magic damage plus 20% additional thunder damage equals a nearly 40% increase. And most importantly, this skill also has a 20% skill reduction effect. Remember, Chao Xing previously used Flawless Purity 5 times, reducing skill cooldown by 25%. Winter's Wheel on his robe further reduces cooldown by 25%, along with the title's 10%. That's a total of 60%. Now with another 20% reduction, that's a full 80% reduction in skill cooldowns. Skills like Icebreaker now have a cooldown of just over 10 seconds. Even the cooldowns of the 2 forbidden spells have been significantly shortened. Great! This way, not only can I achieve 0 cooldown for small skills, large spells like these can also be used in bursts. The breakthroughs of these 3 people will be of great help to the territory. Vimney's Thunder Dragon's Descent can now affect all allies through the Blessing Aura. Including Qinong's Longbow piercing the sun, I now have 2 new status skills, both with percentage bonuses. And next, I have Mushue Breakthrough to Legendary. She can even learn Legendary level status skills. It looks like today will be another huge surge in the strength of my territory. With a hint of anticipation, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear. Mushue, come to the territory's buffer zone. Her gentle voice reached my ears. Okay, I'll be right there. Moments after hanging up, a graceful figure in white armor sauntered out of the Lord's castle. Axing, is there anything I can do for you? Lu Muxua asked curiously, blinking. Chao Xing smiled and handed over a legendary heart and a relic, Aurora Core. Take these too. Lu Muxua reached out to take them. Upon seeing the attributes on them, her mouth dropped open in surprise, her eyes widening slightly. She raised her head and asked uncertainly, is this the thing that will allow me to break through to legendary? Yes. Chao Xing, still smiling, said, just break through, Muxua. Your breakthrough will be of the greatest help to us. Yes. She nodded excitedly, then solemnly grasped the black crystal in her hand. Having previously witnessed Sarah and the others break through to legendary, Lu Muxua knew the steps involved. She first crushed the legendary heart, then absorbed the immense power contained within. Buzz. Accompanied by a low humming sound, Lu Muxua's aurora power surged. A brilliant light emanated from her, like an aurora goddess descended to earth, controlling the world's most beautiful colors. Next, she withdrew the aurora core. Then she released the aurora power within her, drawing the power of the aurora core into her body. Buzz. At this moment, the already vast aurora power surged even further, filling the entire territory. Everyone felt as if they were in a dreamlike scene, everything around them shrouded in brilliant colors, breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Qinong, having just entered his room, paused after sensing this powerful aura. Is another person in this territory about to break through to legendary? Incredible. He couldn't help but open the door and gaze into the distance, eager to witness this moment firsthand. After all, even legendary had seemed an extremely distant realm to him before. Legendary experts, beings even he could only look up to. At this moment, Chao Xing, Andrew, and the others were at the very center of the aurora. The dazzling light completely obscured their vision, completely obscuring what was happening outside. However, they could clearly sense the immense power within the aurora, and a vast, ever-increasing aura. This time, Lu Muxua's breakthrough was equally smooth. A few minutes later, as if all the aurora's power had found an outlet, pouring into a single location, Lu Muxua slowly soared into the air, drawing in and absorbing all the aurora's power. Like the aurora goddess ascending to divine status, she exuded a majestic aura. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua, has successfully transformed into a legendary creature. His class, Aurora Knight, has automatically advanced to Aurora Saint, raising his level cap to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. Legendary skills are not activated. Lu Muxua's divine power function has been activated. At that moment, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. The seventh legendary powerhouse had been born in his territory. However, the surprises didn't stop there. A system notification appeared before him. Attention! Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua, has become the first survivor in the entire server to achieve legendary status. He has received a special reward. Do you want to make a server-wide announcement? Server-wide announcement? A thoughtful look appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. After some consideration, he simply nodded yes. After all, there was nothing to hide. After all, today's battle had already exposed the strength of his territory. This time, Lu Muxua had significantly improved, with the addition of 2 new status abilities. From now on, with the strength of his territory, he would be completely fearless, as long as no one came from a demigod. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Survivor lords from the 4 regions. Lu Muxua has successfully broken through the limit and become a legendary creature. She is the first survivor in the server to reach legendary status. Let us congratulate this powerful being. When the announcement ended, another worldwide sensation erupted. Oh my god! The first survivor lord in the server to reach legendary status. Did I hear that correctly? Oh my god! Someone among us Blue Star humans has actually reached the legendary realm. Oh my god! This is incredible. How did she do it? A survivor lord at the legendary level. Doesn't that mean she even possesses power comparable to those kings? Today, they had all witnessed firsthand how powerful legendary beings truly were. That was truly destructive power. With a single wave of his hand, he could easily destroy a massive city. Unleashing his full power, he could even annihilate the very life of an entire map. Countless people yearned for this, yet felt it was unattainable. And now, someone had truly achieved it. Too powerful. We on Blue Star finally have a legendary. Lu Muxua, As the first legend, this name is destined to go down in history. Compared to the excitement on the World Channel, the survivors in the 4 regions felt a sense of wonder. A survivor asked in the chat, "Wait, brothers, why is it Lu Muxua and not Boss Chao Xing?" Nonsense. Everyone knows that Goddess Muxua and Boss Chao Xing share the same territory. What difference does it make if they both reach legendary status first? That makes sense. Perhaps Goddess Muxua was able to reach legendary status thanks to Chao Xing's help. A flash of realization crossed everyone's eyes. At this moment, another survivor said, "It suddenly occurred to me. I saw 6 legendaries appear on Boss Chao Xing's side during the live stream today. Now, with Goddess Muxua added, doesn't that mean there are now 7 legendaries in his territory?" Hearing this, the other survivors also realized this. Oh my god, it seems so. 7 legends? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Yeah, it seems even those ancient kingdoms don't have as many legendaries as Chao Xing has. Oh my god. Boss Chao Xing can really take on an entire nation now. Meanwhile, Lu Muxua, having broken through to the legendary Aurora Saint Envoy, floated in midair, receiving the baptism of the Aurora. Her body, like Isabel's, had undergone significant changes. Her features had become more refined, her brows imbued with a certain majesty. Her already slender legs were now even straighter, and her overall height had increased significantly. She had leaped from 1.7 meters to 1.8 meters, a true supermodel figure. A moment later, Lu Muxua had completely absorbed all the power of the Aurora, completing her transformation. She tapped her toes lightly, landed steadily, and strode towards Chao Xing with graceful steps. As she approached, the sternness on her face gradually faded, replaced by a gentle smile. Lu Muxua whispered, "Ah Xing, when I just broke through, a system notification appeared, and they gave me some rewards." Chao Xing already knew this from the system notification. However, he didn't know the specific reward. He nodded, a hint of anticipation in his tone. "Okay, let me see." Lu Muxua pulled a few items from her backpack and handed them to Chao Xing. Obtained. Divine Power Fragments *10. Obtained. Pure Divine Fire *1. Holy crap! Divine Fire! At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with shock, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Before that day, he had discussed with the lizard men the requirements for breaking through to the demigod realm. Among these, the most difficult and precious item was the Divine Fire. And now, the system had actually rewarded him with one. This made Chao Xing incredibly excited. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and then pulled the Divine Fire from his backpack. Swishing. A white flame appeared in his hand, its flames flickering continuously. It felt cold in his hands, but he could sense the vast divine power emanating from it. He glanced at the attributes. Pure Divine Fire. Quality, unknown. Item description, Divine Fire condensed from the purest power of faith, capable of igniting the Divine Fire within any class. Item effect 1. After reaching level 150 and meeting the required Divine Power, igniting the Divine Fire increases the chance of reaching the demigod realm. Note, the success rate of igniting the Divine Fire varies depending on your potential, 40% for commanders, 50% for overlords, and an additional 10% for mutants. Note 2, each creature has 3 chances to ignite the Divine Fire. Each failure will inflict a negative impact, reducing their level by 20 levels, and causing them to fall into a weakened state for 7 to 30 days. If all 3 attempts fail, the chance to advance to demigod status is completely lost. Item effect 2, directly absorbs Divine Fire, replenishing 1000 Divine Power. After reading the above attribute description, a thoughtful look crossed Chao Xing's face. Is the success probability still determined by potential? Commander 40%, Overlord only 50%, and Leader absolutely 0 chance. Isn't that too low? And the low probability isn't the most depressing aspect. If you fail to ignite the Divine Fire, there are also side effects like a level drop and a weakened status. It's a bit too difficult. No wonder demigod-level powerhouses are so rare. But soon, he stopped dwelling on it. After all, with his bonus luck, his chances of success would be greatly increased. Excellent. Now we've obtained the Divine Fire, one of the necessary conditions for reaching demigodhood. Next, I wait for the legendaries in my territory to reach level 150. Then, with 100 or 200 Divine Power Fragments, I can advance them to demigodhood. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly had a thought. Now, Mu Shui has also reached legendary. She possesses a series of status skills that allow her to absorb the experience of other warriors. She should be able to reach the maximum level the fastest. Does that mean she soon become a demigod-level Aurora Saint? At this thought, Chao Xing suddenly became excited. After all, a legendary-level support is terrifying enough. A single blessing can dramatically increase their attack power. If she could reach demigodhood, wouldn't a single blessing of courage boost everyone's attack power to legendary levels? By then, I have thousands of legendaries. At this thought, Chao Xing could barely contain his smile. He paused, suppressing his joy. He then pulled a divine tome, shimmering with light, from his backpack. It was the legendary auxiliary skill book. Mushua, come and learn this skill book. Lu Mushua turned slightly, and took the skill book from his hand. After seeing the attributes, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Such a powerful skill book. I understand, Ah Xing. I learned this skill book right away. Then, she clapped her hands, and the skill book vanished. Transforming into a flood of memories, it flooded into her mind. Chapter 631. This is the convenience of being a survivor. Even a legendary skill can be dispatched with a simple clap of the hands. However, since such a legendary skill book contains so many memories, even for survivors like them, it takes time to digest. A few minutes later, when the vast memories were absorbed by Lu Mushua, she slowly opened her eyes, a beautiful aurora appearing in her pupils. Then she whispered, axing, I've learned this skill. Not bad. Chao Xing nodded in appreciation. Wait until I call everyone back from outside, and then you can bless everyone again. Okay. Then, Chao Xing took another look at Lu Mushua's attributes after her breakthrough. Survivor, Lu Mushua. Race, Blue Star Human. Occupation, Aurora Saint. Level, 100, Legendary. Divine Power, 0/100, regenerates 1 point naturally daily. Detailed attributes, click to view his. Chao Xing gasped again at this moment. It was because Lu Mushua's attributes after her breakthrough were simply too abnormal. With over 70,000 spiritual attributes, the Aurora Blessing could add over 100,000 damage to all of their attacks. And the Blessing of Courage could increase their base attack power by a full 310,000. How impressive! Remember, Chao Xing's current base attack power is only 60,000. This is equivalent to a 5-fold increase in attack power from one blessing. Even legendary creatures, like Sarah and Isabel, could see a 30% increase in attack power. Great! Add to that the 50% attribute bonus from Aurora Brilliance, and now Lu Mushua alone can boost the combat power of those legendary level warriors by over 70%. And the other heroes and masters can see their combat power increase several times. Thinking of this, he looked forward to tonight's upgrade even more. At the same time, Chao Xing checked the time. After an afternoon of upgrading and digesting the rewards, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sky had completely darkened. Although Chao Xing had been staying in the territory, his military achievements were still skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. The 5 legends, plus the thousands of warriors clearing out the legions outside, were incredibly efficient. Chao Xing had already seen that the last 2 blood teleportation pillars in the border area of the Ice Crystal Kingdom had been completely eradicated. The number of remaining blood teleportation pillars had dropped to 43. It's almost time. We can call everyone back and bless them once more. Then let them go out and fight again tomorrow. So, Chao Xing pressed the long-distance communication device and switched to the team channel. All warriors, after the battle, do not set up camp in the wild tonight. Led by the captains of each major corps, return to the territory in an orderly manner. As Chao Xing issued his order, the captains of the squads responded one after another on the team chat. Then, it was a matter of silent waiting. Time flew by, and it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. Several powerful figures transformed into streaks of light, and flew back swiftly. They were Sarah, the Dragon Speaker, Zeverin, and other legendary-level powerhouses. As legendary-level creatures, they moved at an extremely fast speed, and were among the first to return to the territory. Sarah respectfully approached Chao Xing. Lord, we have successfully completed your mission. 90% of the Blood Legion troops on the 5 maps have been killed. We leave 10% for the other survivors to deal with. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then glanced at the attributes of the 5 legendary warriors. After an afternoon of fighting, they had slaughtered a large number of Blood Legion soldiers, and their levels had increased significantly. First, the highest level warrior was King Velan. He had already jumped directly from level 125 to level 128. Raising 3 levels in one day today is quite impressive. After all, at his level, the experience points required start in the billions. Then, there was Isabel, whose level had reached 116. In just 2.5 days of fighting, she had soared 16 levels, a rate that could almost be described as exaggerated. After all, for warriors like the old king and Queen Yulan, further advancement after reaching legendary status is difficult. Although they could slowly increase their power without fighting, but this takes far too long. Unless aided by rare treasures, any legendary requires a considerable amount of time to progress from beginner to intermediate, and even advanced levels. Years are often measured. For people like Xiaoxing, as long as they kill enough monsters, the only limiting factor is the bottleneck between levels. Next up is the Dragon Speaker, currently at level 109. Following them are Sarah and Brown, at levels 103 and 102 respectively. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, everyone has made significant progress today. I've already cleared all the blood teleportation pillars within the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Although there are still many remaining blood armies, defeating them will only earn you military merit and experience points, so we can leave them to the warriors. As for legendary warriors like Isabel, we can send them to other kingdoms to clear out those blood teleportation pillars. We must strive to eliminate all the blood army's teleportation pillars in one fell swoop. Xiaoxing had already formulated his next plan. He then looked at the 5 warriors before him and said, "Alright, you 5 have fought hard today. Go back and rest for now. I call you back later." "Yes, Lord." The 5 men dispersed. Time flew by, and more than 3 hours had passed. Night fell, shrouding the entire world in darkness. A blood moon hung high overhead. However, compared to the previous few days, its color had become much dimmer. Around 10 o'clock that evening, the remaining 2,000 or so warriors returned. Army after army marched in unison through the city gates and into the territory. After 2 days of continuous battle, they had slain countless powerful enemies, leaving each of them with a solemn and murderous aura. Everyone approached Xiaoxing with a respectful salute, then stood silently by, waiting. Xiao, the Star Nation swordsman, was the last to return. He led the other Star Nation swordsmen before Xiaoxing and respectfully said, "Reporting to our lord, we have all returned to the territory." Xiaoxing nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao. And to the other warriors, you have all worked hard too." Upon hearing this, everyone responded loudly. "Fighting for this territory is our mission. Destroy all powerful enemies. Defend the Lord's honor to the death." A powerful murderous aura rose from them, so overwhelming that it seemed to condense into substance. The staff, looking at these tall, imposing warriors, their eyes filled with respect and admiration. They also yearned to one day become like them, and contribute to the territory. At this moment, Xiao continued, "Lord, I need to report something to you." "Go ahead," Xiaoxing replied. "You gave me a precious sword Saint Manual some time ago. I've been studying it daily, and have gained a lot of insights. Combined with the battles I've been fighting, I've gained a lot. Currently my swordsmanship has successfully advanced to heroic level, and I've learned the heroic combat technique, the Blade of the End." Hearing this, Xiaoxing also remembered. "I even managed to coax a sword master manual from that sword master's legacy, which even contained a legendary skill. However, Xiao's realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't access the legendary skill. But the fact that he could comprehend a heroic skill with master-level strength was truly remarkable. I glanced at Xiao's skill panel. Heroic skill, Blade of the End, releases a sword field, enveloping all enemies within a 2,000-meter radius and reducing their movement speed by 20% per second. When all enemies' movement speeds drop to 0, unleash all of your sword energy, dealing agility *0.1 for 1,657 random slashes of damage to all enemies within the field. Cooldown, 6 hours. A look of admiration flashed in Xiaoxing's eyes. It's truly a heroic skill. Its attributes and explosive power are even comparable to those of a Legion skill. The Star Nation Sword Formation. But a Star Nation Sword Formation requires at least 100 Star Nation swordsmen to form. And this heroic skill, Xiao alone, can unleash, even with even greater explosive power. Xiao is truly a genius in swordsmanship, which has inspired Xiaoxing to focus on training him. However, the sword, as the most powerful of all weapons, is wielded by so many. In Xiaoxing's territory, Assam, Lu Muxue, and the Dragon Speaker are all skilled swordsmen. And so are the Wandering Swordsmen. Xiaoxing truly doesn't have the resources to take care of Xiao as well. But this situation is only temporary. Once the Blood Rebellion is completely quelled, Xiaoxing will lead them to the ancient ruins. It's said that there are many opportunities for advancement there. Xiaoxing patted Xiao's shoulder and said encouragingly, "Very good, you haven't let me down. Keep working hard, and I find a way to empower you even more powerfully." Hearing this, Zhao's expression suddenly brightened, and a look of eagerness appeared in his eyes. "Yes, Lord Shao, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Then, he led the Star Nation swordsmen and quietly retreated to the side to wait. By this point, all combatants in the territory, including those working at the major mining sites, had returned. Chao Xing glanced around and pressed the communication device at his ear. Everyone, including all staff and the Ancient Tree clan, gathered at the buffer zone. Upon hearing the order, the entire territory, thousands of men combined, sprang into action. Hua la la. The combatants emerged one after another, each carrying a chilling aura. Black Smoke Shaman Blot, Boar Warrior Lab, and Blood Spider Queen Hilda all approached. Hilda, in particular, as a level 100 Blood Spider Queen, commanded 12 commander-level Blood Spiders, thousands of elite Blood Spiders, and tens of thousands of self-destruct Blood Spiders. Wherever she went, she was like a queen surrounded by a throng of Blood Spiders, her presence awe-inspiring. However, ever since that incident, Hilda's gaze towards Chao Xing had been filled with a deep, suppressed longing. It was a look that seemed to want him to melt into her own body. Chao Xing exchanged glances, then quickly shifted his gaze to the powerful figures nearby. Fellow level 100 figures like Assam, Rennies, and Andrew also displayed considerable aura. Furthermore, there were several legendary experts nearby. Next came the group of workers. The Ancient Tree tribe pulled their roots from the soil, transformed them into two sturdy legs, and moved swiftly towards them. Hundreds of polar people, tools in hand, stood in a respectful line. In addition, there were tree spirits, elves, crystal people, and so on. They also arranged themselves into ranks according to their race. Followed by them, over 100 blacksmiths emerged from their smithies. At this point, every living creature in the entire territory, save for the yaks and light-feathered chickens, had gathered together. In the crowd, newly arrived Qinong and King Velan couldn't help but glance around. A look of shock filled their eyes as they gazed at the staff and combatants around them. This was their first glimpse of the full might of Chao Xing's territory. This strength seemed beyond imagination. King Velan whispered, "So that's how it is. This territory isn't just home to a vast number of top-tier legendary warriors. The lower-level support forces and logistical support are also well-established and sufficient. Even the kingdom of Velan at its peak couldn't compare to this territory." Qinong, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh. This is what a prosperous territory should look like. Chao Xing's gaze swept through the crowd, taking a head count. His gaze fell on Xia Yani, Elena, and Elena. Since moving into the sewing shop together, this pair of mature women have been nearly inseparable, working and resting together. Little Chu Chu had become their shared daughter, enjoying the care of two mothers. At Chao Xing's gaze, the two mature women smiled, their eyes gleaming with affection. Chao Xing nodded slightly in response. Then his gaze fell on another mature woman in the crowd. Gracie. Notably, the Baron's mother, Gracie, had also been taken into Chao Xing's domain. This woman now had absolutely no desire to return to the Baron's mansion. After a thorough inspection, Chao Xing ensured that everyone in the domain was present. Including Tong Chu Chu, Elisa, and the other girls, He Li, all remained together. Chao Xing glanced at the dwarf blacksmith in the crowd and asked, "Harold, how is the warrior's equipment coming along?" Harold replied respectfully, "My lord, after the blacksmith's hastily completed work, we've crafted a total of 2,347 sets of light armor and nearly 1,342 rare-quality one-handed swords. In addition, we've also crafted over 30 rare-quality divine guardian swords." Chao Xing mentally calculated the total and nodded silently. This amount of weapons and armor could almost replace all the warriors' equipment. After all, those Ascalon warriors were still wearing the same stock armor they'd just been summoned with. Their weapons, too, were only level 10 or so. Although this equipment seemed insignificant compared to Lu Mushua's blessing, even a small amount is still meat. So, Chao Xing ordered, "To Zhuang, lead all the polar men to the blacksmith shop and bring all this armor and weapons out." "Yes, my lord." Instantly, the 200 or so polar men sprang into action. Soon, they had unloaded all the armor and weapons from the smithy and laid them out neatly on the floor. Chao Xing continued his command, "Now, all warriors, come and receive your new equipment." The warriors immediately marched forward, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. They received their respective armor and weapons one by one, the ranks moving in perfect order, without a trace of disarray. A moment later, all the warriors, donning their brand new gear, couldn't help but reveal expressions of satisfaction. The blacksmiths were skilled, their armor fitting the body perfectly, appearing both lightweight and sturdy. The weapons in their hands gleamed with a cold gleam, reflecting the exquisite craftsmanship of these one-handed swords. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After donning their new gear, each of these warriors had a completely different demeanor. It was a bit like a group of scattered soldiers transitioning into a regular army. Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. He glanced at the levels of the Polar people and other staff members in the territory. After a moment, he had a grasp of everyone's situation. Currently, the vast majority of the Polar people had reached level 20, the maximum level of Tier 2, and were ready to break through to Tier 3. Others, such as the female elves and the crystal people, were around level 30, ready to advance to Tier 4. Even the newly recruited blacksmiths had reached around level 10, ready to advance to Tier 2. So, Chao Xing decided to exchange a large number of hearts of strength on the spot to help these staff members achieve a major upgrade. He first opened the dragon shop. Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Marks *600,000 to exchange for a primary power heart *300? Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Marks *50,000 to exchange for an intermediate power heart *500? Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Marks *20,000 to exchange for an advanced power heart *400? He clicked confirm on all of them, instantly consuming a large number of Ice Dragon Marks. Although there were still expert level power hearts available for exchange in the dragon shop, he thought better of it. After all, power hearts of this level were far too expensive, costing 200,000 Ice Dragon Marks each. Even Chao Xing didn't have that much. He could only wait until the next large-scale trade, when he had gathered a large amount of materials, to exchange them. Then Chao Xing took another look at his battle achievements. Military merits, 51329,521. Compared to yesterday's 34 million merits, today's total has surpassed 50 million. Most of this, naturally, came from the 9 commanders they eliminated, contributing over 10 million merits. Chao Xing thought hopefully, great. This amount of merits will be enough for me to redeem 256 master-level power hearts. This will significantly boost the strength of another group of warriors. Thinking of this, Chao Xing waved his hand and clicked the redemption button. Chapter 632. Congratulations on your successful exchange. Receive 256 master-level power hearts, and receive 51.2 million less merit points. At this point, the number of various power hearts in Chao Xing's backpack reached a terrifying number. Then, he began by removing all the primary, intermediate, and advanced power hearts and stacking them according to their respective grades. Thousands of red crystals piled together, emitting waves of vast power. Amidst the bewildered gazes of some of the new territory members, Chao Xing clapped his hands and continued his orders. All staff, according to your current level, come and receive the corresponding power hearts, and then proceed to break through. Hearing this, some people's eyes remained blank. The group of Polar people, and some veteran employees, had already approached excitedly. They clutched their hammers and exclaimed happily, "Haha! The Lord is going to help us improve our strength again. Yes, we soon break through to the 3rd level and become 3rd level Polar people. Mother Earth, in my entire life, I've never heard of a Polar people possessing such immense power, and yet we've all reached this level. All this is a gift from the Lord. Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord!" After a flurry of excited chants, the Polar people and other veteran employees skillfully smashed each heart of power and began absorbing the power contained within. Instantly, hundreds of staff members entered the breakthrough state. However, the newly joined blacksmiths and the female elves remained dazed, standing there in a daze. Seeing this, Chao Xing shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Come and claim your hearts of power." Only then did everyone, as if waking from their dreams, respond, "Ah. Oh. Okay, Lord." The blacksmiths and elves, dazed, came over, took the crystals, and crushed them, imitating the others. A powerful force surged through their bodies. Even then, they still felt a sense of unreality. The sound of shattering crystals continued to echo. The entire territory's staff had entered breakthrough mode. Then, Chao Xing looked at the combatants before him. Other Dragon Blood warriors and Nightmare archers, who haven't yet reached level 6, come and claim your hearts of power. With these words, the Nightmare archers quickly stepped forward, their eyes also gleaming with anticipation and excitement. By this point, they had long since forgotten about Dam, the Nightmare god. All that remained was loyalty to Chao Xing. Even the other Dragon Blood warriors came forward excitedly. Everyone knew that advancing from level 5 to level 6 wasn't just a leap in strength, it was a life-changing transformation. The other fighters stood by, their faces filled with envy. However, they also knew that these two classes were the first to reach the territory, and it was indeed their turn to achieve the breakthrough first. Chaoxing glanced around at the crowd and continued, "There's no need to worry about the other classes that haven't yet achieved the breakthrough. We will acquire even more hearts of power, and by then, everyone will be able to achieve the Master Realm." These words instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and they responded with a roar. "Yes, Lord." The 256 Master-level power hearts had just been distributed by the 5th-tier Dragonblood fighters and Nightmare archers. Instantly, thousands of people throughout the territory entered a breakthrough state. Buzz! Buzz! A powerful aura rose up. System notifications began to flood the screen incessantly. Your territory member, Mengchu, successfully breaks through to a 6th-tier creature, increasing basic attributes by 100%, health by an additional 100%, and prosperity by 25%. Your territory member, Leon Taylor, successfully breaks through to a 6th-tier creature, increasing basic attributes by 100%, health by an additional 100%, and prosperity by 25%. In 10 minutes, everyone had broken through, their strength skyrocketing, including Chaoxing's territory's prosperity, which also increased by several thousand points. Those who had successfully broken through stood in excitement, feeling the surge of power within their bodies. The villagers of Grapevine Village were no exception. They had once been simple, honest folk, but now they had attained the power of a 2nd-tier warrior. While their strength still seemed insignificant compared to those powerful warriors, it was an unimaginable leap forward for them. The children were even more excited, chattering and shouting around the adults. "Wow! Mom, you've gotten so strong. Even stronger than Dad. Grandpa, you look so much younger. Grandma, jump on my back. I can carry you." Gaze upon these innocent children, the warriors around them beamed with delight. At the same time, their gazes toward their lord grew even more admiring. They knew that this territory's current prosperity and strength were entirely due to the Lord's power. Instantly, a large number of loyalty increase notifications appeared. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, this large-scale increase is complete. Next, we begin refreshing everyone's status." He pulled a ring radiating divine light from his backpack, the goddess Nessa's blessing ring. Then, he expended 10 points of divine power to create a circle of light with a diameter of 100 meters. Gazing at this circle of light, King Velan and Kainon could sense a special power within it. However, they had never experienced such a scene before, so they didn't know what the circle of light was for. Chaoxing continued. "Now, the old rules apply. The Ancient Tree clan will enter the circle of light first, followed by the other combatants and staff. If there's not enough space on the ground, take to the sky. Now, everyone in Chaoxing's territory, including the staff, possesses permanent wind wings, making flight a common occurrence for them." Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings echoed. Soon, thousands of people were within the circle of light. Even Binglan, who had previously resisted being around so many people, now stood quietly in a corner. As for Seraphis, it flew overhead, a group of crystal people crouching on its back. Then, Chaoxing looked at Qinong beside him. "Mr. Qinong, you can enter as well." The old man seemed somewhat bewildered by the situation, seemingly confused as to what so many people were gathering for. But he didn't ask any further questions, and stepped directly into the circle of light. With that, everyone was present. Chaoxing continued, "Then, everyone, follow the old rules, and begin blessing our territory members." At the command, the territory members with status-enhancing abilities raised their weapons. Priestess Vanna's cast Calamity Rite, increasing the critical strike chance of all allies. White Snake Eilena, in conjunction with the Blood Spider Queen, unleashed Serpentman Frenzy and Queen's Will, significantly increasing the attack and movement speed of the others. The Tribal Witch Doctor, in conjunction with Andrew's Tree Form, unleashed their healing abilities. Including Wind Mage Allen and Black Smoke Shaman Blot, each reapplied their status-enhancing abilities. After this period of leveling up, everyone's attributes had significantly improved, and the stats of various status-enhancing abilities had also been significantly enhanced. The most obvious was the healing stats. Chaoxing's Ice Healing now heals 58,472 health points per second. Andrew's Life Blossom heals 64,778 health points per second. Tribal Witch Dr. Marag's Rejuvenation heals 11,412 health points per second. These three abilities combined heal 134,000 health points per second. Add to that the potions they taken earlier. Now, each person's health recovery per second has surpassed 140,000. This number is impressive, even for a legendary level powerhouse. For hero level warriors, it can restore their health to full in just 2 or 3 minutes. It's terrifyingly powerful, Chao Xing exclaimed. Great. When Andrew and I reach the legendary realm together, this recovery rate will increase at least tenfold. By then, I'd be recovering 1 or 2 million health points per second. I won't know how I die, haha. He was even more eager to reach legendary soon, when this series of buffs was complete. Beside him, Qiong felt the terrifying power within him, a look of bewilderment in his eyes, and it took him a long time to recover. Chao Xing continued to look at the dragon shaman, who had just reached the potential of a commander. Vimni, we may begin. As you command, Lord. The shaman responded respectfully, then grasped his staff and approached the group. He first cast Thunder Dragon Possession on everyone, increasing their spirit attributes by 20% and their magical damage by 20%. He raised his staff again, preparing to unleash his newly awakened commander-level skill. Thunder Dragon arrives. Ziz, ziz. Intense lightning power erupted from his body, filling the air with a heart-pounding electric sound. The next moment, the phantom of a giant thunder dragon, covered in dark purple scales, materialized behind him. The dragon's massive form exuded an aura of utter majesty and fury. Even Volibear and Zevarin on the battlefield were drawn to its lightning power, faintly resonating with it. King Velan, a legendary thunder mage, gazed intently at the dragon's phantom, a flicker of shock and thought in his eyes. Is this the phantom of the thunder dragon? This shaman's power is truly remarkable. At the same time, the dragon shaman's incantation faded into obscurity. The thunder dragon instantly opened its eyes. Roar! Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a surge of immense power directly blessed everyone. Your territory member, Vimni successfully cast Thunder Dragon's Descent, increasing magic damage by 20% and reducing skill cooldown. Due to the talent Eternal Power, this status has become permanent. On the field, the damage of this group of magic classes increased significantly again. Even the melee classes saw a significant increase. After all, reducing skill cooldown by 20% alone is already quite powerful. The mages on the field felt the magic energy boiling within them, as if brimming with some kind of violent force, their hearts aglow with excitement. King Velan exclaimed in amazement, a 7th level shaman can actually have such a powerful amplification effect. Incredible. My spell power has increased by at least 40%, even surpassing those of high-level legendary mages. Chao Xing smiled upon hearing this. Holy Light Sage Isabel and King Velan are both mages, and their legendary level powerhouses. The 20% bonus to magic damage and the 20% bonus to lightning damage instantly make them the most formidable of the legendary level powerhouses on the field. However, even these amplifications are already formidable, but this is only the beginning. Next, today's true protagonists appear. Chao Xing looked at the Aurora Saint envoy beside him. Lu Muxue. Muxue, begin. Okay. The tall Aurora Saint envoy slowly approached the crowd and gently raised the ancient sword. Then, intense aurora power gathered at the sword's tip. OM! Accompanied by a strange tremor, a vast aurora power enveloped everyone. It was one of her status skills. Aurora Blessing. Then, she began chanting an incantation, unleashing Blessing of Courage. As this vast blessing power descended upon everyone, they all felt a terrifying, immense surge of power surge through their bodies. Everyone's aura suddenly surged 4 or 5 times, even 10 times. The powerful aura soared into the sky, elevating the thousands of people in the entire territory to an extremely terrifying level. A system notification appeared. You have received the Blessing of Courage from the subordinate Lord, Lu Muxue, increasing your attack power by 314,659 points. At this moment, Chao Xing's attack power instantly skyrocketed from 90,000 to 400,000, a full 310,000 attack power bonus. What a feat! Even the villagers of Grapevine Village, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled like Chi Selko, instantly possessed attack power exceeding that of a 10th tier overlord, and not just by a little, but by several times. In other words, as long as their survivability kept up, anyone could be considered invincible below legend, capable of pinning down even 10th tier heroes. This even reminded Chao Xing of a scene. A master-level expert had initially ignored these villagers, but then a random old villager appeared and killed the master with a single punch. Just thinking about that scene was thrilling. Qiong had finally recovered from his daze, and was now even more shocked, saying, How is this possible? My combat power has increased so many times. Could it be, I've already reached legendary? The fisherman's attack power was originally just over 80,000, but now it's directly increased to 450,000, with a 20% strength blessing. A 4 to 5-fold increase is quite a dramatic increase. Asamu beside him chuckled, "Don't be surprised, Mr. Qinong. This is an ability unique to the Lord. We all possess this miraculous power." Qinong nodded in realization. "I see. No wonder you all seemed so mysterious and powerful to me before. You're only at level 3 or 4, yet you're even more formidable than those level 5 or 6 creatures." Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the combatants on the field. Chao Xing was silently calculating. After a series of bonuses, each of these territories' heroes has roughly the equivalent attack power of 0.5 legendaries. In other words, 2 heroes can take on 1 legendary. The only drawback is that their survivability is far weaker than that of a true legendary. But that's easy to fix. Brahm's Origin Shield can protect a full 100 units. Based on that calculation, if legendaries, like Isabel, don't intervene, and Brown can hold his own, these masters alone shouldn't have any problem with heroes simultaneously taking on 10 legendaries. If the other 6 legends join forces, even if 20 legends attack my territory simultaneously, I annihilate them all. A smile played on Chao Xing's face at this thought. He even looked forward to the Watcher leader leading a large group of legends to raid his territory. Of course, this wasn't the biggest improvement. After all, Lu Muxua still had a legendary level status skill she hadn't used yet. Chao Xing gathered his thoughts and immediately took out a divine power fragment, handing it over. "Muxua, begin unleashing the aurora." "Okay," she whispered, then absorbed the divine power fragment. After replenishing her divine power, Lu Muxua raised the ancient sword high in her hand. Instantly, the night sky for over 10 kilometers around her suddenly lit up. The brilliant aurora, like strands of colorful ribbons, swirled and intertwined overhead. Finally, it all converged at the tip of her sword. Lu Muxua's figure, illuminated by the aurora, appeared incredibly sacred. She spoke softly. "The source of the aurora converges here. In the name of light, cleanse all. Aurora radiance, skyfall. Buzz." As her words fell, the vast power of the aurora surged into everyone's bodies like a torrent. At that moment, the legendaries on the field, as well as the staff, felt their physical fitness instantly surge. "Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua unleashes the legendary skill Aurora Radiance Skyfall, increasing the base stats of all friendly units by 50%. Blessed by the talent Eternal Power, this state becomes permanent." The entire territory erupted in excitement. The aura of the 7 legendaries surged at a terrifying rate. Each of them had almost reached the level of a Lizardman Patriarch, which meant a high-level legend. It goes without saying how terrifying this power was. Brown laughed heartily. "Aha! This is the Lord's wife's new blessing. It makes Brown even stronger." King Velan exclaimed, "So strong. I can even fight 2 or 3 legendary warriors single-handedly now." Everyone was in awe. Of course, the one who saw the biggest improvement was Kainan. Before joining the territory, he had no statuses at all. Now, after receiving a series of blessings, his strength has skyrocketed. He could easily defeat 10 of his former selves. Including the other members of the territory, everyone was thrilled as they felt the terrifying power surging through their bodies. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, now we've completed our strongest statuses. Next, there's only one status left." He glanced at the old man in the crowd and said, "Mr. Kainan, I see your heroic skill. Rainbow piercing the sun seems to offer a bonus to us as well. If possible, unleash it on us now." Chapter 633. Qinong's Rainbow piercing the sun can increase base attack power by a percentage, a full 20%, quite formidable. For those legendary level warriors, this can boost their attack power by at least 100,000 or 200,000. Qiong finally recovered from the shock of his sudden surge of power. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "I understand, Lord Chao Xing." As soon as he finished speaking, a spear materialized from thin air in Qinong's hand, its shaft gleaming with a cold light. He grasped it instantly. The moment he grasped the spear, his entire aura suddenly shifted, as if he had become one with it, emanating a terrifying aura. Then, he thrust the spear high into the sky. The spear pierced the night sky like a flash of lightning, instantly disappearing into the darkness. Everyone looked up and saw a dazzling ball of light appear in the previously dark sky, radiating boundless power like a miniature sun. The sun, carrying boundless power, plummeted towards the territory at a breakneck speed. Chao Xing's pupils suddenly constricted, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. The long rainbow piercing the sun skill has a blast radius of 1,000 meters. Won't it blow up my territory? However, just as he was worried, the spear didn't explode, but instantly sank into the ground. The expected explosion didn't occur, replaced by a low rumble. And suddenly, dense cracks appeared in the snow outside the territory, as if the earth had been ripped apart by a powerful force. It was as if the long rainbow piercing the sun's blast had been diverted beyond the territory. This move was truly stunning. It also meant that Qinong's control over power had reached a terrifying level. A flicker of admiration flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Qinong Dutra casts rainbow piercing the sun, increasing the attack power of allied units by 20% for 30 seconds. This is now permanent due to the influence of the talent Eternal Power. Chao Xing felt his dashboard change again. His magic attack power increased from 400,000 to 410,000. Not as high as he imagined. This was naturally because his base attack power was low, just over 60,000, so the increase was only a little over 10,000. While this wasn't a significant improvement for him, it was a different story for those legends. After all, their base attack power was often 700,000, 800,000, or even over a million. A 20% increase meant a 100,000 or 200,000 increase. The Dragon Speaker, with the highest attack power now, had 1.6 million attack power. Even Brahm's attack power was forcibly increased from just over 500,000 upon his breakthrough to over 1 million. That's quite terrifying. This blessing brought about a qualitative change in everyone's combat power. At the top level, those legendary warriors could easily fight 2 or even 3 at once. And for the mid-level warriors below them, the situation was even more terrifying. After all, judging by the dashboard alone, these fighters far surpassed even a rank 10 mutated overlord. And a single mutated overlord could easily annihilate an army of over 100,000. In other words, if Chao Xing's warriors were deployed together, an army of millions would be easily crushed. Chao Xing said with a smile, "Well, now that the blessing is over, everyone go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, we will continue our campaign." The enhanced men responded loudly. "Yes, Lord." Excited, they quickly returned to their rooms. This increase in strength made them even more eager for tomorrow's battle. Chao Xing, along with Lu Muxue, returned to the Lord's castle. More than 10 hours ago, inside the Watcher's Hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. A group of Watcher elders stood solemnly, whispering to one another. The other Watchers were busy packing various supplies, moving swiftly and orderly. The Fresh Blood leader stood there with a gloomy expression, his eyes flickering with resentment and anger. He turned to the Watcher leader, his voice low and cold. "Luo, are we leaving now?" The Watcher leader nodded, his expression still calm and resolute. The previous defeat didn't seem to have altered his state of mind. Indeed, the traitor was rescued by Chao Xing, and he knows the location of our hall. You and I are both seriously injured. If he were to lead a surprise attack now, we might be wiped out. So, we must leave as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the Fresh Blood leader's eyes flashed with humiliation. To think that he, a demigod, was now worried about a hero-level ant and bringing troops to surround and kill him. This is an utter disgrace. The Fresh Blood leader said coldly, "You're too cautious. Let me go out for a while, and devour the lives of a few cities. I'd be back to peak condition in no time. If these guys dare come over, I kill them all." The Watcher leader shook his head. "I told you, we won't attack those civilians." Hearing this, the Fresh Blood leader's face instantly turned ferocious. He roared, "Luo, how long are you going to be so soft-hearted? If it weren't for your insistence on those meaningless principles, we could open dozens of blood teleportation pillars in a single day. By then, those kingdoms would have fallen long ago. Not to mention a few ants are now riding on our heels." The Watcher leader remained calm, saying calmly, "This is my bottom line. I allow you to deal with those soldiers, even destroy entire cities. But you absolutely must not kill innocent people. You're so stubborn." The Fresh Blood leader, enraged by his stubbornness, erupted with a bloody and brutal aura, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the hall. The Watcher leader remained silent, staring at him with icy eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. The clash of their auras shook the entire hall. The Watchers were now pale, their bodies trembling violently. They simply couldn't withstand such a clash of demigod-level auras. After a moment, the Fresh Blood leader finally relented. He restrained his breath and asked coldly, "So what do we do next? That damned human brat possesses so many legendaries. He's completely surpassed us in legendary combat power. The old king and that lizardman chieftain devoured our blood cores and have regained considerable strength. Now, we're completely at a disadvantage. Tomorrow, this brat will definitely continue to destroy our blood teleportation pillars. When that happens, our plan will completely collapse. Hearing this, the Watcher leader frowned. He had never imagined he would be forced into this situation. After a moment's silence, he seemed to have made a decision and slowly said, "Go to the border." The border? A hint of doubt flashed in the fresh blood leader's eyes. "Yes, let's first find a way to restore your combat power. As for the rest, I take care of it." Hearing this, the fresh blood leader seemed to realize something, and a strange smile gradually formed at the corners of his mouth. He whispered, "Luo, I've discovered that you're sometimes even more hypocritical than I am." The Watcher leader's expression shifted slightly, but he ultimately sighed in resignation. That night, reports arrived from the Ice Crystal Kingdom and the Grey Mist Kingdom, a border raid by demigod-level warriors. Combined, at least 1 million soldiers from the several kingdoms were slaughtered, and many more were abducted, their fate unknown. By the time the Lizardman chieftain, the old king, and the others arrived, the fresh blood leader had already departed. Gazing at the devastated battlefield littered with corpses, they frowned. The old king sighed. This kind of enemy is truly formidable. If we don't eradicate them once and for all, these guys will be like venomous snakes, constantly biting you, giving you no peace. The Lizardman leader nodded yes. We can't push them too hard. If we kill all the legends under their command, they'd likely become desperate. 2 demigods watching you constantly. Who could stand it? The old king was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Now, we all have to wait and see what Lord Xiaoxing does. Once he's cleared all the teleportation pillars, we gather our forces and wipe out the Blood Legion and the Watchers." The next day, a system notification appeared. "Attention all survivors. You have passed the 7th day of the turbulent period. Last night, the Blood Legion activated 4 blood teleportation pillars. Please speed up to eliminate more Blood Legions. Number of teleportation pillars remaining, 42. Today's weather, snowstorms expected in some areas, with lows ranging from -68 degrees Celsius to -73 degrees Celsius." When the notification ended, Xiaoxing and Lu Muxua suddenly opened their eyes and exchanged a glance. The beauty beside her pillow said, "Ah Xing, the number of teleportation pillars activated last night seems to have decreased significantly." Xiaoxing nodded. "Yes, it seems our actions yesterday have already shown results. Today, we will continue to send Isabel, Binglan, and the others out to destroy teleportation pillars in other countries and regions. We will strive to completely quell the Blood Rebellion within a week." Lu Muxua looked at this man, a look of admiration crossing her face. After all, this Blood Rebellion was caused by this man, through a series of actions, who had dealt a severe blow to the Watchers and the Blood Legion. Otherwise, the current situation would have become extremely dire, and the complete fall of several major kingdoms was possible. Now, victory is within reach. Just as Xiaoxing was about to act, a vengeful voice suddenly reached his ears. "Lord Xiaoxing, I am the Ice Crystal King." Xiaoxing was stunned, and even stopped trying to get up. He pressed the communication device and replied, "Your Majesty, please speak." The old king continued, "Last night, the leader of the Watchers and the leader of the Bloodline worked together to raid the border areas of many kingdoms. They abducted a large number of soldiers. Their purpose is unknown, but it's likely not a good thing. The Watchers are still sending out legendaries, abducting large numbers of soldiers. These 2 demigods are now becoming somewhat unscrupulous. So, if you plan to continue your operation today and destroy the other Bloodline teleport pillars, it would be best not to spread your forces too thinly and avoid traveling to distant kingdoms. Even if we can provide support through the ancient teleportation array, it will take some time." Xiaoxing understood his meaning. After yesterday's incident, the situation between the Watchers and the Blood Legion was nearly overwhelmed. Now, to reverse their disadvantage, they were resorting to some unscrupulous means. Even demigod-level warriors were dispatched to attack the ordinary soldiers. And, without a doubt, the person they hated most was Xiaoxing. The old king was worried that the Watchers and Blood Legion's leaders would become desperate and come after him at all costs. If the Lizardman chieftain and the old king were unable to rescue them in the face of the threat of 2 demigods, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiaoxing replied solemnly, "I understand, Your Majesty. Thank you for the reminder." The Ice Crystal King said, "You're welcome. You're our hope now." After hanging up, Xiaoxing briefly explained the situation to Lu Muxua. A look of worry crossed the Aurora Knight's face. "Has it really come to this?" Lu Muxua frowned and said, "The Watchers have gone mad." Chao Xing nodded. Yes, they've waited for this plan for thousands of years. This time, the human empire ran into problems and couldn't provide support. They finally waited for a golden opportunity, only to be interrupted by us, nearly failing. Next, they definitely take even more extreme actions. Through yesterday's conversation with Qi Nong, Chao Xing had already gotten to know the Watcher's leader. He was a deeply conflicted and unwavering idealist. When the situation was under control, he would control and discipline his subordinates, achieving his goals while minimizing the risk of violating his principles. But when the situation spiraled out of control, he would resort to any means necessary. Just like their last raid. At the moment the blood portal was about to dissipate, the Watcher leader was even prepared to burn himself, to exchange his own death for the arrival of blood. Now Chao Xing had once again cornered him. Next, the Watcher leader would undoubtedly use every possible means to eliminate all obstacles. Lu Mushua's expression was solemn, as if she were contemplating something. Seeing her expression, Chao Xing pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back. Don't worry, Mushue. At least we're safe within the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Yes, Lu Mushue replied softly. The two quickly rose and washed briefly. Chao Xing, along with Lu Mushue, pushed open the gates of the Lord's castle. He stood in the central square of the territory and shouted, "All combatants, assemble!" Hurrah! At the command, over 2,000 combatants from the entire territory rushed over. They formed their ranks according to their respective military units, each gazing at their lord with eyes full of fighting spirit. After last night's collective blessing, all the warriors' strength had skyrocketed. They were eager to go out and fight. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then ordered, "Today, all combatants, your mission remains to eliminate the remaining blood legions within the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Only eliminate 90% of the enemies in each map, leaving 10% for the remaining survivors. Within 3 days, eliminate all of the Ice Crystal King's blood monsters." The combatants responded with a roar. "As you command, Lord. We will use our weapons to clear all obstacles for you." Then, the combatants formed into groups of 100, each led by a powerful leader of at least the 7th rank. With the sound of flapping wings, the more than 2,000 men departed. Only the group of legendary warriors remained. They, too, looked at Chao Xing with determined eyes, awaiting the Lord's instructions for today's mission. Chao Xing said, "Your mission is different from the others. Today, you must travel to the neighboring Yulan Kingdom, clear the blood teleportation pillars there, and annihilate any blood armies you encounter along the way. Then we take a detour to the Grey Mist Kingdom, destroy the teleportation pillar there, and then proceed to the Cunard Kingdom. For now, our activities must be limited to these kingdoms. Remember, we must not disperse." Chao Xing emphasized the last sentence, especially. Everyone sensed the seriousness and warning in his words. The straightforward Braun asked directly, "Lord, are you worried that those 2 demigods will come and attack us?" "Indeed." Chao Xing nodded and continued, "I believe you have experienced the power of these 2 demigods. With the 5 of you, we can withstand their attacks for a while, but we're still far from defeating them. So, if we do encounter an attack, do your best to hold them off while we wait for the old patriarch and the king to arrive for support." On the field, the 5 legends nodded solemnly. Braum raised his legendary shield and declared firmly, "If you want to harm my companions, you must step over Braum's corpse first." With that, the 5 of them leaped onto Seraphus's back. Whoosh! Seraphus flapped its wings, carrying several legendaries high into the sky. A moment later, they vanished without a trace. 3 figures remained in the same spot. Besides Chao Xing, there were 2 other legendaries, Mernina and Lu Mushue. However, while Mernina possessed legendary power, she was still essentially a hero-level creature. So even if she were sent out into battle, she wouldn't gain any experience. Chao Xing had kept her behind, naturally to protect him. As for Lu Mushue, there was absolutely no need for her to leave the house. With so many status abilities, even staying home, she would level up much faster than other legendaries. Lu Mushue asked softly, "Ah Xing, what should we do today? Or should we stay in the territory?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Today, I have a mission for you. Go find Bai Ji." Bai Ji? Lu Mushue was somewhat familiar with the name. Among the 4 regions, these survivors were considered quite famous. Chapter 634. Going to find Bai Ji? Lu Mushue asked doubtfully. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Yes, she's the leader of Momentary Eternity. Her territory should be near Yongshuang's main city. You can contact her directly via private chat later. When you arrive, tell her you're here to lead her to challenge that angel heritage." Chao Xing hadn't forgotten Bai Ji's previous statement that she held the location of an angel heritage. She had already passed the first 3 rounds, including the skill books for the 2-winged and 4-winged angel forms, all obtained through the inheritance. And now, Lu Muxue was a legendary level powerhouse. After entering the 4-winged angel form, with a 100% increase in all attributes, her combat power was equivalent to that of Binglan, Isabel, and other powerful warriors. If she could inherit even greater power from that angel heritage at this time, it would be even more helpful in the upcoming battle. The moment Lu Muxue heard the word inheritance, she understood Chao Xing's meaning. She nodded gently and said, "Okay. I go to Yongshuang's main city and contact Baiji." Chao Xing was about to nod, when he suddenly remembered something. "Wait a moment, Muxue." Hearing this, Lu Muxue turned and looked at him in confusion. Then, Chao Xing pulled a small wooden bottle from his backpack. Inside was a drop of dark purple blood. It was the blood of Kralkatorrik. "Try this and see if it can be fused," Chao Xing said. This drop of ancient dragon blood, when fused, can significantly increase attributes and allow for a class change to a hidden class. Furthermore, it could be used not only by the natives of this world, but also by survivors like them. Now, Lu Muxue had broken through to the legendary level, meeting the requirements for using the blood of Kralkatorrik. If she could fuse this drop of blood, her auxiliary abilities would be elevated to a new level. After hearing this, Lu Muxue gently took the small wooden bottle. She poured out the flowing blood from the bottle and placed it in the center of her fair palm. Sizzle, sizzle. A series of corrosive sounds echoed, and the aurora power emanating from Lu Muxue and the crystal power began to counteract each other. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. After a moment, she slowly said, "It can be fused. The system prompts that after I fuse this drop of blood, my attributes will increase by 100%, and I will be able to change my class to the Crystal Dragon Knight." A smile had just appeared on Chao Xing's face after hearing this. But Lu Muxue's next words stunned him. "However, the fusion will replace my Aurora Knight class. All previously learned skills will be forgotten, and I have to learn new ones." Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned. Replacement? He realized this now. Previously, after Tianjing fused with that drop of blood of the poison lizard, he also changed his class to the flame lizard class, with all new skills. So, this drop of Kralkatorrik's blood would probably have the same effect. He felt a slight sense of regret. After all, compared to an Aurora Knight, who could multiply the strength of an entire territory by several times, a 100% stat boost was nothing to consider. Chao Xing said, "Then don't fuse it. Keep this drop of blood. I go back and see if it can be used for anything else." "Okay." Lu Muxue did as she was told and handed the small wooden bottle back to Chao Xing. Then, a pair of transparent wind wings appeared behind her. "Ah Xing, I leave now to find Bai Ji." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Okay. If you have any questions, please contact me immediately." "Yes." The tall Aurora Saint replied politely. Then he turned and walked towards the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the teleportation array disappeared from sight. The only combatants left in the territory were Chao Xing and Mernina. He had no plans to leave. After all, someone had already gone out to deal with the blood army outside. Looking at the small wooden bottle in his hand, Chao Xing continued to ponder. The power contained in the blood of the ancient dragon must be immense. But after the fusion, replacing their original professions is still a bit hard to accept. After all, the legendary warriors in my territory each have their own unique characteristics. If their professions were replaced, those powerful legendary skills would likely disappear. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt a sense of regret. After all, it's a shame to have such a powerful thing with no one to use it. At this moment, he seemed to recall something, and a glint flashed in his eyes. I remember that the Dragon Blood warriors of the Norn clan have a special talent, able to fuse multiple different bloods. Especially Commander Boji. This commander first fused the blood of the ancient dragon Zorma, then fused it with demonic blood. He already had the blood of 3 different races, and powers flowing through him. So, could this drop of blood be fused with him as well? That way, Commander Boji would be equivalent to the fusion of the power of 4 bloods. How powerful would he become then? As soon as this thought occurred to him, it spread like wildfire within Chao Xing's mind. He even wanted to call Boji back immediately and have him try it. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for fusing this drop of blood was to become a legendary. Boji was only a level 70 commander right now, a significant gap. And there was another serious problem. For the Dragon Blood warriors, the more blood they fused, the lower their chances of success. The consequence of failure was exploding and death. Countless Norn had paid the price of their lives after fusing with the blood of Yorma. Countless Norn lives were sacrificed to create the rare dragon blood warriors. Those like Boji, who could survive the fusion of 3 drops of blood, were even rarer. Therefore, whether he could fuse the 4th drop of blood remained uncertain. Xiaoxing shook his head. Let's wait until Boji reaches legendary. Then I ask him if he's confident he can fuse this drop of blood. If he's not sure, forget it. Thinking of this, he put aside the matter of fusing Krokatorik's blood and continued to tour the territory. After a brief tour, Xiaoxing was surprised to find that the territory seemed to have recently seen a number of new buildings. Including other buildings, they had also been upgraded several levels. He sighed inwardly. With all the recent events, I haven't paid attention to the territory's development in a week or two. Let's see how things are going now. Xiaoxing summoned both the Polar Man Duan and the vassal Qiao Yi. The two arrived quickly and bowed respectfully, saying, "Lord, may you be well." Xiaoxing nodded and said directly, "Duan, please report on your progress." The Polar Man straightened his back and said solemnly, "Lord, after all this construction, we have upgraded your Lord's castle to level 16. The energy tower in the center of the territory has also been upgraded to level 25, and will soon be upgraded to an energy station." Hearing this, Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. The last time he looked, the Lord's castle was barely level 13, and the energy station was only at level 21. The sudden jump in levels was beyond his expectations. Xiaoxing turned around and looked at the 2 buildings behind him with a look of anticipation. Lord's castle, level 16. Building height, 14 meters. Size, 947 square meters. Armor, 3,200. Durability, 500,000. Current population capacity, 7814/16019. Aura effect, Abundance Aura. Materials required to upgrade to the next level. Level 25 energy station, 300,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 50,000 refined iron, 20,000 mithril, 1,000 master level elemental crystals. Upgrade time, 784 hours/35 minutes. Number of simultaneous workers, 0/4. After reviewing the Lord's Castle's attributes, Xiaoxing couldn't help but look pleased. The population figures were particularly surprising. Excellent. We still have room for over 8,000 people. Looks like we'll be able to expand our forces again soon. As mentioned before, during the Blood Rebellion, there are many ways to increase population. Besides the units currently available in the merit shop, which can be redeemed for over 10,000 units in total, after that, we can recruit a large number of refugees from destroyed towns or defeated soldiers. The second method is the fastest and most cost-effective. And the first? Exchange recruitment scrolls at the merit shop. Xiaoxing currently has no idea. It's simply because the names of these units are rather strange, all of them related to blood. Xiaoxing doesn't want to harbor a bunch of blood-sucking monsters in his territory. Besides, there's another, more important reason. Next, if this blood rebellion ends successfully, I prepare for the 3rd expansion of my territory. And this time, it's the largest expansion ever. I plan to upgrade directly to the Grand City level. But, building a Grand City requires not only vast resources, but also a large population. Building walls and various structures is a massive undertaking, and it won't be completed overnight. Currently, I have enough combatants in my territory. The remaining population should be used primarily to expand the staff. Xiaoxing's eyes gleamed deeply, and he looked forward to the day when his territory could expand to the size of a grand city. Of course, the scrolls in the battle merit shop still needed to be redeemed. Even if you don't summon them now, you can keep them in your backpack and summon them again when the population is sufficient. Then, his gaze shifted to a black building in the center of the territory. The building's overall streamlined form resembled a towering tower. It embodied a beautiful blend of technology and magic. Energy Tower, level 25. Area, 78.5 square meters. Height, 28 meters. Effect, increases the temperature within a 10-kilometer diameter area by 15 to 50 degrees Celsius. Additional effect, high energy state. Activating high energy state increases the territory's heating effect by an additional 20 to 40 degrees Celsius, but the hourly energy consumption triples. Cost, 1 hour/2 primary energy crystals. Materials required for next level, 100,000 refined iron, 50,000 copper, 30,000 mithril, 3,000 eternal gold ingots, 1,000 magic pattern stones, 500 master level elemental crystals. 0. Not bad. Compared to a level 21 energy tower, the heating range has been increased from 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers. In addition, the maximum heating temperature has also been significantly improved. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, looked at Duan beside him, and continued, "Well done. Next, you should lead the team to upgrade these 2 buildings. Especially the Lord's Castle. Upgrade it to level 20, as soon as possible. Our territory needs more people." The polar man immediately straightened up and replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Chao Xing then looked at Chao Yi, a nearby citizen. It's worth noting that this old man was only level 5 when he first arrived in this territory. After receiving special care from Chao Xing, he even possessed the combat power of a 4th-tier commander. It could be said that among all the staff in the territory, his rank was almost the highest. Despite his significant improvement in strength, Chao Yi maintained a low profile, never putting on airs in front of the other citizens. He personally handled all daily tasks and construction projects. Chao Xing said, "Chao Yi, you've been working hard lately." Ever since he last instructed Chao Yi to hand over all the territory's logistical work, the old man had been working tirelessly. He managed all the territory's affairs, both large and small, with impeccable order. Receiving the order, Chao Yi humbly said, "Your Excellency, you are too kind. This is all I have to do. And it's all thanks to the cooperation of the other subjects." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then continued, "What is the current situation in our territory?" The elder Chao Yi replied, "Your Excellency, we have been focusing on building the city wall and upgrading it to the expert-level frost wall. We are 2/3 complete. The last 100 or so walls will be completed within 10 days. Furthermore, we have also constructed a total of 47 corrosive arrow towers. Combined with various expert-level elemental arrow towers, they can provide effective defense." After a pause, Chao Yi continued, "In addition, there are those large-scale siege equipment. Mr. Locke, the goblin, recently produced 11 frost trebuchets. In addition, Mr. Harold at the blacksmith shop has also crafted 8 Nero's cannons. We have already installed all of these powerful devices on the city walls. Furthermore, we have modified these trebuchets and cannons, installing wheels on each device to enable rapid movement along the city walls to provide support in other locations." After Chao Yi finished speaking, Chao Xing's face once again showed satisfaction. Now, with the defensive structures in his territory, he was more than capable of handling a large-scale enemy attack. Even a hero-level warrior wouldn't dare face the concentrated fire of so many large artillery pieces. But hero-level creatures were no longer a threat to him. He needed power above the legendary level. He pondered, "There's a legendary quality blueprint in the marriage shop this time. A blueprint of this caliber must be extremely powerful. Guess I have to save up some merit and find a way to redeem it." Chao Xing continued to look at the old man before him and praised him. "You've done well, Chao Yi. I told you some time ago that our territory might be undergoing a major expansion, developing into a large city. What are your thoughts on that?" Hearing this, the old man's expression grew serious. "My lord, I've been reading quite a few books on management lately, and I've learned a bit. However, I've only ever managed the population of a small village before, and I have absolutely no experience managing a large city. I might be a little overwhelmed." At this point, he looked up and glanced at Chao Xing nervously, as if afraid his answer might anger the Lord. Chao Xing smiled, his tone soothing, "It's okay. I know managing a large city is a daunting task. You certainly can't do it alone. So from now on, I assign you some talented people in the relevant fields. They learn from you, and we all improve together. If I really encounter a problem I can't solve, I can also borrow some management talent from the Ice Crystal King in Yongshuang main city. Then you can ask them for their management experience." He truly meant it. After all, with his relationship with the Ice Crystal King, he wouldn't refuse a simple request to borrow a few people. Of course, whether or not to return them to him at that time was a matter for the future. After hearing Chao Xing's arrangement, the old man, Chao Yi, visibly relaxed. He nodded, his tone firm. "Then, I give it a try." Chao Xing's face lit up with an approving smile. "Very good. I believe in your abilities. However, our territory still needs a great deal of preparation before it can embark on its 3rd phase of expansion. Next, I have a task for you." Chao Yi immediately straightened his posture and said solemnly, "Lord, please give me your instructions." Chao Xing said slowly, "Select a few men and go to various locations across the snowstorm to collect refugees from destroyed villages and towns. If you encounter any fleeing soldiers along the way, you can bring them back. Tell them that we have a prosperous and stable territory here, where they can have enough food and clothing, and not worry about the threats of wild beasts and monsters. Although this old man possessed only the 4th level combat power, after receiving various blessings, his true combat power could crush a 10th level mutant overlord. Even if he simply took a few staff members with him, he could sweep across the entire snowstorm. Chao Yi also understood the importance of this matter, and immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord. I will go out and execute it immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind appeared behind the old man, carrying him to the city wall at an extremely fast speed. Then, he selected several strong young men who were working. After giving them a few instructions, he flew out of the territory with them. Chao Xing had no need to worry about Chao Yi's business capabilities. It was likely that a large number of people would soon arrive in his territory. However, a rapid population growth also means that the daily resource consumption will increase exponentially. With a population of over 10,000, the food costs alone are astronomical. Plus, I plan to expand the giant city, which will require even more resources. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but think of King Velan. This guy said last time that he moved the kingdom's resources to another hidden location. Hopefully, the resources there will be enough to support me in completing the 3rd phase of expansion. Chapter 635. Shaking his head, Chao Xing stopped dwelling on it. He continued walking towards the agricultural area of his territory. Not far away, he saw a large area covered by white greenhouses ahead. This agricultural area covered a full 200 mu, approximately 166 acres, considered quite large even among the survivors. Even many lords' territories were smaller in total area. Dozens of villagers from Grapevine Village and the group of female elves were busy in the fields. The villagers bent over the fields, their movements skillful and focused. The female elves, fluttering their transparent wings, irrigated each crop with the morning dew they had gathered. The scene before him was filled with vitality and harmony. Chao Xing paused to observe for a moment, then called over the old village chief Zelko. Currently, he was in charge of the territory's agriculture. Less than a minute later, an elderly man swiftly approached Chao Xing and respectfully said, "Lord, may you be well." Chao Xing nodded and asked directly, "Zelko, how is the current crop production in our territory?" The old village chief quickly reported, "Lord, we have divided each crop into zones according to your standards. Currently, we have 200 mu of fertile land in the territory, 120 mu of which are used to grow Kulin barley and Hanlu rice, and the remaining 80 mu are used to grow 2 cash crops, agate grapes and silver dew berries. Now that the territory has the help of these diligent elves, even the growth cycles of these magical plants have been significantly shortened. We only need 2 months to harvest. A single harvest can yield at least 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms of crops." The old village chief described it vividly, his tone filled with excitement and pride. He had been farming all his life, but he had never seen such efficient agricultural production magic. It was a true fusion of magic and wisdom. However, as Chao Xing listened to his report, he fell into deep thought. The 200 acres of fertile land in the territory might seem abundant, and the annual yield was astonishing. But the problem was that all of it was used to grow cash crops. And these crops, Chao Xing intended to trade with the Chamber of Commerce. In other words, there wasn't a single grain of food left in the territory for his own consumption. "This won't work," Chao Xing muttered softly. "Next, I plan to expand the territory into a massive city. By then, the entire territory will have at least tens of thousands of people. Without a stable food supply for such a large population, the consequences would be disastrous." After a moment's thought, Chao Xing raised his head. "Unless I can establish long-term, stable trade relationships with those guilds, exchanging these magical plants for large quantities of ordinary food. That way, not only can I earn a large amount of crowns, but I won't have to worry about food in the future. And once the giant city is built, I can carve out a larger area specifically for food production." Chao Xing had considered cultivating large tracts of fertile farmland outside his territory and stationing 2 soldiers there for protection. After all, there was still a vast expanse of land outside his territory waiting to be cultivated. However, this would eliminate the benefits of the pale trees growth bonus and the territory's special environmental protection. If a blizzard or other natural disaster strikes, all these crops will be destroyed. This is a common situation for most territories in this world. So, my agricultural areas must continue to be built within the territory. At worst, I can just spend more resources and expand the city walls. Chao Xing made up his mind and looked at the old village chief. With an encouraging look on his face, he said, "Thank you for your hard work, village chief Zelko. However, the territory will be undergoing another expansion plan, so we'll be recruiting many new people. When the time comes, I arrange for these new people to work on the agricultural development. You still need the hard work of the old village chief to guide them in learning how to plant and cultivate these crops. Hearing this, village chief Zelko said solemnly, "Rest assured, Lord, I will do my utmost to teach and supervise them. No one can slack off under my watch." After leaving the agricultural area of the territory, Chao-Shing arrived at the livestock area. Ahead appeared a neat row of cattle sheds, surrounded by a wooden fence. The number of intermediate cattle sheds here had increased from 7 to 11, and each one housed a large number of livestock. Most of them were magical creatures of considerable economic value, such as cloud yaks and light-feathered chickens. In addition, there are the bighorn sheep and alpine dairy cows that Old Mel brought with him when he first came to this territory. After several months of breeding, the territory now boasts many lively calves and fluffy lambs. These creatures generate substantial income for the territory daily. Chao-Shing saw several figures bustling about ahead, constantly moving in and out of the cattle sheds. They were feeding the livestock, cleaning the sheds, checking their health, and so on. These individuals were Old Mel and Dahua, along with 2 other villagers from Hog Village. With the increasing number of livestock in the territory, Old Mel and his 2 companions were no longer able to handle the workload, so they were assigned 2 more assistants. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Dahua spotted Chao-Shing outside the fence and immediately grabbed Old Mel's sleeve. Old Mel also put down his milking bucket and quickly ran over to him with Dahua, bowing. Chao-Shing asked, "Mr. Mel, how are the livestock in the territory doing?" Old Mel respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the number of ordinary yaks and sheep has increased to 348. The cloud yaks recently gave birth to 9 calves, bringing the total number of cloud yaks to over 120. However, the fastest growing are the bare-feathered chickens." He paused, then continued, "Their production is astonishing. The flock is practically at a fever pitch, with scores of bare-feathered chickens hatching every day. The number of bare-feathered chickens in the territory is now approaching 300. Including the unhatched eggs, the total is 500. At this point, Old Mel added with a hint of concern, "It seems we need to expand the chicken coop soon, otherwise we might not be able to accommodate so many bare-feathered chickens." Chao-Shing smiled and said, "That's okay. Once this bloody rebellion is quelled, I begin establishing a stable business system. The output of these magical creatures will become a vital source of income for our territory. When that happens, we not only expand the chicken coop, but also find ways to expand our collection of other magical creatures." After a pause, he looked back at the old man before him. "But you be in for a lot of hard work." According to Chao-Shing's plan, after the 3rd phase of expansion is complete and the giant city is built, agriculture will be managed entirely by the old village chief, Zelko. And animal husbandry, naturally, will fall to Old Mel. Hearing this, Old Mel shook his head, a gentle smile spreading across his wrinkled face. "You're exaggerating, Lord." Old Mel's voice was tinged with emotion. "Although caring for these cattle, sheep, and chickens is my job, I also enjoy it. Or rather, I enjoy interacting with these animals. Plus, you've recently been feeding us a variety of precious magical creature meats to improve our physical fitness and enable us to continuously make breakthroughs. My old bones feel more energetic than when I was young." Dahua next to him echoed, "Yes, Lord. We feel like we have endless energy every day now. If I didn't work during the day, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night." Chao-Shing smiled with relief upon hearing this. Throughout the development of the territory, whenever he obtained animal meat that could enhance stats, he would prioritize supplying it to the territory's personnel. The rest would be traded. Over the past few months, the physical fitness of the entire territory's staff had skyrocketed, and work efficiency had also increased significantly. Chao-Shing said, "Okay, then I trouble you, Mr. Mel." The old man shook his head humbly, and returned to work with Dahua. After inspecting the agricultural and livestock areas of the territory, Chao-Shing turned and headed towards the Lord's castle. Entering the castle, he once again saw the glittering throne in the center. Chao-Shing immediately used the Shining Nova special effect. Although it was the Blood Rebellion, he had already cleared the entire snowstorm plain, including the monsters in several nearby maps, so it had little impact on him. A shining star soared high into the sky, then plummeted rapidly towards a certain area. This time, the special resource point found by Shining Nova seemed to be quite far from the territory. It crossed directly across the snowstorm plain and arrived in an uncharted area. Chao-Shing glanced at the coordinates on the small map. It was over 600 kilometers away. Is the distance this time? He had been meaning to call the Centaur Harati over, as usual, and hand over the exploration mission to her. But then, He suddenly remembered that he had already dispatched all the centaurs to wipe out the Blood Legion, and even the other combatants had their own missions. Now, he was left with no one available. Chao Xing scratched his head. I used to think my territory was strong, but I never thought I'd be short-handed. But he quickly came up with a solution. The manpower issue is easy to solve. There are plenty of training camps in the territory. We just need to select a staff member and send him in for some training. We immediately have a strong enough force to carry out this mission. Chao Xing pondered quickly, and quickly decided on a candidate for training. He pressed the communication device. Sabina, meet me by the energy tower. A mature female voice echoed in his ears. I'd be right there, Lord. Chao Xing arrived at the energy tower and waited. Less than 2 minutes later, a figure approached quickly from the front. Sabina was dressed in a simple white cotton coat, her brown hair tied up and flowing naturally to one side. Her steps were light and steady, and her every gesture exuded a mature and stable aura. As a former physician, Sabina always exuded a reassuring aura. Approaching Chao Xing, this mature and steady woman quickly bowed and spoke respectfully. Lord, please give me your instructions. Chao Xing said nothing, but first glanced at her level. When she first arrived at the territory, this woman was just an ordinary person in her 20s. Although she had mastered certain combat techniques, she still fell far short of those who had undergone systematic training. However, after last night's improvement, her rank had already reached level 30, or 4th rank. Of course, rank wasn't the most important thing. After all, with the added bonus of her blessings, her current combat power far exceeded her rank alone. So, if she were trained as a combat class and mastered certain combat skills, Sabina would instantly become a top-tier expert. Sweeping the entire snowy plains would be no problem. Chao Xing said, Sabina, next, I plan to train you as a combat class, Shadow Assassin. We need you to join us in battles from now on. Are you willing? For Chao Xing, the addition or subtraction of 1 or 2 combatants didn't affect the overall situation. If she didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own life. Hearing this, the woman immediately raised her head and replied without hesitation, yes. Of course. Rather, this is the opportunity I've longed for. Her eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Ever since her last conversation with Chao Xing, Sabina had been thinking about contributing to the territory, but the opportunity had never come. Although she wanted to help Francesca, the witch's alchemy skills were far too advanced, completely on a different level. Sabina had no room to interfere. Now, she had finally received Chao Xing's instructions. Very good. Chao Xing nodded, then gestured, let's go. I take you there. Soon, the two of them walked, one in front and one behind, towards the 3rd ring of the territory. Sabina followed closely behind, her steps slightly hurried, appearing both nervous and excited. Soon, they arrived in front of a uniquely styled building. The building, clad in dark tones, resembled a single-story house. From within, the faint sound of blades wielding could be heard. This was the Shadow Assassin training camp, where unemployed civilians were trained to become powerful assassins. Come in, Sabina. Chao Xing paused, turned, and said to her, after the training, I give you the coordinates. Please help me explore that location. Yes, Lord. Sabina responded without hesitation, her eyes filled with determination. Then, she stepped into the training camp. Chao Xing pulled a training manual from his backpack and began training for her. Afterward, he mentally reviewed what remained to be done. Next, let's go see how many bottles of secret medicine Francesca has refined. This secret medicine is most effective during the Blood Rebellion. So, Chao Xing headed straight for the alchemy workshop. Pushing the door open, he was immediately filled with a rich medicinal aroma. At the same time, a graceful figure appeared before him. A half-blood witch in a dark purple dress was concentrating on her crucible. She merely raised her eyelids at Chao Xing's arrival and continued with her work. Seeing this, Chao Xing paid no attention. Francesca remained as solitary as ever, as if, aside from refining medicine, nothing in the outside world concerned her unless Chao Xing gave her a mission. Speaking of which, I have a relic in my backpack that could allow her to break through to legendary. Besides, Francesca also possesses status-based abilities, so she can level up even at home. If I can get her to heroic, she quickly reached the maximum level of 100, and then she can break through to legendary. But unfortunately, I don't have any extra hero hearts. Chao Xing shook his head helplessly, hoping that those who went out to fight today would surprise him. He walked up to the beautiful witch and asked, Francesca, how many bottles of secret medicine have you refined recently? At this question, She gradually raised her breathtakingly beautiful head and replied nonchalantly, "About 11,000 bottles." At this number, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with admiration. Though, considering the vast number of survivors, these 10,000 bottles were completely insignificant. However, Chao Xing had no intention of trading them. Instead, he planned to give them to Yao Yiming and the others. After all, this was the legion he had founded, so he naturally had to take care of it. "Well done, Francesca. Thank you for your hard work." The witch waved her hand and said casually, "It's my job. If you're not busy, I continue refining the medicine." Chao Xing paid no attention to her attitude. This woman was always incredibly dedicated to her work, not wanting to be disturbed. She was quite grateful for even taking the time to speak to him. Chao Xing shook his head and headed directly to the storage area at the back, where he retrieved all the over 10,000 bottles of potions. Obtained, Blood Suppression Secret Potion *11458. Then, he opened the Legion chat and invited all 3 deputy captains in. "Yao Yiming, Ji Xinyue, Tianjing, please report on the current battle situation." The 3 of them simultaneously noticed the newly appeared chat channel and the captain's message. Tianjing was the first to respond. "Boss, we've already led our army to the Central River region. More and more people are joining us, almost reaching 10 million. Deputy Captain Xinyue, Yao Yiming, and I are each leading a large army to clear out the Blood Legion from 3 directions. We're almost at Yongshuang's main city." Ji Xinyue also responded, "Captain, your subjects are incredible. They've wiped out a large number of Blood Legion soldiers, leaving some for us to deal with. The remaining Blood Legion soldiers were instantly wiped out by our concentrated fire. We've all earned a lot of merit." Chapter 636. After listening to their reports, a smile crept across Chao Xing's face. "Well done. This blood rebellion is both a crisis and an opportunity. Everyone, strive to earn as many merits as possible to improve your strength." After a pause, Chao Xing continued, "But now, one of you will find a nearby survivor's territory and use their market. I have a batch of potions to trade with you." The 3 were momentarily taken aback by this, but quickly reacted. Yao Yiming replied, "Captain, I go. I happen to be near a survivor's territory." After about 10 minutes, Yao Yiming said, "Captain, I've found one. The lord of this territory is Yi Wu, and we've already discussed it with him." "Okay, I go to the trading channel and add it." Quickly, Chao Xing opened the consignment page and listed 10,000 bottles of potions. He set it so that only the survivor Yi Wu could purchase them. As the transaction prompt appeared, Yao Yiming continued to reply in the Legion, "Captain, the potion has been received." "Okay, then you will continue to lead the survivors to the nearby maps and eliminate the Blood Legion. However, we must ensure the casualties of the survivors are low. Unless necessary, do not use the survivors. Simply have them hand over their subjects to you for unified command. After all, if their subjects kill the blood soldiers, the Lord will still receive military merit. Everyone has selfish motives. Even Chao Xing is no exception. As a blue-starred human, he did not want to see too many casualties among the survivor lords." Yao Yiming understood Chao Xing's meaning and said seriously, "I understand, boss. I arrange it right away." After giving these instructions, a whole morning had already passed. Chao Xing resumed his wandering around the territory. Meanwhile, at the Moment Eternal Legion headquarters, a woman with white hair and an astonishingly cold aura stood on the city wall, waiting. This woman was Bai Ji. As the leader of the 3rd Legion of the 4 regions, she possessed a strength of level 70. Add to that her talent and hidden profession, and her combat prowess was no slouch even among the natives of this world. After a moment, as if sensing something, she quickly raised her head, her gaze fixed on the sky. Then, she saw a brilliant aurora appear in the sky, slowly descending through the clouds. A faint figure could be seen within the aurora. The figure, clad in white armor, was breathtakingly beautiful, like a goddess from myth. An invisible pressure emanated, instantly enveloping the entire territory. At that moment, the remaining members of the entire legion felt a terrifying sense of oppression. When they saw the figure overhead, their eyes widened in amazement. So beautiful. Oh my God! How could such a beautiful and powerful woman exist? And she can fly! At this moment, the group of polar people exclaimed, "Mother Earth! The goddess has descended. Let's pay our respects to the goddess." The polar people knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, their eyes filled with awe and adoration. In the entire territory, only Bai Ji could withstand the terrifying pressure and remain standing. As the figure slowly descended, the brilliant aurora was absorbed into her body. The terrifying sense of oppression vanished. But despite this, every member of the territory still prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look directly at her face, as if simply looking at her was a form of blasphemy. This tall woman, with an otherworldly grace, sauntered before Baiji. She then extended a pale, jade-white hand, and politely said, "Hello, I'm Lu Mushua." Baiji awkwardly extended her right hand, and said softly, "Hello. Hello. I'm Baiji." After she finished, she froze in her tracks. She couldn't help but wonder, was that really me? What's wrong with me? A host of questions arose, making her even more embarrassed. Lu Mushua noticed her embarrassment, a gentle smile playing across her face. She whispered, "Captain Baiji, you're so beautiful. It's just as everyone says, powerful and beautiful, like the Ice Queen." Hearing her praise, Baiji felt even more embarrassed. "You must be joking." But Lu Mushua stepped forward, gently grasped her arm, and said seriously, "It's true, Captain Baiji. Your skin is so fair, and your hair is so beautiful. I'm so envious." At this point, Lu Mushua changed the subject. "By the way, Captain Baiji, I'm supposed to be older than you. From now on, I just call you Sister Baiji, okay?" The goddess-like beauty before her spoke so quickly that even Baiji couldn't keep up, and a look of bewilderment crossed her face. It seemed the Lu Mushua before her was a little different from what she had imagined, but she still whispered, "Call me whatever you want." "Great." Lu Mushua's face lit up once again, a bright smile on her face, looking delighted. And her current performance made Baiji feel more relaxed. Seeing the time was right, Lu Mushua got straight to the point. "Sister Baiji, Ah Xing asked me to come explore the inheritance with you. Is it free for you now?" Baiji understood what she meant and nodded gently. "Yes, I don't have much else to do right now." She tried to keep her voice calm, however. "The inheritance site is quite far from here, over 30 kilometers away. The journey may take some time." Hearing this, Lu Mushua smiled faintly and suddenly stepped forward to Baiji's side. Then, an arm wrapped around her slender waist. Baiji's eyes widened instantly. Before she could react, Lu Mushua had already flapped the wind wings behind her, carrying her into the sky. The instantaneous burst of speed was like a whirlwind. Below, the staff of the territory watched in bewilderment. By the time they realized what was happening, Baiji and Lu Mushua had vanished. The group of polar people exclaimed, "Oh my god! The Lord has been taken away by the goddess. Gods beware. I've always told the Lord to be reverent to the gods, but she completely disobeys me. This must be punishment from the goddess. Bogan, stop talking nonsense here. When the Lord returns, you definitely be punished. What should we do now? Should we rescue the Lord? I don't think so. That goddess is so beautiful, she wouldn't harm the Lord, right?" "Huh?" Thousands of meters in the air, Baiji stared blankly at the surroundings. It wasn't until the whistling wind whistled past her ears that she realized what was happening. Lu Mushua smiled faintly and asked softly, "Sister Baiji, are you scared?" Baiji took a deep breath and shook her head slowly. "It's okay. It's just that your sudden action caught me off guard." Lu Mushua's face flickered with a smile again. "Sorry, I'd be more careful next time." Faced with her smile, Baiji felt a sense of inferiority, afraid to meet her gaze. Even this usually cold woman felt completely suppressed when she came into contact with Lu Mushua. It wasn't just her beauty, but also her strength and aura. Baiji said in a whisper, "No need to apologize. Sometimes this feeling seems quite nice." "Huh? What did you say?" Baiji quickly shook her head and changed the subject, saying, "The angel heritage is in the forest ahead. There's an ancient church in there. Through the secret door at the back of the church, we enter a temple. Then, we reach the true site of the heritage." "Okay, let's go together," Lu Mushua replied softly. Then, the wind wings behind her flapped again, and her speed suddenly increased several times. In a single breath, she covered a distance of 4 or 5 kilometers. The sudden acceleration forced Baiji to clutch Lu Mushua's arm tightly. So fast. However, her shock didn't last long. A distance of dozens of kilometers, for a legendary powerhouse like Lu Mushua, would take only seconds to cross. Before she could react, the two had already reached their destination. Below them, a dense, snow-covered forest appeared. The forest's perimeter bore traces of the Blood Legion's devastation. Though days had passed, those bloody footprints hadn't vanished. However, the Blood Legion didn't seem to have entered the forest's interior, as if some power within it had intimidated them. Lu Mushua searched the forest for a while, and soon found the ancient church, looming within. "Is that it?" "Yes, we can just go down." I've already cleared the guards at the church entrance, Baiji replied. Lu Mushue chuckled again. You're amazing, Sister Baiji. Faced with her praise, Baiji once again shyly turned her head away, whispering, No, nothing. Let's get down first. Okay. Then, the two women landed steadily and entered the forest. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel destroyed a blood teleportation pillar, earning 2 million merits and 2 divine power fragments. Your territory member, Zevelin Donchi destroyed a blood teleportation pillar earning. After a whole morning, the 5 legendary warriors sent by Chao Xing had swiftly passed through the Ice Crystal Kingdom and arrived in the area of the Orchid Kingdom. They had directly destroyed 2 blood teleportation pillars. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with admiration again. Not bad. Binglan and the others are truly efficient. The number of blood teleportation pillars is dwindling. As long as we maintain the current pace, we'd be able to completely eradicate them all in a few days. The actions of these powerful warriors outside also brought Chao Xing a great deal of military merit. After a morning, his military merit had increased by another 10 to 20 million. These merits could be exchanged for master-level power hearts, boosting his combat effectiveness. I have to say, this feeling of becoming stronger just by lying at home is truly wonderful. Chao Xing mused silently with a smile on his face. Of course, while they were taking action, the Watchers were also busy. According to the information relayed by the Ice Crystal King, the Watcher leaders and the Bloodline leaders were active again today, raiding several major cities. They abducted all the soldiers and nobles within the cities, killing most of the civilians as well. Their methods were extremely brutal. Furthermore, they seemed to know that the kings could sense the presence of demigod-level warriors. Therefore, they raided only outlying cities. They acted swiftly, withdrawing immediately after their success, without delay. Clearly, these two powerful beings had been driven to desperation by Chao Xing. They had abandoned their demigod status, and began to personally engage in combat against the ordinary people. At the same time, Brun and the Dragon Speaker also received battle reports. They had been attacked by the Fresh Blood Lord and the Watcher leader today. But Brahm's formidable defense held him accountable. After receiving the massive blessing last night, Brahm's overall stats had skyrocketed. His base health increased by another 100 million, and his armor also increased significantly. With the bonus of Glacier Body, his health exceeded 3.6 billion, and his armor exceeded 800,000. At his peak, Brown was not only able to provide protection for several other teammates and share their damage, but he even withstood the attacks of 2 demigods for a full minute. When the Old King and the Lizardman leader arrived, Brahm's health was still at 200 million. Isabel still held a revelation, him in her hand. With this combination, Brown could easily withstand the attacks of 2 demigods for more than 2 minutes. That was enough time for the Old King and the Lizardman leader to arrive. In desperation, the Watcher leader and the Fresh Blood leader were forced to evacuate. After hearing about the battle situation over there, Chao Xing also smiled. Yes, Brown can still level up a few dozen more, so breaking 3.8 billion health shouldn't be a problem. So, he can hold out for a minute against 2 demigods. If he encounters a single demigod, he can easily hold out for 2 or 3 minutes or more. 2 or 3 minutes is enough time for them to accomplish many things. If Chao Xing had a few more ways to forcibly control a demigod, he could even attempt to mobilize the entire territory's might to defeat a single one. But, controlling a demigod is a bit difficult. Last time, I tried to seal the Warden leader with the Moon Orb, but the power within him negated it. And my Frost Prison, Ice Burial skill won't be able to control a demigod until I reach Legendary. In other words, there's really no way to control a demigod right now. Chao Xing felt a little regretful. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, his rate of improvement was already terrifying enough. You have to remember, a week ago, demigod status was still an insurmountable mountain for Chao Xing, weighing heavily on his heart. And now, in just a few days, he's gained the combat power to take on a demigod. This rate of progress is truly astonishing. Furthermore, Chao Xing has even prepared the divine fire required to break through to the demigod level. All that's left is for anyone in the territory to meet the requirements for a demigod breakthrough. Then, no matter how many demigods are in his foes, they pose no threat to him. I hope they can reach level 150 soon. Chao Xing took a deep breath. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. A system notification came. Your territory member, Sabina, has been successfully trained as a shadow assassin. Her basic attributes have increased by 30%. She has automatically mastered the following skills: Advanced Assassination Mastery, Shadow Stealth, Silent Assault. The gate to the training camp opened, and a figure in a black tight swiftly emerged. Then, with a light leap, she glided over the city wall like a flowing shadow, disappearing into the snow outside. Sabina had already left to carry out the exploration mission Qiao Xing had assigned her. Time flew by, and another 4 hours had passed. The sky had now completely darkened. Qiao Xing had been doing nothing all day. After touring the territory to prepare for the third expansion, he wandered around. Marielnina, his personal bodyguard, had been secretly protecting him. Qiao Xing glanced at the dark sky and whispered, "It's getting late. I go back to bed." Just as he was about to head towards the Lord's castle, he heard a call from Lu Muxue. After the call was connected, the other party's gentle voice soon rang out. "Ah Xing, are you free now?" "Of course I am." Qiao Xing chuckled, "Have you already entered the inheritance?" Lu Muxue replied, "Yes, my sister Baiji and I have both entered the inheritance and have successfully passed the first 3 rounds of trials. According to estimates, there are about 3 more rounds of trials to go. It may take some time to conquer this inheritance, so I won't be able to return to the territory tonight." Qiao Xing replied calmly, "It's okay, Muxue. Take care of yourself out there. Contact me if you need anything." "Yes." Lu Muxue's voice was tinged with sweetness, and the two of them spoke like a newlywed couple. Baiji, standing nearby, looked at Lu Muxue with a strange expression. She had witnessed firsthand how Lu Muxue had instantly dispatched powerful monsters with a single skill in the previous 3 rounds of trials. Baiji, despite possessing a hidden class, was a master-level expert. Yet, she had exerted all her energy to barely make it through the previous rounds. Lu Muxue's effortless dispatching of her enemies left Baiji marveling at her strength. Yet, this formidable woman displayed such a feminine demeanor during her conversation with Qiao Xing. This contrast struck Baiji as strange, even unbelievable. At this moment, Qiao Xing seemed to recall something and continued, "By the way, after you clear this trial, take a look at the rewards. If there's anything you need, you can talk to Baiji and see if they can exchange it for it. I give her ample compensation." Lu Muxue replied softly, "I understand, Xing. I discussed this with Baiji." After a brief exchange, the two hung up. Chapter 637. Meanwhile, Lu Muxue and Baiji stood in a magnificent and sacred hall. Illuminated by a strange light, it was as bright as day. Surrounding the hall stood towering stone statues, each one vivid and lifelike, as if poised to awaken at any moment. The statues took on various forms, including soaring griffins, sacred unicorns, and winged pegasus. Baiji explained, "In this 4th round of trials, you must defeat each of the 12 angelic guardian beasts in turn. They will revive one by one, starting with the griffin, then the sacred deer, the eagle, the white bear. With each new guardian beast, its level and strength will gradually increase. By the time the 5th statue, the Pegasus, revived, it had even reached level 75, which is heroic." At this point, Baiji added with a hint of frustration, "I've come in and challenged several times, but each time I failed in the 5th round. I can't defeat heroic level enemies, even with my best efforts. But fortunately, if you can't defeat them here, you can run away. If you encounter..." Baiji suddenly shut up, as if realizing she'd been overthinking. After all, she already knew from the last server-wide announcement that the woman before her had reached the legendary realm. Moreover, she was the first survivor in the entire server to possess legendary combat power. For such a powerful being, dealing with these heroic-level enemies would be no problem at all. After listening to her explanation, Lu Muxue nodded gently and asked calmly, "Okay, can I go over there and start the challenge now?" "Yes." Baiji nodded in response. "Go to the center of the hall, and the challenge will automatically begin." Lu Muxue, ancient sword in hand, walked calmly to the center of the hall. Then, as if she had triggered some mechanism, the entire hall shook violently. Boom! At the same time, the 12 surrounding stone statues simultaneously transformed. The stone skin on their bodies rapidly shed, as if about to come alive. Seeing this, Baiji's eyes flashed with shock and panic. She quickly shouted a warning, "Lu Muxue, the trial format has changed. Before, these stone statues revived one by one, but this time, they appear simultaneously. The difficulty has increased dramatically. Let's get out of here." Her tone was filled with obvious anxiety. After all, the difficulty of challenging monsters one by one was completely different from the difficulty of 12 guardian beasts revived simultaneously. While she knew Lu Muxue was powerful, the monsters in this trial were not to be underestimated. A heroic level guardian beast had already appeared in the 5th round. Who knew to what degree the guardian beasts would soar in the next 7 rounds? However, Lu Muxua remained standing, her expression calm, as if everything was under her control. At the same time, the 12 guardian beasts fully revived. As soon as they appeared, a sacred and intense white light erupted from their bodies, like an angelic blessing descending upon them, dramatically increasing their power. Cry! Roar! Along with terrifying roars, 12 guardian beasts rushed towards Lu Muxua from all directions. Bai Ji, standing nearby, once again looked panicked. She had already sensed the terrifying aura of these guardian beasts. When she probed a few of them, she saw a series of question marks. This meant that these guardian beasts were definitely above level 90, or at least tier 10. Bai Ji knew that legendaries were powerful, but the enemy before her was equally formidable. Instantly, a wave of panic washed over her. At the same time, Lu Muxua had already switched to a combat stance. She leaned down slightly, her left hand holding a shield, her right hand gripping a long sword. She stood calmly, like a heroic female warrior. Cry! With a resounding cry, a sky eagle swooped down from the sky, its claws like hooks, bearing a whistling sound that tore through the air. Just as the enemy was about to reach her, Lu Muxua gripped her shield tightly and deflected. Bang! With a dull thud, the sky eagle was flung back, a stunned symbol appearing above its head. Before it could react, a flash of aurora suddenly appeared, and it approached the sky eagle at an even faster speed. The ancient sword in her hand instantly left an afterimage. Puff! Puff! Following a series of flesh-piercing sounds, 7 or 8 terrifying damage numbers appeared. -277, 1563. -289, 6642. -156, 2045. -29526 This Sky Eagle, possessing the strength of a level 80 commander, was instantly slain. It transformed into a stone statue, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Bai Ji was still dazed. But she saw Lu Muxua charging into the horde of monsters, unleashing a slaughter. Buzz! Buzz! A beautiful yet dangerous figure, darting back and forth across the hall at breakneck speed, followed by streaks of aurora power. Every time she paused, she would appear beside a guardian beast. Then, wielding the ancient sword, she instantly dispatched the enemy. Swish! Puff! One guardian beast after another transformed into stone statues, falling to the ground. And so, she battled the monsters in the hall with imperturbable ease. She didn't even bother to use her angelic form. 54 seconds later. With Lu Muxua's final strike, the giant celestial lion froze in place, its body rapidly turning to stone. The entire battle took less than a minute. The enemies hadn't even managed to touch the edge of Lu Muxua's clothing before the battle was over. This was her current combat prowess. Enhanced by a series of terrifying skills, he had already far surpassed even the average legendary level warrior. An enemy of this level posed no threat at all. A notification appeared. You have successfully passed the 4th round of the Angel Trial. Please claim your rewards. After the notification, a strong tremor gradually began to ripple through the hall. Boom! At the same time, the stone platform in the center of the hall slowly rose. Then, a long-forgotten Haoyue treasure chest appeared before her. A gentle smile played on Lu Muxua's lips, and she looked at the white-haired woman beside her and said, Sister Bai Ji, let's go open the treasure chest together. It was only then that Bai Ji finally woke up from her dream. She suppressed her shock and tried to remain calm, saying, You should open this treasure chest. I didn't do anything the whole time, so I'm not qualified to open it. If there's something in there that suits me, just give it to me when you feel like it. Hearing this, Lu Muxua smiled faintly. She didn't refuse, and went forward to open the treasure chest. With a flash of intense white light, the treasure chest was successfully opened. Lu Muxua bent down and picked up a white necklace from the chest. The necklace was crafted entirely from white metal, intricately engraved with a wing pattern, and a shimmering, translucent gem hung in the center. The entire necklace exuded a sacred and tranquil aura. Glancing at the necklace's attributes, Lu Muxua's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. It's actually an epic quality necklace? And it looks like it has pretty good stats. I show it to Ah Xing when we get back. Thinking of this, Lu Muxua turned and said, Sister Bai Ji, this necklace is helpful to me. I take it for now. I have Ah Xing give you other equipment as compensation later. Hearing this, Bai Ji casually said, It's fine if you don't need compensation. That won't do. Lu Muxua shook her head. After all, this inheritance originally belonged to you. I've robbed you of your opportunity, so I must give you adequate compensation. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable holding it. Baiji pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright then. After you clear the trials here, you can give me whatever you want. Hearing her agreement, Lu Mushua's face once again smiled. Sister Baiji, let's continue. Okay, follow me. We passed through this hall and entered the 5th round. With that, Baiji took the lead and headed forward. Lu Mushua followed closely behind, and together they stepped into an ancient stone door. Boom! The stone door behind them slammed shut, and darkness suddenly enveloped them. Even Lu Mushua, at the legendary level, couldn't see through this darkness. And just then, as a ray of light appeared ahead, the scene before them instantly shifted. They found themselves in a boundless space, enveloped by a blend of soft light and deep darkness. Then, this light and darkness gradually transformed into a series of barriers. The space beneath their feet seemed to extend infinitely, separating Lu Mushua and Baiji. Sister Baiji. The change happened so quickly that Lu Mushua didn't even react. After a moment of dizziness, he and Baiji found themselves in separate, strange passages. This passage was composed of countless barriers of light and darkness, each of which constantly shone with illusions. Lu Mushua even saw a graceful young girl appear on a barrier of light ahead. She stood there, extending her right hand in an invitation. This little girl was none other than Lu Mushua herself as a child. And on the barrier of darkness ahead, an elderly woman lay in a hospital bed. Her wrinkled face seemed to be in great pain, but as she looked at Lu Mushua, she managed a kind smile. This old woman was Lu Mushua's grandmother, who once loved her dearly. The figures within each barrier whispered, trying to seduce her mind. The little girl spoke in a clear voice, Big sister, come quickly. I take you back to your own world. The old woman on the hospital bed softly called Xiaoxue. Come into grandma's arms, let me hold you again. Faced with these bewitching voices and scenes, Lu Mushua remained unmoved. She gathered herself and softly asked, Sister Baiji, are you experiencing these visions over there as well? After a moment's wait, Baiji's voice echoed from the empty space ahead. The contents of the 5th round of this angel trial are a bit strange. I haven't been here before, so I don't know what the contents are. Hearing this, Lu Mushua lowered her head, as if in thought. Just then, a system prompt appeared before the two women. Challengers, please note that you have successfully initiated the 5th round of the angel trial, Trial of Light. Trial details, enter the tunnel between light and darkness. You will reach the end only after completing the trial of the heart. This trial tests the challenger's perception and judgment. Only by truly facing your inner fears and desires can you find the right path. Light or darkness, which side do you choose? Are you steadfast in your path? After the continuous stream of prompts ended, a look of realization crossed Lu Mushua and Baiji's faces. Trial of Light? You must reach the end of the tunnel to pass the trial. Lu Mushua raised her head and whispered, Sister Baiji, it seems this trial isn't meant to test our fighting prowess. Yes, Baiji replied, and we need to coordinate and reach the finish line together. This is going to be a bit tricky. Her brow furrowed slightly, a hint of worry evident. Hearing this, Lu Mushua offered encouragement, It's okay, Sister Baiji. Let's work together, and we definitely make it. Baiji's expression shifted slightly. For some reason, even though this was her first encounter with Lu Mushua, she had a blind faith in this woman's words, as if her voice held some kind of magic. Baiji replied yes. Let's take on this challenge together. Then, they resolutely stepped into the passage. Time flew by, and the night passed quickly. The next day, at dawn, a server-wide notification appeared again. Attention all survivors. The Blood Legion activated 5 more blood teleport pillars last night, sending even more blood legions into this plane. Thanks to your efforts, the number of teleport pillars has been significantly reduced. All server survivors receive a planar will reward, merit *10,000. Please continue this effort to prevent the Blood Legion from further damaging this plane. Number of remaining teleportation arrays, 29. Today's weather, light snow turning to heavy snow in some areas, temperatures between -56 degrees Celsius and -78 degrees Celsius. When the notification ended, the chat channel erupted again. A 10,000 merit reward for the entire server. Holy crap. Holy crap. This reward is so damn generous. I can redeem it for 10 corrupted blood barbarian recruitment scrolls. Indeed, picking up 10,000 merit for free is so cool. Brothers, we should thank Boss Chao Xing. It's him who's been clearing out the blood teleport pillars and killing those blood soldiers. Not only has our casualties dropped significantly, but we've all benefited greatly. Yes. These past few days, I've seen several legendary warriors under boss Chaoxing's command come to the Orchid Kingdom. They've destroyed many blood teleport pillars. And not just those teleport pillars. These legendary warriors would also attack other places when they saw the blood army. We were saved by them. If it weren't for his warriors, who knows how many of us would have died. Boss Chaoxing is truly the hope of our Blue Star race. For a moment, the vast majority of the survivors across the server felt an even stronger sense of gratitude towards Chaoxing. After all, they had indeed benefited tangibly from Chaoxing's actions. The chat channels in the 4 major districts, however, presented a different picture. Fuck. There's a Blood Legion squad hiding in the Sunset Forest of the Blissband Wilds, over 1,000 strong. Come on, brothers. Damn it. Is there such a thing? They're really well hidden. Our Samsara Legion will be here to take them down. Brothers from the Central River region, are you guys here? I found an ancient teleportation array here. It looks like a Blood Legion teleportation pillar, but it's not fully activated yet. There are over 100,000 Blood Legion troops stationed here. We need support. Central River region? Brothers from the Star Moon Legion seem to be there. Call Captain Ji Shinua. No need to shout. Captain Shinua has already seen it, and will be bringing his men over soon. Other brothers can join us. For the sake of military merit, charge. Chaoxing also saw the system notification, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Not bad, I've actually triggered the server-wide reward. Ever since the battle the day before yesterday, when I killed so many Centurions of the Blood Legion, the rate of opening blood teleport pillars has dropped significantly. Plus, my legends are still destroying the pillars, and survivors from all over the world are uniting. The situation is very favorable. If the Watchers don't have any backup plans, then this operation is doomed to failure. No one could have imagined that the Watchers had been planning for thousands of years, and making thorough preparations. But because of Chaoxing's actions, the Blood Rebellion was about to be extinguished before it could even fully erupt. At this moment, even the Nightmare Goddamn and the Demon Lord were feeling extremely depressed. Not only had the blood corroding the barrier receded, but the number of teleport pillars was also decreasing. There was even less hope for them to make it. Chaoxing rose from his bed alone, stretched his muscles, and washed up. As he descended from the castle's second floor, he saw steaming food already laid out on the dining table in the first floor hall. On it sat a bottle of fresh milk and steaming bread. Up ahead, the cooks in the territory rose early every day to prepare breakfast for him and Lu Mushua. Chaoxing glanced at it casually, and the information for these 2 items appeared before him. Fresh cloud yak milk, green, * 450 ml. Fresh Kulin barley bread, green, * 2. His breakfast was quite sumptuous. This bottle of milk and bread were worth at least 10,000 or 20,000 kronor, equivalent to an average person's annual income, yet he devoured it in a single meal. But Master Chao, now the owner of such a vast territory, didn't care. As he drank his milk, he opened the system panel and reviewed his military achievements. Merit, 47,423,300. Not bad. Yesterday's battles gave me nearly 50 million more merit. What can I redeem these merit points for? Currently, the merit shop's most valuable relic boxes have been redeemed. The remaining items, besides a few hundred master-level hearts of power, can be redeemed for some valuable items. For example, the blueprint interface even has legendary quality blueprints for the Blood Destroyer Tower. However, it requires a full 200 million merit points. Even at Chaoxing's current pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to accumulate. Chaoxing shook his head. Besides the legendary Blood Destroyer Tower blueprint, there are other good ones as well. It's a good thing I still have plenty of merit points right now. Let's redeem them, and see what they can do. Then, he directly clicked on the Merit Shop's blueprint interface. Chapter 638. Thinking of this, Chaoxing directly opened the blueprint interface. Then, with a wave of his hand, he selected all the blueprints he was interested in. Do you want to spend 1 million merit points to exchange for the Blood Crystal Amplification Tower blueprint? Do you want to spend 5 million merit points to exchange for the Blood Demon Hatching Nest blueprint? Do you want to spend 10 million merit points to exchange for the Blood Altar blueprint? Do you want to spend 10 million merit points to exchange for the Blood Cannon Crafting blueprint? 4 prompts appeared in a row, and Chaoxing clicked OK on each one. In an instant, 26 million merit points were consumed. But compared to the speed at which he was earning merit points, this expenditure was nothing. Now, let's take a look at the properties of these blueprints. With anticipation, Chaoxing unfolded the properties of each blueprint. Blood Crystal Amplified Tower Construction Blueprint, High Quality, Rare. Building area, 54 square meters. Building height, 21 meters. Building effect, increases the attack power of all defensive towers in your territory by 20% and grants them a bleed effect on their attacks. Bleeding, upon attack, the tower enters a bleeding state, reducing its health by 20% of its attack power per second. Stacks up to 5 times. Required materials, 200 blood crystals, 50,000 stones, 20,000 iron, 1,000 mithril. Blood Demon Hatching Nest Blueprint. Quality, epic. Blanket description, build a nest in your territory. By pouring a large amount of blood into it, you can hatch a blood demon with a rank 6 combat power. Blood Demon possesses blood binding, blood sacrifice, siphon slash. Skills. Building area, 472 square meters. Armor, 5,000. Durability, 100,000/100,000. Hatching rate, 2 per day. Consumption, 500 liters of blood per hour. Construction materials, blood crystal 1,000, wood 50,000, stone 50,000, refined iron 10,000, mithril 1,000. Note, this building has no requirements for the blood strength or race, but adding more powerful blood will increase the chance of elite and boss level blood demons appearing. Blood Altar Construction Blueprint. Quality, epic. Blueprint description, build a blood altar in your territory. By sacrificing the corpses of numerous powerful beings, you can summon powerful vampire counts, vampire banshees, vampire princes, and more. Building area, 145 square meters. Armor, 10,000. Durability, 100,000/100,000. Sacrifice effect, sacrificing a normal corpse. There is a chance to summon a lower-level vampire creature of the same level, such as a blood servant or blood bat. Sacrificing an elite or boss corpse. There is a chance to summon a lower-level vampires of the same level, such as blood knights, blood mages, etc. Sacrificing a leader or commander-level corpse. Slight chance of summoning a mid-level vampire of the same level, such as a vampire earl, a banshee, etc. Sacrificing a master-level corpse. Slight chance of summoning a higher-level vampire of the same level, such as a vampire prince, a vampire overlord, etc. Construction materials, 500 blood crystals, 20,000 wood, 30,000 stones, 5,000 fine iron, 500 magical rune stones. Blood Cannon Crafting Blueprint. Quality, epic. Blueprint description, can be found in the territory. The text then abruptly shifts topics. Attack damage, 89,452 to 91,432. Attack with a blood explosion effect, dealing 100% splash damage to all enemies within 30 meters and randomly inflicting 1 to 3 blood curses. Maximum range, 4,500 meters. Required crafting requirements, Master Level Forging Mastery, 20 blood crystals, 20,000 refined iron, 1,000 mithril, 200 Master Level Elemental crystals. After reviewing the attributes of these 4 blueprints, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Huh? The attributes of these 4 blueprints all seem pretty good. Although this blood crystal amplification tower is the cheapest, it's the most important building to me of the 4. It increases the attack power of all arrow towers by 20% and adds a bleeding effect, which will elevate the territory's defense to a whole new level. Besides that, the Blood Demon Hatching Nest and Blood Altar are also very interesting. The former can mass-produce large numbers of level 6 blood demons simply by injecting blood, and there's no requirement for the blood's race. The latter's blood altar can summon vampires of varying ranks based on the strength of the sacrificed corpse, even capable of summoning vampires, like the Grand Duke. However, the blood altar's functions seem to overlap with Hilda's. After all, Hilda also needs the corpses of powerful individuals to hatch her blood spiders. I just have to wait until I have extra corpses and sacrifice them to the blood altar. Chao Xing silently made up his mind. As for the final blueprint, the blood cannon is equally powerful, rivaling the Nero's cannon in attack power, and even boasts a special effect. Most importantly, this thing doesn't require reloading. That alone makes it completely superior to the Nero's cannon. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. My territory has sufficient resources, more than enough to construct these buildings. Thinking of this, he immediately clicked on all 4 blueprints to study. After finishing his breakfast, Chao Xing quickly finished his breakfast. Then he pushed open the gate of the Lord's castle. Just as he was about to call Duan over to start constructing the new buildings, he spotted a figure standing at the doorway. She was dressed in a black leotard, framing her slender, graceful figure, and exuding a chilling aura. She seemed to have been waiting there for a while. But the sight of this figure suddenly struck Xiaoxing as unfamiliar. "Who are you?" When she slowly raised her head, Xiaoxing recognized her. With a hint of surprise on his face, he asked, "Are you Sabina?" "Yes, my lord." Her voice was low and soft, and she said respectfully, "I became like this after I changed my job to shadow assassin." Xiaoxing nodded slightly, then smiled, "Not bad. It suits you quite well." Hearing this, Sabina lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. At that moment, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Lord, I have something to report to you. I've already explored the place you asked me to go yesterday. It's a unique forest. In the center, I discovered a large grove of red gold oak trees, dozens of them." Sabina's tone was tinged with excitement. "Oh, what are red gold oaks?" The Shining Throne randomly searches for precious resource sites, which naturally include not only minerals but also wood. So it's no surprise that they find such a rare resource. Sabina explained, "The red gold oak is an extremely precious magical plant. It's a brilliant red gold color, and is very beautiful. Furthermore, the wood processed from the red gold oak is incredibly hard. Using it to forge weapons and armor not only increases portability, but also hardness and durability. If used to build houses, it can significantly enhance their sturdiness. Legend has it that buildings made from red gold oak will not decay even after 10,000 years. Furthermore, the bark and leaves of this oak can be extracted to produce a substance called red gold essence, which, combined with other ingredients, can be used to craft epic quality potions. It can significantly increase the damage dealt by weapons." A sudden realization flashed in Xiaoxing's eyes. Sabina, as a physician, also possessed expert-level poison mastery, so she had a good understanding of certain plants. According to her explanation, this red gold oak was truly valuable. Practically every part of it was a treasure. If they could all be transplanted and planted in their own territory, even if they weren't processed for lumber, they would be a great choice for landscape trees. Xiaoxing pondered, "But digging up these red gold oaks and transplanting them to my territory is a massive undertaking. After all, my giant strength vine can only be used within my own territory. Those plants outside can only be dug by hand. That task could be assigned to Dazhuang. He could lead a few large mining robots, and it should be done quickly. But transporting them over 600 kilometers back and forth is also a problem. So, in addition to the mining robots, we need a fleet of vehicles." Thinking of this, Xiaoxing silently made a decision. At this moment, Sabina continued, "My lord, there's one more thing." Xiaoxing raised his head. "You say?" "Sabina, precious magical plants, like the red gold oak, are usually guarded by powerful monsters. I encountered a guardian beast like that this time, an ancient tree demon. After a fierce battle, I successfully slew it. Here are the items it dropped. Please take a look." As she finished speaking, a deep red crystal and a green heart appeared in her hands. The latter heart, in particular, was still throbbing, as if imbued with a powerful life force. Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise, because this heart looked similar to the century-old tree heart he had obtained from the point's wheel. He solemnly accepted everything from Sabina's hands. "Obtain, Hero's Heart *1. Obtain, Blood of the Mighty *1. Obtain, Dryad Heart, orange. Obtain, Wrathful Spirit Crystal *75. Obtain, Master Level Elemental Crystal *169. Wow! Not only does he have an epic quality heart, but he also has a hero's heart. What level was the Dryad Sabina killed?" Confused, Xiaoxing quickly scrolled through the battle information. "Your territory member, Sabina, killed a level 84 Wrathful Dryad, a boss-level creature, surpassing her level and gaining 672,000 x 4,500% equals 3,326,400 experience points. Combatants' experience points gained, 346,000. Oh my god! It was a level 84 boss Dryad? That's outrageous. You have to remember, Sabina was only a level 30 elite creature. Normally, she'd be killed in a single encounter against such an enemy. However, with the help of a series of powerful blessings, she leapt nearly 50 levels higher, killing monsters, and her experience multiplier reached an absurd 45x. Even Xiaoxing sighed in awe. It was truly incredible, and after that sigh, a look of delight gradually crossed his face. "It's just perfect. I was just wondering where to get a hero's heart, and Sabina turned around and found it for me. This woman's performance is impressive. We could invest some resources in training her." Glancing at Sabina's level, after defeating the powerful Dryad, she soared to the maximum level of 40. With a wave of his hand, Chao Xing exchanged an expert-level Heart of Strength at the dragon shop and handed it to her. Sabina, this is your reward. The woman gazed at the Heart of Strength in his hand, her eyes gradually filling with longing. She solemnly accepted it and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord." With that, Sabina crushed the crystal and entered a breakthrough state. She had no second thoughts about sacrificing a hero's heart only to receive an expert-level strength heart in return. After all, Sabina knew clearly that everything she had was thanks to the man before her. If Chao Xing hadn't taken her in and given her strength, forget crushing a 9th-level leader. She would still be a fugitive, wanted by the nobles and homeless. While Sabina was breaking through, Chao Xing examined the attributes of the other Dryad heart he had just acquired. Tree Demon Heart Orange. Quality, Epic. Item Effect 1. The heart of a 1,000-year-old tree demon, imbued with immense vitality, accelerates the growth of any magical plant by 100 years. Item Effect 2. Upon consumption, instantly increases maximum health by 100,000 points and adds 20 years to lifespan. 20 years of lifespan. That's even comparable to a legendary blood core. Quite impressive. Chao Xing decided to keep the tree demon heart for now. After all, the Ice Crystal King and the Lizardman Chieftain had already absorbed 5 legendary blood cores, increasing their lifespans by hundreds of years, more than enough for the upcoming battle. He also needed to find a way to accelerate the growth of the pale tree in his territory. After the pale tree has grown for 1,000 years, not only will its monster-killing experience points increase by 100%, but it may also awaken the Holy Tree Spirit. Once the Holy Tree Spirit awakens, this pale tree could even regenerate into the omniscient and omnipotent Pale Holy Tree. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. As he pondered this, Sabina's breakthrough was nearing completion. Her breakthrough was also proceeding smoothly. A shadowy aura spread, and a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Sabina, has successfully broken through to a Tier 5 elite creature, increasing her basic attributes by 100% and her health by an additional 50%. Huh? Sabina took a deep breath, as if adjusting to the surge of power within her. Looking at Chao Xing, gratitude once again filled her eyes. I have successfully broken through to Tier 5. Thank you, Lord, for your care. Chao Xing waved his hand and chuckled. Nothing. Go and rest. I assign you other tasks later. Yes. With that, Sabina entered Shadow Stealth mode and vanished silently. At the same time, Chao Xing called Duan and Dazhuang over. The two polar men walked side by side, their faces beaming with joy, and they chatted from time to time. In private, they also had a good relationship. The two men approached Chao Xing and bowed respectfully, saying, "Lord, may you be well." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then looked at Duan beside him, and instructed, "I've recently acquired a batch of new blueprints, and I need you to build them. Prioritize the Blood Crystal Amplification Tower, then the Blood Demon Hatching Nest, and the Blood Altar. Of course, progress on the Lord's Castle must also be maintained. If you're short on manpower, you can send back some of the polar people who are gathering resources." Duan wrote down the tasks he had issued one by one, then respectfully said, "I guarantee your completion, Lord." With that, he quickly turned and began to arrange for the personnel. Chao Xing then looked at Zhuang, the polar people before him. "Next, you also have a mission. Take 20 transport vehicles and 2 large excavation robots and head to a forested area beyond the snowstorm. Deep in that forest are many red gold oak trees. I need to transport all of them back to the territory. Try to avoid any damage along the way. Any problems?" Hearing this, Zhuang scratched his head and said shyly, "My lord, with these iron lumps, digging up the red gold oak trees shouldn't be a problem. But transporting these oaks by truck might lead to unexpected problems. The terrain of the snowstorm plain is too complex, with many deep pits covered by snow. A truck could easily get stuck." Chao Xing frowned slightly. Zhuang's words made sense. After all, this was a journey of over 600 kilometers, and with a plant as large as the red gold oak, unexpected problems were inevitable. At this point, the polar man, Zhuang, seemed to have noticed Chao Xing's concerns and tentatively suggested, "How about you send me a few goblin airships? Once we dig up the red gold oak, we can use those strong vines to tie the ends together, and then hoist them up using 2 goblin airships. That way, we can ensure the oaks are safely transported back to our territory." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes gradually lit up. This was a good idea. With a hint of a smile, he said, "Not bad, Dazhuang. You've actually learned to use your brain. It seems you've made considerable progress recently. The polar man immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, I'm only able to come up with these ideas thanks to your constant training and guidance, Lord. Ever since you helped us advance, I feel my brain has become even more effective. Chao Xing nodded, understanding. For creatures in this world, every advancement represents a transformation of their life level. After all, a 100% increase in all attributes, in addition to strength, agility, and physique, also enhances mental strength. So it's no surprise that Dazhuang is gone from a polar man who only knew how to work to someone with normal human logic. Chao Xing said approvingly, excellent. From now on, all 32 goblin airships in the territory will be yours. Just ask Chao Yi for the number of men you need. Let's begin now. Yes, Lord. Dazhuang replied solemnly. Then he turned around and began to carry out the mission Chao Xing had assigned him. Boom! Soon after, accompanied by a roar, the energy cores of the goblin airships activated, and dozens of them slowly soared into the sky. Chao Xing watched them depart, thinking, great. We've almost finished everything we need to do in the territory. Next, we can directly help Francesca reach the hero level. Chapter 639. Chao Xing, clutching the hero's heart, walked toward the alchemy workshop. However, when he pushed open the door, he found no one inside. The witch seemed still awake. Is it too early? Chao Xing shook his head. Just as he was about to go outside to look for Francesca, a figure approached. It was the beautiful witch. Today, she had changed into a white dress that perfectly framed her graceful figure. She looked like a blooming snow lotus, pure and elegant. Chao Xing's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Francesca noticed his gaze, tilted her head slightly, and asked softly, what's wrong? Chao Xing smiled, and shook her head. Nothing, just seeing you in this kind of clothing for the first time is a bit surprising. The witch's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. It's nice to try a different style once in a while. Chao Xing nodded, then pulled a heart of power from his backpack, emitting a vast pulsing energy, and handed it to her. Use this thing first. Francesca's gaze fell on the crimson crystal in his hand, and a flicker of emotion flashed in her deep eyes. I see. She extended her hands, solemnly accepting it, and added, thank you. With a gentle pinch of her fingertips, the crimson crystal shattered instantly. The immense power contained within was absorbed completely by her. Instantly, an invisible whirlwind seemed to sweep around them, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent, as if they were in a primeval forest. As a forest witch, she controls the aura of the forest. Her combat power is also quite impressive. Especially her commander-level skill. Witch Domain, which can even seal a group of enemies. Chao Xing had previously tested it, and it even works on legendary-level warriors. Quite extraordinary. However, she'd been busy refining various potions lately, and Chao Xing was mainly helping her improve her secondary class skills. Her primary class hadn't been improved in a while. Time flew by, and 3 or 4 minutes had passed. Francesca's breakthrough was also quite smooth. Amidst waves of powerful spiritual energy, a system notification sounded. Your territory member, Francesca, has successfully reached hero-level status, increasing her basic attributes by 100%, her attack range by 200%, and her prosperity by 50%. At this moment, Francesca, having successfully transformed into an 8th-level creature, suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she gracefully walked towards Chao Xing. As she walked, green leaves swirled around her, like a forest goddess approaching. Chao Xing also noticed that Francesca's body had undergone subtle changes. Her dark brown hair had grown almost 10 centimeters longer, swaying gently in the air like a serpent. Chao Xing's figure appeared in her deep eyes, as if the entire world was left with only the two of them. A moment later, Francesca had retracted the powerful spiritual energy. Approaching Chao Xing's side, she gently pressed her collar, bowed slightly, and said, I have successfully broken through. Please give me new instructions. Not bad. Chao Xing praised, next, returned to refining the medicine. You are not needed for combat yet. I call you back for a mission later. I understand. Francesca nodded gently, then walked slowly towards the alchemy workshop. After she left, Chao Xing thought to himself, good, Francesca has also successfully broken through. Next, I can wait for her level to gradually increase. And then, I have another legendary witch in my territory. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. Afterwards, he continued to idle around the territory. Although he still had a lot of things to do, including contacting the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce, the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, and others, selling some of his resources and establishing a stable trade system. However, now, that it was the Blood Rebellion, all of this would have to be put on hold for now. Thinking of this, Chao Xing continued to wander around the territory. From time to time, he would visit the sewing shop and spend some time with the mature women, Xia Yanni and Elena. Of course, the Baron's mother wasn't left behind either, spending an hour or two comforting them. Then he found time to head to the back garden area of the territory, where he found the two tree spirit sisters and helped them plant the land, water the flowers, and so on. In this way, the morning passed quickly. At noon, a staff member hurried over to Chao Xing and respectfully reported, "Lord, a large group of people have arrived outside the territory. They look like refugees fleeing the war, and would like to see you." Chao Xing was happily tending the land with the tree spirit sisters, occasionally glancing up at the exquisite beauties, feasting his eyes. Hearing the voice behind him, he put down his work and nodded, "I understand. You can go ahead and do your work." "Yes, Lord." The staff member quickly left. Chao Xing clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "Juliet, Neve, keep busy. I go take a look." The two girls raised their heads, a smile on their faces. Juliet said softly, "Go ahead, Lord. We're so happy you've been with us for so long today." Little Neve next to her chimed in, "Yes, yes. This is our first time gardening with you, Lord. Neve and I are so happy." She added, "Of course, if you have time, please come play the game with me again. Neve, and I want to sleep with you in your arms." The little girl's voice was clear and loud. As a simple tree spirit, she didn't yet understand what that meant. But she knew that doing that kind of thing would please the Lord and bring her own happiness. "So I kept thinking about having sex with Chao Xing again." Juliet, beside him, blushed instantly and tugged at Neve's sleeve sheepishly. Chao Xing's expression remained calm, though his mind conjured up images of the sisters' exquisitely perfect figures. Women like these, alone, would drive countless men wild. Chao Xing chuckled and replied, "Okay, I come see you again when I have time." Hearing his promise, both women smiled happily. Then, Chao Xing left the back garden area and headed straight for the territory's east gate. Creaky. When the gate opened, Chao Xing saw over 100 figures standing in the snow outside. They were dressed in rags, carrying worn-out bags. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue and fear, evidently having endured considerable hardship on the journey. Just then, a staff member shouted, "The Lord has arrived." At this, everyone raised their heads, over 100 pairs of eyes simultaneously turning to Chao Xing. A variety of expressions crossed their faces: surprise, astonishment, fear. Chao Xing glanced at the crowd, and was the first to ask, "Where are you from?" His voice was calm yet commanding, making the group outside nervous and momentarily hesitant to speak. They sensed that despite the Lord's youth, he exuded a ferocious and unnerving aura, like a dormant beast. A silence fell. A moment later, a young man with disheveled clothing but a handsome face stepped forward. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Respected and powerful Lord, please allow me to pay you my highest respects. We are citizens of First Wind. My father is Baron Godfrey Green of First Wind. Just a few days ago, those bloody and ferocious monsters suddenly descended, and First Wind was overrun by them. My father's baronial guards were all killed in the resistance, including himself. He tragically perished in the battle." At this point, a trace of pain crossed his eyes, and his voice choked. But at the last moment, a powerful group of soldiers descended from the sky. They killed all the blood soldiers and rescued us. But, after the war, First Wind was completely destroyed by those monsters. The houses were reduced to ruins, and the land was soaked in blood, making it uninhabitable. Later, I led the remaining townspeople on a journey across the raging snowfields. However, this snowfield is so vast that we walked for many days without finding a suitable place to live. Along the way, we lost many townspeople to inclement weather and attacks by wild beasts in the snow. Muffled sobs echoed from the crowd. Many of the dead were their loved ones. The young man took a deep breath and continued, "We've been wandering the blizzards, but with the Blood Legion wreaking havoc and wars raging everywhere, there's no place suitable for living. We almost given up hope. Until yesterday, we met an old man who could also fly. He told us that to the southwest lies a prosperous and powerful territory whose lord would welcome us. And so, we made our way here." The young man's account was clear and coherent, his tone brimming with sincerity and earnestness. The flying old man he was referring to must be Chao Yi, the vassal sent out yesterday, and the timeline matched. However, Chao Xing still harbored a lingering doubt. After all, Chao Xing knew the true nature of the nobles of this world. They were selfish and cold-hearted, treating the common people like tools and livestock, not as human beings at all. And this young man, the son of a baron, was also a noble. Chao Xing looked at the young man and asked, "Why don't you leave alone, but take these townspeople with you? In the harsh environment of the snowstorm, these townspeople can't help you at all, and they might even become a burden." The young man replied solemnly, "Because they are all citizens of First Wind Town, members of our green family. Under my father's governance, the town prospered and was stable, and the townspeople lived and worked in peace and contentment. Even though the town has been destroyed and my father has died in battle, the honor of the green family remains, and I still have a responsibility to protect them. I will take the remaining townspeople and find a new, suitable place to live, and start all over again." His tone was firm and sincere, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding glint. Chao Xing studied him carefully, then looked at the group of townspeople behind him and asked, "Is what he said true?" The townspeople nodded in agreement, then responded in a flurry. "It's true, this powerful lord. Young Master Yolen has always taken good care of us. Yes, young Master Yolen is different from other nobles. If it weren't for his leadership, we would all have frozen to death a few days ago." Their tone was sincere, and their gazes toward the young man were filled with genuine respect. Chao Xing lowered his head in thought for a moment, then glanced at the young man's attributes. Yolen Green. Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level 24. Potential, Elite Creature. Skills, none. Life Skills, Advanced Management Mastery, 1723/5000, fluent in classic works on management and political science, possessing in-depth insights into territory planning and personnel management. Talent, Intelligence, possessing a sharper and more efficient learning ability than the average person, increasing learning efficiency by 30%. Character Introduction. Yolen Green has been reading extensively since childhood and dreams of owning his own territory. However, due to his social status, he is unable to realize this dream. However, Yolen remained undaunted. He had been helping his father manage First Wind Town since he was a child. Under his advice and governance, the town prospered. After reviewing this person's stats, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. This nobleman named Yolen was actually a talent with advanced management proficiency. You know, what was he most lacking right now? Clearly, it was talent with management experience. If we could recruit them into the territory, it would help relieve some of Chao Yi's pressure. Chao Xing looked at the young man seriously and said, "I can take you all into my territory and provide you with safe shelter and sufficient food. But you have to think carefully. Once you join my territory, from today on, you must forget your past identities and live solely as members of my territory. You must obey my orders absolutely." There was a hint of threat in his words. Chao Xing was no pushover. Since he was willing to take in these homeless refugees, he naturally demanded they make substantial contributions to the territory. If they merely sought temporary shelter and would leave the territory once the war was over, Chao Xing would show no mercy to such individuals. The townspeople paled. As ordinary people, facing a 10th level expert, even if he wasn't deliberately targeting them, the aura alone was too much to bear. They all looked at the young man in front of them. Yolen Green. Yolen pondered for a moment, then gradually raised his head. His shrewd gaze passed behind Chao Xing, gazing upon the interior of the territory. There stood rows of towering arrow towers and thick city walls, atop which a vast army of workers diligently toiled, carrying various materials back and forth. Yet even those workers filled him with a sense of dread, as if the other party could easily crush him to death with a flick of a finger. Everything before him clearly demonstrated that the power of this territory far exceeded his imagination. Island took a deep breath and solemnly replied, "We have considered this carefully, Lord. It is our honor to serve in such a prosperous and powerful territory. From now on, we will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the development of the territory and dedicate our all to its advancement." The other townspeople responded in unison. "We are willing to follow you to the death, and will never betray the territory." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then issued a recruitment invitation to the 100+ people. Recruitment successful. First Wind Town's Heaven Turner/Lori McCoy has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 138. The moment the system notification ended, all the townspeople felt the pale tree's blessing, their health doubling dramatically. Over 100 people exchanged glances, each seeing shock and fear in their eyes. This power was truly miraculous and powerful. The exuberant vitality instantly healed their injuries and hidden ailments. It was as if they had become a dozen years younger. It was simply incredible. Before they could express their shock, Chao Xing interrupted them. "Next, you will go to the cafeteria for lunch. Then someone will lead you to work and arrange accommodations for you." He then pressed the communication device at his ear, and called 2 people over. A moment later, the 6 strong polar men trotted over to Chao Xing and said respectfully, "Lord, please give me your orders." Chao Xing said, "You will lead this group of new members. Today, have them repair the city walls or collect resources from around the territory. You will arrange accommodations for them tonight." The First Wind Town residents seemed simple and honest, including Yolan Green, a talented individual. But Chao Xing would not offer them any special treatment. Before that, they needed to do some hard labor to hone their skills. "Yes, Lord," the 6 strong polar men replied respectfully. Then, he turned to the First Wind Town residents and said, "Come with me. I take you to the cafeteria." With that, Lu Zhuang headed straight for the territory, with over 100 residents following obediently behind him. As the residents passed through the city gate and entered the territory, exclamations of surprise rang out again. It was clear that Chao Xing's territory was one of the largest in the entire snowstorm plains. Except for those historic megacities, there was hardly any territory more prosperous than his. The residents of First Wind Town felt as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 640. The citizens of First Wind Town were astounded by the prosperity of this territory. Even the young noble, Yoran Green, was captivated by the scene before him. His eyes swept across the neatly arranged buildings, the neatly planned streets, and the facilities within the territory, and he couldn't help but feel an indescribable excitement. All of this showed that this territory was different from others. Compared to the barbaric development of other survivor lords, everything here was so orderly, pleasing to the eye and full of a sense of security. To put it simply, this place seemed more civilized, like a city of hope rising from chaos. Yoran couldn't help but clench his fists, and a fiery fire gradually ignited in his eyes. He secretly sighed, "A territory like this is exactly what I've always dreamed of, the ideal place I long to establish. If I could take root here and participate in its construction, I'd surely be able to put all the knowledge I've learned from books to use." After taking the civilians into the territory, Chao Xing turned and headed back. Next, with nothing else to do, he headed directly to the territory's back garden. At that moment, the pair of tree spirit sisters, as delicate as figurines, were still carefully tending the flowers and plants, occasionally bending down to trim excess branches. Their bending movements revealed their snow-white skin and the inverted, half-bowl-shaped figure. Thankfully, this was their exclusive area. No one else came. Their stunning figures resurfaced in Chao Xing's mind. Then, he walked straight over. Amidst Juliet and Neve's exclamations, they suddenly felt a powerful hand appear around their waists, instantly gripping them. Then, their legs lifted off the ground, their vision shifting. The 2 beauties were hoisted onto Chao Xing's shoulders. The 2 women exclaimed simultaneously. At the same moment, Chao Xing had already lifted them up, one by one, and walked toward the room. Little Neve rested on his shoulder, tilting her head and asking, "Lord, where are you taking us?" Chao Xing turned and chuckled, "Little Neve, do you want to continue playing that game?" Hearing this, a delighted smile spread across her face, and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. I want to play. Lord, Neve wants more fun." Beside her, her sister Juliet's face flushed red, and she remained silent. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, I take you there." Then he went straight to the sisters' residence and kicked the door open. He slammed it shut again. A moment later, Juliet's low, suppressed sigh and Neve's crisp laughter filled the room. 2 hours later, a beautiful tree spirit, with skin as white as jade and a slender figure, was sitting in a duck position, twisting and turning flexibly. She seemed to have boundless energy. Even Chao Xing had already reclined on the bed, letting the beauty do what she wanted. This beauty, of course, was Neve. As for her sister, she had already collapsed from exhaustion half an hour ago. He was also leaning sideways, looking at his sister with a shy expression. Juliet seemed to notice Chao Xing's embarrassment and gently warned, Neve, it's about time to stop. Let the Lord rest for a while, he's tired." Hearing this, Neve stopped. Her fair hands supported Chao Xing's chest, her long hair cascading from her shoulders, her eyes gleaming with a clear, bright light. "Lord, are you tired?" Chao Xing raised his head, less than 10 centimeters from Neve's delicate face. He could even sense the desire and passion in this tree spirit's eyes. He wanted to say, "Not tired at all, I can keep fighting for a few more hours." But his body's reaction was honest. Just as Chao Xing was about to find an excuse to escape, a system notification appeared. "Clay Jones has requested a visit to your territory. Do you approve?" A look of surprise crossed Chao Xing's eyes. "Oh, another visitor?" Although he knew Chao Yi had already begun operations, and was gathering refugees from all over the snowstorm, this efficiency still exceeded his expectations. Chao Xing placed his hands on Ni's slender waist and said, "There's someone outside the territory. I need to deal with them. I play games with you next time." Hearing this, a look of disappointment crossed Ni's face. But she also knew Chao Xing was serious about his business. So she nodded obediently. "Okay, Lord. Play games with me again next time." It seems Neve has learned a lot of new things this time. Chao Xing smiled, grasped her waist with both hands, and gently pulled her up with a pop sound. Neve's body couldn't help but shudder. He quickly dressed and left the room under the gaze of the two women. The moment the door closed, Chao Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Wow! Little Neve's energy is truly terrifying. It's as if she never tires, able to keep going for 2 hours straight. To think that a dignified 10th level dragon mage like me couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Of course, this also had something to do with Chao Xing's fierce battle with Elena, Xia Yani, and other mature women that morning. If they were at their peak, it would be hard to say who would be defeated first. He shook his head, quickly calming his mind and regaining his composure. Chao Xing headed straight out of the territory. This time, before him stood a group of soldiers wearing standard armor, their bodies covered in various wounds and bloodstains. It was obvious that these were soldiers from the towns. After encountering the Blood Legion, their towns were destroyed, and they were forced to flee. Chao Xing took a quick look and saw that the group numbered over 200. Through systematic training, they had mastered intermediate swordsmanship and skills, like the 3-section slash. Though their strength wasn't impressive, if they could be incorporated into the territory and undergo a series of enhancements, they would soon become a formidable force. Before Chao Xing could speak, a middle-aged man in dark blue armor limped out of the crowd. He grasped a broken sword in his hand, bowed, and said solemnly, "My powerful lord, we are soldiers from Sion City. The Blood Legion destroyed our city. We barely escaped and are now homeless. If you can take us in, we will continue to fight for you." Determination shone in the eyes of the other soldiers as well. The previous defeat hadn't dampened their spirits. Everyone gripped their weapons, ready to charge into battle at any moment. Sion City, one of the few large cities in the snowstorm plains, was even larger than Malign City. Their lord was Earl Bauer, and the city housed thousands of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of transients. A city this large was naturally the Blood Legion's primary target. However, Malign City was liberated by Chao Xing shortly after the Blood Rebellion began. Sion City, due to its remote location, had almost completely fallen by the time they arrived. The civilian population had also been largely slaughtered, leaving a veritable mess of corpses strewn across the ground. According to the soldiers' descriptions, Sion had become a bloodbath, with countless corpses lying in pools of blood on the streets. The blood on the ground had already covered the soles of shoes, and had become so thick that every step felt like treading through mud. The air was thick with the stench of blood and blood. This city would be uninhabitable for decades. The Watcher leader summoned the Blood Legion, a sharp sword, intending to overthrow the ancient feudal system and establish a new order. However, he overlooked the dangers of this sword. The Blood Legion isn't just a tool. They're a bloodthirsty group of monsters who delight in slaughter. Chao Xing gradually regained his composure and fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. Captain of the soldier, Fergus Lambert. Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level 34. Potential, Leader. The attributes are decent. These soldiers' combat effectiveness and skills are actually comparable to those of Ascalonian warriors. As a basic unit, they serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, once you arrive in my territory, even cannon fodder will possess the power to slay gods. Chao Xing spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Under the frenzied actions of the Blood Legion, the brushless homeland was reduced to ruins. Your survival is truly remarkable. Brave warriors, welcome to my territory. This will be your new home, a place where you can regain strength and glory. With these words, Chao Xing issued a recruitment invitation. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the field exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, but it quickly gave way to determination. We are willing to join your territory, our powerful and benevolent lord. Recruitment successful. Devante/Malik has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 235. The moment the notification ended, the soldiers felt a surge of vitality, and the attack power boost from master-level leadership. A look of shock and disbelief filled everyone's eyes. They looked up at Chao Xing stunned, as if they had much to say. Chao Xing smiled. I believe you've all sensed a powerful surge of strength within yourselves. This is a blessing unique to our territory. This blessing will grant you combat power far exceeding your peers. Right now, our warriors are wiping out the Blood Army across the world. Upon their return, they will bestow even more powerful blessings upon you. From now on, you will no longer be cannon fodder on the battlefield, helplessly fleeing against powerful enemies. Even the mighty Blood Legion will wail beneath your blades. One defeat is nothing. As long as you have the courage to take up arms again, we will defeat even the most formidable enemy. Let us fight for our territory, for our honor. Before this, a fire seemed to ignite in the soldiers' eyes. As Chao Xing had said, they had indeed fallen into deep despair and confusion after their defeat. Although unlike the soldiers of some kingdoms, who, after their defeat, chose to slaughter the civilians in the villages to vent their anger and regain their confidence, they were not. But they also felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, as if they could no longer muster the courage to face the enemy. Even when they closed their eyes, they saw only those hordes of crazed monsters, emitting the pungent smell of blood. The Blood Legion had become their nightmare. But now, their fear was dispelled, and their fighting spirit was rekindled. The soldiers shouted in unison. For honor, we will fight to the death for you. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Very well, now you all will enter the territory, and temporarily take charge of its defense. Yes, Lord. With that, the soldiers entered the territory. Observing the burgeoning population, Chao Xing exclaimed in admiration, indeed, the Blood Rebellion is a dire crisis for the entire world. But since it's a crisis, with its dangers, it also presents opportunities. If the survivors can seize this opportunity, and recruit these fleeing villagers and soldiers, the territory's population will see a significant increase. Of course, no matter what, Chao Xing is the biggest winner. After all, his strength is evident. Throughout the Ice Crystal Kingdom, there's no more prosperous and secure area than this territory. If word spreads, a flood of refugees will flock to his territory. Just as Chao Xing predicted. In the span of an afternoon, he received 3 waves of requests for visits. Among them were wandering mercenaries, impoverished villagers, and defeated soldiers. Even fallen nobles. In total, there were over 500 people. Chao Xing accepted all who came, recruiting them all into his territory. Recruitment successful. Elsa Rogers Sid of the Silver Fox Mercenary Group have joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 205. Seeing the notification, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Excellent. We've recruited nearly 800 more people today. However, of these 800, only a little over 300 are combatants. The rest are ordinary villagers and townspeople. At this rate, we have a sufficient staffing capacity. This result was exactly what Chao Xing had expected. After all, until now, the number of combatants in his territory had always far outnumbered the number of staff. A strong territory, besides combat power, also requires adequate logistical support. Furthermore, he would need to expand the territory for the 3rd time, which would require a large number of personnel. After all, for Chao Xing now, increasing the number of combatants was a simple matter. He still had tens of millions of military merits to spend, easily exchanging them for over 10,000 recruitment scrolls. There was no need to worry about the number of combat troops. Thinking of this, Chao Xing returned to the territory and arranged the newly recruited soldiers and mercenaries into formations and patrols. As for the villagers, under the leadership of Lu Zhuang and others, they began their work. Most of the staff were assigned to the city walls, while the women were assigned to the cafeteria kitchen, responsible for the territory's food supply. Some of the younger-looking ones were assigned to the territory's agricultural areas, participating in the planting and care of crops. Among them was the young Baron of Frostwind Town, Yoren Green. Chao Xing was also particularly interested in this individual. After all, he possessed both advanced management proficiency and intelligence. Tap tap. Stepping across the bluestone paved ground, Chao Xing arrived at the agricultural area. At that moment, the young man was clumsily watering the crops, fertilizing them, and preening the branches on the grape trellises. Although his movements were clumsy, his expression was incredibly serious, and he treated the plants before him with exceptional care. It was as if every plant held a stake in his future. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't even notice the Lord's arrival. Chao Xing paused to observe and nodded slightly. This Yolan has quite good character. After a while of training, we can invest resources in him and cultivate him. After all, advanced management mastery is also a secondary class skill, and can also be upgraded using proficiency emblems. And Chao Xing could easily exchange the remaining 4 master emblems at the battle merit shop and directly upgrade his secondary class skills to expert, or even master. Then he left and began to inspect the work of the other new recruits. Time flew by, and it was evening. Meanwhile, in the Angel Legacy, Lu Muxua and Bai Ji had both successfully passed the 5th round of trials. They emerged from the passage of light and darkness and merged with everything. All the illusions before their eyes vanished. Finally passed. Lu Muxua breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of fatigue in her eyes, as if she had endured a long and intense battle. Bai Ji beside her nodded gently, her face pale. It was clear she was exhausted. This 5th round of trials was more difficult than expected. After all, it wasn't a test of the challengers' combat prowess, but rather their mental toughness and endurance. Even though Lu Muxua and Bai Ji were both men of steadfast resolve, the duration of this trial far exceeded their expectations. For an entire night, they journeyed through that illusory passage, facing scenes of utterly realistic proportions. Even if they managed to hold onto their composure at first, then the illusions intensified, overwhelming them like a tide, wave after wave, seemingly endless. The illusory scenes constantly assaulted their spirits, tearing apart their inner defenses. It was impossible to tell whether they were in a dream or reality. But thankfully, they had succeeded in the end. Lu Muxua and Bai Ji looked up and exchanged glances, a trace of relief in their eyes. While this trial was difficult, it was also a test of one's character. After enduring the storm of illusionary attacks, the two women's resolve seemed to have been elevated. At the same time, a system notification appeared before them. Congratulations. Challengers, you have successfully passed the 5th round of the Angel Legacy Trial, the Trial of Light. In this trial, you faced your most vulnerable parts and proved your ability to resist the devil's temptations. In recognition of your strong will, the Angel Legacy will grant you a special reward. Chapter 641. When the prompt ended, 2 beams of white light suddenly shot down from the sky. In each beam of light, a mirror floated. Lu Muxua and Bai Ji exchanged a look of surprise. Then each reached out and took down the mirror. When they saw the attributes on it, both women's eyes flashed with surprise. To think, there are such magical mirrors, Bai Ji exclaimed in amazement. Lu Muxua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, and these 2 mirrors seem to be one. If used together, the effect will be even more powerful. Hearing this, Bai Ji paused for a moment, then said, I give you this mirror too. Lu Muxua chuckled and shook her head. I can't, Sister Bai Ji. Once these 2 mirrors are picked up, they are automatically bound to their owners. We can only unleash the combined power of these 2 mirrors when we're together. Is that so? That's a shame. Bai Ji shook her head regretfully. That way, only 1 mirror can be used, and the effect is greatly reduced. Hearing this, Lu Muxua seemed to have a thought and chuckled, not necessarily. Bai Ji looked at her skeptically. Lu Muxua, if Sister Bai Ji is willing to join our territory, we can fight together later and unleash the combined power of these 2 mirrors. Join? Your territory? Bai Ji was stunned, then asked, You mean, join Chaoxing's territory? Yes. Lu Muxua nodded, a hint of pride in her tone. Our territory is currently experiencing rapid development. I see Xing is planning to expand the territory again, which will require a large number of manpower. That includes talented individuals among the survivors of Blue Star. If Sister Bai Ji can join our territory, we would be very happy to welcome you. Hearing this, Bai Ji fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head gently and said, Let's talk about it later. I think about it. Lu Muxua also knew that such matters couldn't be rushed. They needed to be handled gradually. She stopped talking and looked ahead at the glowing door, her eyes lit up with anticipation. The entrance to the final round of trials has been revealed. Sister Bai Ji, let's go and challenge it together. Okay. Bai Ji nodded, her expression returning to a cold, icy expression. This also meant that she was once again in a serious state. With that, the 2 women stepped into the dimly lit door together. With a strange ripple, as if entering some kind of teleportation channel, the space before them shifted. When all the strange images faded, a dark environment appeared before the 2 women. There was nothing to see or sense, as if they were in an abyss of nothingness. And just then, a strange sound rang out. Tick. Like the sound of a drop of water falling into water, crisp and ethereal. Then, they finally saw a small area before them. The drop of water, as it hit the surface, stirred up ripples. As the ripples spread, the darkness around them quickly receded, allowing them to fully see the scene before them. At this moment, Lu Muxua and Bai Ji appeared above a vast, pitch-black lake, each separated by an immense distance. They were nearly 4 or 5 kilometers apart, and could only vaguely see each other. The lake water was inky black, yet as calm as a mirror, reflecting their reflections clearly. They instinctively looked down. The reflections below them also looked down. A look of confusion crossed their faces, and so did the reflections below them. No matter what they did, the two reflections maintained their movements in unison. At first glance, it seemed fine, but Lu Muxua felt something was amiss. Sister Baiji, there seems to be something wrong with these reflections. Lu Muxua opened the team chat, a hint of caution in her tone. After all, they were now so far apart. Hearing this, Baiji fixed her gaze on the reflection below her. And that reflection stared back at her, as if two worlds were gazing at each other. Baiji had indeed noticed something was amiss with the reflection in the water. Her appearance was identical to hers, even her demeanor was identical. And yet, something felt off. This strangeness couldn't be described in words, only she could discern its strangeness. Strange. After observing it for a moment, Baiji finally seemed to notice something was amiss. The reflection's eyes. Her eyes looked normal, but her expression was incredibly cold, utter indifference. It was as if this were just a moving corpse. Baiji frowned slightly, and the reflection beneath the water seemed to realize it had been seen through. Then, the other Baiji slowly raised her head, a strange, twisted smile playing on her lips. Then, an endless dark aura spread, as if threatening to engulf the two women. An invisible sense of danger enveloped them, even making Lu Muxua feel a sense of danger. Lu Muxua instantly raised her weapon and shouted, "Sister Baiji, come to me." Okay. Just as Baiji was about to charge, a system notification appeared in front of the two women. Challengers, please take note. The final trial of the Angel Legacy. The trial of the heart has begun. In the previous 5 rounds of trials, you have proven your formidable combat power, noble character, and tenacious will. Now you must defeat the final and most formidable enemy. Challenge, defeat your mirror image. This mirror image possesses all your abilities, including skills, status, equipment, and possesses an even more powerful combat awareness. When the notification ended, Baiji and Lu Muxua were surprised to find that the reflection beneath their feet had suddenly vanished. Their shadows, as if they had fled, vanished beneath the pitch-black water. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the water and stood beside them. One looked exactly like Lu Muxua, even the shield, armor, and weapons were identical. What shocked her even more was that green recovery numbers, adding 147184, appeared above her head. This is Ah Xing's special ability. How could this mirror image also have this ability? Lu Muxua exclaimed softly. A quick glance at the mirror's panel landed on her status bar. A long list of amplified statuses suddenly appeared, including blessed skills, like Queen's Will and Thunder Dragon's Descent. It even possessed the 2 powerful permanent amplified statuses, Blessing of Courage and Aurora, Skyfall. Oh my god! Could this mirror have copied Ah Xing's special abilities? How is that possible? Lu Muxua, for the first time in this inheritance, was shocked. But she soon discovered the clue. Although this mirror Lu Muxua also possessed various permanent statuses, the various status skills she subsequently unleashed on herself were limited in duration. In other words, it hadn't copied General Chao Xing's eternal power talent. It had only copied Lu Muxua's panel and status. As an SSS level, heaven-defying talent, even the angel heritage couldn't touch it. But even so, the mirror image of Lu Muxua before them was an extremely formidable foe. After all, only Lu Muxua knew how terrifying an enemy like her, possessing various permanent statuses, could be. She was practically an immortal monster. Even Baiji, who was standing beside them, had also seen a woman who looked exactly like her, radiating an icy aura. Lu Muxua took a deep breath and said seriously, "Sister Baiji, be careful. The enemy is more powerful than we imagined. I need to focus all my attention on dealing with her, and I won't be able to spare you." Hearing this, Baiji, far away, nodded solemnly, "I understand. Be careful too. I take care of this enemy." As the former strongest person in District 18, this woman possessed her own pride. The next moment, the illusion before them vanished, charging towards the two. Lu Muxua and Baiji were on full alert. The moment the enemy charged, 4 figures simultaneously brandished their weapons. Clang! Ding! The 4 weapons clashed, rippling the dark lake beneath their feet. The battle erupted instantly. While Lu Muxua was challenging the Angel Legacy, Chao Xing's fighters were also busy. They were still slaying large numbers of blood soldiers around the world. Including Braum and the other 5 powerful individuals, they were also working together to destroy more blood transmission pillars. Today, the Blood Legion had activated a total of 5 blood transmission pillars. but Braum and his men had destroyed 9. The number was dwindling, on the verge of falling below 20. The holes in the barriers of this world's rule shrank, and even the blood-red clouds overhead grew dimmer. It seemed as though the blood rebellion was finally coming to an end. In the abyss, the imprisoned gods gazed at the darkening sky above, their expressions growing increasingly gloomy. A terrifying and dangerous aura began to permeate this dark plane, as if even the air itself had become thick and heavy. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Dum, the god of nightmares, said in a deep voice, "What the hell are Luo and the Blood Legion up to? It's been less than a week since the Blood Rebellion began, and not only are the teleportation pillars dwindling, they're almost completely eliminated. If this continues, there's no hope of escape. Damn it!" His voice was filled with anger and resentment, like a trapped beast, tearing madly at its cage. Elsewhere, an ancient will slowly spoke. The blood has been suppressed to this degree in a single week. This has never happened before in history. Even the fastest repulsion took over 3 months, by which time the Blood Legion had nearly swept across half the continent. An unprecedented change may have truly occurred in the main plane, leaving even that self-proclaimed savior feeling helpless. Hearing this, another deity whispered, "Did the human empire break free from Morphos's dream and send demigods to intervene?" The nightmare god immediately retorted, "Impossible. Even at my peak power, I cannot detect the slightest sign of awakening within the dreams woven by the ancient dragon Morphos. Only those who control the power of dreams can truly understand the terrifying nature of that true god-level dragon." His tone was filled with deep fear, as if even mentioning Morphos's name was taboo. Silence fell once again. The gods all understood that Daeum was telling the truth. The power of a true god far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, a luminous will slowly spoke, its tone filled with a hint of certainty. "Don't worry. That pretentious little fellow is no simple matter. Even with the drastic changes unfolding outside, the Blood Rebellion won't be easily ended." After hearing this, Daeum quickly asked, "Uriel, why are you so sure?" The luminous will said calmly, "Because this little fellow has inherited the legacy of the ancient human race, and he's a madman. When he goes crazy, even I have to be wary of him." Hearing this, a complex glint flashed in the eyes of the gods, as if they were contemplating something. Tens of thousands of meters above, a howling wind howled, and the temperature dropped below -80 degrees Celsius. The biting cold seemed to freeze everything, and yet, in this environment, 2 powerful figures hovered in midair. The howling cold currents and winds calmed the moment they approached them. It was as if even the power of heaven and earth could not shake them in the slightest. These 2 figures were the Fresh Blood Leader and the Watcher Leader. At this moment, the Fresh Blood Leader's expression grew increasingly grim. He asked in a deep voice, "Luo, how is the plan going?" "That damned otherworldly lord continues to destroy my blood teleportation pillars. If this continues, all the pillars will be destroyed, and the passage between the 2 worlds will be completely closed. For 1,000 years, we won't be able to bring blood to the main plane again." The Watcher Leader's expression remained calm, his expression remarkably composed. "It's almost there. After these few days of action, the progress has reached over 80%. However, once the plan succeeds, a large number of manpower will be needed." "How many centurions have you summoned?" 3. The Fresh Blood Leader said in a deep voice, "There are still many centurions in the blood plane, but too many blood teleportation pillars have been destroyed, and coupled with that brat's suppression of us, there simply isn't enough blood energy to support more centurions arriving in this plane." The Watcher Leader nodded slightly, then said, "I understand. Next, we need to expedite our progress. The Blood Army elsewhere will continue to advance, delaying Chaoxing's legendary operation. This is a race against time, and the advantage is on our side. As long as I remain, this operation will not fail. All rotten conventions will be cleansed by the wash of blood." His voice radiated a fierce resolve, as if he had already made a firm decision. If Chaoxing were here, he would surely be wary. From the previous analysis, it's clear that the Watcher Leader is an extremely idealistic person. Once he makes a decision, he will stop at nothing to achieve it, even at the cost of his own life. The Watcher Leader in this state is also the most dangerous. After complete darkness fell, Chaoxing stood in the center of the territory and called out, "All staff, today's work is over. You will now proceed to the cafeteria in batches for lunch." As a heroic level powerhouse, his control over magic has reached a miraculous level. Through magical vibrations, one's voice could be clearly transmitted to every corner within a radius of 4 or 5 kilometers. This amplified the sound. The staff throughout the territory paused their work and placed their stones and went on the ground. After a full day of intense labor, some of the staff remained calm, while others showed a look of relief. They breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but murmur, "It's finally over." Working in this territory is truly exhausting, isn't it, Mr. Everton? Yeah. I've never done this kind of heavy work since I was in the village. I don't know how long my old bones can hold out. In the past 2 days, Chao Xing has recruited 600 or 700 staff members. These people come from all over the place, with varying identities and statuses. Many have never done this kind of physical labor before. Suddenly thrust into a high-intensity work state, some find it difficult to adapt. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 30s interrupted, "Stop complaining. Look at Mr. Ferguson. He's in his 40s, and his legs are eroded by the monster's blood. He has difficulty walking. He didn't say anything, so what else do you have to say? Or do you prefer to continue living a life of exile?" This statement immediately silenced the others. Although the work in the territory was demanding, compared to their previous experiences, it felt like heaven. At the same time, the young man from Frostwind Town, Yolan Green, slowly approached from the agricultural area. He stretched as he walked, a look of pain crossing his face. After a day of toil, his arms were numb, his shoulders feeling as if they no longer belonged to him. At this moment, 2 Frostwind Town residents hurried over, their faces filled with concern. "Master Yolan, you've worked hard today. Would you like us to massage your shoulders and relax?" One of them asked in a low voice, his tone filled with worry. Yolan waved his hand, his tone calm but firm, "No need. As we said earlier, now that we have joined this territory, we must forget our past identities. I am no longer a noble, and you are no longer citizens of Frostwind Town. Now we have only one common cause to serve, Lord Chao Xing.